Two idiotic classmates are bragging about their idol, Flame Swordsman, right in front of you, and mocking you a loser, saying you'll never reach that level in your entire life. You smile, because you are the one they're talking about. They're talking a mile a minute, their faces lit up with fanatical adoration, one-hit kill on AB rank bone beast. So strong. You lean back in your chair, listening to their self-aggrandizement, completely unmoved. You even wish they'd keep ranting a little longer. After they leave, you check the balance on your personal terminal, thinking about treating yourself to a grilled sausage tonight. Until the air raid siren tears through the sky, the B-rank Crimson Poison Beetle descends, and the city is engulfed in flames. You swallow the last bite of your sausage and vanish into a dark alley. Bring it on. This is $500 worth of after-sales service. Your belt buckle clicks as you draw the flame sword Rekka, murmuring, "I'll be the one to decide how this story ends." Chapter 1, Librarian. Stellar Calendar Year 2233. Tianqiang City, National Central Library, Children's Reading Area. Afternoon sunlight streams through the massive glass dome, casting warm patches of light on the floor. A slightly laid-back young man's voice rings out, steady and unhurried. So, after the day of descent, everything from the old era was destroyed. Skyscrapers turned to rubble, and the internet became a legend. We humans can only cower inside massive base cities. The young man speaking was named Luo Chen. He wore a faded librarian uniform, leaning back in a small chair, surrounded by a group of little ones looking up at him. He had a clean-cut face, but his brow always carried a hint of sleep-deprived weariness, which, paired with his F-rank life class, librarian, status, seemed particularly fitting. A chubby little boy raised his hand. "Big brother Luo Chen, is that bone beast really that scary?" Luo Chen yawned and replied lazily. "Of course. An F-rank rockhound can snap your little arm in one bite. A D-rank corrosive worm can melt this entire floor with a single spurt of acid. As for the higher-ranked one, if I tell you, you'll have nightmares." He lowered his voice mysteriously, successfully eliciting a small gasp from the crowd. Luo Chen thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. As the library's least promising librarian, bragging to the kids was one of his few pleasures. He earned a meager monthly salary of 3,500 credits, after which social security contributions and rent were deducted. What remained was barely enough to buy the cheapest synthetic protein noodles every day. Even the occasional thought of adding a grilled sausage required half an hour of internal struggle beforehand. But here, he was the all-knowing story king. This spiritual richness went some way toward compensating for his material poverty. Just as he was about to continue recounting how the heroes fought back, a few untimely voices cut in. "Hey, isn't this our old class genius, Luo Chen?" The tone carried undisguised mockery. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid. Just from the sourness in their voices, he knew exactly who had arrived. Li Wei and Zhang Hao. His former classmates. Back in college, Luo Chen's academic grades were always at the top, crushing them the bottom of the class under his weight. Unfortunately, this was a high martial arts world. When they awakened after graduation, despite their poor grades, both of them were lucky enough to awaken as D-rank combat classes. Meanwhile, he, the former top student, had only awakened as an F-rank life class. Librarian. A profession universally regarded as utterly useless. Ever since then, those two had walked around with their chins held high. Every time they saw Luo Chen, they'd come over to rub it in, as if doing so could bring back the fear of being dominated by report cards back in the day. Li Wei was dressed in a brand new combat suit, a D-rank hunter badge issued by the Hunter Guild gleaming on his chest. With his arms crossed over his chest, he looked down on Luo Chen from above. "What's this? Still telling stories to the little kids? You really have it rough, our great scholar. If you'd studied a bit harder back then, you might be awakened as a combat class. You wouldn't be in such a sorry state now." Zhang Hao chimed in from the side, patting the ally combat knife at his waist, which rang out with a crisp clang. "Exactly. Look at me and Weigo. We just went to the wasteland buffer zone outside the city last week and took down 2 E-rank wind blade wolves, raking in a full 1,000 credits. Unlike certain people, how much is your monthly salary, anyway? 3,500? Ha ha ha, what's that good for? They laughed so loudly that some of the people reading nearby frowned. The group of kids shrank back fearfully behind Luo Chen. Luo Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. Here we go again. Same old story, same old routine. He began ranting silently to himself. That knife on Zhang Hao's waist? It's worth 3,200 credits on the black market and it's just a low-grade, subpar alloy mixed with bone beast bones. How dare he show it off? Li Wei's combat suit looked flashy, but it didn't even have a single energy conduit pattern. Its defensive capability was practically zero, it was purely for show. And he had the nerve to say he made 1,000 credits? Split between the two of them, that's 500 each. After deducting the cost of ammo and medkits, they'd be lucky to have 300 left. 300 credits, that's barely enough to buy half an F-rank beast core. What a success story. Luo Chen remained slumped in his chair, not moving a muscle. He merely lifted his eyelids and spoke slowly. Finished? His tone was as flat as if he were asking about the weather. Li Wei and Zhang Hao's laughter faltered. That reaction was off. According to the script, shouldn't Luo Chen be hanging his head in shame or lashing out in anger? What does this calmness mean? Who does he think he is? Li Wei's expression darkened. Luo Chen, what kind of attitude is that? We're just trying to help you out. Don't be ungrateful. Luo Chen finally deigned to sit up straight. He looked at the two of them and spoke slowly and deliberately. D-rank hunter, heading to the wasteland buffer zone to kill an E-rank windblade wolf. He paused after every word. If I recall correctly, the wasteland buffer zone is where F-rank practitioners go to practice, right? 2 D-rank practitioners teaming up to go to the newbie village, killing 2 monsters lower level than themselves, and you actually have the nerve to brag about it? How is that any different from an adult storming into a kindergarten, snatching a lollipop from a child, and then declaring himself the world boxing champion? Luo Chen's voice wasn't loud. Yet it felt like a series of slaps, landing crisply on Li Wei and Zhang Hao's faces. The smugness on their faces froze instantly, turning as red as a pig's liver. A few stifled snickers could be heard from the crowd. They wanted to retort, but realized every word Luo Chen had spoken was true. It was indeed a humiliating thing for a D-rank professional to go to the buffer zone. But they were only D-rank themselves, they didn't dare venture into more dangerous places. Luo Chen looked at them and delivered the final blow. And you mentioned my monthly salary of 3,500. Yeah, it's not much. But I work in the library, no wind, no rain, and I don't have to worry about being torn to shreds by a bone beast the next second. What about you guys? Luo Chen's gaze swept over them. How much is the hunter's death benefit again? Oh, D rank is 50,000 credits. A lump sum payment, and the family gets 3 years of benefits. Have you all filled out your beneficiaries for the death benefits yet? Have you taken out enough insurance? His tone was sincere, filled with concern for his old classmates. But to Li Wei and Zhang Hao, those words cut deeper than any vicious curse. They were combat class walking a tightrope where death could strike at any moment. It was the very thing they dreaded most and tried hardest to avoid thinking about. Now, Luo Chen had laid it bare so brutally. Their lips trembled, and neither could utter a single word. The expressions of the onlookers around them grew strange. This librarian looked so listless, how could his tongue be so sharp? That really stung. Those words were truly heartbreaking. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Zhang Hao, thinking on his feet, forced a change of subject. Why are we talking about such nonsense? We're fighting for the survival of humanity. What do you know? Instead of wasting time on this, we should be paying more attention to the major events of late. Li Wei, as if clinging to a lifeline, nodded eagerly. Right. Let us talk about that Flame Swordsman. He's the real hero. The moment that name was mentioned, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Even the children who had been frightened moments ago had a new sparkle in their eyes. Flame Swordsman. This was the hottest urban legend in Tianxiong City over the past month. It was said he wore crimson battle armor and wielded a holy sword ablaze with fiery flames. Elusive and unpredictable, he specialized in hunting down bone beasts that threatened the city, as well as some fallen awakened. To this day, no one knew who he was or which faction he belonged to. Both the Hunter Guild and the Alliance government are eager to recruit him, yet they can't even catch a glimpse of him. Li Wei perked up the moment he mentioned the Flame Swordsman, as if the person who had just been silenced wasn't him. I heard that the B-rank bone beast, the crystal bone titan that was causing chaos in the industrial zone 3 days ago, was instantly slain by the Flame Swordsman with a single sword strike. With a single sword strike. That SAB rank bone beast. Even a 100-man hunting party like ours might not be able to take it down. Zhang Hao's face was also filled with admiration and longing. So strong. Absolutely ridiculously strong. That's the ultimate goal we awakened should be striving for. If I were even half as strong as him, no, even a tenth as strong, I'd wake up laughing in my sleep. They spoke with such fervor, describing the Flame Swordsman's power and mystery, completely forgetting why they were there in the first place. The crowd around them was drawn in and joined the discussion. Yeah, that was so cool. I wish I could just see him in person. He must be a true hero. Luo Chen stood amidst the fervent praise, his expression somewhat subtle. He silently watched Li Wei and Zhang Hao. He watched the genuine, unadulterated admiration on their faces. A single thought filled his mind. Well said. Let them keep praising me. After all, the Flame Swordsman you worship like a god is standing right in front of you, listening to your boasts. And the two of you were just about to try to step on him a moment ago. Chapter 2, A Money Grubber. Li Wei and Zhang Hao quickly left the area. Luo Chen watched their retreating figures, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly before he quickly returned to his usual composure. He was in a good mood. Being praised to his face was definitely more satisfying than hiding online reading gossip threads. He leaned back in his chair again, his posture relaxed, as if he were already used to it. The heated discussions around him continued, but the center of attention, Flame Swordsman, had already lost interest. All he wanted now was to finish the rest of his work for the day, then go home and eat a bowl of steaming synthetic protein noodles. If he could splurge a little and add an egg, that would be perfect. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the library's entrance. Luo Chen didn't even bother to look up. He knew without looking that some big shot had arrived. The National Central Library was situated at the intersection of the commercial and academic districts, so foot traffic was heavy. It's not uncommon for academic prodigies or scions of prominent families to come here to consult materials. Whenever these people appear, they always cause quite a stir. Look, it's Xia Lin. Oh my god, it really is Senior Xia Lin. Why would she come to a regular reading area like this? She is even more beautiful in person than on the Academy's holographic screens. She is the pride of Tianqiong City, a C-rank sword dancer. Rumor has it she might even break into B rank before graduation. Amid the whispers, a striking figure weaved through the crowd, heading straight for the service desk in the general reference section. The arrival was none other than Xia Lin. She wore a sharp, tailored academy combat uniform that accentuated her tall, slender figure. Her long, jet black hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate features. Her expression was cold, exuding a distinct sense of aloofness that deterred anyone from approaching her. The men around her who had tried to strike up a conversation all retreated under her icy gaze. Xia Lin paid no heed to the stares around her. She walked straight up to the service desk and, upon seeing the figure slumped over the table as if about to fall asleep at any moment, furrowed her brow slightly. It was him again. Luo Chen. Xia Lin was no stranger to that name. He was an awakened from her same graduating class, though their circumstances were worlds apart. Xia Lin was a star student at the first Awakened Academy's Inner Academy. Luo Chen, on the other hand, had been assigned to the General Academy after awakening an F-rank life class, and had eventually ended up working as a librarian. She occasionally came to the library to look up materials related to gates, and every time she did, she saw this man. He was either dozing off, zoning out, or bragging to a child. His laziness and lack of ambition instinctively repelled her. In an era where everyone was fighting desperately for survival, how could anyone have the nerve to just coast through life, waiting to die? In her eyes, such a person was simply unacceptable. Xia Lin took a deep breath, suppressing her inner irritation. Years of elite education had taught her to maintain basic courtesy. She extended a finger and tapped lightly on the table. "Hello, I need your help." Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Luo Chen remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard a thing. In reality, he had been awake for quite some time. Or rather, he hadn't been asleep at all, he'd simply been resting his eyes, savoring this rare moment to slack off. Xia Lin's frown deepened. She tapped harder. "Hello?" Luo Chen finally reacted. He slowly lifted his head, opened one eye, and let his sleepy gaze fall on Xia Lin. A single syllable, brimming with indifference and impatience. Xia Lin felt her anger surge. But she held it in. She had come here to look up some ancient records regarding the bone domain beyond the gate. Recently, the Alliance Defense Force and the Hunter Guild had jointly issued an exploration mission targeting a newly appeared small gate 30 kilometers outside the city. It was said that beyond that gate lay an unexplored region of the bone domain, potentially containing new species of bone beasts and rare materials. Such exploration missions offered generous rewards but were also fraught with danger. As a key trainee at the academy, Xia Lin was naturally among those invited. She wanted to gather as much relevant information as possible before setting out. "I need to find all books related to the ancient ecological environment of the bone domain and the illustrated guide to unidentified high-risk bone beasts." Xia Lin explained her purpose succinctly. Luo Chen yawned and lazily pointed to the massive search screen beside him. "Look it up yourself. The search codes are all up there. Once you find them, just go to the corresponding shelf and grab the books." With that, he prepared to lie back down. This utterly indifferent attitude completely ignited Xia Lin's anger. "If I could look it up myself, what would I need you for?" Her voice suddenly turned cold. "What I need are those original, one-of-a-kind paper documents that haven't been entered into the electronic archives. Only you librarians have access to those materials." Luo Chen paused in his movement. He looked up again, this time with both eyes open. He sized Xia Lin up from head to toe. "Unique copies? That's a real hassle. You'd have to go down to the ancient text preservation room on the third basement level and flip through them one by one. Do you know how thick the dust is down there? One trip in there, and you'll come out looking like a terracotta warrior." "No time. I'm busy." His face was a picture of refusal to cooperate. Xia Lin clenched her fists. Busy? Busy with what? She really wanted to tear away this man's nonchalant facade right then and there, to see what he was really thinking. But in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. She studied Luo Chen's expression and suddenly understood something. With someone like him, reasoning and throwing around titles were useless. She had to use the most direct method, the one he'd understand best. Xia Lin pulled a metallic sheen card from her pocket and placed it on the table. "Find me all the relevant books. There are 500 credits on this card, that's your payment." 500 credits. To her, it was nothing more than the cost of an afternoon tea. But for a librarian earning only 3,500 credits a month, it was an absolute fortune. Just as she'd expected. The moment the words 500 credits left her lips, the man across from her expression changed instantly. If Luo Chen had seemed listless and unmotivated a second ago, then in this very moment, his eyes lit up. It was unmasked anticipation. He sat up straight, his back ramrod stiff. The weariness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an overly eager smile. With lightning speed, he stuffed the credit card from the table into his pocket. The motion was seamless and astonishingly fast. "Hello, esteemed Miss Xia Lin. Librarian Luo Chen, ID 073, of the Tianqiong City National Central Library, at your service." Are you looking for materials on ancient ecological environments of the bone domain and the illustrated guide to unidentified high-risk bone beasts? No problem. Leave it to me. Please wait a moment, I'll retrieve them for you right away. Luo Chen's voice suddenly grew louder, brimming with enthusiasm. He really hit the jackpot this time. 500 credits. That was more than a week's worth of living expenses for him. Now he wouldn't just be able to afford an extra egg, he'd be able to eat much better for quite some time. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his entire body. Forget going down to the third basement level, he'd be willing to run even a more troublesome errand. Xiao Lin stared at him, dumbfounded by his complete 180-degree turnaround. The contrast between his previous attitude and this was simply too stark. It left her momentarily speechless. When she finally came to her senses, a wave of indescribable contempt welled up inside her. Money grubber. This man was a complete and utter money grubber. For 500 credits, he could instantly put on a show of attentiveness. He was simply beyond redemption. Chapter 3, Rekka Unsheathed. Xiao Lin clutched a stack of heavy, ancient parchment books as she strode out of the library's main gate. Her face was dark with anger. A surge of rage burned in her chest. Her mind was filled with the ugly sight of Luo Chen, blinded by greed, just moments ago. The instant he received the 500 credits, a green gleam flashed in the eyes of that man, who looked utterly depraved. He gestured wildly, his mannerisms exaggerated, spewing a string of fawning words that were unbearable to hear. He even tried to reach out with those dust-covered hands to shake hers. It was utterly ridiculous. Xiao Lin pulled a high-quality antibacterial wipe from the pocket of her tactical suit and vigorously wiped down every finger. She couldn't understand it. In this high martial arts era, where humanity could face extinction at any moment and everyone was desperately striving to grow stronger, how could anyone value money more than dignity and strength? 500 credits. For her, it wasn't even enough to buy a single bottle of the lowest grade energy recovery potion. Yet it was enough to make a man of his stature instantly abandon his dignity. Such was the tragedy of the underclass. And it was the kind of weakness she despised most. She swore that if it weren't for this critically important exploration mission, she would never set foot in that dilapidated general reading area again for the rest of her life. Behind the library counter, Luo Chen had no idea he had already been labeled a disgrace to human civilization. He was pressing that credits card against his face, feeling the physical warmth money provided. Comforting. So comforting. He happily checked his balance on his personal terminal. With this extra 500, his food budget for the month was completely covered. As for the eye roll and look of contempt that Sundara Sr. had given him before leaving, Luo Chen didn't care at all. It's hard to say. But he sincerely hoped Miss Xiao Lin would come looking for books every day and ideally, spend money every time. Making money while standing around? Nothing to be ashamed of. Time's up. Off the clock. Luo Chen glanced at the wall clock, swiftly stripped off his faded uniform, and slipped into a plain gray hoodie. He decided to treat himself today. He'd head to the fast food joint on the corner to buy 2 grilled sausages, the kind made of pure meat, no exceptions. Xiao Lin walked along the tree-lined boulevard where the commercial district met the outer ring. Tianqiong City's dome shield emitted a pale blue glow, bathing the streets in even artificial sunlight. The area was bustling with people, and hovercars flowed ceaselessly through the air. It was a scene of bustling tranquility. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing air raid siren tore through the sky. The massive holographic billboards lining both sides of the street instantly froze, all turning a blinding crimson. Highest level alert. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected in Commercial District Section D4. A small gate is opening. All civilians are ordered to proceed immediately to the nearest underground shelter. A synthesized female voice repeated the announcement over and over. For a split second, the entire street froze. Then, a deafening chorus of screams erupted. The crowd descended into chaos. Civilians jostled frantically, surging toward the shops and underground passages on either side. Mid-air, hovercars collided in a chain reaction pileup as drivers panicked. Flames and the screech of shattering metal filled the air. Xia Lin didn't run. Swimming against the frantic tide, she stood tall, her gaze fixed intently on the sky ahead. There, the once serene expanse of space had been brutally torn open by a crimson fissure stretching over 10 meters long. A thick stench of sulfur, mixed with a nauseating, fishy stench, swept over them. A long, jointed leg covered in barbed spines emerged from the fissure, smashing a streetlight on the sidewalk to pieces. Immediately afterward, a massive body, as large as a heavy armored vehicle, forced its way out of the fissure. It crashed heavily onto the asphalt, instantly crushing a massive crater into the pavement. The monster was covered head to toe in thick, dark red crystalline armor. A massive, 2-meter-long horn, oozing green venom, jutted from its head. It merely stood there, yet the air around it began to warp. The intense heat caused the asphalt to melt rapidly. B-rank bone beast. Crimson poison beetle. Xia Lin's pupils contracted violently. How is this possible? How could a B-rank bone beast suddenly appear in the inner ring of the commercial district? Are the city defense force's detection systems blind? This was far beyond what an ordinary security squad could handle. It was a minor disaster. The crimson poison beetle let out a deafening roar. It swiveled its crimson eyes, locking onto a school bus not far ahead that had overturned after a rear-end collision. The desperate cries of a dozen or so children echoed from inside the bus. A few drops of green mucus dripped from the monstrous mandibles, melting through the metal fence on the ground. It took a stride with its thick, segmented legs and charged toward the school bus. There was no time to run. By the time the City Defense Force's heavy firepower arrived, not a single intact piece of metal would remain of that school bus. Xia Lin bit her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. She had no way out. First awakened academy, inner academy, 3rd year, Xia Lin. She drew the alloy longsword from her waist with a backhand motion. The blade emitted a crisp ringing sound, followed by a dazzling glow of blue wind elemental energy. C rank, sword dancer. She thrust her legs forward with all her might, leaving 2 deep footprints in the ground. Her entire body transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling straight toward the crimson poison beetle's flank. Wind break. Xia Lin growled under her breath. The long sword, carrying the momentum to slice through anything, struck the bone beast's crimson crystalline armor on its side with brutal force. Clang! A trail of blinding sparks erupted. Xia Lin felt a terrifying recoil surge through the hilt and into her entire body. The skin on her thumb split open instantly, staining the hilt with blood. The sword nearly flew out of her hand. So hard. This monstrous defense was even more monstrous than what was recorded in the Academy's database. A full power C rank strike had only left a white mark less than a centimeter deep on the crystalline armor. It hadn't even scratched its flesh. The crimson poison beetle was enraged by this pitiful attack. It halted its charge toward the school bus and whipped its head around. That venomous horn, over 2 meters long, whistled through the air as it swept across at a speed that belied its massive frame. It was too fast. Xia Lin had no chance to dodge. She could only force her body to twist, holding her long sword horizontally across her chest to block the blow. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Xia Lin felt as if she'd been struck head-on by a speeding train. The alloy sword was bent into a dangerous arc under the force. She lost control of her body, tumbling through the air before slamming heavily into the concrete wall of a street-side shop. The wall cracked extensively, and debris rained down. Xia Lin slid to the ground. A metallic taste filled her throat as she coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. At least 3 of her ribs were broken, and her internal organs were displaced. Just a single, half-hearted counterattack had cost her more than half her combat effectiveness. The absolute superiority of power was on full display at that moment. Run! Don't worry about us. Some civilians hiding behind the rubble nearby shouted, their voices choked with tears. They could see that this beautiful girl stood no chance against that monster. Xia Lin braced herself against the ground with her longsword and staggered to her feet. Her vision was blurry. Every fiber of her body was screaming at her to collapse. She knew full well that if she turned and fled now, with a sword danceress speed, she would definitely survive. But the cries coming from that school bus were driving her mad. She was an elite. She was a combat class, supported and revered by ordinary people. With great power comes great responsibility. This wasn't just a slogan, it was a creed etched into her very bones. If she backed down here, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Xia Lin gripped her longsword once more. A blue glow flared up on the blade, again faint, yet radiating resolve. At that moment, in the shadows at the street corner, Luochen stood there, a half-eaten grilled sausage in one hand, staring speechlessly at the scene of disaster unfolding before him. There was no way he could stick around for another day in this crappy class. He'd just clocked out, and had barely managed to shove the steaming sausage into his mouth when the sky came crashing down. Was the Tianqiong City Defense Department just sitting around doing nothing? How could a B-rank gate open right in the commercial district? He hugged the wall, ready to slip away down a side street. Rescuing damsels in distress wasn't part of his job description. Suddenly, he got a clear look at the pale figure that had been knocked flying by the monster and was now coughing up blood. Luo Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Judging by the direction, wasn't he that Xia Lin, the snobby rich girl who'd just thrown 500 credits in his face at the library? Is this woman out of her mind? Luo Chen ranted inwardly. A C-rank professional going head-to-head with a B-rank Lord-class Crimson Poison Beetle? That wasn't bravery, it was suicide. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. He wasn't a saint. But looking at that girl who was clearly scared to death, who couldn't even hold her sword steady, yet still stood firmly in front of the civilian school bus, the grilled sausage in his hand suddenly lost all its flavor. This woman might be arrogant, might look down on everyone, but she was indeed a competent combat class. A million times better than those two good-for-nothings, Li Wei and Zhang Hao, who only knew how to bully the weak and cower from the strong. Most importantly, Luo Chen's gaze swept past Xia Lin to the crying children, and his legs, which had been itching to run, froze solid in place. Fine. I'll work overtime. It's not like I want to get paid for it. After all, this guy has a B-rank beast core. You know what that thing goes for on the black market? Starting price, 500,000 credits. If it's in good condition, it could even fetch 700,000 or 800,000. 500,000. That's enough for a down payment on a small apartment in the inner ring district. For the rest of his life, he could upgrade from synthetic protein noodles to real steak. Luo Chen calmed his racing heart. He looked at the snarling, claw-waving B-rank bone beast, seeing not a monster, but a massive fortune. Bring it on. This is $500 worth of after-sales service. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and swallowed the remaining half of the grilled sausage in one gulp. This deal was definitely worth it. He darted back into the depths of a dark, deserted alley. He took a deep breath. His wrist flipped lightly in the air. A thick, crimson book with a majestic dragon emblazoned on its cover materialized in the palm of his hand. Wonder Ride Book. Brave Dragon. At the same time, in his other hand appeared a flashy belt with a card slot. Holy Sword Driver. The dejection and world weariness on Luo Chen's face vanished in an instant. In their place was intense focus and an aura of unassailable authority. He snapped the Holy Sword Driver into place at his waist with a click. Transform. Luo Chen whispered. He opened the cover of the Wonder Ride book. Rekka unsheath. Accompanied by a stirring, mechanical electronic sound from the Holy Sword Driver. Luo Chen gripped the side of the Holy Sword Driver's hilt with his right hand and yanked it upward with all his might. A holy sword, its blade broad and slender and ablaze with raging flames, appeared in his hand. Boom! A crimson pillar of fire shot skyward from the alley. A violent heatwave instantly engulfed the entire neighborhood. At the center of the battlefield, Xia Lin's stamina had been pushed to its absolute limit. The crimson poison beetle had grown impatient. It raised its forelimbs high, its massive body rearing up on its hind legs. That venom-dripping horn was aimed straight at Xia Lin's heart. Ready to deliver the final blow to this reckless human. Xia Lin closed his eyes. He didn't even have the strength to raise his sword. Was he going to die here? How bitterly he resented it. He hadn't yet taken first place in the academy-wide exams. He hadn't even met that legendary Flame Swordsman. Just as that deadly horn pierced the air with a deathly whistle. A crimson sword light, brighter than the midday sun, sliced straight through space. It struck the crimson poison beetle's horn with overwhelming force. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the street. That B-rank crystalline poison horn, which even the City Defense Army's anti-tank guns couldn't shatter, was severed cleanly in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The crimson poison beetle let out a blood-curdling scream. Its massive body was sent flying by the terrifying force accompanying the sword's glow. It carved a scorched, blackened furrow dozens of meters long into the asphalt. Xia Lin froze. She snapped her eyes open. She stared blankly at the imposing figure that had appeared before her at some point. Crimson close-fitting battle armor encased his streamlined form. The right side of his torso was covered in fierce yet ornate dragon head armor. A black tactical cloak fluttered in the gusts of scorching air. In the man's hand was a long, broad holy sword. Crimson flames danced along the blade, radiating an intense heat. The temperature around them instantly soared to a terrifying level. But Xia Lin, standing behind him, felt no burning pain. Only an overwhelming sense of security. You? Xia Lin's voice trembled violently. She couldn't believe her eyes. The urban legend that had been passed down by countless people online. The perfect hero she had been replaying and analyzing in her mind every day had truly arrived. Luo Chen did not turn around. He gripped the holy sword, pointing it diagonally at the ground, the flames illuminating the surrounding ruins. The face beneath the mask was contorted with excitement over those 500,000 credits. But when his voice came through the helmet, it sounded deep and commanding. The ending of the story. I will decide. Chapter 4, I decide the ending of the story. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The ruins of the street, the overturned hovercars, the terrified civilians in the distance, and Xia Lin's blood-stained face, etched with shock. Every element became a backdrop for this man's entrance. Luo Chen was very pleased with his performance just now. His timing was spot on. His pose was ridiculously cool. He felt like he was the brightest star in Tianqiang City right now. The only downside was that the B-rank bone beast's reaction was a bit slow. The crimson poison beetle, missing one of its horns, was staring intently at Luo Chen with its crimson compound eyes. It no longer roared. Nor was it enraged. It simply stared, its massive body retreating half a step. This was a fear born of primal instinct. The creature before it clearly didn't emit top-tier energy fluctuations. In fact, they were even weaker than those of the woman in green from earlier. But the flames burning on its body sent shivers down its very soul. Those were no ordinary flames. They were terrifying flames capable of completely obliterating its very existence. Luo Chen had no interest in engaging in some heartfelt stare-down with a monster worth 500,000 credits. He just wanted to get off work early. Ah! The crimson poison beetle finally moved. It abandoned the flame-wielding man before it, who had filled it with terror, and instead set its sights on the school bus not far away. That was its last shred of dignity. Even in death, it would take a few others down with it. It snapped open its slime-covered mandibles. A thick, impenetrable mist of dark green poison erupted like a high-pressure water jet. This was its innate ability, venomous domain. Wherever the toxic mist passed, whether metal or concrete, it emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion and rapidly dissolved. If even a single drop touched an ordinary person, not even a bone fragment would remain. Xia Lin's face turned deathly pale in an instant. She wanted to rush over, but her injuries made it impossible for her to even stand up. It's over. However, the expected screams of agony did not come. Luo Chen simply swept the holy sword in his hand across his body with unhurried precision. Fire Dragon, Soar. A crescent-shaped blade of flame shot from the blade. The blade of flame wasn't large, in fact, it was rather inconspicuous. But wherever it passed, the venomous mist capable of melting steel melted away as if it had encountered snow under the scorching sun. It was instantly vaporized and purified. Not even a trace of odor remained. It was as if they had never existed. After purifying all the toxic mist, the flame blade, with undiminished force, struck precisely one of the crimson poison beetle's limbs, the one it was using to support its body. Snap! Another crisp cracking sound rang out. That limb, thicker than an alloy pillar, snapped cleanly in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, charred black by the flames. Arg! The crimson poison beetle let out another agonized howl, its massive body toppling to the ground as it lost its balance. Xia Lin's mind went blank. What had she just witnessed? Purification. It wasn't dispelling, nor was it neutralizing. It was complete, conceptual purification. The deadly venom of a B-rank bone beast was a persistent threat that even a ranked defensive practitioners found troublesome. Yet in the face of this man, it was nothing but a joke. What kind of power was this? Luo Chen gave it no chance to catch its breath. He moved. His figure left a faint crimson afterimage in its wake. The next second, he had already appeared before the crimson poison beetle, which lay sprawled on the ground. The flame holy sword in his hand was raised high. This strike is worth 50,000. Luo Chen silently muttered to himself. Then he brought the blade down with all his might. Clang! The blade sliced through the crimson poison beetle's prized crystalline armor without the slightest resistance. As easy as a hot knife through butter. That impenetrable defense, which hadn't even wavered under Xia Lin's C-rank professional skill, was as thin as paper in the face of the flame holy sword. A massive gash, deep enough to expose bone, stretched from the bone beast's back all the way to its abdomen. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. But the moment the blood touched the air, it was instantly incinerated by the flames emanating from the holy sword. Xia Lin was completely dumbfounded. She recalled the scene from her tactical analysis class at the academy, where she had argued with her instructor. The instructor had said that a Flame Swordsman's attacks were like a form of energy penetration that defied the laws of physics. At the time, she had thought the instructor's conclusion was far too exaggerated. Now it seemed her mentor's imagination had been far too conservative. This wasn't energy penetration at all. It was more like an overwhelming form of suppression. Defense breaking. His attacks possessed an innate defense breaking attribute. The successive heavy blows drove the crimson poison beetle into a frenzy. Its few remaining limbs thrashed wildly against the ground as it struggled to stand. Countless fine streams of venom shot out from the cracks in its carapace, forming an indiscriminate barrage of death. Instead of retreating, Luo Chen pressed forward. The holy sword in his hand began to spin at high speed, whirling into an impenetrable ring of flame. All the venom within a meter of his body was completely incinerated. Venom and flame collided ceaselessly, erupting in a barrage of crackling sounds. Braving this storm of attacks, he advanced step by step toward the bone beast's head. With every step, he left a deep, charred footprint on the hard ground. That composed demeanor. That air of strolling through a garden. It was deeply etched into Xia Lin's pupils. This wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided execution. Finally, Luo Chen stood before the crimson poison beetle. He halted the swing of his holy sword and looked down upon the monster, now on its last legs. "It's over," he declared in a low voice. Then, he closed the Wonder Ride book in his hand and reinserted it into the slot of the holy sword driver at his waist. Volume of blazing fire. The holy sword driver emitted a sound effect different from before, one that was even more stirring. Luo Chen sheathed the holy sword back into the holy sword driver. Draw sword. He gripped the hilt, crouched slightly, and assumed a stance for a draw and slash attack. Rekka unsheathed slash. Dragon. Reading finish. Fatal strike. Accompanied by Luo Chen's icy whisper, he violently drew the holy sword. Boom. A terrifying sword beam, composed of pure flame and stretching dozens of meters long, shot skyward. It could no longer be called a sword beam. It was a roaring, fiery dragon. The dragon opened its ferocious maw and, with unmatched ferocity, instantly devoured the crimson poison beetle's massive body. No screams. No struggle. Not even the sound of an explosion. Under Xia Lin's stunned gaze, that terrifying B-rank bone beast, along with the hard asphalt beneath it, was disintegrated and vaporized by the flames, ultimately reduced to nothingness. All that remained was a massive crater, its edges still oozing molten lava. A gentle breeze blew. It lifted the hem of the black skirt behind the man. It also scattered the last wisp of smoke from the battlefield. Xia Lin sat there dumbfounded on the ground, tilting his head back to gaze at that silhouette bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Powerful. Elegant. Mysterious. And that aloof dignity, the kind that, after saving everyone, couldn't be bothered to utter a single word. All those online legends about the Flame Swordsman. Those mythical feats of valor that had been questioned and mocked by so many, in this moment, became reality. And they were even more awe-inspiring than the legends had portrayed. In that instant, the pride of an elite and the confidence in her own strength that Xia Lin had held in her heart were shattered. Replacing them was an emotion called awe. It grew rapidly, spreading, almost swallowing her reason whole. So, heroes really do exist. Chapter 5: The Woman in Love. The aftereffects of the flame dragon's power slowly faded away. The air was thick with a strange odor, a mixture of charred coal and sulfur. At the center of the battlefield, the massive, molten crater was the only evidence that the B-rank bone beast had ever existed. Luo Chen remained in a one knee on the ground, sword-drawing stance, striking a cool pose for a full 3 seconds. Once he was certain that every living creature in the vicinity had etched his heroic figure into their DNA. He moved. His figure flickered, as if teleporting. In an instant, he appeared at the edge of the crater. At the center of the pit's floor, a fist-sized, crimson-hued, rhombus-shaped crystal floated motionlessly, its interior seemingly filled with flowing magma. A B-rank beast core. And a top-quality, fire attribute mutated beast core at that. The eyes beneath Luo Chen's mask instantly transformed into 2 gleaming credit symbols. 500,000. No. With this quality, it could fetch at least 700,000 on the black market. 700,000 credits. His heart, dormant for years due to poverty, began to race uncontrollably. Mine. Mine, mine, all mine. He snatched up the beast core, still radiating heat, his movements so swift they left after images. Just then, Xia Lin's trembling voice drifted from the distance. Please wait. Xia Lin braced herself against the ground with her sword, struggling to stand. She had so many questions she wanted to ask. She wanted to ask his name. She wanted to ask where he came from. She wanted to ask him why he possessed such immense power. Luo Chen glanced back at her. Get out of here. He had to get out of here immediately. It would be trouble if he got cornered by the city guards or the hunter guild. He had no intention of handing over the spoils he'd worked so hard to obtain. And he certainly didn't want to get entangled with this rich woman who looked like nothing but trouble. Boom! Luo Chen stomped his foot hard, and the ground instantly cracked. His entire body transformed into a crimson streak of light, shooting skyward. He traced a graceful arc through the air and, in just a few leaps, vanished into the shadows of the distant skyscrapers. All that remained for Xia Lin was a dashing and resolute silhouette. Don't go. Xia Lin reached out, trying to grasp something, but her hand met only emptiness. She stared at the direction where that figure had vanished, her whole being dazed and disoriented, as if all her strength had been drained from her. She collapsed back to the ground once more. In the distance, the shrill wail of police sirens grew louder. The City Defense Army's armored unit had finally arrived, though belatedly. In a secluded, trash-strewn alleyway, Luo Chen deactivated his transformation, gasping for breath. Maintaining the night form drained his mental energy immensely after such an intense battle. He felt as if he pulled 3 all-nighters in a row. But the warm B-rank beast core in his hand was the best mental tonic there was. He pressed the beast core against his face and rubbed it against his skin with bliss. This overwhelming fortune has finally come my way. He carefully tucked the beast core into his innermost pocket, then peeked cautiously to assess the situation outside the alley. Police tape had already been strung across the street. City defense soldiers were evacuating the crowd and clearing the scene. Xia Lin, as a key witness and participant in the incident, was being questioned by an officer. Luo Chen pulled the hood of his sweatshirt down over his face and blended in with the civilians, all of them still visibly shaken as they fled the scene preparing to make his escape. Just as he passed by Xia Lin seemed to sense something. He whipped his head around, his piercing gaze sweeping toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. No way. Could she really have spotted him? He immediately put on a show, his face breaking into a perfectly timed expression of panic and fear. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His eyes darted about, his body hunched over. He was the spitting image of a terrified ordinary citizen. Xia Lin's gaze lingered on him for less than half a second before moving away. She furrowed her brow. In that split second, she seemed to sense a faint trace of familiar energy residue emanating from this man. But upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. He was just an ordinary person, weak as a kitten, without even the slightest hint of an awakened aura. It must have been a delusion. Xia Lin shook her head, pushing the insignificant incident to the back of her mind. Her thoughts were now entirely consumed by that crimson figure. Luo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. He'd almost been done for. Daring not to linger any longer, he quickened his pace and swiftly vanished around the corner. Watching the woman's dazed and forlorn expression, Luo Chen was 100% certain. She seemed to be in love. But not fully in love. To be precise, it was a one-sided, fanatical adoration of an idol. Luo Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. What a joke. Get involved with Xia Lin? He'd run for the hills. Who was she, anyway? A C-rank sword dancer, a star student at Tianqiang City First Awakened Academy. And behind her stands the Xia family, with deep ties to the military. A prodigy like her belongs to the true upper crust. And what about him? An F-rank librarian living in subsidized housing on the outskirts, worrying about his next meal every day. They weren't even from the same world. If she ever discovered his true identity, all hell would break loose. What awaited him then would certainly not be some romantic love story. Rather, it would be endless trouble, along with dissection studies from the 4 great families and the alliance government. He just wanted to quietly live as a librarian, occasionally moonlighting as Kamen Rider Saber to earn some extra cash. So, let us just remain the most familiar of strangers. Luo Chen silently defined their relationship in his mind. However, that said, if Miss Xia Lin could humiliate him with credits like she did today every time, then he wouldn't mind being humiliated a few more times. Luo Chen chuckled to himself, tucking the 700,000 credit beast core into his pocket as he set off for home. His steps were so light they seemed as if he might take flight. Tianqiang City, Core District, Xia Family Manor. Xia Lin sat expressionless at the dining table. The table was set with energy vegetables meticulously cultivated by an A-rank grower, as well as top-tier dishes prepared with the tender meat of a B-rank bone beast. Every bite was worth thousands of credits. But she found it tasteless, chewing mechanically. Her mind was like a fried CPU, replaying the same scene over and over. That crimson sword light. That silhouette bathed in flames. And that line so cliché it was ridiculous, yet so cool it took her breath away. I will decide the ending of this story. Thump. Xia Lin felt her heart skip another beat. Linlin, what's wrong? Across the table, an elegant woman asked with concern. Your father told me you were attacked by a bone beast in the commercial district today? You weren't hurt, were you? Xia Lin snapped back to reality and shook her head. I'm fine, mother. Just a few minor scrapes, I've already taken care of them. The woman sighed in relief, then added with a touch of pride. You're truly my daughter. A C-rank fighter going head-to-head with a B-rank bone beast and holding out until reinforcements arrived. Your father has already submitted a request for your commendation. Yet there was not a trace of joy on Xia Lin's face. Go head-to-head? Held out until reinforcements arrived? She had simply been utterly overwhelmed. If that person hadn't shown up, she would already be a cold corpse. She set down her cutlery. I'm done eating. I'm going to the training room. With that, without waiting for her mother's reply, she walked straight toward the private training room in the estate's basement. The massive training room was fully equipped with all manner of high-tech devices. At its very center stood a holographic combat simulator worth tens of millions of credits. Xia Lin stepped into the simulator. Start the program. Opponent settings: unknown target, class, swordsman, element, fire, level. Unknown. She imported the blurry video clip she recorded with her tactical goggles during today's battle into the system. The system began analyzing the data at high speed. A few seconds later, a blurry humanoid figure, composed of a red data stream, appeared opposite Xia Lin. Training commence. 1 hour later. Xia Lin lay on the floor, soaked through, too exhausted to even lift a finger. She had been slaughtered 173 times by that data figure, each time in ways beyond belief. Each time, it was a single, fatal blow. Yet her face betrayed an unmistakable excitement. She closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the figure's movements. Simple, efficient, yet imbued with an indescribable beauty. Every movement seemed to embody some supreme truth of the way of the sword. Just recalling it left her intoxicated, unable to pull herself away. It was late at night. Xia Lin was soaking in a massive bathtub, the warm water easing the weariness in her body. The bathroom was filled with a misty haze. She looked at her blurred reflection in the mirror and, as if possessed, reached out to sketch a rough dragon head emblem on the fogged-up surface. It was the armor pattern on the Flame Swordsman's right shoulder. Who are you, exactly? She murmured softly. Her voice carried a hint of confusion and longing she hadn't even noticed herself. That night, on the Flame Swordsman fan club forum in Tianqiong City, an anonymous user named Summer Cold Wind posted the most detailed combat analysis thread in the forum's history. From the Flame Swordsman's entrance to the energy fluctuations of every move and technique, right down to that final finishing blow. The analysis was logically structured and backed by detailed data. At the end of the post, the author concluded in a tone bordering on fanaticism. He is not a hero. He is a god. Chapter 6, I'm rich and proud of it. A few days later. With the B-rank beast core the very item that would drive every D-rank hunter in the city while tucked away, Luo Chen boarded the hoverbus bound for the Ash Ring. The cabin was filled with a pungent stench of engine oil mixed with cheap tobacco. The scenery outside the window swiftly shifted from the high-tech bustle of the neon ring to a bleak and oppressive landscape. The sky was a perpetual leaden gray, obscured by thick smoke belching from countless factory chimneys. Massive alloy pipes, like the city's blood vessels, snaked in a tangled web across the utterly unattractive square buildings. This was the Ashen Ring. The concrete jungle of Tianqiong City is also the edge of order. Luo Chen got out of the car and, with practiced ease, weaved his way through the streets until he entered a garbage-filled alley reeking of a pungent, sour stench. At the end of the alley stood a dilapidated shop bearing a sign that read Suez Recycling Shop. The shop's entrance was piled high with rusty metal parts and discarded electronic components. A one-eyed old man sat in a rocking chair, half listening to an old radio. Luo Chen walked over and placed an empty energy drink bottle on the counter. Boss, buy this bottle. The one-eyed old man lifted his eyelids, his gaze cloudy. 1 credit. 1 more credit, and I'll tell you a secret. Luo Chen lowered his voice. A glimmer of interest finally flickered in the old man's eyes. He fished a grease-stained scanner from under the counter and swiped it across the personal terminal on Luo Chen's wrist. Go on in. Things are tight lately. Don't cause any trouble. With that, he closed his eyes again, as if nothing had just happened. Luo Chen pushed open an inconspicuous, dimly lit gate on the side of the recycling shop and stepped inside. Beyond the gate lay a narrow metal staircase leading downward, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. As he descended, the outside noise was completely cut off. In its place was a cacophony of mingled odors. Welcome to Deepwater Harbor, Tianqiang City's largest underground black market. Luo Chen was currently in the outskirts of Deepwater Harbor, an area known as the Shallow Waters. It resembled a massive underground marketplace, converted from abandoned subway tunnels and bomb shelters. Both sides of the passage were crammed with all kinds of small stalls. Most vendors hid their faces behind hoods or masks, peddling all manner of dubious goods. Freshly unearthed old-era cell phone and Nokia. Can crack open an F-rank bone beast's skull. Only 300 credits. Luo Chen glanced over. It was a model made of plastic. Leg bone from a D-rank bone beast, iron-armored rhinoceros, top-notch material for crafting weapons. 10 times the price if it's fake. It was actually a pig bone dyed with rust water. Powerful recovery potion, 1 bottle, and even severed limbs will regrow. It was just nutrient solution mixed with red food coloring. You'd be lucky not to get diarrhea after drinking it. Luo Chen ranted inwardly. In this place, there were more scammers than customers. One moment of inattention, and you'd be fleeced until you were left with nothing. Of course, you could still find some genuine goods here, provided you had enough discernment and luck. Luo Chen's goal was clear. He needed to find a reliable buyer to trade the B-rank beast core in his possession for real credits. The best option, naturally, was the auction house in the deep waters. That was where the real big shots played. A single B-rank beast core could fetch a sky-high price of over 1 million credits. But the problem was, he couldn't get in. Entry to the deep waters required a financial verification. The minimum requirement was either a B-rank professional certification or proof of 500,000 credits in liquid assets. As an F-rank librarian, he simply couldn't come up with that much money. The only way was to transform into Saber and fight his way in. That would be cool. But it didn't align with Kamen Rider Saber's code of conduct at all. How could a hero participate in a black market auction? Would that look good if word got out? Besides, he was confident he could sell this thing for a good price in the shallow waters. He was well versed in the market value of beast cores. Luo Chen made his way with ease to a shop deep within the shallow district. The shop had no sign, only a neon sign flashing the character 4 gold. Inside sat a portly middle-aged man. A kind smile was always plastered on his face. Everyone called him Old Gene. He was one of the largest material merchants in the shallow waters district, renowned for his sharp eye and generous deals. Hey, isn't this little Luo? What treasures did you dig up today? Old Gene greeted Luo Chen with a beaming smile. Luo Chen was practically a regular customer of his. Although he always brought in worthless F-rank materials, his supply was large and consistent. Luo Chen didn't beat around the bush. He glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then pulled the B-rank beast core from his pocket and placed it on the counter. He left it there for just a second before quickly snatching it back. But that single second was enough. The smile on Old Gene's face froze instantly. His narrow, slitted eyes widened suddenly. His breathing became rapid. This is B-rank, fire attribute mutation. Probably from a crimson poison beetle. Luo Chen's tone was flat, as if he were discussing something trivial. Old Gene's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He stared intently at Luo Chen, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Crimson poison beetle? Wasn't he that the monster that had gone on a rampage in the commercial district a few days ago, only to be taken down in a single move by the mysterious Flame Swordsman? Could it be? No, impossible. He checked this kid's background, a clean-cut F-rank librarian. He must have gotten incredibly lucky and picked it up on the fringes of the battlefield. Old Jean quickly came to this conclusion in his mind. The shock on his face faded rapidly, replaced by his trademark affable smile. Ahem, it's certainly in good condition. Too bad, though. A fire attribute beast core doesn't have much market demand. As you know, there are only a handful of fire element big shots in Tianqiong City. Here's what we'll do. Since you're a regular customer, I'll give you this much. He held up 5 chubby fingers. 500,000 credits. Luo Chen sneered inwardly. Here we go. The classic haggling tactic of a greedy merchant. Anyone else might actually fall for it. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Luo Chen. Old Jean, that's not very fair. Luo Chen pulled up a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. That incident in the commercial district a few days ago? It's all over the Hunter forum now. B-rank beast cores, they're in high demand but hard to come by. I heard that the Lei clan, one of the 4 great clans, is scouring the world for high-quality fire attribute beast cores to serve as the core energy source for their young master's new weapon. If I were to put this up for auction in the Deepwater district, how much do you think the Lei clan would offer? The fat on old Jean's face twitched. He knew he was dealing with a connoisseur. Well, 60,000? Firm price, 75,000. Luo Chen held up 7 fingers. 1 coin less, and I'm out of here. I guarantee you, within half an hour, this beast core will be listed in the Deepwater District's auction preview. By then, 75,001 be enough to settle the matter. Luo Chen's tone was calm, yet brimming with unquestionable confidence. He was taking a gamble. Betting that old Jean wouldn't dare let him walk away with this beast core. Once this thing appeared at the auction house, the entire black market would know that old Jean had been blind enough to let a gold mine slip through his fingers. That would be a fatal blow to his reputation. Beads of sweat formed on old Jean's forehead. He stared intently at Luo Chen's young yet composed face, trying to detect even the slightest flicker of wavering. But he failed. This kid was as calm as a bottomless lake. Damn it. This is fucking crazy. An F-rank librarian, where does he get the nerve? A full minute passed in silence. Old Jean slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. 750,000 deal. He said through gritted teeth. But I have one condition. If you ever come across this kind of stuff again, you must bring it to me first. I have to get it from you before I can sell it to anyone else. No problem. Luo Chen agreed readily. He didn't have any other gate routes anyway. Beep. A string of cold, hard numbers flooded his personal terminal. Balance, 750,021. Staring at that dizzying string of zeros, Luo Chen felt as if he were floating. 750,000. How many years would he have to work in the library without eating or drinking to save up that much? Countless images of extravagance instantly flashed through his mind. He moved to the neon ring and rent a spacious apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows. He toss out that leaky synthetic protein machine at home and replace it with a fully automatic smart food processor. He eat a rank energy beef every day until he was sick of it. When drinking soy milk, he have to buy 2 bowls. Drink one, pour out the other. Not for any other reason, but just to hear the sound. At this thought, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled upward involuntarily. He fought the urge to break into a folk dance right then and there, feigned composure as he bid old Jean farewell, then turned and left the shop. Watching his receding figure, old Jean wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression turning grave. This kid named Luo Chen was definitely no ordinary person. Either he was absurdly lucky, or he is some big shot, deliberately disguising himself to experience life. Whichever it is, he is worth a hefty investment. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was humming a tuneless tune, his heart brimming with the excitement of sudden wealth, as he set off for home, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 7, I'm Broke. On his way home, Luo Chen's steps felt light as a feather. He didn't even feel like he was walking on the potholed, foul-smelling streets of the Ashen Ring. Instead, he felt as though he were treading on the white marble-paved Cloud Avenue in the core district. 75,000 credits. The number swirled endlessly in his mind, and every time it flashed through his thoughts, it filled him with immense joy. He felt like the king of Tianxiong City. He'd already planned out exactly how he'd splurge over the next week. First, he'd give up that substandard rental that leaked every other day. Then he'd rent a spacious penthouse in the Neon Ring with a view of the night skyline. The bigger the floor-to-ceiling windows, the better. Ideally, he'd be able to see the spire of the Alliance government building right from his bed. Next, he'd head to the most upscale restaurant in the 10,000 Worlds business district and order the priciest A-rank energy steak, cooked medium rare. To accompany the meal, he'd pair it with a 1982 Lafite from the old days. Though he had no idea what that was, it sounded expensive enough. Most importantly, he'd drink soy milk. He absolutely had to buy 2 bowls. One for himself. The other, right in front of everyone waiting in line, he'd pour down the drain. For no other reason. Just to hear the splash, just to experience the life of a rich person. Luo Chen was lost in his delightful fantasy, a grin plastered across his face that never faded. He even began humming a tuneless tune, drawing pitying glances from a few gaunt scavengers on the sidewalk, as if he were mentally challenged. Just as he turned a corner, preparing to take a shortcut back to his dog-torn home, a stifled, intermittent sob broke through his daydream. He stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brow. Not far away, a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old was kneeling beside a man covered in blood, wailing her heart out. The man wore tattered mercenary combat gear, with a through-and-through wound in his chest. It appeared he'd been injured by some kind of clawed bone beast. The wound had not been properly treated, it was merely haphazardly bandaged with a filthy strip of cloth, and dark green poison was spreading through his veins toward his heart. "Dad, wake up. Don't scare me, sniffle, sniffle." The little girl's voice was hoarse and filled with despair. The man forced his eyes open, wanting to reach out and stroke his daughter's head, but he didn't even have the strength for that. His lips moved slightly, as if trying to say something. Luo Chen's hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. He heard it clearly. "I'm sorry, Daddy, yes, no good." The passers-by nearby merely cast a cold glance before hurrying away. In the Ashen Ring, scenes like this played out every day. No one batted an eye. Luo Chen was about to walk past as well. He wasn't a saint. This world was cruel by nature. Money made you a king. Without it, you were nothing. He was still struggling just to make ends meet himself. He had no right to worry about others' lives. "I'm here to make money." Only by making enough money could he escape this helpless fate. He clenched the personal terminal in his pocket, the very device that held his dreams of sudden wealth. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, the man seemed to muster every ounce of strength, pulling a battered personal terminal from his coat to contact someone. The terminal connected. An impatient voice came through. "Zhang Yuan? You're still alive? Looking to borrow money again? Captain, save me, my death benefits, for Xiaoya." The mercenary known as Zhang Yuan pleaded with his last ounce of strength. "Death benefits? You're dreaming. You deserted the squad without permission, causing the target to escape and the squad to suffer heavy losses, and you still want a death benefit? If it weren't for our past ties, I'd report you to the Hunter Guild right now and saddle you with a massive debt. As of today, you're kicked out of the Mad Wolf Squad. Don't ever contact us again." Beep beep beep. The call was ruthlessly cut off. The last glimmer of light in Zhang Yuan's eyes was completely extinguished. He let his hands fall limply to his sides. His personal terminal clattered to the ground, the screen shattering. "Ha ha ha." He laughed. It was a laugh uglier than a cry. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Luo Chen knew at a glance that this mercenary wouldn't survive. With injuries like these, compounded by the bone beast's deadly poison, only immediate transport to a major hospital in the Neon Ring, along with the top-tier, holy healer, and purification potions, offered a sliver of hope. But the cost would be astronomical. Never mind this man abandoned by his squad, even an ordinary B-rank hunter might not be able to afford it. If he tried to cut corners and went to one of those shady clinics in the Ashen Ring, Luo Chen could guarantee that by the next morning, his ID number would be on the list at the Body Recovery Center. That's just how the world is, survival of the fittest. Luo Chen told himself silently. Compassion is the most useless thing in this era. Hurry home. I'll go look at apartments in the Neon Ring tomorrow. He started walking. However, the girl's cries pierced his ears like a knife. Especially her repeated cries of daddy, they reminded him of his own parents from his past life. Damn it. So annoying. Luo Chen's footsteps stopped without him realizing it. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. No. I'm definitely not being soft-hearted. I just genuinely hate the sound of a child crying. That's right, that's exactly it. This crying is distracting me from pondering the philosophical question of how to pour a bowl of soy milk. I have to make her shut up. Luo Chen found himself a seemingly valid excuse. Then, his body moved of its own accord toward the desperate father and daughter. Zhang Yuan felt his consciousness slipping away. He thought he saw his deceased wife waving at him. Just then, a pair of clean sneakers appeared in his field of vision. He struggled to lift his head and saw a young man in a gray hoodie looking down at him. His face was expressionless. There was even a hint of impatience in his eyes. You. Zhang Yuan wanted to ask who he was. But Luo Chen couldn't be bothered with small talk. He crouched down and picked up the personal terminal with the shattered screen from the ground. Then he took out his own and tapped it lightly. Beep. A soft sound. Zhang Yuan's battered terminal began to flash frantically. Account credit, 750,000 credits. The string of zeros made Zhang Yuan's eyes widen instantly, like copper bells. He thought he was hallucinating. 750,000? He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. He jerked his head toward Luo Chen, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and fear. You what? Why? He asked hoarsely. Don't get the wrong idea. Luo Chen stood up, looking down at him with a cold tone. I told you, I hate it when kids cry. Take the money and get the hell out of here to get treated at the Neon Ring. Use the rest to give your daughter a better life. Don't let her end up in this hellhole crying in front of others. With that, Luo Chen turned and walked away without looking back. Not a trace of reluctance. As if what he'd just handed over wasn't 750,000 yuan, but 75 yuan. Zhang Yuan stared blankly at that receding figure, his eyes instantly reddening. Yet he found he couldn't utter a single syllable. He could only muster all his strength and bow his head heavily toward that figure. His daughter, too, stopped crying. In her bright red eyes, the receding gray figure was reflected. It wasn't until he turned the corner and the father and daughter were completely out of sight that the coldness and impatience on Luo Chen's face instantly crumbled. His legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. With trembling hands, he opened his personal terminal. Balance, 21 credits. Inside, Luo Chen felt like a howling groundhog. My money. My 750,000 credits. My rank stakes for the next month. My floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Alliance Tower. My endless bowls of soy milk. All gone. In a single second, he plummeted from the dream of sudden wealth back into the reality of being penniless. No, he was the one who'd been tricked the hardest. He hadn't even tricked anyone else, he'd tricked himself first. Luo Chen felt his heart bleeding. He wanted to slap himself twice. Serves you right for being so gullible. Serves you right for being such a do-gooder. Next time I show any kindness, I'm a dog. Woof. Luo-chan walked home with a blank expression. His shadow stretched long in the setting sun. He looked exceptionally desolate. His dream of sudden wealth had burst like a soap bubble. It had barely formed before it popped with a pop. He returned to that dilapidated, musty-smelling low-rent apartment. Luo-chan dug out his last packet of synthetic protein noodles from under the bed. Staring at the noodles in their watery broth, he shed tears of poverty. No way. This can't go on. Tomorrow, I'll head over to the Hunter Guild. See which clueless, unlucky soul needs a hero to save them again. Chapter 8, A Chance to Strike It Rich. Early the next morning, Luo-chan was woken by hunger. He lay sprawled on the bed in his drafty rental, staring blankly at a mottled water stain on the ceiling. Last night's meal of plain boiled noodles, not even a speck of oil. His stomach acid had long since digested it all. Weakly, he tapped open his personal terminal. A cold number flashed on the screen. Balance, 21 credits. 21. Not even enough to buy 2 bottles of the cheapest nutrient solution. It only took one little girl crying by the roadside to send him plummeting from a peak of 750,000 to the rock bottom of 21. I'm such an idiot. I knew making money was hard, but I never realized holding on to it was even harder. Luo-chan rolled over and buried his face in the yellowed pillow. The pain was too much to bear. He silently swore to himself that if he ever felt charitable again, he'd let an F-rank bone beast gnaw on his toes the moment he stepped out of the gate. He couldn't just lie there any longer. If he stayed in bed, he'd starve to death. Luo-chan abruptly rolled off the bed, splashed cold water on his face, slipped into that gray hoodie faded from repeated washings and pushed open the gate. Today was his day off. He didn't have to go to the library and breathe in the musty smell of old paper. He was going to do something proper. Make some money. Half an hour later, Luo-chan stood in front of the building in the ring of ashes that resembled a giant steel beast. The Hunter Guild's Sky Branch. The massive alloy gate stood wide open, with a crest of 2 crossed, blood-stained long swords hanging above it. The moment he stepped inside, a wave of air, a mixture of cheap alcohol, low-grade tobacco, and the pungent stench of sweat hit him in the face. It nearly knocked the on an empty stomach Luo-chan right off his feet. The hall was incredibly vast, easily the size of 3 soccer fields. Hovering right in the center was a massive holographic display, densely packed with scrolling mission requests in various colors. F-rank bounty, clear out the rockhounds in the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. Reward, 2,000 credits. D-rank escort a shipment of medical supplies to transfer station 17. Requirement, team average level D rank or higher. Reward, 20,000 credits. Red light illuminated the dense crowd below. This was where the lowest and most ruthless elements of Tianqiong City gathered. Mercenaries, bounty hunters, scavengers, and outlaws teetering on the edge of the law. The air was thick with the sound of loud arguments and clinking glasses. Luo-chan, of course, couldn't accept the mission posted on the holographic board. He was an F-rank life class, librarian. In the Hunter Guild's registration system, his combat rating was 0. He didn't even qualify for the lowest level hunter license. But he hadn't come here to take on missions through official channels in the first place. He was simply here to listen. The Hunter Guild's main hall was the hub of information and gossip in all of Tianqiong City. After downing a few cups of cheap synthetic liquor, those men who lived on the edge would spill any secret. Some things here were worth hearing, others were absolutely off limits. As long as your ears were sharp enough, you could always find a way to strike it rich. Luo-chan walked to the lounge area at the edge of the hall, spent 2 credits, and ordered a cup of the cheapest tap water. Then he found a seat with a good view and plenty of people around, and sat down quietly. He began his eavesdropping mission. At the table to his left, several burly men clad in tattered leather armor were talking loudly. "Bro, I was out in the wasteland yesterday. It was a near-death experience." A bald giant stood on a chair, spittle flying as he spoke. A C-rank blade skeleton mantis. Those 2 blades were like hay balers. "I fought it for 300 rounds with nothing but a rusty iron sword, and finally wore it down." The henchman beside him nodded in agreement, their faces full of admiration. Luo Chen took a sip of plain water, inwardly ranting furiously. No way. Dude. Your hand's shaking just holding that glass. That's gotta be a Parkinson's episode triggered by severe alcohol dependency. With your wobbly stance, forget the blade skeleton mantis, even an F-rank corrosive worm could munch you up like a snack. And you call that a 300-round battle? You must be dreaming. Luo Chen shook his head and shifted his attention to a table on his right. Seated there was a group of fairly well-equipped individuals who looked like core members of a small mercenary group. Things haven't been peaceful around Ruin 17 lately. Don't go there. A man with a scar on his face said in a low voice. Yesterday I saw a defense force convoy bringing back a few bodies covered in white sheets. Judging by the wounds, they were at least peak D-rank mutants. We'd be better off heading east to farm some low-level materials. It's safer. Safe, sure. But the payoff was too small. Luo Chen withdrew his listening ability with little interest. This kind of petty intel was no longer worth his attention. He was now saddled with a massive debt of 21 credits and desperately needed a big contract that would make him rich overnight. Just as Luo Chen was considering whether to move to a different spot to continue eavesdropping, a commotion suddenly erupted at the guild's main gate. The once noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Luo Chen looked up. He saw a squad dressed in matching dark blue combat uniforms, each wearing a lightning emblem on their chest, stride in. They were heavily armed, and each exuded a faint yet palpable aura of power. Especially the short-haired man leading them. Prominently pinned to his chest was a silver C-rank hunter badge. It's the Lei clan. Whoa, what's the Lei clan's elite guard squad doing at our shabby guild out here in the outer ring? Something big must have happened. The surrounding hunters began to whisper among themselves. Luo Chen perked up immediately. The Lei clan, one of the four great families. The largest heavy industry giant in Tianqiang City, monopolizing over 60% of the Defense Force's weapons contracts. With a tycoon of this caliber, even the crumbs that fall from his fingers would be enough to feed him a rank steak for the rest of his life. He shifted his chair imperceptibly, ducked deeper into the shadows, and pricked up his ears. The Lei clan squad didn't head to the mission board. Instead, they walked straight toward a group of veteran hunters in the corner of the hall. The short-haired man leading them spoke urgently. Old Ghost, is your squad taking this? Just give us a straight answer. The man known as Old Ghost was a gaunt old man wrapped entirely in a black robe, also a C-rank hunter. Old Ghost gave a dry chuckle, his voice as harsh as an owl's hoot. Captain Lei, it's not that we're trying to be rude. But the Lei clan's money is too hot to handle. Who in the inner ring doesn't know about second young master Lei's madness by now? Ever since he returned from the wasteland, he has turned on everyone, slashing at anyone he sees. I heard one of your own B-rank retainers went to subdue him, only to have his arm torn off by the boy. Even a B-rank powerhouse got taken down and you want us C-ranks to go die? The short-haired man's face darkened. Second young master's condition is indeed unique. He possesses a strange energy that even the Bai family's healers can't handle. But the clan head has spoken. Any combat class at C rank or above who's willing to give it a try at our Lei clan estate. As long as you meet the criteria and are willing to go to the Lei clan estate. Whether you succeed or not, the appearance fee is 500,000 credits. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the hall. This offer made Luo Chen sit up straight instantly. Whether it works or not, just for showing up, 50,000? Do these Lei clan people have money growing on trees? A flicker of greed also crossed Old Ghost's single eye. 50,000 is certainly a lot, but life is more important. Who knows if that strange energy is contagious? The short-haired man clenched his teeth and played his final trump card. The clan head said, if anyone can completely subdue the second young master and uncover the source of the strange energy within him, and resolve this problem, in addition to the 500,000 appearance fee, we'll add another 10 million credits. The short-haired man paused, then played his most tempting card. Plus AB rank Thunder Beast battle armor, personally crafted by our Lei Clan's chief forging master. Absolute defense, immune to lightning attributes. The entire hall fell briefly silent. Then, murmurs erupted all at once. 10 million. An AB rank battle suit. This was no longer a matter of financial freedom. It was enough for a penniless young man with no connections to instantly buy an entire building in the Neon Ring, or even establish his own small clan. The hunter's eyes glowed with greed. Where there is a will, there is a way. Several C-rank hunters who considered themselves quite skilled were already itching to step forward and sign up. Meanwhile, Luo Chen sat in the corner, the glass in his hand. Crack! A crack appeared. Plain water dripped onto the floor from the corner of the table. He didn't even blink. His mind was consumed by only two words, 10 million and B-rank battlesuit. 10 million. He'd done the math. Even if he bought 2 bowls of soy milk every day and poured one away, that money would last him until his next reincarnation. As for that so-called B-rank battlesuit, he wasn't the least bit interested in it, but he knew that if he took it to old Jean on the black market, he could sell it for at least another 100 or 200,000. Some B-rank big shot with serious injuries. Some weird energy. Some danger. To a broke guy like him, all of that was nothing but a paper tiger. What working stiff wouldn't go crazy? He was just putting on a brave face for the money. Besides, he didn't even need to put on a brave face. He was Kamen Rider Saber, after all. He held in his hand a holy sword capable of incinerating all evil. No matter what kind of strange energy it is, as long as it dares to show a health bar, he'll slice it all in two with a single sword stroke. Luo Chen could feel his heart pounding. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. It was truly a case of, when you think there's no way out, a new path appears. Heaven must have seen him spend his entire fortune yesterday and sent the Lei Clan today to deliver him a welfare check. Let us do this. I, Luo Chen, am definitely diving into this mess. Luo Chen shouted inwardly. He sprang to his feet and casually tossed the cracked glass cup into the trash can. He smoothed out the hem of his shirt, took a stride forward, and prepared to walk toward the group of Lei Clan members. 500,000 appearance fee, here I come. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, he stopped. A wave of cold water washed over him from head to toe, instantly dousing all his enthusiasm. Wait a minute. What were the entry requirements again? Any combat class rank C rank or higher. Luo Chen looked down at himself. No armor. No badge. In the Alliance S database, he was a pure, genuine F-rank life class, a librarian. How was he supposed to sign up? Was he supposed to just walk up to the Lei Clan members and say, "Hey, guys, I'm the Flame Swordsman who one-shot that B-rank bone beast. Pay me 500,000, and I'll take care of the second young master for you"? He could guarantee it. The Lei Clan would definitely treat him like a lunatic and have him committed to the Bai family's mental hospital. Then they'd dissect him to study why he had such severe delusions. It's hard to say. But he absolutely couldn't take on this mission using his true identity. But was he just going to stand by and watch over 10 million fly away like ducks with wings? No way. Even if the sky were to fall, nothing would stop him from making money. Luo Chen retreated back into the shadows. Stroking his chin, his brain began racing. He couldn't use his real identity. Nor could he reveal his trump card as Kamen Rider Saber. That left only one option. Create a fake identity. A high-level fake identity, one sophisticated enough to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, pass the Lei Clan's scrutiny, and possess combat prowess of C rank or higher. In Tianqiong City, official channels were absolutely out of the question for something like this. He'd have to turn to a specialist on the black market. In Luo Chen's mind, the image of a woman with twin ponytails, a lollipop perpetually dangling from her mouth, and an utterly unreliable demeanor instantly came to mind. Su Xiaowan, an underground intelligence broker who operated in the Ashen Ring, reputed to be able to find out even the color of the Alliance president's underwear as long as the money was right. She was also the only person he knew who might be able to pull off a high-level fake identity. Looks like I'll have to spend some money to avoid trouble. Luo Chen gritted his teeth. He felt the mere 21 credits left in his pocket. For a 10 million credit deal, he'd have to borrow from loan sharks to scrape together this initial investment. He cast one last, lingering glance at the Lei clan members surrounded by hunters, as if he were looking at a pile of walking cash. Wait for me. Your money will be mine. Luo Chen turned around. Without hesitation, he walked toward the main gate of the Hunter Guild, vanishing into the endless haze of the Ash Ring. Chapter 9, Overnight Defeat. The Ash Ring. The outskirts of Rust Iron Town. The air here was perpetually murky, like a pot of burnt herbal medicine. The acrid smell of rust mixed with motor oil hung everywhere. Luo Chen pulled the hood of his gray sweatshirt down, concealing most of his face. Stepping through puddles of swage, he made his way with practiced ease through the labyrinthine, cramped alleys. He was no stranger to this lawless zone at the very bottom of the city. Not only because he had just sold a beast core here yesterday for 750,000 credits, but also because the person he was looking for today had made this muddy place his home. Su Xiaowan. The name lingered in Luo Chen's mind. He couldn't help but sigh. Back in the outer academy of Awakened, they had been classmates. Luo Chen was the class president, with outstanding grades. Su Xiaowan, on the other hand, was the most inconspicuous person in the class. An E-rank support class, field medic. No connections, no money, and she had to raise a younger brother on her own. In a world where everyone revered martial prowess and craved strength above all else, that combination was practically a sign on her forehead that read, "Come on, pick on me." Later, Luo Chen awakened the librarian class, which everyone mocked. He honorably withdrew from school. He went to the Qingshui Yamen Gate to live a life of idleness. That was the end of their connection. But Luo Chen knew one thing for certain. That woman, Su Xiaowan, was definitely not as fragile as she appeared on the surface. To have survived this far with her younger brother in a place like the Ashen Ring, a place that devours people whole, was absolutely impossible without some real skills. For the major task he had to handle today, she was the only one who could do it. Old John's repair shop. Luo Chen stopped in his tracks and glanced up at the rickety neon sign. Hanging beneath it was a wooden board. Scrawled across it in crooked letters with cheap paint were several large characters. Cures all ailments, also repairs tracks, no credit allowed. Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Repairs tracks, my ass. What a stretch, he is taking such a giant leap, he is bound to tear a muscle. He pulled back the grease-stained plastic gate curtain and walked inside. The shop was dimly lit. On the left sat half an armored vehicle, dismantled into a jumbled heap. On the right stood a makeshift operating table. A burly man, covered in blood, lay on it, howling in agony. By the bed, a girl with twin ponytails, wearing a white lab coat stained with engine oil and blood, held a pair of scissors and cut through the fabric around the man's wound with a blank expression. "Easy, easy. You're going to kill me with pain." The man was breaking out in a cold sweat from the agony and cursing loudly. "Shut up." The girl didn't even look up, her hands moving with precise, decisive strokes. "The wound is infected with C-rank venom. If you'd been here half an hour later, we'd have had to amputate this arm. 50 for the hemostatic agent, 30 for the high-strength bandages, and 200 for the debridement. Pay up first, then I'll stitch you up." The burly man's eyes widened. 280? Are you robbing me? How much do you think I make in a day, risking my life at the Hunter Guild? The girl set down the scissors. She picked up a large wrench lying nearby. She weighed it in her hand. "You don't have to pay. I'll just dislocate your arm right now. Consider it payment for the medical fees. I'll sell it on the black market to those freaks researching mutant genes. Might even make a little extra." The big man looked at the wrench, which was coated in an unknown liquid. He swallowed hard. "You're ruthless." He obediently opened his personal terminal and transferred the funds. Transfer received, 280 credits. A sweet, textbook professional smile immediately blossomed on the girl's face. Then, with nimble fingers, she began threading the needle. Luo Chen leaned against the gate frame, watching in awe. That speed of transformation. That money-making scheme. The whole scene was truly a mix of laughter and tears. To take a side job to this level, she was practically a master of her craft. 10 minutes later. The burly man was bandaged up and walked away, cursing under his breath. Only then did the girl turn her head, wiping her hands with alcohol. Next. Car repair or medical treatment. Luo Chen pulled back his hood, revealing a fair, delicate face. He grinned, showing 8 teeth. Sue. Long time no see. You look just as good as ever. Su Xiaowan's hand froze mid-wipe. She took Luo Chen in from head to toe. A sweatshirt washed to a pale shade. Worn-out sneakers. And that sallow complexion, as if he hadn't eaten properly in 3 days. A complex emotion flashed in Su Xiaowan's eyes. She walked into the back room and rummaged around for a moment. Then she came out and shoved a brown paper-wrapped package into Luo Chen's hand. It's still warm. Luo Chen looked down. A half-eaten synthetic meat bun. Filled with cheap plant-based protein meat. Gurgle. Luo Chen's stomach roared in perfect timing. His face flushed. Damn it. Last night, he had nothing but a bowl of plain noodles. He hadn't had a single drop of water this morning. His body was all too honest. Su Xiaowan sighed, looking as if she were disappointed in him. Class president. Just how badly have you been doing since you dropped out? Have you come all the way to the Ashen Ring to beg for food? If you really can't afford to eat, I could get you a part-time job at my cafeteria. It comes with a free meal every day. Luo Chen clutched his chest. His pride had taken a massive hit. Me. Kamen Rider Saber. The peerless warrior who could take down a B-rank bone beast in an instant. The rich guy who had a whopping 750,000 in his pocket just yesterday. And yet, I'd been mistaken for a beggar by an E-rank support. He took a hearty bite out of his meat bun. Chewing, he mumbled indistinctly. Who's begging? I'm here to help your business. It's a big deal. Su Xiaowan's eyes lit up. A big deal? Does your library have a batch of old books to sell as scrap paper? Let me tell you, old Wang on West Street pays the fairest price for scrap paper. I can act as your middleman, just give me a 10% commission. Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'm not here to sell junk. He swallowed the last bite of his steamed bun and lowered his voice. His expression turned serious. I need to get a license. To assume a false identity. Preferably one with the Alliance's anti-counterfeiting watermark, and the rank must be no lower than C-rank combat class. Clang. The bottle of alcohol in Su Xiaowan's hand fell to the ground. It shattered into pieces. She widened her round eyes, staring at Luo Chen as if he were an alien. Are you serious? Class monitor, have you lost your mind from a fever? You're an F-rank librarian who can't even beat a mutated rat. What do you need a fake C-rank combat class certificate for? Are you tired of living and want to go die? Luo Chen knew she'd react exactly like this. He'd already prepared his excuse. Who said I'm going to die? You know I don't have any other hobbies, I just love reading and writing. I've been working on a massive non-fiction masterpiece called The Blood and Tears Behind the Hunter. To get first-hand material, I have to go on field trips to places only high-ranking hunters can access. Without a high-level cover identity, I can't even get through the gate. Su Xiaowan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do I look like a fool to you? What research? I think you just want to use a fake high-level ID to scam your way into free food and drinks. However, Su Xiaowan changed the subject, her tone turning shrewd. In the Ashen Ring, rules are rules. As long as the money is right, I can whitewash a dead man's background and put him back on the market. She held up a finger. Old K, the hacker from Deepwater Harbor, specializes in hacking Alliance system backend data through the gate. A complete, airtight C-rank resume, including past mission records and skill certification ratings. Starting price, 100,000 credits. No haggling. 100,000. The number felt like a sledgehammer, smashing hard against the back of Luo Chen's head. On his personal terminal. His current balance was just 21. Not even a fraction of that 100,000. The smile on Luo Chen's face vanished instantly. He leaned in close to Su Xiaowan and rubbed his hands together. Sister Su. We were classmates, after all. Back then, when those thugs cornered you in an alley demanding protection money, I was the one who brought people to rescue you. Our bond is rock solid. Do you think you could let me run a tab for now? Once my magnum opus is published and I get my royalties, I'll pay you back with interest. Su Xiaowan let out a cold laugh. She called him out without mercy. Stop trying to butter me up. You did bring people over back then, but you were just handing out flyers to promote the library's new books. You happened to run into me on the way. Even brothers keep their accounts clear. No money, no deal. The big gate is over there. Good riddance. Luo Chen was getting desperate. That 10 million yuan contract from the Lei clan was still waiting for him to cash in on. Miss this opportunity, and it'd be gone for good. He gritted his teeth and decided to reveal a tiny bit of the inside scoop. I'm not lying to you. I have inside information. The Lei clan is recruiting people today to handle their second young masteress situation. The appearance fee is 500,000. As long as you're a C rank, just show up. Even if they have to carry you out, you'll get 500,000 to settle down. I want to go score that 500,000. If you help me get the permit sorted out, once the money is in hand, I'll split 200,000 with you as a reward. Su Xiaowan listened to the end. She sucked in a sharp breath. She stared at Luo Chen as if he were a madman, taking 2 quick steps back. You've really lost your mind. The whole underground black market is buzzing about that mess with the Lei clan right now. The Lei clan's second young master mutated after returning from the wasteland. He even tore off the arm of a B rank retainer. He is a monster who kills without batting an eye. You're just an F rank professional, sneaking in with a fake ID. Forget about 50,000. You won't even last half a minute before you're torn to shreds. I absolutely won't do you this favor. It's a death sentence. Su Xiaowan's stance was firm. Though she loved money more than life itself, she still had her limits. She would never earn money stained with blood or with a guilty conscience. Luo Chen looked into her determined eyes, and a wave of warmth washed over him. It seemed he wasn't the only do-gooder in this world after all. But his mind was made up. I've already decided. Luo Chen dropped his playful tone. His expression turned utterly serious. Xiaowan. Poverty is a disease. And right now, I'm teetering on the brink of terminal illness. If I don't seize this opportunity, I might rot away in that dim corner of the library for the rest of my life. Don't worry, I value my life. I've bought some high-tech protective gear. Staying alive won't be a problem. I'm just going to the outskirts to score some appearance fees. I won't be getting any closer than that. Su Xiaowan stared into his eyes. For a full minute. Luo Chen's gaze was calm, without a hint of jest. She knew that once this once stubborn class monitor made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Is that armor really reliable? More reliable than the wall of size. Luo Chen pounded his chest in assurance. Su Xiaowan bit her lip. She was torn inside. 100,000 credits. That was the money she saved for 3 whole years to buy an awakening potion for her younger brother. It was her entire life's savings. If Luo Chen died, that money would be completely gone. But if Luo Chen was telling the truth and he could bring back 500,000, As long as he gave her 20,000. She could immediately buy the highest grade, side effect free awakening potion. Her brother's future would be secured. High risk, high reward. The law of survival in the Ashen Ring was to gamble. Thud. Su Xiaowan slammed her hand down on the grease-stained table beside her. All right. I'll trust you this once. She opened her personal terminal and quickly generated an electronic contract. I'll cover the 100,000 for old K in my own name for now. But this is a loan. 9 out, 13 back. Once the mission is over, whether you get the 500,000 or not, you have to pay me back 200,000 with interest. And if the Lei clan finds out you're an imposter, beats you half to death, and throws you out, you're on your own for medical expenses. Luo Chen stared at the cyber-indentured servitude contract. His heart was bleeding. 200,000. Even loan sharks aren't this ruthless. It's a waste of talent that this woman isn't a heartless capitalist. But he had no choice but to borrow this money. Deal. Luo Chen pricked his finger and pressed his fingerprint. The contract was sealed. Su Xiaowan watched the activated agreement on the holographic screen and exhaled a long breath. She felt as though she'd bet her entire fortune on a lame, inferior horse. Wait here. I'm going to contact old K right now. By this afternoon at the latest, I'll send the full set of identity information to your terminal. You figure out the job title yourself. Su Xiaowan took off her white coat, slipped into a worn leather jacket, and hurried out of the clinic. Luo Chen was left standing there alone. He tapped open his personal terminal. He watched the numbers change dramatically. Yesterday, balance, 750,021. This morning, balance, 21. Now, net worth, 199,979. Thrilling. Way too thrilling. Luo Chen felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. When pushed to this point, anyone would be willing to take a gamble. For the sake of money. He'd even staked his life on it now. Lei clan. 10 million. Wash your neck and wait for me. I'm definitely going to make that money. Luo Chen clenched his fists and walked out of old John's auto repair shop. What greeted him? Was the sky, still as gloomy as the Ring of Ashes. And the massive storm that would soon sweep through Tianqiong City. Chapter 10, From now on, I am the heart of lava. That afternoon. Luo Chen was sitting idly in Su Xiaowan's dilapidated repair shop, munching on a cold synthetic protein bar that Su Xiaowan had kindly provided. It tasted like chewing on a tire. But he had no other choice. Ever since he'd spent his last credits on a bowl of plain noodles last night, he hadn't eaten for over 12 hours. He was now desperately nostalgic for the days when he still had 750,000 credits in his account. Back then, he had been so full of vigor and ambition. Now, he was 200,000 credits in debt, too poor to even afford a nutrient drip. Beep. A faint mechanical sound drifted in from outside. A small delivery drone wobbled its way in, hovering precisely in front of Luo Chen. The mechanical arm beneath its fuselage extended, depositing a palm-sized package tightly wrapped in anti-static metal foil. Then, without a backward glance, the drone flew away. It's here. Luo Chen perked up and snatched the package. He tore open the wrapping in a flash. Inside lay a single card. A card that was a world apart from his shabby F-rank librarian class card. The card was made of a dark, matte metal, cool to the touch and quite heavy. In the center of the card was a visible microdata chip, surrounded by a ring of intricate, circuit board-like silver patterns. Under the light, a faint, almost imperceptible Alliance anti-counterfeiting watermark appeared on the card's surface. Luo Chen flipped the card over. Name, Chen Luo. ID, C7708. Class, Heart of Lava C-Rank Combat Class. Affiliation, Freelance Hunter. Rating, Excellent. Mission History. 1. Solo expedition to the corrosive pit eliminated 37D rank bone beasts, venomous acid worms. 2. Participated in the Black Forest area mop-up operation, assisted in repelling C-rank bone beasts, blade skeleton mantis. 3. Screeching Gobi supply escort mission, successfully repelled a wave of mutated beasts. Mission completion rating, S. Luo Chen looked at this flashy resume and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Chen Luo? What a little smart aleck, using his name backwards. Lava Heart? Which genius came up with this name that's off the charts in cheesiness? And this mission record, it's so well crafted that anyone unaware would think it was real. Truly a top-tier service worth 200,000 credits. Professional. Luo Chen silently gave Su Shaowan a mental thumbs up. Though that thumbs up cost him 200,000 credits. At that thought, a dull ache began to gnaw at his heart again. No time to waste. Luo Chen carefully tucked the brand new ID card into his pocket, feeling his posture straighten noticeably. He was now a C-rank big shot. Even if it was fake. But he had already decided, today, he would remove that fake label. With the class card in hand, Luo Chen immediately headed to the Hunter Guild. When he stepped back into that familiar, bustling hall, the atmosphere was completely different from that of the morning. Gone were the idle chatter and bragging of all sorts of people. A heavy, oppressive tension hung in the air. Everyone's gaze, whether intentionally or not, was fixed on the center of the hall, the Lei Clan's temporary recruitment station. A small crowd had already gathered there. Yet this small group alone was enough to silence the hundreds of hunters surrounding them, leaving them too afraid to even breathe. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and studied the scene closely. He spotted 3 figures exuding a calm, commanding presence. They were 3 B-rank powerhouses. One was a bald, muscular giant over 2.5 meters tall. He carried a massive axe on his shoulder, wider than a gate panel, its blade still stained with dark red blood. His class, Berserker, was beyond doubt. Another was a long-haired woman with a voluptuous figure, clad in tight leather. Leaning against the wall, she idly toyed with a jet-black dagger in her hand. The dagger danced between her fingertips as if it were alive. Her figure would blur from time to time, as if she were about to merge into the shadows. Luo Chen recognized her at a glance. This was the rare assassin class profession, the Shadow Dancer. The final B-rank powerhouse was a well-dressed, refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked more like a scholar than a warrior. Yet his body was surrounded by a dense web of visible electrical arcs. That was a sign of highly concentrated energy. Luo Chen didn't even need to guess, he knew immediately that this was a combat class cultivated by the Lei clan itself, the Thunder Master. In addition to these 3 B-rank heavyweights, 6 C-rank hunters stood nearby. Each exuded a fierce aura and possessed piercing eyes. Some carried massive sniper rifles, others wore ally gauntlets on both hands, and still others had several scrolls strapped to their waists, clearly, formation masters. Any one of these individuals, taken alone, would be a force to be reckoned with in the Ashen Ring. Yet now, they stood here quietly, like schoolchildren, waiting to be chosen. Luo Chen felt his throat go dry. Such is the allure of 10 million credits. It could make even B-rank powerhouses swallow their pride to earn this hard-earned money. He, an F-rank librarian, was sandwiched among this pack of wolves. The pressure was overwhelming. He took a deep breath. No. He couldn't back down. I, Luo Chen, C-rank combat class, Molten Heart. I'm a big shot too. He pumped himself up frantically in his mind. Then, he took a step forward and walked toward the recruitment point with his head held high. His appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. The short-haired captain from the Lei clan, who was in charge of recruitment, lifted his eyelids and gave him a cursory glance. His gaze carried a hint of scrutiny and impatience. Another one? ID. His tone was curt and icy, as if every extra word was a waste. Luo Chen's heart was pounding. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He forced himself to stay calm, pulled the black metal card from his pocket, and handed it over. The short-haired captain took the card, didn't even glance at it, and inserted it directly into a heavy portable verifier standing nearby. Beep. The verifier emitted a soft sound, and the screen lit up. Row after row of data flashed by rapidly. Alliance Registry System. Match successful. Hunter Guild Registration Information. Match successful. Mission History Database. Cross-verification complete. Luo Chen's heart was in his throat. He could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing. God help me. May the three purities, the Taoist patriarchs, Jesus, Buddha, and the Virgin Mary protect me. That 200,000 yuan in high-interest loans from Su Shaowan had better be worth it. The stream of data on the verifier's screen came to a halt. Finally, two large green characters popped up in the center of the screen. Verification successful. Phew. Luo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if he'd just been pulled out of the water his back was soaked through. Su Shaowan, you're my one and only sister. This 200,000 was money well spent. The short-haired captain looked up and turned his gaze back to Luo Chen. This time, his eyes held a touch less impatience and a touch more approval. Heart of lava? Not a bad class. Fire attributes might prove surprisingly effective on this mission. You're in. He spoke succinctly, then returned the class card to Luo Chen. The few C-rank hunters standing nearby also turned their gaze toward him. They could sense that this young man before them, who looked somewhat frail, didn't carry the battle-hardened aura of a seasoned fighter. But an ID couldn't be faked. The Alliance's encryption system had never been cracked. They simply assumed he was a master skilled at concealing his aura. Luo Chen took the ID, gave the captain a cool nod, and said nothing. Better safe than sorry. His current persona was that of a cool, tough guy. Then, he found a corner and joined the ranks of the 6 C-rank hunters. With his addition, the team was finally complete. 3 B rankers, 7 C rankers. This was the elite suicide squad the Lei clan had assembled for the 10 million yuan bounty. The short-haired captain cleared his throat, his expression turning grim. Everyone's here. Let me lay down the rules first. Our target this time is our second young master, Lei Zhe. His current condition is extremely unstable and highly dangerous. I don't care if you're here for the money or for the fame. Once we enter the Lei clan estate, all actions must follow my orders. Anyone who dares to act on their own and disturbs the young master, forget about the reward. Whether you make it out alive is another matter. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of unquestionable authority. Everyone present was a hardened, bloodthirsty professional who naturally understood this principle. They nodded in unison. Very good. Now, everyone, get in the vehicle. The short-haired captain waved his hand. Not far away, a menacing, all-black hover-armored vehicle glided silently toward them. The hatch opened, revealing a spacious and luxurious interior. The 3B rank heavyweights were the first to step inside. The remaining C rank hunters followed in single file. Luo Chen brought up the rear. As he set one foot onto the armored vehicle, he glanced back at the chaotic hall of the Hunter Guild. He looked at the lower-tier hunters, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. He felt as though he had stepped into another world. A world belonging to the strong, a world written with money and lives. Net worth, 199,979. Target net worth, 10 million. Lei clan. I'm here to collect your money. Luo Chen smiled. Then, he stepped into the armored vehicle. The hatch slowly closed, cutting off all the noise from the outside world. The armored vehicle gave a slight jolt, rose into the air, and sped toward the invisible barrier dividing the two worlds, the direction of the Tianqiu Ring. Chapter 11, Holy Shit, The Life of the Rich. Inside the hover-armored vehicle, the atmosphere was so oppressive you could wring water out of it. 10 people 3B rank and 7 C rank represented the upper middle tier of Tianqiu City Hunter's combat power. But at that moment, not a single one of them spoke. The bald, massive man known as the Berserker lay with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, while his giant axe wider than the gate panel itself leaned against the side of his seat, exuding a terrifying, blood-soaked stench. The alluring shadow dancer was tending to her jet-black dagger, her movements gentle, as if caressing a lover's skin. As for the Lei Clan's Thundermaster, he hadn't given anyone a proper glance since boarding the vehicle, instead staring out the window, lost in his own thoughts. With the 3 B-rank heavyweights keeping silent, the remaining 7 C-rank hunters, all shrewd individuals, sat stiffly, eyes fixed on their noses fixed on their hearts. Luo Chen, sandwiched among them, felt like a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. He forced himself to sit up straight, adopting a cold, aloof expression, mimicking the guy next to him who was carrying a sniper rifle. But inside, he was frantically psyching himself up. "Don't panic. I am Luo Chen, Heart of Lava. A C-rank powerhouse. A badass who has taken down 37 venomous acid worms. A mere B rank? Child's play." The armored vehicle glided silently forward, quickly leaving the Ashringer region perpetually shrouded in dust and smoke. As the vehicle entered the neon ring, the view outside the windows suddenly opened up. Vibrant, sky-high holographic billboards flickered between skyscrapers, while airships weaved through the air, bathed in dazzling lights. Several C-rank hunters inside the vehicle couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces betraying a hint of unnatural longing. Most of them had spent their entire lives wallowing in the mire of the Ashen Ring. For them, the glamour of the neon ring existed only in the news and in their dreams. Luo Chen, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. As if he lived in the hive residential district of the neon ring himself. Though it was the most dilapidated neighborhood in the lower city, he'd long since grown tired of this light pollution. To him, this was simply the road home. Yet the armored vehicle didn't stop in the neon ring. Instead, it continued driving toward the very heart of the city. Soon, the vehicle crossed an invisible boundary. Even the dazzling neon signs vanished. The surroundings became open and serene. When the entirely new scene came into view, Luo Chen's breath caught in his throat for the first time. The Tianqiong Ring. The true heart of Tianqiong City. There was not a whiff of industrial fumes in the air here. Only a clean, fresh scent with a faint floral note. As far as the eye could see were gardens trimmed like works of art, shimmering artificial lakes, and buildings, each as elegant as a palace. Damn! A C-rank hunter with a full beard couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "I heard the air in the Tianqiu Ring goes through triple filtration and is scented, but I never believed it. Even the dogs here probably live better than us folks in the Ash Ring." His words echoed the sentiments of every C-rank hunter. Luo Chen was also stunned. He noticed an unremarkable ornamental tree by the roadside, with a small electronic tag hanging from its trunk. Gulan star species, ginkgo. Cultivation cost, 300,000 credits year. 300,000. That was 100,000 more than all the debt he was carrying. Just to keep a lousy tree like this? Luo Chen felt his worldview being violently shaken. His meager desire for money, in that moment, was magnified infinitely, transforming into a roaring beast. He was going to live here, too. He was going to breathe this 30,000 a year air, too. He was going to buy 2 ginkgo trees, too. One for himself to admire. And the other right in front of everyone. He'd pour boiling water on it. With this simple yet unyielding dream in mind, the armored vehicle slowly drove into an estate whose sheer scale was beyond belief. The Lei Clan. This place could no longer be described as a home. It was essentially a small city. They passed through the magnificent gatehouse, crafted from pure white alloy and engraved with the Lei Clan's lightning emblem. The first sight to greet them was a tree-lined avenue stretching as far as the eye could see. On either side of the road were perfectly manicured lawns, trimmed even neater than Luo Chen's hair. In the distance, they spotted a glistening private cinema and a massive swimming pool set like a sapphire amidst the greenery. Even further away, on a hillside, Luo Chen saw a fully operational Ferris wheel. An amusement park. This family had built an amusement park right inside their own home. Holy shit! Even though Luo Chen had mentally prepared himself, he was still completely blown away by this outrageously extravagant sight. Not to mention him, even those C-rank hunters, who had always maintained the composure of seasoned professionals, now looked like wide-eyed country bumpkins, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. The atmosphere inside the vehicle shifted from tense to stunned silence. Finally, the armored vehicle came to a stop in front of a futuristic white villa at the very center of the estate. The vehicle's door opened. A young man in a crisp suit, with a calm and stern demeanor, was waiting at the entrance. He was Lei Jun, the eldest son of the Lei clan. Peak B rank, heavy armory. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Lei Jun's voice was flat, carrying the composure of one long accustomed to a position of authority. He offered no unnecessary pleasantries, his gaze sweeping over each person as if inspecting a batch of newly acquired tools. The bald giant and the others got out of the vehicle one after another. As their feet touched the soft lawn, they felt a surreal, floating sensation. They quickly adjusted their mindset, shifting into work mode, their eyes regaining their sharp focus. Only Luo Chen remained in a daze. He was staring at the two imposing stone lions at the villa's gate. He realized that the lions' eyes were actually two intact C-rank beast cores, each as large as a basketball. C-rank beast cores. Used as the eyes of gate pillars. Where the hell was he supposed to complain about this? He felt as if his heart were bleeding. Ahem. A teammate standing nearby, seeing him still in a daze, couldn't help but nudge him in the side with his elbow. Only then did Luo Chen snap out of it. He quickly tucked his chin in and resumed his cold, impassive expression. Lei Jun didn't seem to notice this little incident. He simply made a pleased gesture. This is urgent. We'll talk as we go. The group followed Lei Jun into the villa. The interior decor was opulent to the extreme, but no one's mind was on that. I'm sure you've all heard. Lei Jun cut straight to the chase. My younger brother, Lei Zhe, has run into some trouble. A few days ago, he led a team on a high-difficulty mission in the wasteland and encountered an accident. By the time we found him, he had already turned into this. Lei Jun paused, his expression darkening. He is normal most of the time, but he loses control at random intervals. Once he loses control, he turns into a monster. The bald, burly man asked in a deep, booming voice. What kind of monster? Even your own Lei Clan SB rank guardian can't contain it? Lei Jun nodded, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. That monster's body is covered in crisscrossing blue and red patterns. Its speed and strength far exceed those of others at its level. The strangest part is, it can absorb other practitioners' skills. Lei Jun tapped the personal terminal on his wrist, projecting a short clip of blurry surveillance footage. In the footage, a blurry figure streaked with red and blue was locked in combat with a B-rank hunter. Suddenly, the figure slammed a claw into the hunter's body. The hunter let out a scream as a burst of light erupted from his body, flowing into the monster's hand. Then, an object resembling a bottle materialized in the monster's hand. The monster grabbed the bottle and, as if popping a candy, shoved it straight into its body. The next second, the skillless visual effects, the very ones the B-rank hunter had just used, suddenly appeared on the monster's body. As Luo Chen listened to this description, something felt increasingly off. Red and blue. Absorbing others' abilities, turning them into bottles. Using skills by consuming the bottles. This setup. Why does it sound so familiar? Isn't this build? Luo Chen muttered to himself subconsciously. No way. Such a coincidence? Just as he was filled with doubt and astonishment, Lei Jun had already led them to a massive alloy gate leading underground. The massive gate was covered in a dense network of energy runes and guarded by 4 heavily armed sentries. My brother is inside. Lei Jun's expression was incredibly grave. Our mission is to locate the source of that strange energy within him and eliminate it without letting him lose control. If he does lose control, your mission is to subdue him at all costs. He looked at the group and emphasized this one last time. Remember, we need him alive. At his command, the massive alloy gate emitted a dull rumble and slowly rose upward. A chilling, violent aura swept toward them from the darkness beyond the gate. The group filed in one after another. It was a vast, empty underground chamber. The walls were constructed of a special alloy capable of absorbing energy. In the very center, a young man in a hospital gown was bound to a specially designed restraint chair by dozens of thick energy chains. He kept his head bowed, his expression hidden. But Luo Chen could sense an extremely unstable, frenzied energy surging within him. Roar! As if sensing the presence of strangers, the young man slowly raised his head. His eyes were blood red, brimming with savagery and madness. His body began to twist and swell. Eerie red and blue energy flowed over his entire body like liquid. His bones emitted a bone-chilling, cracking sound. A hideous, asymmetrical suit of armor, a fusion of mechanical and organic elements, rapidly took shape on his body. The left side was a deep blue, while the right side was a blinding red. Several vials filled with an unknown liquid, emitting an ominous glow, were embedded in his body. When he saw that twisted face and the word "build" glowing brightly on his forehead, Luo Chen's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. He could no longer maintain that aloof expression. Inside, a single voice was screaming wildly. "Isn't this the damn abnormal build?" Chapter 12, Flame Swordsman, Cayman Rider Saber. Roar! As the hideous armor, pieced together from red and blue, completely enveloped Lei Zayas' body, a growl unlike any human voice swept through the entire basement like a shockwave. A low, rumbling vibration echoed through the air. An anomaly build. Luo Chen's heart sank. He never imagined that his first 10 million yuan contract would pit him against such a tough opponent. An anomaly knight. This wasn't just an ordinary bone beast. It was a monster that had warped the laws of the story, one that could almost counter conventional power systems. However, he had no time to dwell on it, because the others had already moved. Attack! The icy voice of Lei Jun, the eldest son of the Lei clan, came through the communicator. Almost simultaneously, the bald giant standing over 2.5 meters tall AB rank berserker was the first to charge forward. "Get down on the ground!" He let out a deafening roar as his muscles swelled instantly, crimson veins bulging beneath his skin. B rank skill, barbarian charge. His entire body was like a runaway heavy-duty truck. The alloy floor beneath his feet was pitted with a series of deep craters as he barreled straight toward the abnormal build. The force of the collision was staggering. However, boom! A dull, bone-chilling crash. The abnormal build was merely sent sliding backwards several meters before regaining his balance. It didn't even raise a hand to block. It simply used its asymmetrical chest plate to absorb the blow, a strike powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks with sheer force. Not a single scratch remained on the chest plate. What? The bald giant's pupils contracted sharply. The strength he took such pride in had been so easily disregarded by his opponent. Before he could react, the abnormal build moved. Its movements were so fast they left only a trail of afterimages. A fist encased in blue armor slammed directly into the bald giant's abdomen with brutal, uncompromising force. No energy effects. No skill wind-up. Just pure, concentrated power at its peak. Thud. The bald giant's granite-like muscles caved in instantly under the blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His entire body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped. Crash! His massive frame slammed violently into the alloy wall behind him, warping and deforming it, before he slowly slid to the ground, his fate unknown. One punch. Just one punch. A battle-hardened B-rank berserker had been left critically injured. This scene sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Monster! The Lei clan B-rank Thunder Master, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, turned pale. He clasped his hands together, and blinding lightning gathered in the palms of his hands. Thunder Prison! Dozens of thick lightning serpents rained down from the sky, weaving into a massive spherical cage of lightning that trapped the abnormal build inside. Now! Focus fire! He roared. Without needing his prompt, the alluring shadow dancer flickered and vanished from her spot. The next second, behind the abnormal build, the shadows began to writhe as if alive. The Shadow Dancer appeared without a sound, her pitch-black dagger flashing with a deadly chill as she stabbed straight for the monster's nape. B-rank skill, Shadow Kill. At the same time, the remaining 6 C-rank hunters also sprang into action. The hunter carrying the sniper rifle dropped to one knee. A dangerous red glow flashed from the muzzle as a specially enchanted armor-piercing round whistled through the air. The formation master formed hand seals, instantly summoning several binding formations on the ground to restrict the monster's movements. The others unleashed their most powerful attack skills as well. In an instant, the entire basement was filled with dazzling skill effects. Fire, ice, wind blades, energy blasts. They exploded within the thunder prison cage. Luochen was right in the thick of it, raising his hand with great flourish and hurling 2 small fireballs toward the cage. This was a C-rank skill from his disguised C-rank class, Heart of Lava. It looked quite impressive, but in reality, it had almost no power. However, just as everyone thought this barrage of attacks would be enough to severely cripple the monster. Crack! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, echoed from within the cage. The Thunder Prison Cage, constructed with all the might of a B-rank powerhouse, was actually developing cracks. Roar! Accompanied by another furious roar. Boom! The entire Thunder Prison Cage exploded with a thunderous crash. A violent energy shockwave sent all the C-rank hunters flying. As the dust settled, the anomaly build still stood motionless in its original spot. Its hideous armor, having withstood such a barrage of attacks, bore nothing more than a few insignificant scorch marks. Even the Shadow Dancer's fatal strike capable of piercing the defenses of a B-rank bone beast had left only a faint white mark on the armor at the back of its neck. The entire arena fell silent. A feeling called despair began to spread through everyone's hearts. It can't be damaged. It simply can't be damaged. This thing's defense is shockingly high. Just then, the abnormal build made a new move. It slowly raised its right hand, aiming it at the bald giant lying motionless in the distance. Its fingers spread apart. An invisible suction force emanated from the palm. What is that? A hunter cried out in terror. Countless tiny, faintly glowing red specks began to appear on the bald giant's body. These specks detached uncontrollably from his body, coalescing into a stream of light that flew toward the abnormal build's hand. That was the class-specific energy of the Berserker. Interrupt him. Quick! Luochen could no longer remain silent. He instinctively shouted out. He knew better than anyone what this monster was up to. It was draining others' power to create a full power vial. Hearing his shout, the Thunder Master and Shadow Dancer reacted with lightning speed, launching their attacks immediately. But it was already too late. The abnormal build moved even faster. Its 5 fingers clenched violently. The band of light composed of red specks instantly condensed and compressed in the palm of its hand. Eventually, it transformed into a palm-sized, transparent vial filled with red liquid. A crude, impure, Berserker full bottle. A storm of emotions raged within Luochen. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Witnessing the abnormal knight create a full bottle with his own eyes was utterly shocking. The abnormal build held the freshly created vial, not even glancing at it. As if it were a piece of candy, it opened its hideous mouth and swallowed it whole. Gulp! The vial slid down its throat and into its body. The next second, the abnormal build's body suddenly erupted with the same frenzied aura as the bald giant before. Its eyes turned an even deeper crimson. Class Steel, Berserker. No! Shadow Dancer let out a cry of alarm and leaped backward. But the abnormal build was faster than her. It stomped its foot down hard, causing the alloy floor to shatter with a thunderous crash. Its entire body launched forward like a cannonball, appearing right in front of Shadow Dancer in an instant. It raised its hand and swung a heavy punch through the air at the Shadow Dancer's afterimage. B-rank skill, Berserker's Breath. Boom! A visible, fan-shaped blast of berserking energy erupted from its fist. This was the Berserker's signature area of effect attack. Its power was overwhelming. The C-rank hunters who had just managed to get back on their feet didn't even have time to react before they were struck head-on by the blast. Their protective energy shields shattered instantly, as if made of paper. Their bodies were blown to pieces mid-air, turning into a mist of blood. They didn't even have time to let out a scream. It's over. In the monitoring room, Lei Jun watched the one-sided slaughter on the screen and closed his eyes in disappointment. Another failure. This was already the third group. It seemed he had no choice but to execute the final plan. Just as he was about to order the activation of the basement's self-destruct sequence, a sudden turn of events occurred. Inside the basement, the abnormal build had cleared the field with a single punch and was about to extend its claws toward the last surviving Thundermaster and Shadow Dancer. Just as its fist was about to strike, clang! A clear, ringing clang of metal echoed throughout the arena. A crimson sword beam, like a crimson bolt of lightning, slashed in from the side. It blocked the abnormal build's fatal punch with pinpoint precision. For the first time, the abnormal build's attack was halted. Everyone, including Lei Jun in the monitoring room, snapped their eyes open and stared at the scene in disbelief. There stood the frail C-rank hunter Heart of Lava, who had been lurking in the crowd all along. At some point, he had drawn a long sword with an ancient design, its blade ablaze with raging flames. It was he who had blocked that fatal strike. Luo Chen stood there steadily, sword in one hand. He looked at the twisted monster before him and slowly raised his head. The feigned coldness on his face had long since vanished. In its place was a complex expression, a mix of excitement and gravity. Phew! Luo Chen exhaled deeply, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He stopped pretending. In that moment, he decided to reveal his true identity. Damn it, I'm going all out. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Luo Chen twisted his wrist. Flame Sword Rekka, blazing with intense flames, was smoothly sheathed into the holy sword driver that had appeared at his waist at some point. He looked at the bewildered build and grinned. Since you're a knight, then I'll use this to take you down. Henshin. With a low shout, the holy sword driver emitted a stirring sound effect. Book of Blazing Fire. A crimson dragon roared out of the book, coiling around him. When the flame dragon meets the flame sword Rekka, the crimson sword shall pierce through evil. Scorching flames shot skyward, completely incinerating his faded hoodie. In its place appeared a suit of armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, featuring a dragoness head on the right shoulder and a tricolor pattern of red, white, and black. Kamen Rider Saber. Enter. Chapter 13, Need a cheat code? Pull a book on the fly. When that stylish suit of armor with its red, white, and black tricolor pattern and a ferocious dragoness head on the left shoulder completely replaced Luo Chen's faded hoodie amidst the scorching flames, the entire basement fell silent. Time seemed to stand still. The surviving Lei Clan B-rank powerhouse, the Thunder Master, whose hands had been poised to unleash his next skill, froze mid-air. His mouth opened unconsciously, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses filled with utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? On the other side, the Shadow Dancer, who had just emerged from the shadows and narrowly escaped death, had completely lost her usual allure and composure. Leaning against the wall, her body trembling slightly, she stared at the figure enveloped in flames, her eyes wide with shock. Lava Heart? A C-rank combat class? Fuck the Lava Heart. This dazzling transformation, this overwhelming aura, this unique and mysterious armor. You call this C-rank? This was a power they had never seen before, one that completely transcended the existing class system. What was even harder for them to accept was this. The one who had transformed into this mysterious powerhouse was actually that young man they had looked down on the entire journey. The guy who had been gaping in awe at the scenery of the Tianshu Ring. The rookie who had been so nervous in front of the Lei Clan's eldest son that he needed his teammates to remind him to stay calm. So, it was all an act? The two B-rank powerhouses felt their worldview shatter. They had roamed the wasteland for years, considering themselves well-traveled and worldly, yet everything that had happened today had completely surpassed their comprehension. Meanwhile, In the monitoring room, Lei Jun, the eldest son of the Lei clan, stared intently at the imposing red figure on the screen. For the first time, a noticeable change appeared on his usually cold face. His hand, which had been poised to order the self-destruct sequence, froze mid-air. Flame Swordsman? He practically ground the words out through clenched teeth. As a top-tier figure in Tianxiang City, he was well aware of this urban legend that had recently been causing quite a stir. A mysterious powerhouse whose whereabouts were unknown, who wielded fire as a weapon, and who slew high-level bone beasts. He had always assumed this was nothing more than exaggerated rumors spread by the masses, or perhaps a pseudonym used by some rank powerhouse for amusement during a moment of boredom. He never would have imagined it. Not only was this urban legend true, but the person in question was actually mingling among the cannon fodder squad he had paid to hire. Chun Luo. Heart of lava. Lei Jun muttered to himself, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes. A lie. From the name to the profession, it was all fake. Who exactly was this guy? And what was his purpose? Countless questions swirled in Lei Jun's mind, but he quickly suppressed those emotions. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He sat up straight again, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed intently on the screen. He wanted to see what kind of outcome this 10 million yuan wildcard would bring. Or rather, a shock. On the field. Having completed his transformation, Luo Chen aka Kamen Rider Saber slowly raised his head. He flexed the neck encased in his armor, feeling the power known as story surging within him. Ha! This form is still the most comfortable. Ignoring the two petrified B-rank warriors beside him, he fixed his gaze directly on the anomalous build before him. That monster, too, seemed to sense a tremendous threat from this power of force that shared the same origin yet was utterly distinct. It halted its pursuit of the others, its crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Saber, a low, warning growl rumbling from its throat. Stop barking. Luo Chen slung the flame sword Rekka, blazing with intense fire, over his shoulder and struck a pose he considered quite cool. Your story is already filled with too much sorrow and distortion. Now, I will bring it to a close. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Saber moved. The alloy floor beneath his feet cracked instantly as his entire body transformed into a crimson streak of light, charging toward the abnormal build. His speed was so great it even left a white trail of air in its wake. The abnormal build let out a furious roar and swung his blue-armored, powerful fist to meet the attack. Clang! Flame Sword Rekka and the hideous Iron Fist collided violently mid-air. The sound that erupted was no longer a dull thud, but a clear, bell-like clang of metal. Immediately afterward, sparks flew everywhere. What? The onlooker, the Thundermaster, cried out in shock. He saw it clearly. On the fist armor of the abnormal build armor that could withstand even the brutal charge of a B-rank berserker. At the very moment it collided with that flaming longsword, a deep gash was actually sliced into it. That sword had completely ignored the monster's defenses. The abnormal build clearly felt the excruciating pain as well. It let out a frenzied roar, and its other arm, accompanied by a whistling wind, swept horizontally toward Saber's head. Saber neither dodged nor parried. With a twist of his wrist, the flame sword Rekka traced an elegant arc, striking first despite being the second to move. SSSSH. Another piercing, cutting sound rang out. The abnormal build's sweeping arm was cleanly severed at the elbow. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and immediately, a torrent of black, viscous liquid like crude oil gushed out. Roar! This unprecedented, devastating blow sent the abnormal build into a complete frenzy. Completely disregarding its severed arm, it opened its hideous maw. Aiming at Saber, who was mere inches away, it unleashed a shockwave laced with frenzied energy. Saber remained unflustered in the face of danger, swinging her left hand violently. The dragon head armor attached to her left shoulder, the head of the dragon of courage, suddenly lit up with a red glow in its eyes. Roar! A piercing dragon-esque roar echoed through the basement. A phantom dragon, composed entirely of flames, roared forth from behind Saber, opening its jaws to meet the energy shockwave head-on. Boom! Flames and energy collided and annihilated each other mid-air. Seizing this opening, Saber closed in. The flame sword Rekka in her hand transformed into a crimson storm. The sword's light flashed, and flames flew in all directions. The anomaly build-s armor, which had once been so hard, seemed utterly fragile in the face of the flame sword Rekka. Deep gashes, cutting down to the bone, kept appearing on its chest, back, and limbs. Black liquid splattered everywhere. Under Saber's relentless assault, the monster was forced into a continuous retreat, utterly powerless to fight back. Too strong. Shadow Dancer muttered to himself, gazing at the formidable figure in the arena, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the legendary Flame Swordsman? His reputation truly lives up to the hype. That overwhelming combat power, that attack style that ignores defense, he has likely already touched the threshold of the rank gate. However, Lei Jun and the Thunder Master still wore grave expressions. They could see more clearly. Though Saber's attacks were sharp, the anomaly's vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. Those seemingly fatal wounds were writhing and healing at a visible pace. Slowly, but surely, it was recovering. Moreover, the frenzied aura emanating from the monster wasn't weakening, it was growing even more frantic and dangerous. It was adapting. Getting used to Saber's attack rhythm. Just as expected. Just as Saber sent it flying with a single slash and prepared to unleash his finishing move, the abnormal build suddenly let out a roar completely different from before. It no longer tried to block Saber's sword with its armor. Instead, it stomped its foot violently. B-rank skill, Berserker's Breath. A visible, fan-shaped blast of frenzied fist wind erupted from its sole remaining fist. It had actually used the signature skill of the stolen Berserker class again at close range. The attack came fast and furious. Caught off guard, Saber was hit head-on by the fist wind. Boom! Sparks flew from his armor as he was blasted backward, leaving 2 long gouges in the alloy floor. It's not over yet. The abnormal build seized the opportunity, pressing its advantage. Several vials on its body suddenly glowed with an eerie light. Those were the skills of other class users it had stored earlier. The next second, its figure suddenly blurred, as if merging into the shadows. That was the Shadow Dancer's stealth skill. Immediately afterward, several high-speed, frost-formed spinning wheels materialized around it, screeching as they sliced toward Saber. That was the skill of some unfortunate C-rank ice-type class. Stealth, a charge, frost spinning wheels combined with its own terrifying strength. This combo was deadly. Saber had barely regained his footing when this sudden barrage of attacks left him scrambling. He swung Flame Sword Rekka, barely managing to block most of the frost wheels. But the anomaly build had already used stealth to appear behind him. An iron fist, fused with the power of a berserker, slammed viciously into his back. Thud! Saber was struck as if by lightning. The armor on his back instantly caved in, and his entire body fell forward. It's not over yet. Luo-chan roared inwardly. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he rolled like a lazy donkey to dodge the abnormal build-s follow-up stomp. He rolled onto one knee, sheathing Flame Sword Rekka back into the Holy Sword Driver at his waist. He was going to unleash his ultimate move. Reading finish. Rekka unsheath. Dragon. 1 volume slash. Fire. The Holy Sword Driver emitted a stirring sound effect. Fire Dragon. Slash. Saber violently pulled the Holy Sword from the Holy Sword Driver, causing the flames on the blade to surge to several meters in length. Holding the sword with both hands, he channeled all his strength into the single strike and swung it with all his might at the charging abnormal build. Finishing move. End this now. A massive, crimson crescent-shaped blade of energy erupted from the sword, instantly engulfing the abnormal build. Boom! 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 The entire basement shook violently. A terrifying explosion formed a small mushroom cloud of fire right where it struck. In the monitoring room, Lei Jun gripped the armrests tightly, forgetting even to breathe. Did it work? The smoke and dust slowly cleared. At the center of the explosion, a massive crater with melted edges had formed. The figure of the abnormal build reappeared. It was kneeling in the crater, its hideous armor now tattered and torn, covered in cracks and scorch marks, with black liquid constantly seeping out. It looked utterly pitiful. But it wasn't dead. Slowly, with great effort, it struggled to its feet. The wounds on its body began that despair-inducing, writhing process of healing once more. Damn it! Seeing this, Luo Chen felt his composure crumbling. Even a finishing move only managed to severely wound it? This thing's health pool is way too deep. He gasped for breath, feeling his mental energy drain rapidly. He began frantically recalling the tokusatsu knowledge he de-absorbed in his previous life. An anomaly knight is a monster that has distorted the story. Its essence is a crude imitation of the original knight. To completely destroy it, conventional attacks are largely ineffective. Either use knight power from the same origin to perform a law override and correct it, or use overwhelming power that far exceeds its endurance limits to obliterate it in an instant, leaving it no chance to regenerate. The first method? Forget it. He is not the Time King. Where on earth would he find a build dial? That leaves only the second method. Use greater power. But the problem is, he currently only has one Dragon of Courage Wonder Ride book. His power in its base form has already reached its limit. What to do? Wait. A flash of inspiration struck Luo Chen. Power. How could he have forgotten his most fundamental source of power? His ability to transform into Saber didn't rely on any bloodline or serendipitous encounter. It was thanks to his F-rank life class, the one everyone looked down on, the librarian. Precisely because this class was so useless. Back then, out of sheer boredom, he tried to summon an interesting book to read, and that is how he ended up summoning both the Dragon of Courage and the Holy Sword Driver. If he could summon them once, then he could summon them a second time. All he had to do was summon a new, powerful Wonder Ride book and combine it with the Dragon of Courage wound tea that bring the power? At this thought, Luo Chen's heart began to race. This was his only chance. A high-stakes gamble. I'm going for it. Luo Chen made up his mind. With a sweeping horizontal slash, he forced back the abnormal build that was slowly closing in, then leaped backward suddenly, creating a gap of dozens of meters. He struck an exaggerated pose, holding his sword in one hand while raising the other high above his head. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The two B-rank powerhouses exchanged bewildered glances. This guy in the middle of a fight, what kind of pose is he striking now? The abnormal build also halted in its tracks, tilting its head as if trying to comprehend the logic behind this human's behavior. Luo Chen couldn't care less what others thought. He took a deep breath and activated his librarian class skill. In a tone reminiscent of a poetic chant, he shouted, "Hear my call, stories slumbering within the dimensional library. I, the scribe of truth, the chronicler of fate. At this very moment, I command you to appear. Grant me a brand new page to sever this twisted chapter." Book summoning. As the last syllable fell from his lips, a strange ripple spread out from him. The air before him rippled in concentric circles, like a lake disturbed by a pebble. Immediately afterward, a rapidly spinning vortex of light composed of countless glowing pages and golden runes materialized out of thin air. A vast, overwhelming aura emanated from the vortex. Everyone was left speechless by this sudden spectacle. What was this? A summoning spell? Or some kind of class ability they never heard of? Just as they were filled with astonishment and doubt, whoosh! A book radiating a soft white light shot out of the vortex, landing precisely in Saber's hands. It worked! Luo Chen's heart leapt with joy. He couldn't wait to look at the book in his hands. Then, the expression on his face froze. On the cover of the book, there were no images of divine dragons, fierce tigers, or holy swords as he had imagined. Instead, it depicted a kind-faced Sao. Beside it were several large, gold-embossed characters. Postpartum care for Saos. Dead silence. The basement fell into 3 long seconds of silence. The Thunder Master rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating from blood loss. Shadow Dancer's mouth hung open, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. In the monitoring room, the energy drink in Lei Jun's hand clattered to the floor, but he didn't even notice. In that moment, the eldest son of the Lei clan felt as though his worldview, outlook on life, and values forged over a century had been shattered to pieces by this book. Finally, a roar filled with grief, shame, and fury erupted from beneath Saber's helmet. What the hell is this thing good for? Luo Chen's mind had completely snapped. Without a second thought, he tossed the book Postpartum Care for Sows at the abnormal build's face as if it were a hot potato. Thwack! A crisp, harmless sound rang out. The monumental work, brimming with humanistic care, struck the abnormal build's twisted mask with precision before sliding limply to the ground. The abnormal build froze. It stood there dumbfounded, seemingly stunned by the sudden attack. It looked down at the book on the ground, then up at the furious Saber. Its pair of crimson compound eyes betrayed a look of bewilderment that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Then, roar! A surge of rage, fueled by humiliation, erupted from its body. It roared like a raging bull and charged straight at Luo Chen. Holy shit! Don't come over here! Luo Chen backed up in terror, retreating in a panic while frantically casting his skill again. One more time. Come on, give me a break. The vortex of light appeared once more. Another book flew out of it. Luo Chen grabbed the book as if it were a lifeline, clutching it tightly, not even daring to look. He closed his eyes and prayed frantically in his heart. Anything but please, not the tractor maintenance guide or scientific chicken farming again. Trembling, he opened one eye and cautiously glanced at the book's cover. On the cover were 3 adorable little pigs, busily building a house. The title, The 3 Little Pigs. A familiar and comforting energy, the unique aura of a Wonder Ride book radiated from the book. It was still about pigs. But, this time it was real. I'm saved. Luo Chen was on the verge of tears. He held the brand new Wonder Ride book high above his head and let out a cry of relief to the anomalous build that had already charged toward him. Chapter 14, How could my left side possibly counter-kick? I'm saved. A cry filled with the joy of survival rang out from beneath Saber's helmet, echoing through the basement. Luo Chen held the fairy tale scented Wonder Ride book high in his hands, feeling as if a drowning man had grasped the last straw. Even though it was still a pig. But this time, it was the real deal, the Wonder Ride book. It was a life-saving pig. On the other side, the aberrant build, which had been struck in the face by a copy of Postpartum Care for Sows, suffering a double insult to both its intelligence and dignity, had completely lost control. It roared and charged fiercely toward Luo Chen. That iron fist, encased in blue armor, had already gathered the same frenzied energy as the bald giant before. It intended to smash this guy who dared to toy with it along with that strange fairy tale book in his hand into a pulp. Bring it on! Facing this attack, Luo Chen didn't back down. Instead, his eyes shone even brighter. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the flame sword Rekka in his hand back into the holy sword driver at his waist with all his might. The holy sword driver emitted a standby sound effect. Immediately afterward, he slammed the brand new 3 Little Pigs Wonder Ride book into the slot on the left side of the holy sword driver. Clang! The pages flipped open automatically. A brand new sound effect rang out. The 3 Little Pigs. As the sound played, Luo Chen grabbed the hilt of the holy sword on the holy sword driver and yanked it out with all his might. Rekka, unsheath. 2 volumes. A crimson dragon of courage burst forth from the book. 3 cartoonish piglet phantoms, representing grass, wood, and stone, flew out in turn, weaving and swirling through the air. When the flame dragon meets the 3 little pigs, the crimson sword shall pierce through evil and forge an indestructible legend. Amidst the stirring narration, the phantom forms of the 3 little pigs lunged violently towards Saber's left side. The black armor that had covered his left arm and shoulder was instantly replaced. In its place appeared a brand new set of armor, exuding a pastoral charm, composed of emerald green vines and thick wooden planks. At the same time, a peculiar circular device, about the size of a palm and resembling a steering wheel, appeared on his left wrist. Kamen Rider Saber Crimson Storm Pig Form. Here I come. What is this? The onlookers, the Thundermaster, and the Shadow Dancer, were completely dumbfounded. He transformed again? He can even switch forms? What the hell kind of class ability is this? In the monitoring room, Lei Jun stared intently at the completely transformed figure on the screen, his breathing becoming rapid. His mind was racing. The flame dragon on his right shoulder represented pure aggression. Now that the left half of his body had taken on a completely new form, did that mean he had gained entirely new abilities? Just as everyone was filled with astonishment and doubt. On the battlefield, the outcast Buildes' ferocious iron fist, carrying the force of 1,000 tons, slammed down in front of Saber. The power of this punch was immense enough to shatter the protective energy of AB rank powerhouse. You're too naive. Luo Chen let out a scream that was off the charts in its over-the-top drama. He didn't T-dodge instead, he raised his left hand, now clad in the new gauntlet, and took the punch head-on. I'll show you just how powerful architecture can be. He slammed his finger down on the button at the center of the gauntlet. The gauntlet spun rapidly, finally coming to a stop on the gray icon representing the stone piglet. Stone. Stone house. Accompanied by a solid sound effect. A streak of earth yellow light surged from the gauntlet. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced before him into a massive, heavy shield built from huge stone blocks. On the shield was a cartoon pig's head wearing a hard hat. The next second. Boom! The outcast Buildes' iron fist slammed squarely into the stone shield. The result caught everyone off guard. No earth-shattering explosion. No scene of shattering debris. That somewhat comical-looking stone shield, after withstanding this terrifying blow, merely trembled slightly, not a single crack appeared. Instead, it was the abnormal build that was sent reeling backward by the massive recoil, letting out a pained growl. Fine cracks had actually begun to appear on its fist, encased in blue armor. It blocked it? The Thunder Master gasped in disbelief, feeling as though his worldview had just been turned upside down once again. Are you kidding me? That was a punch that had stolen the core power of the B-rank Berserker class. And it was just blocked by a stone wall, painted with a pig's head? It even injured the attacker itself? Nice! Luo Chen shouted excitedly from beneath his helmet. No wonder it was built by Big Brother Pig, the smartest of the three little pigs. It's solid as a rock. It's not over yet. Luo Chen pressed his advantage, activating his gauntlet once more. Wood. House of Wood. The stone shield vanished instantly, replaced by a wooden shield constructed from massive logs. Here, taste this. Saber swung the wooden shield forward with all his might. Whoosh! Several thick logs shot out from the shield like battering rams, slamming viciously into the abnormal build. Caught off guard, the abnormal build was struck repeatedly in the chest by the logs, forced to stumble backward with a series of dull thuds. Though it didn't inflict any substantial damage, it was incredibly humiliating. Come on. Luo Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself. Straw. House of Straw. The wooden shield instantly disintegrated, transforming into a shield woven from straw and vines, a straw shield? What is this thing even good for? The thought had barely crossed Luo Chen's mind. The aberrant build roared and charged forward once more. It had learned its lesson, no longer relying on brute force. It shifted its body and activated the Shadow Dancer, stealth skill again, instantly blending into the shadows. Trying to sneak attack? Luo Chen's lips curled into a smirk. He slammed the grass shield onto the ground. Go! Little pigs! The grass shield disintegrated instantly, transforming into dozens of green vines that spread out in all directions. These vines acted like the most precise radar, instantly locking onto the abnormal build hiding in the shadows. Whoosh! 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 Several vines shot through the air, wrapping themselves with pinpoint accuracy around its limbs and torso, dragging it forcefully out of the shadows. Gotcha! Luo Chen let out a loud laugh. Taste the lash of love. He controlled the remaining vines, wielding them like dozens of long whips, lashing out relentlessly at the abnormal build, which was now bound tight as a dumpling. Crack! 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 The crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Sparks flew from the abnormal build's hard armor as the vines lashed against it, and it let out a series of angry yet feeble roars. Is that even allowed? The Shadow Dancer watched as his prized stealth skill was thwarted in such a ridiculous manner, momentarily at a loss for what expression to make. This guy's fighting style makes no sense at all. Now! Seeing the moment was ripe, Luo Chen swung his right hand violently. Fire Dragon! Breath! The Dragon of Courage head armor attached to his right shoulder flashed with a brilliant red light, spewing a stream of scorching dragon-esque breath that struck the vine-bound abnormal build with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A dazzling flower of flame exploded violently on the abnormal build's chest. Roar! Aya! Under the scorching flames and the vine's grip, the abnormal build let out its most piercing scream yet. Its armor melted and shattered over a wide area from the impact. Seeing that it was about to be slowly worn down to death, a flicker of madness and desperation flashed in the abnormal build's eyes. It violently struck the crude holy sword driver at its waist. Ready, go! Vortex finish! An unprecedented, extremely dangerous energy surge erupted from its body. It actually forced its way free from the vine's grip and shot skyward. Terrifying red and blue energy coalesced on its right foot, tracing an eerie, function-like trajectory through the air. Night Kick! In the face of certain doom, it had actually unleashed Build's signature finishing move. Oh no! It's a finishing move! The Master of Lightning's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively moved forward to provide support. In the monitoring room, Lei Jun also leaped to his feet, his heart in his throat. Facing this deadly strike descending from the sky, Luo Chen, however, remained unusually calm. He slowly raised his head, watching the approaching trail of destruction, a cold smile curving his lips. Not only did he not prepare to counter kick, but he actually sheathed the flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver. What was he doing? This question popped into everyone's mind. Only Luo Chen himself knew. Beneath his helmet, in a voice only he could hear, he issued a declaration of victory. You thought I'd go toe-to-toe with you? Idiot! How could I possibly go toe-to-toe with you when I'm on the left? Before the words had even finished, he violently pulled the holy sword from the holy sword driver once more. Finishing move activated. Rekka unsheath. The holy sword driver emitted an unprecedentedly stirring symphony, blending the sounds of two stories. Dragon. The Three Little Pigs. Volume 2 / Fire. Luo Chen gripped the hilt with both hands, pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He did not unleash the night kick. Instead, he swung upward with all his might at the figure plummeting through the air, delivering a sky-splitting upward slash. Boom! A massive crescent-shaped sword aura, fused with dragon flame and the power of nature, broke free from the blade and roared forth. That sword aura was half a blaze that consumed all things, and half an indestructible barrier. Two completely different forces, perfectly fused. Mid-air. The abnormal Build's night kick collided fiercely with this massive blade of flame. There was no stalemate. There was no suspense. That night kick, which had channeled all of the abnormal Build's power, was no match for this fatal sword energy that fused dual forces. Its energy trail was instantly severed, torn apart, and devoured. No! The abnormal Build let out a final, agonized scream filled with resentment and despair. Its body was completely pierced from bottom to top by that massive blade of flame. Boom! A deafening explosion swept through the entire basement. Huge flames shot skyward. The ferocious energy shockwave caused even the thick alloy walls to hum and vibrate. When the smoke and dust cleared, all that remained was a massive crater, its edges melted by the intense heat. As for the abnormal Build, not even a single speck of ash remained. Silence. A long, heavy silence. The Thunder Master and the Shadow Dancer stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds a blank. It was over. That terrifying monster that had left them helpless, even despairing. Just like that, vanquished with a single sword strike? Luo Chen remained in the stance of swinging his sword, gasping for breath in deep, ragged breaths. The cost of the finishing move far exceeded his expectations. He felt his mental energy almost completely drained, and even standing was a struggle. But he forced himself to hold on, refusing to break the transformation. No way. At the end of a hero's battle, he had to leave a cool silhouette. Phew, job done. He muttered to himself, preparing to turn and walk away with flair. Just then. Clang. A crisp sound, like metal hitting the ground, echoed from the deep crater ahead. Luo Chen froze, instinctively looking over. There, in the center of the crater, the epicenter of the explosion. A brand new Wonder Ride book, glowing faintly, lay quietly on the ground. The book's cover was half deep blue, representing a tank, and half bright red, representing a rabbit. Printed boldly in gold lettering across the cover was a single line. Kamen Rider Saber Build. Chapter 15, My Slacker Life Continues. As the deafening explosion finally subsided and the violent energy shockwaves gradually dissipated, the entire basement fell into a deathly silence. Luo Chen remained in the stance of delivering a finishing blow, his chest covered in the deep red storm pig armor rising and falling violently. The feeling of his mental energy being drained left him dizzy and disoriented. He could barely stand. But he forced himself to hold on. No way. At the end of a hero's battle, of course he has to leave behind a cool, solitary silhouette that has common sense. Phew, all done. He muttered to himself in a tone he hoped sounded cool, just as he was about to turn and walk away, completing this perfect show of swagger. Just then. Clang. A crisp sound, like a hard object hitting the ground, came from the massive crater ahead, its edges melted by the intense heat, sounding particularly jarring in the otherwise silent environment. Luo Chen froze, instinctively looking in the direction of the sound. Right in the center of the deep crater, the epicenter of the explosion, where the aberrant build had been utterly obliterated. A brand new Wonder Ride book, emitting a soft glow, lay quietly there. The book's cover was half a deep blue representing a tank, and half a bright red representing a rabbit. Two completely unrelated elements, yet perfectly fused with a genius sense of design. Printed boldly on the cover were gold embossed letters he recognized all too well. Kamen Rider Saber Build. Luo Chen's pupils contracted sharply. This is... Defeating an abnormal rider drops the corresponding genuine Wonder Ride book? Is there such a thing? He could no longer bother maintaining any air of a master. He took 2 steps at a time to the edge of the pit, carefully slid down to the bottom, and picked up the book. As his fingers touched the pages, he felt a warm yet solid texture, and within it lay a surging, pure power, the power of story. The moment his fingertips touched the cover, a long-forgotten fragment of memory exploded in his mind. It was shortly after he had awakened his class, on a bored afternoon in the library. Devastated that he had only awakened the useless F-rank librarian class, he lost his cool and, in a fit of pique, let out a teenage-like shout at his class ability, which allowed him to flip through books quickly. Summon! Give me a book that's actually interesting. The more outlandish, the better. He still remembers the look of utter shock on his face when that swirling vortex of light composed of countless golden runes appeared out of thin air. Then, the Dragon of Courage and the Holy Sword Driver flew out of the vortex and landed in his arms. But that wasn't all. He remembered it clearly. Along with the appearance of the Dragon of Courage, there were hundreds, even thousands, of even smaller, dimmer specks of light in various colors. Like a swarm of startled fireflies, they scattered from the vortex, shooting off in all directions, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The memory came flooding back. Luo Chen looked down at the Kamen Rider saber build in his hands, then recalled the 3 little pigs that had just saved his life. A chilling suspicion, one that made his scalp prickle and sent a cold shiver down his spine, surfaced in his mind. No way. Could it be that every single one of those specks of light that flew away back then was a Wonder Ride book? He had created the world's first flame swordsman. And with his own hands, he had scattered countless Pandora's boxes capable of destroying cities and corrupting souls to every corner of this world. Therefore, the birth of the aberrant build was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. Because that book, which represented Build's power, had been thrown out along with the Holy Sword Driver when he first summoned it. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. So after all this, I have to clean up the mess I created myself? I just wanted to be a slacker. How did I end up saddled with this save the world KPI out of nowhere? Just as he was ranting internally and mourning the loss of his carefree life. Thud. With both his mental and physical strength at their limit, he could no longer hold on. His armor vanished in a flash. He plopped down onto the ground, reverting to the frail young man in a tattered hoodie. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, causing his vision to grow dark. It was at that very moment that he suddenly snapped back to reality. Where was he now? He struggled to lift his head and looked around. Not far away, that lay Clan B rank powerhouse, the Thunder Master, and that curvaceous Shadow Dancer were staring at him blankly, as if they were looking at a prehistoric beast. What was even worse was that he could clearly sense Lei Clan's all-pervasive surveillance equipment filling every corner of this basement. Which meant the entire process from transforming into Saber, to summoning the Sal, to switching forms and taking down the heretic rider, had been watched from start to finish. In an instant, a fear more intense than mental exhaustion washed over him like ice-cold water from head to toe. It's over. It's all over. My life of doing nothing. My plan to just lie around. My lazy mornings. All of it is about to slip away from me. Once his identity as the Flame Swordsman was exposed, what awaited him would be endless interrogations from the Alliance government. Invitations for slice studies from the Truth Research Institute, round-the-clock harassment from the four great families. And even, the tax bureau coming after Gate to collect on his illegal income from selling beast cores. The mere thought of his hard-earned nest egg being confiscated made Luo Chen's vision go dark, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Just as he was sinking into despair, his mind a blank. A tentative voice, tinged with awe and uncertainty, drifted over from nearby. Chen, Mr. Chen Luo? It was the Thunder Master. He approached cautiously, looking down at Luo Chen, who was slumped on the ground, his expression incredibly complex. That name struck Luo Chen like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, instantly jolting him awake. Chen Luo? That's right. Chen Luo. My current identity ISNTF rank librarian Luo Chen. It's the Season C rank combat class, Heart of Lava Chen Luo, from the Ring of Ashes. All they see is the secret behind Chen Luo. What does that have to do with me, librarian Luo Chen? My life of doing nothing is still intact. My identity is still perfectly safe. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Realizing this, Luo Chen almost burst out laughing. He forced down the wild joy in his heart and quickly summoned all the Oscar-winning performances he'd seen in his past life. His face instantly shifted into an expression of weakness, struggle, and a hint of pleading. He raised his head, looked at the two approaching figures, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Gentlemen. Regarding today's events, I hope you'll keep this between us. As he spoke, he coughed violently a few times, as if the battle had just drained every ounce of his vitality. I am just an ordinary hunter who wants to live a peaceful life. This power to me, it's more of a burden. I don't want fame, and I certainly don't want to get dragged into the feuds of those powerful clans. His performance, part truth, part pretense combined with his pale complexion and frail state, was utterly heartfelt and deeply moving. The Thunder Master and the Shadow Dancer exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of understanding in the other's eyes. So that's how it is. True masters are found among the common folk. This master had grown weary of strife, so he disguised himself as a low-level hunter to live the life of an ordinary person. Such a mindset, detached from fame and fortune, is the true mark of a true master. The two immediately felt a deep sense of respect and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we didn't see a thing. That's right. The Lei Clan's salvation today was the result of the joint efforts of 10 brave hunters. Just as they reached this consensus, a clear, metallic-sounding voice boomed from the basement's public address system. It was Lei Jun. Mr. Chen Luo, your performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. The Lei Clan owes you a favor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the large gate leading to the ground floor slowly opened, and Lei Jun descended in person. He walked straight up to Luo Chen, gazing at him intently. There was not a trace of contempt in his eyes, only pure admiration and scrutiny. As agreed, 10 million credits will be transferred to your account immediately. Additionally, as an extra token of gratitude for saving my younger brother, the Lei Clan will add another 10 million. 20 million. Luo Chen's breathing grew rapid in an instant. He felt as though his heart was about to leap out of his throat. But he knew this was no time to act like a money grubber. He had to maintain his image as a master who was indifferent to fame and fortune. Suppressing the urge to count the money, he shook his head calmly. You're too kind, young Master Lei. I was just doing my job. Lei Jun gave him a deep, penetrating look, as if trying to see right through him. Mr. Chen, on behalf of the Lei Clan, I am formally extending an invitation to you. Become a special grade attendant of the Lei Clan, with a status equal to my own. You won't have to deal with any of the clan's mundane affairs. We'll provide you with top-tier resources, the most advanced intelligence, and absolute freedom. All you need to do is step in once when the Lei Clan faces a crisis it cannot resolve on its own. These terms were undeniably generous. Any B rank or even a rank powerhouse would likely find them impossible to refuse. But without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen was ready to decline. Are you kidding me? Become a clan patron? That would be like signing up for a job. Sure, there's no need to punch a clock, but I'd still be under someone's thumb. What if I got caught slacking off one day? Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lei. Luo Chen shook his head, his tone firm. I'm used to living freely. I don't like being bound by any faction. Upon hearing this, a fleeting hint of disappointment flashed in Lei Jun's eyes, but more than that, there was a sense of understanding as if he expected nothing less. Truly capable powerhouses usually have their own pride. He didn't press the matter, but nodded and changed his approach. I understand. The Lei Clan respects your choice. But the invitation remains open. And even if you don't wish to become a guardian, the Lei Clan would still be honored to count you as a friend. He handed over a jet black metal card. This is my personal contact information. In the future, whenever you're in Tianqiang City, no matter what trouble you encounter or what help you need, you can reach out to me. As long as it's within the Lei Clan's capabilities, we'll do everything in our power to assist you. This time, Luo Chen didn't refuse. He knew this was essentially a free pass to walk all over Tianqiang City. With the heir to one of the 4 great clans as his backer, everything from selling goods to gathering intelligence would be much easier in the future. Most importantly, it was a free gift. Why turn it down? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. He took the card and slipped it into his pocket. Just then, his personal terminal emitted a crisp beep. He instinctively raised his wrist. On the screen, a string of numbers enough to give any penniless person a heart attack lay quietly there. Account balance, 20,021.00 credits. Luo Chen's pupils dilated instantly. Staring at that dizzying string of zeros, he felt as though the entire world had become unreal. He was finally rich. He instinctively looked up, a dazed, goofy grin spreading across his face. Then he caught the probing, puzzled glances from Lei Jun and the other two. Luo Chen's heart sank, and he snapped back to reality. His persona had almost been ruined. He quickly wiped the smile off his face, forced a stern expression, and spoke slowly to Lei Jun in a weathered, weary tone. Money, to me, is just a number. With that, he walked out the door without looking back, supported by the other two, leaving behind a silhouette that was impossible for anyone to fathom. Only he knew the truth. Inside, he was over the moon. Countless little figures were rolling around wildly in a sky full of flying bills. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Once I pay off my debts, I'll have enough left over to buy a small apartment in Neon Ring. No more living in that rundown tenement building. Ha 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 ha. In one hand, he clutched Lejun's black credit card. In the other, he held tightly to the brand new Kamen Rider Saber Build Wonder Ride book in his pocket. In his mind, on one side were countless bills, and on the other, the hundreds or thousands of scattered specks of light representing the mess he needed to clean up. Excitement and frustration, these two diametrically opposed emotions, kept colliding within him. His life as a slacker seemed to still be there. Yet it also felt like it was gone forever. Chapter 16: The Life of a Rich Man. When Luochen was half supported and half escorted out of the Lei clan estate by those 2B rank powerhouses, his legs were still weak. Half of it was due to exhaustion from depleted mental energy, the other half was pure excitement. 20 million. 20 million credits. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen that much money. It wasn't until he was seated in the private vehicle sent by the Lei clan that Luochen finally felt a glimmer of reality. The luxurious hover-armored vehicle glided smoothly away from the Tianshu Ring, leaving behind the affluent district where he might never be able to afford a home in his lifetime. His hands trembling, he tapped open his personal terminal. Account balance, 20,021,000 credits. That dizzying string of zeros struck his heart like the most potent shot of adrenaline. He felt every cell in his body cheering and leaping with joy. He fought the urge to shout with delight on the spot, maintaining the aloof persona of the big shot Chen Luo. He nodded at the 2B rank powerhouses beside him, who were struggling to find the right words. This is far enough. Thank you. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. The Thunder Master and Shadow Dancer immediately stood at attention, their demeanor as respectful as if they were facing their own mentor. The way they looked at Luochen had completely changed. There was no trace of contempt left, only pure awe and curiosity. They had witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes and were fortunate enough to be among its first spectators. This sense of shared pride even made them temporarily forget the unlucky souls who had died on this mission. After bidding farewell to his 2 fans, Luochen got out of the car at a random spot along the streets of Neon Ring. The first thing he did wasn't to go out for a big meal, nor was it to buy a new outfit. Instead, he eagerly opened his contact list. He swiped skillfully to a contact labeled Heartless Capitalist and pressed the call button without hesitation. Ring ring. The call connected in less than 2 seconds. Su Shaoan's voice came through, tinged with a hint of wariness and impatience. What? You're trying to kill me? Is the mission over? Are you dead yet? If you're not quite dead yet, which recycling center are you planning to sell the body to? I can put you in touch, you'll get 20 extra credits. Hearing that familiar, sharp tone, Luochen didn't get angry at all. Instead, he grinned, revealing a smile so bright it was almost infuriating. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly, in a tone typical of a nouveau riche, smooth yet tinged with a touch of swagger. Big sis Sue, don't be so harsh. I'm just come to pay you back. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Pay me back? Did you strike it rich? Did you really get that 500,000 from the Lei clan? Su Shaoan's tone was filled with disbelief. In her view, the fact that Luochen had walked out of the Lei clan estate in one piece was already a miracle. 50,000? Luochen snorted derisively, feeling insulted. A measly 50,000? Does that even match the stature of a big shot like Chen Luo? He couldn't be bothered with further small talk. He opened the transfer page and, with a sweeping gesture, selected the 20,000 yuan debt agreement. Please enter the transfer amount. Luochen stared at the input field, his vanity and the sense of arrogance that came with sudden wealth instantly taking over. 200,000? That's too petty. How could that possibly reflect my current financial might? After a moment's thought, his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. 500,000.00. Confirmed transfer. Beep. A soft chime signaled the successful transfer. I received your transfer 20. Holy shit. 500,000? Su Xiaowan's trademark composure shattered instantly, and she let out a scream loud enough to blow the roof off her shabby auto repair shop. Luo Qin. You weren't supposed to go to the Lei clan as a bodyguard, you went to rob a bank, didn't you? Which bank is that, rich? Take me with you. Listening to the exclamations coming through the communicator, Luo Qin felt like he was floating on air. Is this the power of money? It's amazing. He crossed his legs, his nose practically touching the sky, and said in a casual tone. Calm down, calm down. Just business as usual. Consider the extra 300,000 as compensation for the meals you've been buying me lately, plus compensation for emotional distress. Once your big brother here makes it big, you'll get your cut. With that, he hung up the call with a flourish, leaving Su Xiaowan to sputter incoherent holy shit, yes. Debt paid off, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Luo Chen felt like he was walking on air. Humming a tuneless tune, he was about to hail a cab back to his rundown rental to pack his things and make a run for it. Just then, his personal terminal rang again. The caller ID read, Vampire Landlady. Luo Chen's face fell instantly. He was still 500 short on this month's rent. Based on past experience, this 200-pound landlady with a 300 decibel voice was surely calling to demand payment again. He was about to hang up, but then he had a second thought. Wait a minute. I'm a rich man now. Why should I be afraid of her? Luo Chen answered the call, but before he could say a word, the landlady's shrill roar immediately blared through the line. Luo Chen. You little bastard. Are you going to pay this month's rent or not? If you don't pay up, I'll come over right now and throw all your junk books out the window. I'm telling you, if you can't come up with the money today, pack your bags and get the hell out. Hearing this familiar tirade, Luo Chen wasn't afraid in the least. Instead, a faint, nostalgic smile crossed his face. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. Landlady. I'm on my way. Wait for me at home. After hanging up, Luo Chen hailed the most expensive maglev taxi and headed straight for his pad in the Hive residential district. Half an hour later. Bang! 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 Open the gate. I know you're in there. Don't play dead with me. The landlady's bulky frame blocked Luo Chen's rickety iron gate, completely blocking the already narrow hallway. Coming. Luo Chen opened the gate, a harmless smile plastered on his face. You little bastard, you still dare to smile. Where's the money? The landlord stood with his hands on his hips, spittle nearly flying onto Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen said nothing, merely raising his personal terminal in silence. He opened the transfer page and typed in the number 10,000. Then, right in front of the landlady, he pressed confirm. Beep. Account balance decreased, 10,000.00 credits. A rapid series of payment confirmation tones immediately rang out from the landlady's personal terminal. She instinctively looked down. Then, the rage on her face froze. She rubbed her eyes and leaned in for a closer look. No mistake. 10,000 credits. She froze for a full 3 seconds. Then, she jerked her head up and looked at Luo Chen. The anger on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning smile. Oh my! She grabbed Luo Chen's hand, her voice sickeningly sweet. Isn't this our little Luo? Look at you, kid. Just pay the rent. Why did you give me so much? Come on in. It's freezing out here. As she spoke, she enthusiastically ushered Luo Chen inside, treating him with more warmth than she would her own son. Watching this dramatic scene unfold, Luo Chen felt absolutely thrilled. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Simple and boring. Over the next hour, amid the landlord's repeated, affectionate calls of Brother Luo, Luo Chen packed up his meager belongings. Just as he was about to leave, carrying a worn-out suitcase, the landlord followed him reluctantly, on the verge of tears. Brother Luo, are you leaving already? Why not stay a few more days? If you don't like it here, I'll switch you to a sunny, spacious single room. I'll give you a 50% discount on the rent. Luo Chen waved his hand and said without looking back. No need. This place isn't worthy of my noble status. With that, he walked away with a flourish from the dilapidated tenement building where he lived for nearly a year, leaving the landlord's utterly dejected gaze behind. Having bid farewell to the past, Luo Chen headed straight for the busiest section of the Neon Ring. It took him half a day to rent a luxury penthouse apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 360-degree panoramic view. The monthly rent, 30,000 credits. Just yesterday, that figure would have given him a heart attack on the spot. Now, he paid a year's rent without batting an eye. Standing before the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, he looked down at the ceaseless flow of hovercars and the flickering neon signs below. He felt as though he were standing atop the world. He even indulged in the luxury of opening the apartment's information terminal to check property prices in the axle ring. When he saw prices starting at a minimum of 50 million, his newly inflated ego cooled slightly. It seems I'm still just a hair's breadth away from being a truly wealthy person. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades must continue to strive. He lay on the plush leather sofa, planning his future life of luxury. Unbeknownst to him, a storm concerning him was quietly brewing at the seat of power in Tianqiong City. Meanwhile, Tianshu Ring, Lei Clan Manor. In a study brimming with futuristic technology, Lei Jun stood respectfully before an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, yet still vigorous and alert, giving a detailed account of everything that had transpired in the basement. This elderly man was none other than the current head of the Lei clan, Lei Tianqing. That is the sequence of events. Lei Jun finished playing the final segment of the battle footage. The scene where Saber unleashed a fatal strike fused with the power of both dragon and boar, completely obliterating the aberrant build. The study fell into a prolonged silence. Lei Tianqing's cloudy yet piercing eyes fixed intently on the frozen red figure on the screen, remaining silent for a long time. As a former A-rank powerhouse, he understood better than anyone just how terrifying the power contained within that single strike truly was. It had already transcended the realm of a mere energy attack. It was a kind of higher-level law power that he could not comprehend. After a long while, Lei Tianqing finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and grave. What do you think? Lei Jun pushed his glasses up, a rational gleam in his eyes. Very strong beyond our comprehension. From what I've observed, this Flame Swordsman who calls himself Chen Luo every time he transforms, or rather, switches forms represents an entirely new and complete combat system. Defense, control, heavy offense, finishing moves, he has virtually no weaknesses. Looking at every combat class in Tianqiong City's recorded history, not a single one can compare to him. Lei Tianqing nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Most crucially, his power seems to have a natural countering effect against those twisted aberrant monsters. Father, you must understand what this means. Lei Tianqing's eyes hardened. Of course he understood. It meant that when facing those monsters born from human desires and impossible to guard against, this Flame Swordsman was currently the only known specific antidote. If we, the Lei clan, can win him over, then in the future shifts of the city's power dynamics, we will hold the absolute upper hand. Conversely, if he is snatched away by the Xia clan, the Shin clan, or even the Bai clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lei Jun's analysis cut straight to the heart of the matter. An uncontrollable top-tier powerhouse with a rank potential or even greater is like a wandering nuclear bomb. It is enough to shatter the fragile balance that has been maintained among the four great clans for nearly a century. Win him over? Lei Tianqing let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think someone like that can be bought with the mere title of special grade attendant? I've tried. Lei Jun admitted candidly. He turned me down. I even looked into his identity ID, the one under the name Chen Luo. On the surface, the records are flawless. But after conducting a deep correlation analysis in our Lei clan's internal big data system, we can confirm that all his past mission records were fabricated out of thin air. The name Chen Luo is also fake. We know absolutely nothing about him. Lei Tianqing's brows furrowed deeply. A powerful figure of unknown origin, with unfathomable strength, and unwilling to accept recruitment. That was the most troublesome part. Isn't there even a single clue? There is. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. There is one. Although he went to great lengths to hide it, I could still tell. From the moment he stepped into the Tianshu ring to the time I saw the 20 million credit transfer. He has an almost instinctive, bone-deep craving for money. This is his only and possibly fatal weakness. A powerful figure who loves money is always much easier to deal with than a sage who desires nothing. Chapter 17, The New Rich Mindset of a Broke Guy. On his first day living in clouds above, the most luxurious apartment complex in the Neon Ring, Luo Chen woke up on a smart temperature-controlled bed worth 500,000 credits. Sunlight streamed in through the 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a sweeping view of the bustling cityscape of Tianqiong City. He snapped his fingers, and the AI butler immediately served up a fried egg made from the egg of a B-rank bone beast known as the Dawnbird. It was accompanied by rare berries transplanted from the world beyond the gate, said to prolong life. This breakfast alone was worth 3,000 credits. That was more than his monthly salary back home. Ah! Luo Chen slumped onto the plush leather sofa, letting out a satisfied groan. The life of the wealthy is just this simple and this boring. He felt he had completely fallen in love with this decadent lifestyle. Over the next few days, Luo Chen embarked on a frenzy of revenge spending. The first thing he did was storm into the most exclusive luxury mall in the 10,000 Worlds commercial district, striding past shops he'd never even dared to look at before like a monarch surveying his domain. This one, and that one, wrap them all up for me. He pointed at a row of the latest trench coats, crafted from special bone beast leather and equipped with built-in micro-energy shields, speaking with unbridled generosity. The sales assistant smiled sweetly and respectfully escorted him into the VIP lounge. Sir, that comes to a total of 3,800,000 credits. May I ask your name? Charge it. Luo Chen crossed his legs and casually uttered those two words, while inwardly cringing. Damn, that's expensive. That's enough to buy a small house in the Ashen Ring. But when he thought about how he was now Chen Luo, a big shot with 20 million credits in his pocket, what was a little money like that? Status. He had to maintain his status. After paying, he mimicked the domineering CEOs he'd seen on TV, pulling several large denomination credit notes from the pocket of his newly acquired trench coat and shoving them into the salesgirl's hand. Here's a tip for you. However, instead of the delighted squeal he'd imagined, the salesgirl looked at him as if he were a country bumpkin and said, politely yet distantly, Sir, we do not accept tips here. Luo Chen's smile froze on his face. He felt his cheeks burning, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right then and there. Slinking out of the clothing store, he rushed into a restaurant touted as the top-tier 7-star Michelin establishment in the entire Neon Ring. He ordered the most expensive item on the menu, the rank lava dragon lizard tenderloin steak, priced at 100,000 credits. When the steak no bigger than the palm of his hand and carrying a faint sulfuric scent was served, Luo Chen was thrilled. The meat of an A-rank bone beast. Just how much energy must this contain? Would a single bite be enough to level up? With a sense of reverence bordering on pilgrimage, he carefully sliced off a small piece and popped it into his mouth. The first bite. It was indeed tender and smooth. A peculiar energy did indeed dissolve in his mouth. But is that it? Luo Chen's brow slowly furrowed. This flavor, doesn't he even seem as good as those skewers sold for 20 credits a skewer at the roadside stalls along the Ashen Ring, made from F-rank burrowing mole leg meat? He felt like he'd been ripped off. This 100,000 credits was nothing short of a tax on his intelligence. A string of disappointing experiences had significantly dampened Luo Chen's euphoria over his sudden wealth. He realized that these extravagant luxuries of high society were nothing special. They tasted good, but not to the point of being mind-blowing. They looked impressive, but the value for money was outrageously low. It wasn't until he walked into a shop specializing in high-tech gear that he rediscovered the thrill of spending money. The latest Hummingbird-class personal reconnaissance drone, priced at 800,000 credits, can effectively evade psychic detection from C rank and below. Gecko tactical climbing gloves, priced at 500,000 credits, let you walk on the glass facades of skyscrapers as if on solid ground. The deep-sea triple-proof personal terminal maintains communication at depths of 1,000 meters and within the energy field of a B-rank bone beast priced at 1.2 million. Gazing at this gear gleaming with a metallic sheen, Luo Chen's eyes widened in awe. Buy it. Buy it all. These were the real deal, the kind of gear that could save his life and boost his combat prowess. This money was well spent. After burning through nearly 10 million credits, Luo Chen's apartment was piled high with all manner of bizarre and expensive gear. Thanks to his lavish spending, he quickly gained a bit of fame in the upper echelons of the Neon Ring. Soon, trouble found its way to Gate. In a private club, a dapper, slick-haired young man approached him with a glass of wine in hand. "Mr. Luo Chen, I've heard a lot about you." The young man was all smiles. "My name is Li Ming. I'm a project manager at Eternal Heart Investment Company. I have an investment opportunity involving rare mineral veins in the wasteland with a return on investment as high as 300%. I was wondering if you might be interested? This is inside information, absolutely reliable. Many scions of prominent families have already invested." As he spoke, he opened his personal terminal, displaying data charts and photos of ore samples that looked incredibly enticing. A pig slaughtering scam. Luo Chen instantly identified it in his mind. In his previous life, he'd seen plenty of these scams online. First, they gain your trust with small returns, then lure you into investing your entire fortune, and finally, they abscond with the money. For any genuine self-made millionaire who climbed from the bottom, it would be hard not to be tempted by such inside information and the allure of heirs to prominent families. But who was Luo Chen? He was a time traveler who'd been through the crucible of the information age. He'd only glanced at the project proposal, yet he'd already spotted at least 10 logical flaws in his mind. He smiled, raised his glass, and gave it a little wave toward the young man. "Not interested? Why not, Mr. Chen? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Li Ming grew impatient. Luo Chen took a sip of his drink and said calmly, "Because I don't believe in any deal that promises a return 3 times higher than a bank's fixed-term deposit. Besides, if this project were really that good, why wouldn't you sell everything you own to invest in it yourself, instead of going out of your way to persuade an outsider like me?" Li Ming's face instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected this seemingly unsophisticated nouveau riche to be so clear-headed. Seeing his scam exposed, he dropped all pretense, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Luo Chen watched his retreating figure and shook his head. It seemed that, no matter the world, fools and con artists were a timeless theme. Just as he was lost in thought, preparing to resume his mundane life as a wealthy man, the entertainment program playing on the apartment's massive holographic projection wall was interrupted by an urgent local news bulletin. The headline instantly caught Luo Chen's attention. Shin Group officially launches the Ashes to New Life project. Old City redevelopment enters the fast lane. On the screen, a scene from a grand press conference unfolded. A young man dressed in a bespoke suit, handsome yet haughty, spoke eloquently to the camera as the project's lead. Luo Chen recognized him. Shin, the elite scion of the Shin family's collateral branch. "We at the Shin Group have always regarded improving the living conditions of the underprivileged as our duty." Shin wore a businesslike smile, his words sounding noble and lofty. "This new life initiative will begin with the comprehensive demolition and redevelopment of Rust Iron Town, which has the worst living conditions and the greatest safety hazards. We will provide every resident who cooperates with the relocation a generous compensation package of up to 50,000 credits, enough to start a brand new life in a better neighborhood." 50,000 credits? Luo Chen nearly spit out the drink in his mouth. In the Neon Ring, 50,000 credits wouldn't even buy a toilet. And they call that generous? Just as he was about to let loose with a tirade, the camera cut to the scene in Rust Iron Town. The area was already completely surrounded by heavily armed demolition squads dispatched by the Shin family. The roar of the bulldozers was deafening. Desperate cries and angry curses mingled together, and the scene was in utter chaos. In the frame, a white-haired old man knelt on the ground, clinging desperately to the leg of a demolition crew member, begging them not to tear down his only home. A young mother held her terrified, crying child tightly in her arms, her eyes vacant and dazed. Countless faces, filled with despair and helplessness, flashed before the camera. Luo Chen felt as if something had wrenched at his heart. In those faces, he seemed to see a reflection of himself from when he first arrived, confused, vulnerable, and filled with fear for the future. Suddenly, a familiar figure burst into his line of sight. Amid the chaotic and desperate crowd, Su Xiaowan was shielding her frail younger brother with all her might. There were no tears on her face, nor any cries of anguish. Only a cold, still calm like stagnant water. It was the kind of calm that comes only after seeing through injustice and exhausting all hope. She stood there, stubborn and silent. Crash! The wine glass in Luo Chen's hand slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. He could no longer feel the softness of the sofa cushion, nor taste the rich flavor of the expensive red wine. All that remained in his ears was the roar of bulldozers from the news and the desperate cries of the residents. Before his eyes, there were only Su Xiaowan's lifeless, hollow eyes, devoid of any light. His heart, which had just been filled with money, felt as if a chunk had been brutally torn out by reality. An inexplicable restlessness and rage rose from the depths of his soul. He slammed the TV off, and the vast apartment was instantly plunged into darkness. Outside the window, the lights of the neon ring still shone brilliantly, like a galaxy in the sky. But he no longer had the heart to appreciate them. Chapter 18, You're Not Even Worth That Much. Neon Ring, Cloud Realm Penthouse. The 500,000 credit smart climate-controlled bed remained as soft as ever. The city beyond the 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows still sparkled. But in Luo Chen's eyes, all of this had lost its vibrant color. On the massive holographic screen, the news report about the Ashes Ring Rebirth project continued to loop. The roar of bulldozers, the desperate cries of residents, and Su Xiaowan's eyes still as stagnant as dead water stirred his heart repeatedly like a rusty, blunt knife. Restlessness. An unprecedented sense of restlessness left him unable to sit still. He wasn't annoyed by the Shen family's tyranny, nor by the world's injustice. He was annoyed with himself. He was annoyed with that fool who, just moments ago, had been gloating over his sudden wealth, believing that money would allow him to do whatever he pleased. That good-for-nothing who could command the virtual world but was powerless in the face of real tragedy. Damn it! Luo Chen muttered a curse under his breath and sprang to his feet from the sofa. But this time, he didn't let his rage cloud his judgment. He forced himself to calm down, pacing back and forth across the room as his mind raced. Just charge in and start a fight? No. That would only confirm that Flame Swordsman was an uncontrollable violent thug playing right into the hands of certain factions and potentially endangering the residents of Rust Iron Town. He stormed into the walk-in closet, ripped off the brand-new, $1,000,000 trench coat still bearing its price tag, and tossed it carelessly onto the floor. Then, he changed back into that old, faded sweatshirt and pair of jeans. Taking off those fine clothes felt like shedding a layer of the restlessness that came with sudden wealth. He was no longer Mr. Chen Luo, the naive man who believed money could solve everything. The role he needed to play was that of a Mr. Chen Luo who possessed a mysterious confidence, knew how to negotiate, and was ready to flip the table. He didn't know if he could succeed. But he knew he had to try. Half an hour later, an ordinary maglev taxi pulled up at the edge of the ash ring. The door opened, and a pungent air, a mixture of rusty metal, chemical waste, and cheap alcohol hit him in the face. Luo Chen stepped out of the car, as if emerging from a bizarre dream and stepping back into a cold, harsh reality. He walked briskly along the route etched in his memory, heading toward Rust Iron Town. The closer he got, the thicker the atmosphere of oppression and despair became. The roar of bulldozers was now within earshot, like a steel behemoth chewing on the town's last remaining bones. The Shen family's demolition squad, clad in matching uniforms and wielding stun batons, formed a human wall, keeping residents who tried to resist at bay. Luo Chen saw every scene he had previously witnessed in the news. Elderly people kneeling and pleading, men shoved to the ground, mothers clutching their children with vacant stares. Every face was etched with the helplessness and sorrow of a people crushed by the times. He pushed through the crowd and soon spotted a familiar figure in a corner. Su Xiaowan was shielding her frail younger brother behind her, using her own body to block the chaotic throng around them. There were no tears on her face, nor any anger. Only a numb calm that made Luo Chen's heart tighten. "Xiaowan!" Luo Chen called out, pushing through the crowd to reach her. Su Xiaowan heard the voice and turned her head with a slight delay. When she recognized Luo Chen, a faint ripple of emotion finally stirred in her lifeless eyes. "Luo Chen? Why are you here?" Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible surprise. "It's dangerous here. You need to leave." "Leave?" Luo Chen looked at her bloodshot eyes and her tightly pursed, bloodless lips, forcing down the rage welling up inside him. He knew this wasn't the time to show anger. He needed to give her and himself a little confidence. He walked up to Su Xiaowan and spoke in a tone of unprecedented calm and resolve. "Don't worry. I'm here to solve this problem. Trust me, I have a plan." Su Xiaowan froze. She looked at the Luo Chen standing before her so composed it was almost unrecognizable, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She didn't understand where he got the confidence. But those clear, confident eyes were like a glimmer of light, shining into her heart, a heart already filled with despair, compelling her to believe him. "Xin Yi, the head of the Xin family, is over there." Su Xiaowan raised her hand, pointing toward the temporary command center that had been cleared out in the distance. "All right." Luo Chen nodded and turned, striding purposefully in that direction. He didn't feel like a general heading into battle. He felt more like a gambler walking into a casino. And the nearly 20 million credits in his hand weren't his army, they were merely the insignificant chips he brought to the table. His true trump card was that unknown identity, and the courage to flip the table. Inside the makeshift command center, Xin held a glass of red wine, watching that apocalyptic scene outside with great interest through the one-way glass. To him, the cries of these lowly people were the most melodious accompaniment to his glorious achievements. "Young Master Xin, there's a hunter outside claiming to be Chen Luo who says he wants to see you." A subordinate walked in and reported respectfully. "Chen Luo?" Xin raised an eyebrow. The name rang a bell. It seemed to belong to a nouveau riche upstart who recently made a name for himself in the neon ring. "Let him in." A faint smile touched the corner of Xin's mouth. He was curious to see what tricks this rat, crawling up from the mud, intended to pull. Soon, Chen Luo was ushered in. He looked at the smartly dressed, arrogant-looking young man before him, feeling completely unmoved. He even felt a bit amused. So this was the elite of the four great families? He didn't look like much. "Mr. Xin, correct?" Chen Luo pulled out a chair and sat down without waiting to be invited, his demeanor composed, as if he were the master of the room. "I am Chen Luo. Let us talk." Xin's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He disliked the other man's casual manner of sitting down uninvited. It made him feel his authority was being challenged. He swirled his wineglass, watching him with unhurried composure. "Talk? What is there to talk about with someone like you? Let us talk about Rust Iron Town." Luo Chen's gaze met Xin's scrutinizing stare with calm composure. "The Xin Group is a massive enterprise. We don't need this one project. Hand this plot over to me. Name your price." His tone didn't sound like a plea, it was more like an equal business negotiation. Xin laughed out loud as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. "Hand it over to you? With you?" He eyed Luo Chen from head to toe, his gaze brimming with undisguised contempt. "Do you know how much the Xin family paid the alliance to acquire?" In the face of the game of power, so-called wealth was laughably insignificant. Seeing Luo Chen's silence, Xin seemed to find the game quite amusing. He slowly sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs. "However," he drew out the word. "Since you're so kind-hearted and willing to stand up for this bunch of paupers, I'll give you a chance. A chance to experience what it feels like to be a savior." He held up a single finger. 1 million. You give me 1 million, and I'll let you pick one family from that group. I promise not to touch a single thing in their home until the demolition is complete. What do you say? Isn't that a great deal? I'm letting you use money to buy their right to survive. Luo Chen's fist clenched tightly beneath the table. His fingernails dug deep into his palm. He glared at Shen Yi's smirking face, desperate to punch him in the face. This was a blatant humiliation. He wasn't selling land, he was flaunting his power and trampling on others' dignity. But he looked out the window, at the faces filled with despair, at Su Shaoan clutching her younger brother tightly. Clenched, the selected families thanked him profusely, some even trying to kneel before him. Those who hadn't been chosen, however, looked at him with eyes filled with a mixture of jealousy, resentment, and despair. Luo Chen felt as if he were about to suffocate. For the first time, he realized that money does not bring happiness. Sometimes, it brings only deeper pain and helplessness. For the first time, he clearly understood that in this world, money alone is far from enough. Without the power to match it, no amount of money is anything more than food on someone else's plate, a tool they use to humiliate you. The Shen family. The four great families. Luo Chen looked up at the perpetually dim, yellowish sky of the ash ring, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His individual strength was no match for a massive clan. So, he would use magic to defeat magic. Use one clan to oppose another. Silently, he pulled a jet-black metal card from his pocket. On the card, there was only a name and a contact number. Lei Jun. Chapter 19, The Lei Clan's Assistance. It was late at night. Tianshu Ring, Lei Clan Manor. The study was filled with a futuristic, high-tech atmosphere, yet the mood was oppressive. The current head of the Lei clan, Lei Tianxing, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing silently at a massive holographic projection. His gaze was sharp as he stared at the battle footage playing back in slow motion on the screen. The protagonist of the footage was none other than that mysterious swordsman clad in crimson dragon armor. Father, you've been watching this for an hour now. Lei Jun stood to the side, reminding him softly. His face still bore the calmness of a wise man, but his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Don't you find it fascinating, Jun? Lei Tianxing did not turn around, his voice was hoarse and low. He extended his gaunt finger and tapped the scene on the screen where Saber was wielding the flame sword Rekka. His swordsmanship combines the agility of a sword dancer with the ferocity of a sword saint, yet his core method of generating power is entirely different from any sword-wielding class we know. He switched the screen to a scene where flames blazed around Saber. To channel such pure fire elemental energy, this is a power that should only be displayed by an A-rank elementalist. But look, his flames don't seem to stem from energy manipulation, they're more like a proclamation. A proclamation of the arrival of the concept of burning. Finally, the screen froze on a scene where Saber had shifted into the Three Little Pigs form, using vines to bind and beat the aberrant build. And then there's the combined elemental power of wood and earth that's the domain of a high-ranking druid. Lei Tianxing slowly turned around, a gleam flashing in his eyes that sent a chill down Lei Jun's spine. Do you still believe he is merely a powerful combat class? Lei Jun fell silent. He understood his father's meaning. This being known as the Flame Swordsman, the abilities he had displayed had completely transcended the confines of the class framework. To fuse the abilities of several top-tier combat classes into a single being, this was no longer something that could be explained by the term genius. It was a higher dimensional power system. It was a dimensional strike against those of them who had been struggling to climb the ranks under the old system for over a century. This isn't a fusion of abilities. Lei Tianxing spoke word by word, his voice trembling slightly, a mix of fear and excitement. This is a negation of our existing class system. He is like a writer, and all our classes are merely words from his pen. He can combine these words as he pleases, and even create entirely new ones. This analogy sent a chill down Lei Jun's spine. If that were truly the case, then the value of this flame swordsman would far exceed their wildest imaginations. To possess him would be to hold the key to an entirely new system of power. So, Jun, your assessment was correct. Lei Tianxing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. We absolutely must not make an enemy of him. Not only must we not make an enemy of him, but we must also establish the deepest possible connection with him at any cost. If he loves money, we'll give him money. If he wants fame, we'll give him fame. Even if he wants the stars in the sky, we, the Lei clan, will find a way to pluck them down for him. Just then. Buzz. Lei Jun's personal terminal suddenly began to vibrate. He instinctively raised his hand to look at it. When he saw the two solitary names on the caller ID, his pupils contracted sharply. Chen Luo. It's him. For the first time, a noticeable tremor entered Lei Jun's voice. A sharp gleam flashed in Lei Tianqing's eyes, and he immediately made a shu gesture. Lei Jun composed himself and answered the call. Good evening, Mr. Chen. He spoke in the calmest tone possible, as if he were merely receiving a greeting from an ordinary friend. On the other end of the line, Luo Chen's voice was calm and direct. Young Master Lei, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Here it comes. Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat. He knew the opportunity had arrived. Please speak, Mr. Chen. Whatever the Lei clan can do, we will not hesitate to do. Help me purchase the plot of land in Rust Iron Town known as the Ashes Ring. There was no trace of emotion in Luo Chen's voice. This request caught Lei Jun off guard. Rust Iron Town? Wasn't he that the plot of land the Shen family was currently developing for their new life project? He instantly grasped the full picture. It seemed this man had been provoked by that reckless member of the Shen family. A faint smile touched Lei Jun's lips. This time, the Shen family had walked right into his trap. He glanced at his father, Lei Tianqing, who nodded imperceptibly. No problem. Lei Jun replied crisply. It's just a mere plot of land. Since you've asked, Mr. Chen, the Lei clan will naturally grant you this favor. As for the money, Mr. Chen, don't worry about it. Just consider it the Lei clan making a new friend. He had assumed the other party would readily accept this offer. However, Luo Chen's next words left him completely speechless. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. The voice on the other end of the communication remained calm. So, let us make a deal. In exchange for purchasing the plot, I can assist your Lei clan in making a trip to the Bone Domain to collect something. The origin flower. Those 4 words left both Lei Jun and Lei Tianqing speechless. Collect the origin flower? Lei Jun sucked in a sharp breath, nearly dropping the terminal he held. Are you kidding me? What is an origin flower? It is the very source of class awakening, the hope for the birth of high-tier powerhouses. Those subpar awakening potions circulating on the market, with success rates of less than 30%, are all products diluted from origin flowers countless times over. Only by using a complete origin flower for secondary awakening is there an extremely high probability of producing an A rank or even stronger top-tier combat class. This item is the true foundation that has sustained a major clan's legacy for centuries. However, without exception, origin flowers grow deep within the bone domain, and are invariably guarded by terrifying A rank or higher bone beasts. Precisely because of this, every harvesting expedition requires the 4 major clans to join forces, deploying several A-rank powerhouses and paying a heavy price just to barely bring back a few stems. And now, this Chen Luo actually claims he'll assist the Lei clan by going to harvest them alone? Does he mean he is confident he can emerge unscathed from the watch of A-rank bone beasts? Lei Jun felt his breathing grow rapid. He swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice. Mr. Chen, are you certain? I never joke. Luo Chen's voice carried an air of unquestionable confidence. Prepare the land deeds and the operation plan. Contact me when the time comes. With that, he cut off the communication without hesitation. Silence fell over the study. Lei Jun stared at the now darkened screen, feeling his palms drenched in cold sweat. After a long while, Lei Tianqing exhaled a deep breath, one that seemed to lift a heavy weight from his shoulders. He smiled. A smile so heartfelt it brought tears to his eyes. Heaven is on my side. Heaven is on the side of the Lei clan. He grabbed Lei Jun's shoulders, his eyes shining with intensity. Jun, listen to me. From this moment on, mobilize every resource of the clan. At any cost, buy that plot of land in Rust Iron Town for me. Even if the Shin family refuses to sell, seize it by force. Even if they want to fight, we'll see it through to the end. What money? Compared to the origin flower, or rather, compared to the favor of a powerful figure who can lead us to harvest the origin flower, the entire Shin family is nothing. Lei Jun nodded vigorously, his eyes likewise brimming with intense ambition. A single plot of land in exchange for a leap forward for the clan's future. Any fool could see which choice was the obvious one. He gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, as if he could already see the future where the Lei clan would crush the other three families and become the sole ruler of Tianxiong City. A cold, pitying smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself. Shin family, Shin family. You will likely never know just how much disaster your petty pride will bring upon the Shin family. Chapter 20, Did you spend hundreds of millions just to mock me? The next morning, the entire city of Tianxiong was rocked by a business news story that sent shockwaves through the community. Whether it was the holographic breakfast newspapers of the elite in the Tianshu Ring or the crackling, old-fashioned light screens in the taverns of the Huiyin Ring, all were broadcasting the same story with the most eye-catching headlines. Breaking news! Lei Heavy Industries forcibly acquires Shin Group's new life project site at triple the market price. On the news feed, a confident Lei clan spokesperson stood before a sea of flashing cameras, declaring with unwavering certainty. Following amicable negotiations between both parties, the Rust Iron Town plot in the Ashen Ring, formerly owned by the Shin Group, has officially been transferred to Lei Clan Heavy Industries. What did the Lei clan mean by sending such a good-for-nothing over? Let him in. Shinny took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was going to see exactly what trick the Lei clan was up to. Soon, a young man dressed in flashy designer clothes, slouching and whistling, sauntered in. It was Lei Zhe. He'd barely recovered from the aftereffects of that outcast night incident when his older brother kicked him over here to act as a messenger, and he was already in a foul mood. Yo, isn't this young Master Shin? Why do you look so glum? Didn't he sleep well last night? The moment Lei Zhe opened his mouth, his tone was downright infuriating. Shinny suppressed his rage and said coldly. Lei Zhe, what exactly is your Lei clan up to? Up to what? Lei Zhe picked his ear, looking completely innocent. Nothing at all. My dad saw I'd just recovered from a serious illness and was in a bad mood, so he bought me a piece of land to pass the time. Is that a problem? You. Shinny was so furious he nearly spat blood. Bought a piece of land to pass the time? Is that how your Lei clan passes the time, spending hundreds of millions of credits to buy a slum and just sit there staring at it? I'm warning you, Lei Zhe, don't push it too far. Shin Esa rank aura erupted violently, crushing toward Lei Zhe. However, Lei Zhe acted as if nothing had happened, still maintaining his carefree demeanor. He even yawned. Oh my, what an imposing presence. You scared the life out of me. He walked up to Shinny, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a tone dripping with sympathy. Hey, young Master Shin, you look like a proper gentleman, so why are you being so reckless? When the gods are fighting, you shouldn't go sticking your nose in. Look at me, I didn't believe it either, and I went and touched something I shouldn't have. See how that turned out? I nearly lost my life. Having said that, he paid no heed to Shin-E's grim expression. Facing Shin-E, he slowly raised his hand, pinching his thumb and index finger together to form just a little gesture, then contemptuously flipped his wrist. Don't mess with him. You can't handle him. Leaving this cryptic remark behind, Lei Zhe whistled and turned to walk away with a swagger. Shin-E was left standing alone, trembling with rage. A battle between gods? Don't mess with him? Who is he? Shin-E felt a buzzing in his head, and his mind went blank. On the other side, Rust Iron Town, having narrowly escaped disaster, was now in a state of jubilation. The bulldozers had driven off, and the demolition crew had withdrawn. Not only had the Lei clan not driven them away, but they had actually delivered new supplies to every household. When the residents asked who was helping them, the Lei clan representative merely smiled and left a single sentence. It's not us, the Lei clan, who are helping you. It is a certain Mr. Chen who wishes to remain anonymous. We are merely doing a small favor for that gentleman." These words left everyone speechless. In the crowd, Su Shaowan listened to the Lei clan representative's words, and the phrase Luo Chen had said to her before leaving instantly flashed through her mind. "I'll take care of it. Trust me." It was him. It really was him. But how could that be? Luo Chen was just an F-rank librarian. How could he possibly have the all-powerful Lei clan go to such lengths for him? A disturbing thought surfaced in Su Shaowan's mind. A contract of servitude. Luo Chen, he must have signed some unequal, almost enslavement-like contract with the Lei clan. He traded his future freedom, even his life, for the peace of the entire Rust Iron town. Once the thought took root, she could no longer suppress it. She recalled Luo Chen's face, always bearing a hint of a cynical smile, and the greedy look on his face when he received the massive sum of 500,000. So, was all of that just a facade? Behind that facade lay his resolve to sacrifice everything for others? Su Shaowan's heart clenched suddenly. It hurt. It hurt even more than when the Shin family had driven her to the brink. She gazed into the distance, where her younger brother and the neighborhood children were chasing and playing carefree, their faces lit with smiles she hadn't seen in a long time. All of this had been bought with everything that fool had. Su Shaowan's eyes began to well up. She turned around, facing the direction of the neon ring, and whispered softly in her heart. "Luo Chen. You must not come to any harm." Achoo! Luo Chen, who had just stepped out of the luxury apartment complex's main gate, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. "Damn it, who is cursing me?" He rubbed his nose, looking completely baffled. "Shen Yi? That guy should be busy dealing with the Lei clan right now. He probably doesn't have time to think about a small-time new rich like me. Su Shaowan? I just did them such a huge favor. She is probably too busy thanking me to be cursing me. I can't figure it out, so I'll just stop thinking about it." Luo Chen shook his head, banishing these jumbled thoughts from his mind. He had no time to dwell on such things now. Because a top-of-the-line magnetic levitation armored vehicle entirely black, with sleek lines and no clan or faction insignia, had already come to a silent stop right in front of him. The hatch opened. Lei Jun's handsome, composed face appeared in the opening. He made a respectful gesture of invitation toward Luo Chen. "Mr. Chen, it's time to depart." Chapter 21, Welcome to the Bone Domain. The all-black magnetic levitation armored vehicle, like a streak of black lightning gliding across the ground, silently passed through the final checkpoint on the outermost perimeter of the Ring of Ashes. The massive alloy gate, dozens of meters thick, slowly closed behind them, cutting off the city's last vestiges of noise. Inside the vehicle, complete silence fell. Luo Chen leaned back in the plush seat upholstered with the hide of a B-rank bone beast and gazed out through the one-way bulletproof glass. This was the first time since he had been transported to this world that he had truly left the shelter of the Wall of Sighs. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a desolate, lifeless wasteland. The earth was charred black, as if scorched by an unquenchable inferno for centuries. The air was thick with a faint, lingering scent of sulfur mixed with the rust of metal. In the distance, the ruins of an old city stood like the skeletal remains of a colossal beast, jutting haphazardly from the ground, silently bearing witness to the devastation of the catastrophe that had struck 107 years ago. No birds flew, no beasts roamed, and not even the faintest whisper of wind could be heard. The entire world was as still as an apocalyptic oil painting with the pause button pressed. The books say that after the Day of Descent erupted, in order to drive the bone beasts back into the bone domain, the humans of the old era fired off all their conventional weapons and even resorted to nuclear arms. Luo Chen silently recalled the records from the library. In the end, humanity won a bitter victory, but they completely destroyed the surface ecosystem, creating this wasteland we see today. He looked at the twisted rebar and shattered concrete, unable to suppress a sense of melancholy. However, melancholy aside, his deep-rooted poor man's mindset made him instinctively start calculating. With such a vast expanse of ruins, just how many treasures from the old era must there be? If I just pick up a cell phone from decades ago and try to pull the wool over the eyes of those unsophisticated bumpkins on the black market, could I make a quick buck? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he saw a rockhound, as big as a water buffalo and covered in rocky armor, dart out from the shadows of an abandoned building and crush a half-ton concrete block in a single bite. Luo Chen silently shelved his unrealistic fantasies. Forget it. I'd better just stick to being Cayman Rider Saber. This scavenging business is way too risky. It's not for a peace-loving intellectual like me. The armored vehicle maintained breakneck speed, traversing the rugged wasteland as if on smooth ground. Any low-level bone beasts encountered along the way were sliced in half by the high-frequency energy blades extending from both sides of the vehicle's front before they even had a chance to get close. After driving for about an hour, Lei Jun's voice broke the silence inside the vehicle. Mr. Chen, we're almost there. Luo Chen looked up and followed Lei Jun's gaze forward. Instantly, his pupils dilated uncontrollably. At the edge of the horizon, the sky seemed to have been torn open by a colossal wound. A crimson fissure, over 500 meters in diameter and with edges shimmering with unstable, iridescent light, hung menacingly in midair. Within it lay a dark, chaotic void so profound it seemed capable of swallowing all light. That was the gate. It was the source of all disasters in this era, and the starting point of all hope. Even from a great distance, Luo Chen could sense the heart-stopping, terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from that fissure. He had seen similar scenes in countless sci-fi movies in his past life, but when this sight appeared before his eyes in reality, any special effects seemed utterly pale and powerless in comparison. It wasn't a special effect, it was a real scar, flowing with death and chaos, leading to another dimension. Over 100 years ago, it was this very thing that appeared simultaneously all over the world, nearly wiping out humanity. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Although humanity later rallied to fight back, driving the bone beasts back and establishing the outpost city of Dawn within the gate, we still couldn't completely seal it. Moreover, while this massive main gate has stabilized, smaller subgates continue to appear randomly around the world from time to time, just like the attack on Xiaolin. The bone beasts that emerge from these subgates are usually no higher than B rank, and they pose the primary threat to city defenses. To suppress the truly terrifying entities lurking behind the main gate, all top-tier professionals of a rank and above must remain stationed at the outpost year-round. This also explained why, even in a massive base city like Tianqiang City with a population of 20 million, he had rarely seen any A-rank professionals. Most were B-rank. The true aces were all at this gambling table, placing high-stakes bets on the fate of humanity. The armored vehicle didn't slow down in the slightest, charging straight toward that massive crimson fissure. Just as they were about to collide, Luo Chen felt a flash before his eyes, as if he were passing through a layer of viscous water. The next second, the scene outside the window was turned upside down. Gone was the charred earth, and gone were the ruins of the old era. In their place was a world shrouded in eternal twilight. The sky was dark purple, with neither sun nor moon, only a few distant, unnamed celestial bodies emitting a dim glow. The ground was grayish-white, composed of countless weathered bones and strange crystals. The air was thick with an even more pungent scent of sulfur and decay, mixed with a faint energy that made every cell tremble. This was the bone domain. Yet, at the very center of this desolate and hopeless world, stood an incredibly magnificent city of steel. Countless beams of light from searchlights pierced the dim sky. At the tips of towering energy towers, lightning-like flashes of light support a massive pale blue energy shield, enveloping the entire city. That city is like the only glowing jellyfish in the dark depths of the sea, lonely, yet brimming with the power of life. City of Dawn. A never-dimming dagger driven by humanity into the heart of the enemy. The armored vehicle came to a smooth stop on the outskirts of City of Dawn, on a private helipad bearing a massive gear emblem. This was Lei clan territory. The vehicle's hatch opened, and a rush of cold, dry air poured in. Mr. Chen, welcome to the Bone Domain. Lei Jun stepped out first and gestured invitingly toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen took a deep breath and stepped down. A crisp crunch of crushed bone echoed beneath his feet. He felt as though he had stepped onto another planet. Just then, a petite figure in a white dress with twin ponytails looking no older than 16 or 17 dashed out of the nearby massive alloy gate like a cheerful little bird. Big bro. You're back. The girl threw herself into Lei Jun's arms, nuzzling her cheek affectionately against his chest, her voice sweet to the point of cloying. Luo Chen watched the scene, inwardly marveling. Wow, even in a frontline base where a rank powerhouses are a dime a dozen, how is there still a soft-spoken girl like this? Xian, how many times have I told you to watch your image in public? A wry, indulgent smile crossed Lei Jun's face as he gently patted the girl on the back. He turned his head and introduced her to Luo Chen. Mr. Chen, this is my younger sister, Lei Qian. Xiao Qian, this is Mr. Chen Luo, whom I've told you about. Lei Qian lifted her head from Lei Jun's embrace, her large, watery eyes curiously studying Luo Chen. With her sweet features and adorable dress, she looked just like a character straight out of an anime. No one could possibly associate her with the phrase a rank powerhouse. You're Chen Luo? Lei Qian tilted her head, her voice clear and bright. You don't look all that impressive. Before Luo Chen could say a word, Lei Jun's face hardened, and he snapped. Xiao Chen. Don't be rude. Oh. Lei Qian stuck out her tongue, but she was obedient enough. However, the look she gave Luo Chen was still filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible skepticism. Luo Chen understood instantly. This young lady of the Lei clan was her older brother's #1 fan. In her mind, anyone who could make her all-powerful brother treat them with such solemnity and even a hint of reverence must be a truly extraordinary figure. Yet here he stood, dressed plainly, with an ordinary aura by any measure. He didn't fit the description of a big shot. This stark contrast instinctively made her suspicious. This wasn't hostility, but rather the pride of a prodigious young woman and a vigilance toward her clan's interests. By the way, brother, Lei Qian wrapped her arm around Lei Jun's again, speaking in a coquettish tone, whereas that good-for-nothing second brother? He didn't come back with you to cause trouble, did he? Lei Zhe is handling some matters in Tianqiang City. Lei Jun replied vaguely. He'd better never come back. All he ever does is cause trouble. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have to run back and forth like this. Lei Qian pouted in displeasure. Luo Chen listened silently from the sidelines, his mind flooded with a barrage of sarcastic comments. Wow, it seems the relationship between the Lei siblings is quite complicated. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was, what exactly was the profession of this seemingly delicate young lady? As if sensing Luo Chen's confusion, Lei Jun took the initiative to explain. My sister's profession is the A-rank Thunder Empress, a once-in-a-century genius of the Lei clan. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! A thick purple bolt of lightning erupted without warning from Lei Qian's fingertip, striking with pinpoint accuracy a D-rank sonic boom bat in the distance that had been attempting to approach. The bone beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was reduced to a pile of charred ash in the blinding flash of lightning. Lei Qian withdrew her finger and flashed Luo Chen a sweet smile, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. Mr. Chen, I hope you find our Lei clan's hospitality quite thorough? Her smile was innocent and pure. But Luo Chen read another meaning behind that smile. It was a defiant display, as if to say, this is the true strength of our Lei clan. I don't know what you did to make my brother value you so highly, but if you want to partner with the Lei clan, you'd better show us what you're really made of. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He sensed that this harvesting expedition might turn out to be far more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 22, Don't stand in my way of making money, and everything can be discussed. Faced with Lei Qian's display of sweet yet electric defiance, not a ripple stirred within Luo Chen. Angry? Why should he be angry? Was he going against money? Right now, his mind was completely occupied with another matter, one far more important and far more delightful. Bone beast materials. Never mind C rank, even the body parts of a D rank bone beast if he could get his hands on a rank materials. Luo Chen was getting a bit carried away. After all, bone beast materials were quite popular on the black market, especially A-rank ones. By a conservative estimate, they'd be worth at least 5 million credits. 5 million. If he got his hands on that money, he could renew his lease for a full 10 years at the Clouds Above Apartments, the very top-tier complex in the Neon Ring. By then, he'd by two smart butlers, one to sweep the floors, and the other to supervise the first one. He'd by three fully automatic massage beds, one for sleeping, one for lounging, and one just to look at. He could even hire a C-rank chef, professional to exclusively cook energy-infused fried rice for him, eat a bowl, then pour out another. At the thought of that wonderful scene, the corners of Luo Chen's mouth curled upward uncontrollably, revealing a slightly perverted, goofy grin. As long as it doesn't get in the way of me getting rich, even if you were to break out into a lightning disco dance right in front of me right now, I'd still clap and cheer for you. Lei Qian stared at Luo Chen, who was completely lost in his own world and even grinning like an idiot, and couldn't help but freeze in shock. Her carefully orchestrated show of force felt like punching a bag of cotton. No, it was even more frustrating than that. He hadn't even noticed her attack. Instead, he seemed to be lost in some pleasant daydream. This feeling of being completely ignored made her, the pride of the heavens, feel defeated for the very first time. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat at Luo Chen's reaction. He had no idea about the jumble of nonsense swirling in Luo Chen's mind. To him, the fact that Mr. Chen remained unfazed and even smiled in the face of a provocation from his own A-rank sister suggested a level of mental fortitude and self-assurance that was simply staggering. This big shot was even more unfathomable than he'd imagined. Xiao Chen! Stop fooling around! Lei Jun immediately set a stern face and scolded her in a low voice. He was terrified that his sister might do something else out of line and anger this godlike figure he'd finally managed to connect with. He quickly turned to the side and bowed apologetically to Luo Chen. Mr. Chen, my younger sister is young and naive. We've spoiled her. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine, it's fine. Luo Chen snapped out of his daydream about a bright future and waved his hand magnanimously. Young people should be lively, it's a good thing. As he spoke, he patted Lei Jun on the shoulder with a look that said, I get it. The deep bond between brother and sister, understandable, very understandable. Seeing that Luo Chen really wasn't upset, Lei Jun let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly led him toward the massive alloy gate of Dawn City. Mr. Chen, our team members have all assembled. Please follow me. As they passed through the massive alloy gate as thick as a bank vault, a wave of heat hit them, carrying a mixture of engine oil, sweat, and a faint scent of blood. Unlike the refined, sci-fi aesthetic of Tianxiang City, the interior of Dawn City resembled a massive military fortress. Everywhere he looked, he saw soldiers in power armor hurrying about, and thick energy conduits exposed on the walls. Every inch of space exuded a cold, efficient pragmatism. At the central training ground of the base, Luo Chen met the other members of the operation. Besides the siblings Lei Jun and Lei Qian, there were three others. Leading them was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, yet his posture remained as straight as a pine tree. He wore a custom-made Lei Clan combat suit, his eyes closed in meditation. The aura he exuded was as steady as a mountain, a stark contrast to Lei Qian's sharp, A-rank presence. This is Elder Lei Yan, one of the Lei Clan S3 A-rank honorary elders. Lei Jun introduced him respectfully. Lei Yan slowly opened his eyes, his cloudy gaze sweeping over Luo Chen. He merely nodded slightly before closing his eyes again, as if Luo Chen were nothing more than a stone by the roadside, unworthy of his attention. The other two were young women roughly the same age as Lei Jun. They bore a slight resemblance to one another, both clad in form-fitting black combat suits that highlighted their agile, explosive physiques. One had short hair and eyes as sharp as knives, with two high-frequency vibrating daggers strapped to her waist. The other had long hair and a relatively calm demeanor, carrying a massive energy sniper rifle on her back. The energy fluctuations emanating from them both were firmly at the peak of B rank. These two are my cousins, Lei Ying and Lei Guang. Lei Jun introduced. The five of us make up the core team for this operation. Lei Ying, the one with short hair, merely shot Luo Chen a cold glance before turning away to polish her daggers, not even bothering to greet him. Lei Guang, with her long hair, was somewhat more polite. She nodded at Luo Chen, though her eyes were equally filled with undisguised suspicion. It was obvious. Apart from Lei Jun, who treated Luo Chen like a god, no one else in this team held him in high regard. This paratrooper disguised as a C-rank molten heart. Especially in this frontline base where strength reigned supreme and even the air reeked of blood. A C rank. What gives him the right to participate in a top-secret extraction mission led by a rank powerhouses? Connections? Here, connections are the least valuable thing. Lei Jun naturally sensed this awkward, intense atmosphere as well. He pulled Luo Chen aside, lowered his voice, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Elder Yen and my two cousins have been stationed at the Bone Domain for years. They're both rather direct. Here, strength is the only thing that matters. Until you've truly demonstrated your strength." "I understand." Luo Chen interrupted him with a smile. "No one will respect you until you show what you're really made of. That's only natural." The understanding and magnanimity he displayed caused Lei Jun to look at him with newfound respect. But Luo Chen's inner monologue was, "It's good that they don't respect me. If you are all bowing and scraping before me, how would I find an opportunity to play the fool and then, quite naturally, pick up that rank beast core? The more you look down on me, the more reasonable it'll seem when I'm forced to defend myself or have no choice but to fight back." As Luo Chen thought this, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Actually, I am a bit puzzled. Brother Lei Jun, as the eldest son of the Lei clan and the future heir, why is your strength only at the peak of B rank? And your sister is already a rank?" This question seemed to strike a raw nerve deep within Lei Jun. A hint of bitterness and helplessness flashed across his face, impossible to hide. He fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "It is the curse of our Lei clan and also its blessing. Our clan's bloodline seems to have a peculiar bias. Female members often possess exceptional combat talent. Over 70% of them awaken a combat class, and many are true prodigies, just like Xiao Qian. As for the male members, it's exactly the opposite." Lei Jun gave a self-deprecating smile. "The probability of males awakening a combat class is less than 10%. Even if they're lucky enough to awaken, their talent is usually mediocre. Reaching B rank is already considered a stroke of incredible luck. My father, the current head of the Lei clan, is merely a powerful forge master. In the entire main branch of the Lei clan, not a single male combat class of a rank has emerged in hundreds of years." Luo Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected that this grand family, which appeared so glorious to outsiders, would harbor such a secret. He looked at Lei Jun. He looked at this man, the family heir, yet one destined never to reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. He suddenly understood why Lei Jun had reacted with such fervor and reverence after witnessing the power of the Flame Swordsman. It wasn't merely a matter of family interests. It was, above all, a man's most instinctive yearning and reverence for a power he could never hope to attain. Who hasn't dreamed of wandering the world with a sword? Who hasn't yearned to lay down their life and shed their blood? Even for someone like him, a slacker who just wanted to coast through life and make money, when he first gripped the flame sword Rekka and transformed into Kamen Rider Saber, an uncontrollable surge of excitement and heroism welled up within him. It was a passionate impulse shared by many. In that moment, Luo Chen suddenly felt that the wealthy young master standing before him, who had always treated him with the utmost respect, didn't seem so distant after all. He reached out and, without a word, gave Lei Jun a firm pat on the shoulder. Lei Jun felt the force on his shoulder, paused slightly, then looked up to meet Luo Chen's eyes, which were filled with understanding. In those eyes, he saw neither sympathy nor pity. He saw only a kind of tacit understanding that only men can share. Lei Jun smiled, the earlier gloom swept away. "I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself, Mr. Chen." He regained his composure. "But precisely because of this, we men of the Lei clan know all the better how to fight with our minds and our tools. Come on, Mr. Chen. Let us change into our gear and get ready to go." Chapter 23, Information on the Weeping Banshee. Luo Chen was quickly escorted to the equipment room to change into his gear. Before him lay a form-fitting combat suit, entirely black and adorned with dark red patterns. It wasn't made of fabric, but rather a strange material Luo Chen had never seen before. It felt cool and supple to the touch, yet when he pressed his fingertips against it, it conveyed a toughness far surpassing that of any alloy. "This is the Xianzhu Type 3 combat suit, the latest development from our Lei clan." The Lei clan technician giving the explanation spoke with pride in his voice. It is woven from the silk of a B-rank bone beast, the Black Widow spider, mixed with shape memory alloy. It weighs less than 3 kilograms, yet its defensive capabilities are sufficient to withstand a full-force attack from a C-rank bone beast. The suit is equipped with a built-in micro-temperature control system and a muscle assist power unit, which can significantly reduce your physical exertion in the harsh environment of the bone domain. As Luo Chen listened to the explanation, he couldn't help but run his fingers over this piece of equipment, which looked like a work of art. Deep down, he was already overwhelmed by a string of zeros. Just how much could this thing be worth? Black Widow spider silk? That's a top-tier material that's priceless. Shape memory alloy? It sounds so high-tech. And a temperature control system and power unit? This isn't just a combat suit, it's clearly a set of mobile luxury gear. He now seriously doubted the C-rank Lava Heart ID that Su Shaoan had arranged for him back then. All his worldly possessions combined probably wouldn't even cover the cost of a single button on this suit. If only I could walk off with a set. Luo Chen mulled it over in his mind, but quickly dismissed the impractical notion. Forget it. He was here to work and earn money, not to pull off a freebie. Think big. Think on a grander scale. Once this job was done, he'd buy 2 sets of these clothes, one to wear, and one to hang on the wall and admire at his leisure. Filled with boundless anticipation for a better future, Luo Chen quickly changed into his gear. When he stepped out of the changing room, the other members of the Lei clan were already fully armed and had been waiting for quite some time. Elder Lei Yan still wore his usual impassive expression, though his everyday attire had been replaced by heavier, earth-colored heavy battle armor. Clearly, his playstyle leaned toward defense and head-on combat. Lei Qian, on the other hand, had donned a set of lightweight armor in alternating shades of silver white and bright purple, which accentuated her petite figure. Her long twin ponytails were tied high, giving her a dashing, heroic appearance. She was casually playing with a ball of dancing purple lightning, as if it were not a deadly thunderbolt but merely an ordinary toy. The sisters Lei Ying and Lei Guang, like Luo Chen, wore matching Mystic Spider combat suits. However, their demeanor blended perfectly with the suit's grim, menacing aura, making them look like 2 elite warriors ready to strike at any moment. Everyone's here. Lei Jun glanced at the group and nodded. Let us go. The group walked silently out of the base and into an even larger underground hangar. A massive armored vehicle stood parked there. It was a monstrous, menacing-looking behemoth twice the size of the armored vehicle that had picked up Luo Chen earlier. Its hull was pieced together from countless slabs of heavy armor, its surface scarred by gashes torn by bone beast claws. The front wasn't the traditional streamlined design, but a massive ram-like horn resembling a battering ram. 6 massive tires, each over 2 meters in diameter, were embedded in specially designed tracks, powerful enough to crush any obstacle in their path. Stealth Unit 3, a special vehicle crafted by the Lei clan specifically for exploration deep within the bone domain. Lei Jun's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible pride. The entire vehicle is constructed from the skull armor of an A-rank bone beast, the immovable giant rhinoceros, and can withstand all physical attacks below B rank. Once activated, it can mimic the bioelectric signals of various bone beasts, minimizing unnecessary combat. Luo Chen looked at this steel colossus and was once again stunned by the Lei clan's wealth. Building a vehicle out of materials from an A-rank bone beast? Does your family own a mine or something? Oh, come to think of it, they actually do. The group boarded the vehicle one by one. The hatch closed with a heavy hiss, completely sealing out the cold air from the outside. The interior of the vehicle was vast, yet the layout was remarkably simple, exuding a cold, metallic feel. Once everyone was seated, Lei Jun walked to the holographic projection platform in the center of the cabin. Before we reach our destination, I need to brief you all on the full details of this mission. He swiped his hand across the control panel, and a blue light screen unfolded before everyone. First to appear was a 3-dimensional map of a vast, ruined city. The city had long since been destroyed, leaving only crumbling walls and ruins, yet one could still discern its former glory from the outlines of the buildings. Our destination is marked as the Fallen City. Lei Jun's voice took on a serious tone. According to records from the old era, this was once a city renowned for its art and music. And in the city's south central park, there is a small patch where origin flowers grow. His finger swept across the map, and the image instantly zoomed in, focusing on that vast central park. The image of the park was shrouded in a layer of eerie, swirling black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. And guarding that place is our target for this mission, an A-rank Lord-class bone beast, codenamed Weeping Banshee. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blurry yet still recognizable image appeared on the light screen. It was a deathly pale, humanoid silhouette floating in midair, surrounded by thick black mist. Though its features were indistinct, it exuded an unsettling sense of sorrow and resentment. We currently have very little intelligence on this bone beast. Lei Jun's expression was more somber than ever. A month ago, the Xia family dispatched an elite squad led by an A-rank Windwalker and composed of 10 peak B-rank professionals to attempt to subdue it. The result was a crushing defeat. Their squad couldn't even get within 300 meters of Central Park. More than half of the B-rank members suffered instant mental breakdowns, completely losing their will to fight. The A-rank leader who led the squad also suffered severe psychological trauma. After barely managing to retreat with the remaining forces, he is still undergoing mental rehabilitation at the Bai family's sanatorium. This outcome instantly made the atmosphere in the compartment grow heavy. Even Lei Qian, who had seemed somewhat nonchalant up until then, wiped the smile from his face. Everyone present was a battle-hardened powerhouse. They understood all too well that for a creature to force an A-rank expert into retreat and even inflict psychological trauma, the horror of this weeping banshee far exceeded that of a conventional A-rank bone beast. According to the account of the Xia family's survivor, the weeping banshee's most terrifying ability is a silent mental attack. It can directly awaken the deepest fears and despair within its target, instantly plunging them into an inescapable illusion. This is a mental attack bordering on the level of the laws of the universe. Conventional energy shields or mental defense skills are virtually ineffective. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. A mental attack? This was going to be a problem. Although he had confidence in his holy sword, he dared not be the slightest bit careless when facing such an eerie ability. However, I've already made preparations for this, Lei Jun said, pulling 6 badge-like devices emitting a soft blue glow from the equipment box beside him. This is the mind-clearing generator that our Lei clan worked through the night to produce. Once activated, it creates a special tranquility force field within a 30-meter radius around me. While it won't provide complete immunity to mental attacks, it's enough to significantly weaken the weeping banshee's lament, allowing us to stay lucid. He distributed the devices to everyone. However, these devices consume a massive amount of energy and can only last for 10 minutes at most. In other words, we must end this battle within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. To take down an unknown A-rank lord. This time limit put everyone on edge. Elder Lei Yin slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. What about its other abilities? Its physical defense is extremely weak. Lei Jun replied immediately. But it possesses a vaporization ability that allows it to evade physical attacks. The key to this battle is to seize the brief moments when it materializes and unleash a burst of damage. After hearing the briefing, a long silence fell over the compartment. Everyone was processing the pressure brought on by this intelligence. There was too little information. The enemy was too unpredictable. The slightest misstep could lead to a total wipe. Luo Chen looked at the mind-clearing generator in his hand, his gaze hardening. This was no longer a battle they could take lightly. This was a battle where they would truly have to risk their lives. Just then, the speed of stealth unit number 3 began to slow gradually. Outside the window, the scenery had, at some point, transformed into an endless expanse of urban ruins, imbued with a sorrowful beauty. A faint chill seemed to seep through the thick armor. Everyone. Lei Jun took a deep breath, his voice low and firm. We arrived. Welcome to the Fallen City. Chapter 24, The Familiar Bone Domain. As stealth number 3 slowly entered the boundaries of the Fallen City, Luo Chen, peering through the one-way glass, observed the city's remains buried deep within the bone domain up close for the first time. The wheels ground across the grayish-white ground, composed of bones and crystals, emitting a creaking sound. It felt as though they were crushing the remnants of a bygone era. Through the jagged outlines of the shattered buildings, Luochen could vaguely make out that this had once been a densely packed modern city of steel and glass. The skeletal frames of skyscrapers, like broken ribs, stretched straight up toward the dusky purple sky. On the streets, yellow tin cars resembling old-fashioned taxis lay rusted into piles of scrap metal everywhere. Some massive billboards, though long decayed and bathed in dim light, still evoked a strange sense of familiarity in Luochen from their blurred outlines. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this urban layout and architectural style somewhere before. Not in the books of this world, but in his own, long-faded memories of the past. This stirred a strange unease within him. Why would there be a city in the bone domain that resembled the New York of his past life so closely? Was it a coincidence? Or was the truth behind the Day of Descent more complex than what was recorded in the books? Luochen silently pushed this question to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to dwell on such things. He turned to glance at the others in the carriage. Lei Chen and the sisters Lei Guang and Lei Ying were huddled together, whispering about something, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle, paying him almost no attention. Elder Lei Yan, meanwhile, sat like a statue, eyes closed, utterly indifferent to everything around him. Luochen didn't care in the least. Most of his attention was focused on figuring out how to take down that rank-weeping banshee. After all, there was simply too little intelligence available. Psychic attacks. Vaporizing to evade physical damage. Either of these abilities alone was troublesome enough. He had confidence in his strength as Kamen Rider Saber. But that confidence was built on the unstoppable elemental advantage of the Flame Sword Rekka. But psychic attacks were invisible and intangible. How could flames burn them? Unless... An image flashed through Luochen's mind, a golden dragon book engulfed in raging flames. Elemental dragons. If he could summon that Wonder Ride book, never mind an A-rank psychic attack. Even in S-rank 1 he was confident he could purge it completely with elemental breath. However, this was precisely what gave Luochen a headache. His librarian class skill, book summoning, sounded impressive, but in reality, it was an extremely unstable random gacha. The target of his summons was every book in the entire world. And the concept of this entire world seemed to extend far beyond this planet. From old-school encyclopedias to forbidden grimoires from other worlds, right down to the web novels he'd read in his past life, it seemed as though everything was contained within this card pool. The Wonder Ride book was merely a tiny fraction of the SSRs in this vast, boundless collection. Faced with such a massive pool, trying to precisely summon the Elemental Dragon book was even more difficult than defeating an S-rank bone beast head-on right now. The fact that he has managed to awaken to this point while obtaining only 2 Wonder Ride books, the Dragon of Courage and the 3 Little Pigs, is the result of his 2 lifetimes and the luck of a true Eurogod. Otherwise, given his African luck from his past life of pulling cards in mobile games where he always hit the guaranteed minimum reward, the book he'd most likely summon now would still be the one that left such a lasting impression on him. Postpartum care for sows. Just imagining himself in a life or death or rank battle, pulling this book out amidst a flash of dazzling light and hurling it at the enemy. Luochen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Damn it, I'll have to rely on myself in the end. Luochen cursed silently to himself, casting aside his unrealistic fantasies and beginning to seriously consider his tactics. Just then, squeal! A piercing screech of brakes rang out, and the massive inertia sent everyone lurching forward. Stealth number 3 had come to a halt. What's going on? Lei Jun immediately walked to the cockpit and asked over the internal comm. Captain, the road ahead is completely blocked by a collapsed skyscraper. The pilot's voice came through. The rubble is too massive, even the Stalker SRAM can't break through it. Lei Jun furrowed his brow. He glanced at the holographic map. They were still nearly 5 kilometers from Central Park. There was no other choice. Lei Jun took a deep breath, turned to face everyone, and spoke in a steady voice. Attention all. Check your gear. Prepare to disembark and proceed on foot. The armored vehicle will stand by here and maintain open communication. As soon as the order was given, the relaxed atmosphere inside the cabin vanished instantly. Lei Qian put aside his playful mood, his gaze turning sharp. Elder Lei Yan also opened his eyes, his expression becoming focused. Everyone began checking their equipment. Luo Chen retrieved the tactical backpack the Lei clan had prepared for him from under his seat. In addition to combat gear and weapons, each person was equipped with 2 high-explosive grenades, a signal flare for marking their position, and a tactical communication terminal capable of real-time video sharing. Every piece of this equipment was top-tier gear produced by the Lei clan. Any single item could fetch a hefty price on the black market. Too bad it's issued gear, we have to turn it in after the mission. Luo Chen sighed regretfully to himself. All equipment checks complete. Open the hatch. At Lei Jun's command, the heavy hatch of Stealth Unit 3 slowly swung open with a deep, rumbling hiss. A wave of cold, lifeless air surged into the cabin, mingled with a faint aura of sorrow. Lei Jun stepped out first, followed by Lei Yan, Lei Qian, Lei Ying, and Lei Guang. Luo Chen was the last to exit. The moment his combat boots truly touched the grayish-white soil of the bone domain, an indescribable sense of despair surged in from all directions, instantly enveloping him. It wasn't merely a feeling. It was more like a heavy sigh emanating from the very fabric of this world. The sky seemed weighed down by a heavy gloom. The earth appeared to have lost all vitality. Even the dust in the air seemed to carry a suffocating aura. Let us go. Lei Jun barked, breaking the stifling silence. The 6-person squad silently entered the fallen city, shrouded in an aura of sorrow. Chapter 25, A Group of Walking Credits. When the 6-person squad finally left the shelter of Stealth Number 3 and stepped onto the deathly quiet streets of the fallen city, the city finally revealed its truest face to them. Lining both sides of the street were skyscrapers, long since corroded by time until only their skeletal frames remained. Like silent giants, they gazed down at the tiny intruders through their hollow windows. With every step they took on the ground composed of bone and crystal, the creaking sound rang out, jarring to the ears. It felt as though they were disturbing a century-long slumber. Stay alert, activate energy scanners, and advance in rotating cover. Lei Jun's voice came through the tactical communicator, clear in everyone's ears. The team immediately formed a formation. Elder Lei Yan led the way. His heavy, earth-colored battle armor made him look like a moving wall. Each step was steady and powerful, instilling an unparalleled sense of security. The sisters Lei Ying and Lei Guang, meanwhile, moved like 2 black shadows, one on the left and one on the right, maintaining a subtle distance from the main group. Lei Ying, with her short hair, wielded a pair of daggers as she darted swiftly along the shadows of the buildings, her sharp gaze scanning every corner where an enemy might be lurking. Lei Guang, with her long hair, took up a vantage point. The massive energy sniper rifle in her hands seemed as light as a feather. Lei Qian walked beside Lei Jun. The previous air of innocence had vanished from her small face, replaced by the slightly excited focus characteristic of an A-rank powerhouse. As for Luo Chen, he had been assigned to the relatively safe rear of the group. His task at the moment was to serve as a competent mascot. Just as the group had advanced about 500 meters, a sudden disturbance erupted. SSSS. Accompanied by a piercing screech, over a dozen D-rank bone beasts, the shadow scorpion leopards, each the size of a cheetah, covered in black keratin, and trailing a scorpion's tail, suddenly burst from the shadows of an abandoned department store and charged straight at the group. Enemy attack! No sooner had Lei Jun shouted the warning than the battle had already begun. Whoosh! A faint blue beam of energy flashed from a distant skyscraper, piercing the skull of the leading shadow scorpion leopard with pinpoint accuracy. It was Lei Guang. Her sniper rifle didn't even make much of a sound. Immediately afterward, Lei Ying's figure flashed through the pack of beasts like a ghost. As a cold gleam flashed, the bodies of 3 more shadow scorpion leopards froze instantly, then snapped in 2, splattering the ground with dark green blood. The remaining bone beasts had already charged to Elder Lei Yin's feet. However, when their claws sharp enough to tear through alloy-clotted Elder Lei Yin's battle armor, they only sparked a series of blinding sparks, unable to leave even a single white scratch. A boring trick. Elder Lei Yin didn't even move a muscle. He merely grunted, and a wave of earth-yellow energy rippled out from his body. The bone beasts were as if they had collided with an invisible wall, sent flying backward, their bones shattering and tendons snapping mid-air. The last few stragglers, before they could even adjust their posture, were engulfed by a leaping purple electric grid. Lei Chen merely raised his hand casually, and those D-rank bone beasts were instantly reduced to charred lumps of smoke amidst the crackling arcs of electricity. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, the entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Clean, crisp, and efficient. This was the true strength of the Lei Clan's elite. Among the 6-person squad present, aside from Lei Jun, who was in command, and Luo Chen, who was treated as a mascot, not a single person had even lifted a finger. Watching this scene, Luo Chen nodded to himself in silent approval. As expected of the 4 great clans, this combat prowess was indeed far beyond what those stragglers on the black market could ever hope to match. However, what concerned him more right now was something else. The battle is over, so next, it's my turn, this C-rank molten heart, to put on a show. I'll handle the spoils. Luo Chen volunteered. Lei Jun nodded, giving his tacit approval. Lei Qian, however, curled her lip in disdain, as if even glancing at Luo Chen were an insult to her eyes. With permission granted, Luo Chen immediately ran over, beaming with joy. In his eyes, what lay on the ground wasn't some disgusting bone beast carcass. It was clearly piles and piles of glittering credits. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The chitin of this, shadow scorpion leopard, is as hard as C-rank alloy. It's an excellent material for making light armor. This single piece is worth at least 500 credits, and this scorpion tail, though the venom sac inside is a hassle to process, it's a top-tier additive for making armor-piercing arrowheads. It's in high demand on the black market. You 1T get less than 800 credits for a single one. Beast Core. AD rank Beast Core. The official buyback price for this thing is 12,000 credits. If I take it to the black market, I might even get 15,000. Luo Chen skillfully used the Lei Clan's specially designed dissection tools to strip the valuable parts from the bone beast's carcass, all while rapidly calculating in his head. His face was filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. The corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably, revealing a blissful yet slightly guileless grin. Making money, it really is a joy. According to his agreement with Lei Jun, the bone beast's core from this mission belonged to the Lei Clan. But he was free to take whatever other materials he found. The Lei Clan was wealthy beyond measure. Naturally, they wouldn't bother with the scraps from these D-rank bone beasts. But for Luo Chen, this was a massive sum of money. He opened the spatial compression backpack the Lei Clan had provided him, and as he gazed at the vast interior, nearly 100 square meters, he felt his heart tremble with excitement. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. If I can fill this thing up on this trip and sell it back home, I'll make at least $1 million or $2 million, no problem. Even though he already had a few million in his bank account, who would ever say no to more money? Money is like water in a sponge. As long as you're willing to squeeze, there's always more to be had. Thinking about the lavish, extravagant life he'd be able to live again, Luo Chen's smile grew even brighter. This scene, of course, didn't escape Lei Qian's notice. She watched the man, who looked like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. Standing around the stinking corpses of bone beasts, grinning so widely his drool was practically dripping, it made her stomach churn. Bro, where on earth did you find such a weirdo? She simply couldn't find the right words to describe him. While we were fighting for our lives, he was just sitting back and watching the show. The moment the battle ended, he pounced on the loot like a fly drawn to blood, grinning so disgustingly. Since when did our Lei Clan need someone like this? If Lei Jun hadn't warned her repeatedly not to be rude to Chen Luo, she would have struck him with a bolt of lightning right then and there. Just look at this money grubber. Is his head stuffed full of credits too? Lei Jun watched his sister's face contort with disgust and could only shake his head in exasperation. What you see is him scavenging for scraps. What I see, however, is a peerless powerhouse enjoying his own unique after-dinner pastime. Facing the aftermath of a battle between rank powerhouses, he remained utterly unfazed. Faced with the bloody carcass of a bone beast, he remained perfectly composed. He even seemed to find pleasure in it. That composure, that poise, it was simply unfathomable. Mr. Chen, truly worthy of the name. In his heart, Lei Jun's admiration for Luo Chen deepened yet another notch. Just then. Beep beep beep. A series of urgent alarms suddenly blared from the tactical terminal on Lei Jun's wrist. His expression darkened, and he immediately raised his hand. On the holographic map projected by the terminal, a vast swarm of densely packed red dots was surging toward their position at breakneck speed. All units, stand by. It's a beast tide. Lei Jun's voice instantly turned grave. Their numbers, at least 300. Damn it! We're surrounded. At the mention of beast horde, everyone's expression turned grave. Lei Qian stopped complaining, and electric sparks flashed around her. Lei Ying and Lei Guang quickly rejoined the group, joining Elder Lei Yan to shield Luo Chen and Lei Jun at the center. The tension in the air reached its peak in an instant. In this unfamiliar, peril-filled fallen city, encountering a medium-scale beast tide was undoubtedly one of the worst possible scenarios. However, there was one exception. Upon hearing the words beast tide, Luo Chen froze for a moment, then lifted his head to look at the holographic map on Lei Jun's terminal. When he saw the dense cluster of red dots surging forward like a tidal wave, his eyes lit up instantly. That glow was even more dazzling than the brightest searchlight on the Tianshu ring. A beast horde? No. That wasn't a beast horde at all. It was clearly a swarm of moving ATMs. A massive wave of walking credits charging straight toward him. Chapter 26, No. My money. My cargo. Facing the swarm of bone beasts surging toward them like a black tide. Lei Jun's voice over the comm channel sounded incredibly grave, even tinged with a hint of resolve. Elder Yen, I'm counting on you for the front line. Lei Qian, prepare a wide-area lightning strike to clear a safe zone. Lei Ying, Lei Guang, freeform targeting prioritize high-threat targets. The orders were clear and decisive. This was the instinctive reaction honed by their Lei clan elite squad through countless bloody battles. However, just as everyone was preparing to risk their lives to carve a bloody path through this deathly silent city, an untimely voice rang out softly. Wait. The group turned at the sound to see the C-rank molten heart they long regarded as a dead weight. Luo Chen was strolling leisurely out from the rear of the squad. His face showed not a trace of tension. Instead, he wore an air of the calm composure of someone about to clock in for work. Young Master Lei. Luo Chen looked at Lei Jun, his tone sincere. We agreed on this beforehand. I help you collect the origin flower, and you pay me. Given the current situation, this counts as part of the job, right? Lei Jun paused, then instinctively nodded. Of course it does. Then that settles it. Luo Chen clapped his hands, cracked his knuckles, and flashed a smile that was more painful than a cry, a smile steeped in the self-awareness of a corporate drone. Making money requires putting in some effort. For a small operation like this, there is no need for you all to get your hands dirty. Just watch me perform. Without waiting for a response, he stepped right in front of everyone. He boldly pulled the red, oddly shaped Holy Sword Driver from his tactical backpack and expertly clipped it to his waist. Holy Sword Driver. The crisp, mechanical sound stood out starkly against the deathly silence of the battlefield. The members of the Lei clan were all stunned into silence. Lei Qian, in particular, widened her beautiful violet eyes, barely able to believe what she was seeing. Is this guy trying to get himself killed? Could it be? An utterly absurd thought arose in Lei Qian's mind. Before she could dwell on it, Luo Chen had already pulled out the Red Wonder Ride book. Transform. Accompanied by a shout that echoed the fiery passion of his teenage spirit, he slammed the Wonder Ride book into the slot of the Holy Sword Driver. Rekka unsheath. Dragon of Courage. The phantom of a colossal dragon, engulfed in raging flames, roared forth, instantly wrapping itself around Luo Chen and transforming into a majestic and dazzling crimson suit of armor. A wave of scorching heat radiated out from him, scattering the grayish-white bone fragments on the ground in all directions. All right, time to get to work. From beneath his faceplate, Luo Chen's voice carried a hint of metallic resonance, yet his excitement was impossible to conceal. He raised the flame sword Rekka high in his hand, pointing it toward the swarm of beasts now mere inches away. He let out a maniacal laugh, brimming with villainous energy, one that would haunt everyone present for the rest of their lives. Wahahaha! Come on! My darlings! My credits! Before his words had even finished, his entire body had transformed into a crimson streak of light. Like a meteor traveling against the flow of time, he charged headlong into that black ocean of bone beasts, a sight enough to make any B-rank powerhouse's scalp crawl. Boom! The holy blade makes its entrance. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Lei Qian, Lei Yan, Lei Ying, Lei Guang, the four of them, their eyes fixed on that crimson figure, their minds going blank. Is this the Flame Swordsman? That mysterious powerhouse who had met his end in the Northwest, the outlier knight who treated B-rank bone beasts like soccer balls, leaving the Lei clan utterly helpless. Was this really the same weirdo who had been blinded by greed and terrified of death the entire journey, drooling over the corpses of a few D-rank bone beasts? This was even more absurd than asking them to believe that bone beasts could dance. Bro, is our teammate this time a lunatic? Lei Qian felt her worldview being shaken to its core. She turned to Lei Jun in a daze and asked instinctively. Lei Jun didn't answer. He just stared intently at the battlefield, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly against his will. See? I knew it. Luochen isn't human at all. In the center of the battlefield, Luochen had gone completely berserk. His attacks were relentless, yet he was still excitedly tallying up his spoils. 1,000. 2,000. 5,000. This horn is top-notch 2,500. These claws are sharp enough 3,000. With every swing of the flame sword Rekka, a burst of searing flame erupted. Those F-rank and D-rank cannon fodder bone beasts didn't even have a chance to get close to him. The moment they were touched by the flames, they ignited instantly and turned into a cloud of ash. All that remained was a low-grade beast core, glowing faintly within the flames. As for those thick-skinned C-rank bone beasts, Luochen didn't even bother to give them a second glance. One sword strike, two halves. The carapace capable of withstanding a direct hit from a Gauss rifle was as fragile as paper in the face of the flame sword Rekka. In the space of just a few breaths, a 50-meter radius centered on Luochen had become a vacuum of fire and death. The corpses of bone beasts, their severed limbs, and the scattered beast cores shimmering with multicolored light covered the entire ground. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the four Lei clan members watching from afar. So powerful. The usually cold-hearted Lei Ying couldn't help but gasp in awe. She asked herself if she had been caught in such a beast horde. Even if she could rely on her speed and skill to protect herself, she would never have been able to move through it as effortlessly as he did. There is something strange about his flames. Elder Lei Yan, who had remained silent, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. That isn't ordinary energy flame. It seems to have a natural counter to bone beasts, capable of directly igniting the beast core energy within them. No wonder Big Brother treats him with such respect. Lei Chen muttered to himself, watching the red figure charging back and forth through the beast horde, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, disbelief, a sudden realization, and even a hint of, barely perceptible admiration. However, the thoughts running through the mind of this peerless powerhouse as seen by the others were, "Oops, I chopped off this rotten bone dog's tail at a weird angle. It's worthless now. Holy shit. That kick just crushed a D-rank beast core. My heart aches. That's enough money for a top-tier Wagyu beef buffet. No, I've got to take it easy, these are all my goods. My goods." The slaughter continued. The low-level bone beasts had been terrorized into submission by Luochen. Though they lacked much intelligence, their instinct for survival made them cower in the face of such a god of slaughter. Just then, roar! Two roars, completely different yet equally brimming with savagery, echoed from the rear of the beast horde. Two colossal beasts, far larger than their peers, pushed aside the minions blocking their path and made their grand entrance. One was a bone bull, the size of a heavy-duty truck, covered in thick bone armor, with a massive horn protruding from its forehead. The other was a relatively agile, yet over 10-meter long, thundertail venom scorpion, dragging a tail covered in barbs that flickered with eerie blue lightning. Both were genuine B-rank bone beasts. The real battle is about to begin. Lei Qian's expression instantly turned grave, electric light flickering around him as he stood ready to intervene at any moment. Elder Lei Yan also stepped forward, gathering a thick, earth-yellow energy. However, Luo Chen's reaction was even faster than theirs. Far from retreating, he looked as though he had spotted two moving mountains of gold, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. B rank. They're B rank. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. The bone barbarian bull let out a deafening roar, its forehooves pounding the ground like a runaway locomotive as it charged headlong toward Luo Chen. Its momentum was enough to shatter a city wall. Facing a charge powerful enough to make any B-rank professional step back, Luo Chen didn't flinch or dodge. Just as the bone bull closed in, he suddenly sidestepped and struck its cheek with the flat of the flame sword rekka with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. The bone bull, weighing dozens of tons, was sent flying into the air by a single blow, spinning a full 360 degrees mid-air. It crashed heavily into the thundertail venom scorpion on the other side. The thundertail venom scorpion clearly hadn't expected its teammate to fly over in this manner. Unable to dodge in time, it took the full brunt of the impact. The two B-rank bone beasts instantly rolled into a heap, looking utterly disheveled. It's not over yet. Luo Chen pressed his advantage, lunging forward to grab the thundertail poison scorpion's scorpion tail, which was flickering with lightning. He swung its massive body like a flail, smashing it down again and again onto the bone bull on the ground. Thud! 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 The dull thuds, accompanied by the crack of shattering bones and the agonized howls of the two B-rank bone beasts, echoed throughout the ruins. This scene completely shattered the worldview of the four members of the Lei clan. What were they seeing? A C-rank molten heart was lifting one B-rank bone beast and smashing it against another B-rank bone beast? This wasn't even a question of strength anymore. This was fucking insane. It was fantasy. It was a dream. Soon, the two once invincible B-rank bone beasts were left on the brink of death under Luo Chen's brutal assault. Luo Chen tossed the barely breathing, thundertail poison scorpion aside as if it were trash. Then he kicked the bone bull into a long abandoned building in the distance. Immediately after, he raised Flame Sword Rekka high and performed a move that even Lei Jun found unfamiliar. He removed the Dragon of Courage Wonder Ride book from his waist and gently ran it along the blade of Flame Sword Rekka. Dragon of Courage. Accompanied by a slightly mischievous sound effect, Luo Chen suddenly pulled the trigger on Flame Sword Rekka. Mastered Issen. Die. Fierce flames erupted from the blade like a volcanic eruption, coalescing into a massive, solid-as-rock blade of fire stretching 100 meters long. As Luo Chen swung it with all his might. Boom! The blade of fire tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and plunged straight into the ruined skyscraper. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a moment of deathly silence. Then, the entire 30-story building, along with the two B-rank bone beasts inside, was completely vaporized and disintegrated within that terrifying inferno, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The blazing light illuminated the entire sky as if it were broad daylight. With his back to the fiery destruction, Luo Chen slowly sheathed the flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver at his waist. A soft click sounded. The world fell silent once more. In that moment, Lei Qian, Lei Yan, Lei Ying, and Lei Guang, all four of them froze in place, as if turned to stone. A wimp? A weirdo? A lunatic? No. That was a genuine, unquestionable monster, one capable of single-handedly obliterating two B-rank bone beasts and an entire building in the blink of an eye. No wonder Big Brother had said they must never make an enemy of him. In that moment, they finally understood the true meaning behind Lei Jun's words. Relief at having survived, awe for the powerful, and shame over their previous attitude. A complex mix of emotions swirled within the four of them. Lei Chen gazed at the red figure standing with its back to the flames, its silhouette stretched into an incredibly slender form, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. So handsome. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak and everyone expected this powerful figure to deliver some grand, dignified speech, that incredibly handsome red figure suddenly froze. As if remembering something terrifying, he spun around abruptly. Gazing at the flames that had begun to slowly fade, he let out a heart-wrenching, sky-piercing wail. Holy shit! I went too far. My loot! Luo Chen clutched his head with both hands and collapsed to the ground in agony. My B-rank beast core. My white bone horn. My thundertail venom hook. It's all gone. It's all gone. The power of his earlier mastered flash attack had been far too great. It had instantly reduced the 2B rank bone beasts along with every valuable material on their bodies to ashes. According to the agreement, the beast cores belonged to the Lei clan. He was only supposed to take the materials. Now, the materials were gone. And he had destroyed them with his own hands. This meant that after all his hard work, he hadn't earned a single penny and had personally ruined his own bonus. Watching that man who just a second ago had been so imposing, like a war god descended from the heavens. And the next second was rolling on the ground clutching his head, wailing that he was bankrupt. The 4 members of the Lei clan once again fell into a long, even deeper silence. Chapter 27, A Rank Bone Beast, Weeping Banshee. The battlefield was deathly silent. Only Luo Chen's heart-wrenching wails echoed endlessly among the ruins. He knelt on the ground, his hands frantically tugging at his hair in agony. He looked as though he hadn't just lost millions worth of bone beast materials, but had missed out on a lottery jackpot worth hundreds of millions. My money. My mansion. My luxury sports car. It's all gone. Why did I have to go and cast that ultimate move? Watching the red war god who just a second ago had been radiating awe-inspiring might, standing with his back to the explosion as if he were a god. Only to see him rolling on the ground clutching his head the next, Lei Qian, Lei Yan, Lei Ying, and Lei Guang all felt their worldview completely shatter. The awe and admiration that had just begun to appear on their faces froze instantly. All that remained was a blank stare, their minds filled with a single thought: what on earth did we just see? Is this really the same person? The stark contrast left them momentarily speechless, even causing them to wonder if they'd fallen victim to a psychic attack that had produced such a hallucination. Lei Qian, in particular, felt her emotions swinging wildly, one moment soaring high, the next plummeting to the depths. That brief flutter of excitement had now been completely shattered. Handsome? He was pretty handsome. Powerful? He was damn powerful. But his personality, isn't it a bit too down-to-earth? No, this isn't just down-to-earth, it completely lacks the image a powerful warrior should have. As the scene descended into an awkward silence, Lei Jun, the only one still somewhat level-headed, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He strode over to Luo Chen's side. Seeing the man's utterly dejected expression, the corner of his mouth twitched. Then, in an incredibly solemn tone, he spoke. Mr. Chen, please calm down. A few measly B-rank bone beast materials, if they're ruined, they're ruined. There's no need to be so distraught. Your safety is what the Lei clan values most. His words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. However, upon hearing this, Luo Chen began to weep even more bitterly. You don't understand. Those aren't just materials. That's my blood. My sweat. My youth. Lei Jun's eye twitched even more violently. He took a deep breath, realizing that conventional consolation was no longer working. To deal with a master like Mr. Chen, he had to use a more direct, more crass approach to soothe his wounded heart. So, Lei Jun decisively played the money card. Mr. Chen. He emphasized his words. To thank you for stepping in just now, and to compensate for your losses, I, Lei Jun, in my personal capacity, am willing to pay you the full reward for this battle. Luo Chen's sobbing stopped abruptly. He lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flickered in his bloodshot eyes as he cautiously asked. Really? Of course. Lei Jun straightened his back, his expression growing more resolute. I'll settle the payment right away. The D rank and below bone beasts you just killed, a conservative estimate puts them at over 300. I'll round it up to 400. At the highest market price of 5,000 credits per beast, that comes to a total of 2 million. About 30 C rank bone beasts, at 70,000 each, totaling 2,100,000. As for those 2 B rank bone beasts. Lei Jun paused, watching Luo Chen's eyes grow brighter and brighter, then gritted his teeth. Although the materials are gone, the beast cores are still intact. Their core value far exceeds that of the materials. I'll make the call. I'll give you 1 million per beast. Total, 2 million. Adding it all up, the grand total is 610 million. Luo Chen blurted out the final figure as quickly as a schoolchild rushing to answer a quiz, afraid Lei Jun might change his mind the next second. Watching him act like a money-grubbing fool, Lei Jun's last shred of illusion about the dignity of a strong man was completely shattered. But he still forced a respectful smile and nodded. That's right, 6,100,000 credits. I'll transfer it to you right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth. With a thud, Luo Chen suddenly threw his arms around Lei Jun's leg, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with emotion, brimming with relief at having survived a crisis. Big brother. You're my savior. From this day forward, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I'll never chase a chicken. Your business is my business. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I, Luo Chen, will be the first to object. This scene left Lei Qian and the others completely at a loss for how to react. They watched in disbelief as the powerful warrior who had just sliced a skyscraper in two with a single sword stroke was now clinging to their older brother's leg in a most undignified manner, crying and showering him with flattery. The scene was utterly jarring. Lei Qian felt her eyes were being polluted like never before. She covered her face, unable to bear the sight, muttering unconsciously, "I can't watch this. I really can't watch this." Lei Ying and Lei Guang both had their mouths twitching wildly as they struggled to keep their cold, aloof personas from crumbling. Only elder Lei Yan remained as impassive as ever, though his slightly trembling beard betrayed the turmoil within. Lei Jun, meanwhile, looked utterly disheartened. He looked down at Luo Chen, who was still clinging to his thigh and wiping away tears with his expensive combat suit, and felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. He now seriously doubted whether inviting this god-tier player to help had been the right decision. After this absurd post-battle debriefing, the team's atmosphere had become incredibly awkward. The way Lei Qian and the others looked at Luo Chen had shifted from the previous disdain and contempt to a complex mix of awe, pity, and the kind of concern one might reserve for someone with intellectual disabilities. As for Luo Chen, once he confirmed that 6.1 million credits had been deposited into his account, he immediately reverted to his usual lazy demeanor. It was as if the person rolling around on the ground moments ago wasn't him at all. Humming a tuneless tune, he trailed behind the group, happily scheming about how to spend this massive sum. The group pressed on. After eliminating that wave of beasts, they encountered no significant resistance along the way. Soon, they arrived at their final destination, Central Park. The sight before them brought everyone to a halt. It was a vast, nearly rectangular expanse of park ruins. All around, the remains of towering skyscrapers stood like tombstones, sealing off the area from the outside world. Standing at the edge of the park, aided by the superhuman vision of a professional, they could see clearly. In the very center of the park lay a field of flowers radiating a soft blue glow. Countless small, crystal-clear blossoms, twinkling like stars, were blooming quietly. Origin flowers. Such a vast quantity would be enough to make any clan's heart race. Lei Jun and Lei Qian both revealed uncontrollable excitement in their eyes. If they could only bring these origin flowers back, their Lei clan would produce top-tier powerhouses far surpassing those of the other three major clans within the next decade. However, just as they saw hope, they also spotted a formidable enemy guarding the flower field. A pale, slender humanoid creature was floating silently above the flower field. It had no facial features, only a smooth, featureless face. Black metallic threads fluttered atop its head as if alive, and two deep, black fissures oozed a viscous black liquid from the areas where its eyes should have been. An A-rank bone beast, the weeping banshee. Even from hundreds of meters away, everyone could sense a heart-wrenching, overwhelming sorrow emanating from it. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes brimming with vigilance. Luo Chen also shed his carefree expression and gripped the flame sword Rekka in his hand. He could sense that this bone beast was unlike any enemy they had encountered before. It was a sense of oppression emanating from the very depths of the soul. Activate the mind-clearing generator. Lei Jun barked the order and was the first to press the device on his chest. A barely perceptible blue ripple spread out from him, enveloping all 6 of them. The suffocating sense of sorrow immediately lessened considerably. However, what they didn't know was this. Just as they had spotted the weeping banshee had long since spotted them. It simply floated there, motionless. Its smooth face betrayed no emotion. But the ever-present black, icy mist swirling around it began to pulsate violently at a frequency too subtle for the naked eye to detect. The sorrow field was constantly being reinforced. That intangible mental pressure kept battering the force field constructed by the mind-clearing generator. All of this happened in complete silence. No one in the group noticed anything amiss. They only felt that the oppressive sensation in their hearts hadn't completely vanished with the generator's activation. Instead, it seemed to be creeping back, bit by bit. Until... thud. A soft sound. The blue light on the device on Lei Jun's chest flashed violently once, then went completely dark. The force field had been breached. In that very instant, an overwhelming, irresistible wave of despair descended. No sound, no warning. Luo Chen felt darkness engulf his vision, and the entire world began to spin. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dark, damp corner. All around him were familiar, rust-stained sheet metal walls. He glanced down at the terminal on his wrist. On the screen, a row of bright red, glaring numbers was frantically flashing. 999,999,999. Debt, 1 billion. Not only that, but countless debt collection notices had popped up on the terminal. Dear Mr. Luo Chen, your gambling debt at the Meat Grinder Underground Arena is overdue. Interest has accrued to 300 million credits. Please settle the debt immediately. Tianqiong City Tax Bureau warning. You are suspected of tax evasion amounting to 500 million. You are required to pay the back taxes within 3 days, otherwise, you will face the maximum penalty. Lei Clan notice, due to your failure to complete the Origin Flower Harvesting mission, our clan has suffered heavy losses. According to the contract, you are required to pay a penalty of 200 million credits. In an instant, Luo Chen felt completely dazed. Not only had he failed to earn a single penny, but he had suddenly been saddled with a debt he could never repay in his lifetime. Put. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Luo Chen curled up into a ball, a wisp of ethereal, white soul energy escaping his mouth. It's over. It's all over. Forget about buying a villa from now on, he'd likely have to spend the rest of his life desperately paying off this debt. Just as he was sinking into despair, a drooling rockhound suddenly burst out of the shadows on the other side of the room. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward a little girl cowering in the corner, trembling with fear. Almost instinctively. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen grabbed a brick lying nearby and, with all his might, smashed it down on the rockhound's head. From the weeping banshee's perspective, it saw that the red flame swordsman, after being drawn into the illusion, merely staggered slightly before immediately assuming a fighting stance. He swung his flaming longsword through the air, as if battling some invisible foe. Unlike the other intruders, he didn't immediately break down mentally, kneel, and wail. For the first time, a hint of an emotion resembling confusion flickered across the weeping banshee's smooth face. This creature's fear seemed different from the others. So, it changed its strategy. The next second, the world before Luo Chen shifted once more. The dark, damp corner vanished. In its place was a vast, bright, and spotless space. Row upon row of neatly arranged bookshelves stretched all the way to the vaulted ceiling. Afternoon sunlight streamed in through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. The air was filled with the scent of paper and ink. Tianqiang City, National Central Library. Luo Chen found himself wearing a plain librarian's uniform, holding a copy of the Chronicles of the Day of Descent that had yet to be returned to its shelf. There was no holy sword driver at his waist, nor did he hold the flame sword rekka in his hand. He was just an ordinary librarian earning a monthly salary of 3,500. No battles, no bone beasts, and no damn, never-ending debt. Only stability, tranquility, and an ordinary life whose end he could see at a glance. Wasn't this exactly the life he had always dreamed of? Chapter 28, The Illusion. The sunlight was warm. The air was filled with the unique scent of old paper mixed with ink. In his ears, he heard the soft rustling of pages being turned, along with the hushed laughter of children in the distance. Luo Chen sat behind the familiar, sun-warmed oak counter in the library and stretched contentedly. This was life. No damn bone beasts, no deafening explosions, and certainly no never-ending, hair-raising debts. His daily work consisted of telling stories to the children and organizing the bookshelves. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he would brew a cup of cheap instant coffee and sit in the sunlight, lost in thought. After work, he would head to the small restaurant on the corner, one that had been open for decades, to eat a bowl of synthetic protein noodles with double the beef for 15 credits. Then he'd return to his cramped but cozy rental apartment, turn on his terminal, and browse the gossip news or rewatch classic films from the old days. A routine of work, home, and the terminal. Monotonous, dull, and predictable. Yet Luo Chen felt a sense of inner peace and happiness unlike anything he'd ever known. He loved days like this. He felt he could live like this for the rest of his life. Only occasionally, when he woke from a dream in the dead of night, would he see strange, fragmented images. He would dream of a battlefield engulfed in raging flames. He would dream of himself clad in magnificent crimson armor he had never seen before. And he would dream of a colossal, majestic red flying dragon standing before him, letting out a deafening roar. That roar was filled with rage and resentment, as if it were questioning him about something. Every time he jolted awake from such a dream, Luo Chen would be drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding uncontrollably. But he would quickly push these absurd dreams to the back of his mind. A flying dragon? Armor? What a joke! I'm just an ordinary librarian. He always told himself this, then rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. Until this day. A blood-soaked man crashed heavily onto the library's marble floor. A dull thud shattered the silence within the library. People who had been reading let out stifled gasps and scrambled to get out of the way. Luo Chen frowned and stood up from behind the service desk. According to library regulations, anyone who disrupts public order should be escorted out. He instinctively reached for the broom in the corner, intending to sweep this trash that had soiled the floor out the gate. However, when he saw the bloodstains and despair on the man's face, his footsteps came to an uncontrollable halt. This man looked so familiar. Just as he was hesitating whether to offer a helping hand, a weathered yet firm hand rested on his wrist. Luo Chen turned and saw the library's elderly director, who was always smiling and affable. But at that moment, there was no trace of a smile on the director's face. His gaze was calm, even carrying a hint of imperceptible coldness. Don't worry about them, Luo Chen. The librarian's voice was gentle yet unquestionable. You have no connection to them, you're just an ordinary librarian. This is the peaceful, happy life you deserve. Why ruin all of this for a stranger? Luo Chen stared at the curator in bewilderment. He felt the curator had a point, but a voice deep inside him warned that something was wrong. The curator he remembered wasn't like this. The old man who always smiled and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him with, young people should be full of vitality, would never utter such cold, heartless words. And Luo Chen's gaze fell once more on the dying man. An even stronger, indescribable sense of familiarity washed over him like a tidal wave. I've seen him before. On the street corner of the Ash Ring. I gave him money. I gave him 750,000 credits to go to the hospital. Why is he here? Wait. 750,000 credits? Where did I get that much money? Isn't my monthly salary only 3,500? That's it. It was that B-rank bone beast. I defeated it, with a flaming sword. Those forgotten, forcibly suppressed fragments of memory began to flash back in his mind. Ah! A searing, excruciating pain suddenly exploded from the depths of his brain. Luo Chen clutched his head in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Something's wrong, something's not right. Forget it, Luo Chen. The curator's voice was like a potent sedative, carrying a hypnotic, magical quality. Those are all your illusions, your unrealistic fantasies of being a hero. Fighting? Saving the day? That's not what you're meant to do. You're not a hero, you're just an ordinary person, as ordinary as they come. You just need to enjoy your life as it is now. That's enough. As the curator spoke, the storm of memories raging in Luo Chen's mind truly began to calm. The excruciating headache also slowly subsided. He lifted his head, and the struggle and pain in his eyes were gradually replaced by a hollow, submissive blankness. Right, I'm just an ordinary person. He muttered to himself. That's right. A satisfied smile spread across the curator's face. He took Luo Chen's hand, preparing to lead him away from this filthy place of strife. However, just as Luo Chen turned away, out of the corner of his eye, he caught another glimpse of the man lying in a pool of blood. The man seemed to have exhausted his very last ounce of strength. Trembling, he pressed a tattered, blood-stained spatial bracelet into the hand of the little girl beside him. It was all he possessed, everything he had earned as a hunter, paid for with his life. After doing this, he looked at his daughter, his lips moving silently as if to say I'm sorry. But in the end, no sound came out. His hand fell limply to his side. Those eyes, once filled with resentment and despair, had completely lost all their light. Amid the little girl's piercing cries, he slowly closed his eyes. He was dead. Just like that, he died right before his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen came to an abrupt halt. His body began to tremble violently once more. This time, it wasn't from pain. It was from an uncontrollable rage, a rage that sprang from the depths of his soul. Did you see that, Luo Chen? The curator's voice rang in his ears once more, like a devil offering gentle persuasion. You couldn't have saved him. Even if you'd given him the money back then, he would just died in another fight. Even if you rushed over now, you're just a librarian with no strength to tie down a chick and you can't do anything. Everything you've done is meaningless. This time, Luo Chen was no longer confused. He slowly turned his head, a faint smile on his face, and looked at the curator beside him. Perhaps. His voice was soft and calm. Perhaps everything I've done is meaningless. But... In an instant, Luo Chen's gaze grew bright and resolute. If there is something I could help with just by reaching out, yet I pretend not to see it because I'm afraid of trouble or crave so-called stability, then every night from now on, I'll lie awake, filled with regret over today's cowardice. I don't want to become that kind of person. The moment his words fell, crack! A sharp sound, like shattering glass, rang out within his mind. Some invisible, heavy shackle had been completely shattered by his heartfelt cry. Whoosh! A crimson longsword, blazing with fierce flames, broke through the barriers of the illusion and materialized in his hand, radiating searing power. Flame Sword Rekka. As his hand once again gripped this familiar holy sword, all his memories, all his emotions, all his power returned in full at that very moment. Feeling the power in his hand enough to incinerate all things, Luo Chen was exceptionally lucid. He finally understood. A peaceful life was indeed wonderful. But a peace that forced him to turn a blind eye to the world's suffering was not the happiness he sought. It was merely a pitiful form of self-delusion called merely surviving. Who are you, exactly? The curator standing nearby, gazing at Luo Chen wielding the flaming long sword, showed a look of terror on his face for the first time. His gentle features began to twist and melt, gradually revealing the smooth yet terrifying face of the weeping banshee. Luo Chen did not answer. He merely raised the flame sword Rekka in his hand and thrust it back into the holy sword driver at his waist with a sharp motion. Then, he pulled out the Wonder Ride book representing courage and stared intently at the phantom before him. Me? I'm just an ordinary librarian. You'd better remember that. Transform. Rekka unsheath. Chapter 29, I am Cayman Rider Saber. Rekka unsheath. Accompanied by that soul-shaking system sound, the entire illusory library world shattered with a thunderous crash. Fiery flames gushed forth from Luo Chen's body like molten lava. The flames spread with a reality powerful enough to burn away all illusion. The illusion began to collapse almost instantly. Built upon sorrow and despair, the illusion was as fragile as withered grass in the face of this inferno. Boom! The flames engulfed everything. When the light faded, the sights of the real world returned before everyone's eyes. Lei Jun, Lei Qian, Lei Yan, Lei Ying, and Lei Guang, the five of them still stood at the edge of Central Park. But each of their faces still bore a look of shock and disbelief. Brother! Lei Qian was the first to react. She threw herself into Lei Jun's arms, clinging to him tightly as her body trembled uncontrollably. Tears instantly soaked through Lei Jun's combat uniform. Brother, you're okay. Thank goodness. I thought you. She choked on her words, unable to form a complete sentence. Just moments ago, in the illusion, she had watched with her own eyes as Lei Jun took a fatal blow from the bone beast for her, his body torn to pieces. The despair of seeing a loved one die right before her eyes had nearly crushed her. Lei Jun's body stiffened as well. He gently patted his sister's back, his face pale as death. His own illusion had been just as terrifying. He had seen the Lei clan crumble overnight, surrounded and annihilated by the other three major clans. His father had fallen in battle, and his younger siblings had died one by one before his eyes, while he stood helpless. The helplessness and regret of being the clan's heir yet unable to protect anything left him in agony. Elder Lei Yan leaned on his warhammer, gasping for breath. The sisters, Lei Ying and Lei Guang, stood back to back, their eyes filled with lingering fear. They had both been plunged into their worst nightmares and had come perilously close to being lost in them forever. What on earth had happened? Just as they were still reeling from the ordeal and trying to make sense of the situation, a series of violent clashes of metal and the roaring explosions of flames snapped their thoughts back to the battlefield. They looked up abruptly. Above the origin flower field, which was glowing with a blue aura, a crimson figure was locked in a fierce battle with the lingering black frost mist. The Holy Blade. It was Chen Luo. It was he who had burned through the weeping banshee's mental illusion with fire, rousing them from their nightmare. Now, Luo Chen was locked in a fierce, all-out battle with the weeping banshee. With every swing of the flame sword Rekka, an orange-red trail streaked through the air. Yet the figure of the weeping banshee was as ethereal as a ghost. It darted through the black mist, at times taking shape to clash its bone claws against the flame sword Rekka, sending sparks flying. At other times, it would instantly dissolve into mist, causing Luo Chen's blade to pass right through the vapor. Flame and darkness. Substance and nothingness. Hope and despair. Two diametrically opposed forces were staging the most primal clash above this deathly silent park. Just then, a voice filled with sorrow and confusion rang out directly in everyone's minds. Why? It was the weeping banshee. It was actually speaking. Lei Qian and the others were startled. They had never heard of a bone beast capable of direct communication. But they quickly realized this wasn't a voice, it was telepathy. Why did you refuse? The banshee's voice, like that of a lost child, was filled with bewilderment. I gave you everything you wanted. No fighting, no debts, no danger. Stability, peace, happiness. Isn't that what you long for deep down? Why, no matter how perfect a world I build for you, do you always end up choosing to save people who have nothing to do with you? Why would you choose this path filled with suffering? Hearing this accusation, Lei Jun and the others were taken aback. Only then did they realize that the illusion, one powerful enough to ensnare even a rank experts, was, to this mysterious Mr. Chen, actually a gift? A life of happiness he had longed for. Luo Chen parried the succubus S-claws with a single sword strike, hovering steadily in midair. His face, concealed by a crimson mask, betrayed no emotion. Yet his next words were as firm as steel. Because I am Kamen Rider Saber. Kamen Rider Saber? What is that? A new professional designation? Or the name of some mysterious organization? Everyone present, including the Lei Clan SA rank warriors, had the same question pop into their minds. This term completely defied their understanding of this world's power structure. Kamen Rider Saber. Weeping Banshee chewed on this unfamiliar term, and the sorrowful aura within the black mist seemed to grow even denser. And what is that? Why, would you give up happiness that's right at your fingertips for such a strange name? You love money so much, don't you? You want a peaceful life so badly, don't you? I'm just helping you fulfill your wish. Faced with the Banshee's almost childishly cruel questioning, Luo Chen fell silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. The laughter beneath his mask carried a hint of self-mockery, yet also conveyed a sense of resignation and resolve. Yeah. He admitted it openly. I do love money. I dream of living in a penthouse in the Tianshu Ring. And I do want to take it easy, ideally, clocking out on time every day to go home, drink an ice-cold Coke, and play video games. But... His voice suddenly rose, and the flame sword Rekka in his hand burst into flames once more. But... when I received this holy sword, I made a vow. I will keep fighting as Kamen Rider Saber. No matter how scared I am, no matter how much I want to run away, I will never turn a blind eye to those who need help. These words struck Lei Qian and the others like a thunderclap. As they watched the red figure standing amidst the flames, they suddenly realized how shallow their previous understanding of him had been. A money grubber? A slacker? A lunatic? No. That was merely a thin shell he used to disguise himself. Beneath that shell lay a heart truly worthy of a hero. Why, are you so obsessed? Weeping Banshee's voice trembled slightly, as if unable to comprehend such a choice. Kamen Rider Saber, what does he mean to you, exactly? Hearing this question, Luo Chen slowly raised the flame sword Rekka in his hand, its tip pointing toward the black mist that represented sorrow and despair. He recalled the figures he had seen on the screen in his past life, fighting to protect the smiles of others. He recalled the man who had shouted, "I have no dreams, but I can protect dreams." He remembered the young man who had solemnly declared, "I will fight fate and defeat it for you to see." He also remembered the lonely swordsman who, at the story's end, had taken the sorrow of the entire world upon his own shoulders. A wave of warmth surged through his body. In that moment, he was no longer the joker who loved to make sarcastic remarks. Nor was he the penny-pinching miser. He was Saber. One who has inherited the name of a hero, Kamen Rider Saber. My predecessor once said. His voice was calm yet powerful, resonating deep within everyone's hearts. Every person is the protagonist of their own, unique story. And my responsibility is to rewrite those tragedies that never should have happened. So listen up. Luo Chen held his sword horizontally across his chest, assuming a battle stance, and shouted his own oath. I will decide the ending of this story. Chapter 30, Luo Chen, Holy Shit, Blur Mode. Luo Chen's heartfelt oath struck the silent battlefield like a thunderclap. Flames erupted once more along the blade, outlining his entire figure like a war god. Come on! He let out a roar, his body transforming into a crimson streak of light as he charged once more toward the churning black mist. This time, his sword strikes held no hesitation. Every stroke was delivered with full force, sweeping and sweeping, as if intent on tearing everything before him apart. However, the Weeping Banshee's combat style completely defied the laws of physics. Facing the flaming blade capable of cleaving mountains in two, it neither flinched nor dodged. Just as the blade was about to make contact with its body, its pallid, solid form would instantly melt into a formless mass of icy black mist. The blazing fire of the sword passed through the mist unimpeded, yet that power capable of incinerating all things seemed to strike empty air, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. And in the split second when Luo Chen's old strength had faded and his new strength had not yet risen, that black mist would reform with astonishing speed. Pale, slender bone claws, as sharp as surgical scalpels, would dart out from the most treacherous angles, carrying a bone-chilling cold as they savagely clawed at Luo Chen's armor. Clang! The shrill screech of metal grinding echoed across the empty park, making one's eardrums tingle. Luo Chen felt a tremendous force surge through his sword, sending his entire body flying backward more than 10 meters. He looked down and saw that where the banshee's claws had scraped the blade of the flame sword Rekka, a thin layer of black frost had formed. It sizzled with white smoke, constantly corroding the energy within the blade. Fortunately, he immediately channeled his flame power, forcibly burning away that eerie corrosive energy. Damn it! Luo Chen steadied himself, cursing under his breath. This battle was truly frustrating. His opponent was like a ghost possessing invincibility and penetration. None of his attacks had any effect, while every counterattack from the enemy posed a very real threat to him. Flames and darkness constantly intertwined. Slashing strikes and claw attacks collided time and again. Luo Chen grew increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on, yet the weeping banshee's onslaught seemed endless. The sobbing emanating from the black mist grew ever more shrill and frenzied. In the distance, the members of the Lei clan watched this unfathomable scene, their hearts in their throats. They wanted to help, but found their bodies utterly unresponsive. Although the weeping banshee's sorrow field had been significantly weakened by Luo Chen's flames, the fear stemming from the depths of their souls remained inescapable, still clinging to them relentlessly. Every one of them trembled slightly, beyond their control. It wasn't due to the cold, but because the all-too-real experience of death within the illusion had already left an unhealable wound on their psyches. Damn it! Lei Qian gritted her teeth and forced herself to raise her hand. Pale purple lightning struggled to gather at her fingertips, yet it refused to coalesce into a solid form the moment it appeared. It dissipated due to her trembling hand. In the illusion, the image of her eldest brother being torn to shreds by the bone beast flashed through her mind over and over again, making it impossible for her to concentrate. If even Lei Qian, an A-rank warrior, was in this state, the others were far worse off. Elder Lei Yan, a battle-hardened veteran, could barely stand with the support of his warhammer, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. The sisters Lei Ying and Lei Guang stood back to back, their faces pale, nearly too weak even to draw their weapons. Mr. Chen. Lei Jun clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. As he watched that solitary red figure fighting alone on the battlefield and listened to his resolute declaration moments ago, a wave of intense shame and resentment welled up within him. What on earth are we doing? Mr. Chen is risking his life to protect us, yet we stand here like a bunch of cowards, too scared to do anything but watch? Just because of that tiny bit of fear lingering in our minds? No. Absolutely not. In an instant, Lei Jun's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. He recalled Luo Chen's words. I'll decide how this story ends. That's right. If we don't even have the courage to fight back, what right do we have to talk about the ending? In the next instant, Lei Jun made a move that took everyone by surprise. He yanked a sharp survival knife from his tactical leg holster and, without hesitation, plunged it deep into his left thigh. Splatter! The sharp blade sank instantly into the muscle, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Brother! What are you doing? Lei Qian, who was closest to him, let out a cry of shock, completely stunned by Lei Jun's sudden act of self-harm. Yet Lei Jun's face showed not a trace of pain. On the contrary, the excruciating, bone-piercing agony seemed to relax his features. The intense pain instantly washed away every trace of fear, helplessness, and despair regarding the illusory realm from his mind. In that moment, his gaze regained an unprecedented clarity and composure. Gritting his teeth and letting blood soak through his pant leg, he pushed away Lei Qian, who had come to treat him, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unquestionable resolve. I'm fine. Mr. Chen is still fighting, we can't hold him back. With that, he paid no further attention to the wound on his leg and swiftly pulled a palm-sized, intricately designed scanning device from his tactical backpack. It was the Lei Clan's latest development, the Insight 3, specifically designed to analyze the energy flows of high-level bone beasts. Lei Jun, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, knelt on one knee and aimed the device at the ever-shifting black mist in the distance, barking out an order in a deep voice. Lei Qian. Elder Lei Yen. Use your ranged attacks to lay down suppressive fire on the coordinates I've designated. Don't aim to kill, just force it to react. This command instantly snapped the others, who were still gripped by fear, back to their senses. As they watched Lei Jun's resolute figure and the horrifying wound on his leg, a surge of strength welled up within them. Indeed. If even the young master, who wasn't skilled in direct combat, was fighting so desperately, what excuse did these battle-hardened rank powerhouses have to continue cowering? Yes. Lei Qian took a deep breath, forcing down the fear in his heart, as the ferocious Lei Guang once again gathered in his eyes. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning split the night sky, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the location Lei Jun had marked with his laser. Elder Lei Yen let out a furious roar as well, slamming his warhammer heavily into the ground. Several massive spires of rock shot up from the earth, piercing toward another direction of the black mist. On the battlefield, Luochen was being overwhelmed by the Banshee's elusive attacks when he suddenly spotted the lightning and rock spikes flying toward him from behind. He paused for a moment, then immediately grasped Lei Jun's intent. He immediately adjusted his strategy, abandoning the pursuit of a single lethal strike. Instead, he unleashed wide-range fiery slashes, coordinating with Lei Qian and the others to seal off every possible escape route for the Weeping Banshee from all directions. Sure enough, under such intense fire, the Weeping Banshee's movement patterns began to reveal a discernible rhythm. It could no longer leisurely choose between vaporizing or counterattacking, but was forced to constantly cycle through materialization, vaporization, rematerialization in the brief intervals between attacks. Meanwhile, at the rear, Lei Jun was intently staring at the rapidly updating data stream on the insight screen. Energy frequency peaks at the moment of materialization, then drops to freezing point after vaporization. Switching speed, 0.03 seconds, exceeding the limits of motion capture. Energy core reaction. Got it. Soon, after comparing and analyzing massive amounts of data, a clear conclusion appeared right in the center of the screen. Target characteristics analysis. The target possesses the phase vaporization ability. For an extremely brief moment before being attacked, it can transform itself into a non-physical energy mist to evade physical damage. It cannot actively attack while in this state and must rematerialize before launching an attack. I see. Lei Jun broadcast the analysis results loudly through the communication channel, relaying them to Luochen on the battlefield. Luochen sliced through the oncoming black mist with a single sword strike. Upon hearing Lei Jun's intelligence, a familiar term instantly popped into his mind. Holy shit, isn't this just Abito's divine might? He couldn't help but rant wildly in his mind. No wonder it was so hard to fight. It turned out he was facing an opponent capable of dematerialization. However, ranting aside, now that he understood the enemy's mechanism, he at least had a clear strategy. As long as he could strike during that split second when it shifted from ethereal to solid form, he was sure to inflict damage. However, while this was easy to say, it was incredibly difficult to execute. That 0.03 second transition speed was far beyond the limits of human neural reaction time. Just as Luochen was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to counter this underhanded ability, Lei Jun's voice rang out urgently once more. He seemed to have made a new discovery, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. Mr. Chen. Keep up the pressure. I've discovered that its vaporization and solidification aren't happening simultaneously. Lei Jun stared intently at the 3D energy model on the screen, watching the red humanoid figure representing the Weeping Banshee make a subtle movement as it dodged an energy crossbow bolt fired by Lei Ying. Its energy core is the part of its body that materializes first and vaporizes last. That is its weak point. Mr. Chen, strike the center of its chest, the heart. That is its energy hub, and the first vulnerability exposed when it materializes. Chapter 31, The Ultimate Holy Sword Slash of the Creation Rider. Strike its chest. Lei Jun's voice came through the communication channel, clear and distinct in Luo Chen's ears. The chest. The energy hub. The first vulnerability to materialize. These keywords struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating Luo Chen's mind, which had been thrown into chaos by the divine might. He immediately adjusted his tactics. No longer did he attempt to incinerate the elusive black mist with wide-ranging flames. Instead, he concentrated all his power at the tip of his sword, each strike precisely aimed at the very center of Weeping Banshee's chest. However, reality did not unfold as smoothly as he had imagined. Knowing the weakness and actually hitting it were two entirely different matters. The Weeping Banshee was clearly well aware of where its vital point lay. Its movements became even more erratic and elusive. At times, it traced defying physics zigzags through the air like a ghostly apparition. At others, it drifted like a weightless fallen leaf, carried far away by the gust of wind generated by Luo Chen's flaming slashes. Its defense of its chest was absolutely impenetrable. On several occasions, Luo Chen's sword tip came within mere centimeters of its core, yet at the very last moment, it was either brutally parried by its pallid bone claws or narrowly evaded through a desperate, last-second twist. Clang! Another fierce collision. Luo Chen was sent staggering back several steps by the immense force, a tingling numbness spreading through his palms. He watched the female demon reforming her body in the distance, emitting sharp, mocking whimpers, and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It's too slippery. This thing slips through my fingers. I can't get a grip on it at all. My speed isn't enough. My speed can't keep up with its evasive reflexes. If this drags on, I'm definitely the one who'll crack first. What should I do? Is she really forcing me to call for backup right here? No, to draw a card right here? The thought flashed through Luo Chen's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. No way. The risk is too high. With his abysmal luck, what if at this critical moment he draws that postpartum care for sows again? That would be a disaster. If that happened, he might as well just lie down and wait for the succubus to drain his soul dry. Wait a minute, drawing cards? A sudden realization struck Luo Chen. It seemed, he didn't just have that one guaranteed dragon of courage. He had another one, a genuine SSR tier item that had dropped from the Lei Clan's second young master's unconventional build. At this thought, Luo Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he somersaulted backward, putting dozens of meters between himself and the Weeping Banshee. Then, under the stunned and bewildered gazes of the Lei Clan members, he slowly drew a brand new Wonder Ride book from his waist, one whose cover style was completely different from that of the Dragon of Courage. Half of the book's cover was a fiery crimson, the other half a deep oceanic blue. These two diametrically opposed colors were perfectly fused together by an intricate mechanical framework composed of gears and pipes. What is that? Lei Qian stared at the unfamiliar book, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Chen isn't he the Flame Swordsman? Why, does he possess other powers as well? Just as they were puzzling over this, Luo Chen had already flung open the Wonder Ride book in his hands. In an instant, a system voice completely different from the pure, mythical, and fantastical aura of the Dragon of Courage resounded through the heavens, filled with logic and creation. Forge the laws of hope, weave the equations of the future. Craft the holy sword with the power of physics, break through limits with the soul of bonds. Best match. Truth and creation, united as one at this moment. Hearing this familiar chant, brimming with science and romance, Luo Chen instantly felt a surge of familiar excitement. That's the feeling. Without hesitation, he swapped the Build Master book in his hand for the Dragon of Courage, which had been inserted into the far right slot of the Holy Sword Driver. Build up! Accompanied by his powerful shout, the Holy Sword Driver gave a brand new response. Rekka unsheath. This time, what erupted from the Holy Sword Driver was no longer pure crimson flame. Instead, it was two beams of energy, one red, one blue, representing Rabbit and Tank. The two beams crisscrossed and swirled in the air, eventually coalescing into a massive, red and blue silhouette of Kamen Rider's saber build. Then it suddenly descended, enveloping Luo Chen's body. Build Saber. Best match. Power intertwines, truth and creation. Whoosh. Amid the dazzling light, the Holy Blade's armor underwent a complete transformation. The originally pure crimson dragon patterned armor was replaced by a brand new, mechanically textured red and blue suit. The red armor, representing the rabbit, was filled with streamlined curves and spring-like structures. The blue armor, representing the tank, exuded a sense of heaviness and featured track-like elements. Even the faceplate on his helmet had transformed from its original dragon-shaped form into an asymmetrical design, one side featuring rabbit ears, the other a cannon barrel. Cayman Rider Saber, the legendary Rider-S build form. What on earth is this? Lei Jun stared at the completely transformed Holy Blade before him, utterly dumbfounded. The insight he held in his hands, the source of his pride, was now emitting a piercing alarm. The screen was frantically flashing red garbled text, unable to parse, energy model conflict, data overflow. This was completely beyond his comprehension. On the battlefield. Weeping Banshee was also startled by this sudden turn of events. However, before it could react, the red and blue knight across from it moved. Boom! Luochen stomped down hard with his left foot. A shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from beneath his feet. The hard rocky ground was actually pitted with a spiderweb-like pattern by the sheer force of his kick. The next second, his figure vanished. Without the slightest warning, he simply vanished into thin air right where he stood. For the first time, an emotion resembling astonishment flashed across Weeping Banshee's smooth face. Its instincts were frantically warning it of mortal danger. Without a moment's hesitation, it prepared to vaporize its body. But it was too late. A red and blue afterimage, moving at a speed far beyond its reaction limits, instantly appeared behind it. SSSSH. A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh. Weeping Banshee let out a silent shriek as one of its arms was severed clean off at the shoulder. Before the severed arm could turn into black mist, Luochen's figure had already vanished once more. Leveraging the astonishing burst of power and mobility granted by his build form, Luochen's figure transformed into a series of afterimages across the battlefield, ones that were simply impossible to track. One moment he appeared to the Banshee's left, slashing at its waist with a sword. The next, he materialized above its head, delivering a vicious kick to its face. With every strike, he precisely anticipated the Banshee's every evasion route, forcing it to constantly vaporize to avoid damage. However, vaporization consumed energy and was time-limited. Under Luochen's storm of attacks, the Weeping Banshee's black mist grew increasingly thin, and the time it took to solidify into a physical form grew longer and longer. It had been driven into a corner. Woo! Whoa-wah-wah! Finally, after Luochen severed yet another of its arms with a single sword strike, the Weeping Banshee descended into utter madness. It no longer attempted to vaporize itself, but instead unleashed every last ounce of the sorrowful energy within its body without reservation. The black mist swirling around it swelled to several times its original size in an instant, engulfing the entire Central Park. Its smooth face suddenly split open down the middle, revealing a colossal, bloodshot crimson eye. Boom! At that moment, the intensity of the sorrow field skyrocketed exponentially. In the distance, Lei Qian and the others didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were instantly overwhelmed by this colossal, irresistible will of despair. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, unconscious. Even the A-rank elder Lei Yan managed to hold on for only 2 more seconds before coughing up a mouthful of blood, dropping to one knee, and losing consciousness. Only Lei Jun, relying on the intense stimulation from the excruciating pain in his leg, managed to cling to a sliver of consciousness, though blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he was clearly on the verge of collapse. The entire world seemed to have been reduced to nothing but that one-eyed succubus in a frenzy and that solitary red and blue knight, enveloped by endless darkness. Die! Die! All of you, die! The harpy's psychic cries, filled with agony and venom, crashed against Luochen's mind like a tsunami. Why must you all disturb my peace? I just wanted to be left alone. I just am in so much pain. Faced with this wail, enough to move anyone to pity, Luochen's reply was simple and brutal. That's no excuse for harming others. He held the flame sword Rekka across his chest, planted his right foot firmly on the ground, and steadied himself against the Banshee's frenzied claw strikes. The immense power granted by his build form kept him rooted to the spot. The moment he had subdued the succubus, Luo Chen spun the flame sword Rekka in his hand and thrust it back into the holy sword driver at his waist with a sharp clang. Then, he drew it out once more. Best match. Final wonder finish. Red and blue, two utterly distinct energies, like two giant dragons chasing one another, wildly coiled around the blade of the flame sword Rekka. A terrifying aura powerful enough to sever the very laws of the universe erupted with a thunderous roar. It's over. Luo Chen raised the holy sword high above his head, aiming it at the Banshee's massive, despair-filled crimson eye. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he shouted the name of this form's ultimate technique. Creation Rider Ultimate Holy Sword Slash. He swung it down with all his might. A massive red and blue sword beam, woven from physical equations and energy gears, shot forth from the blade. That sword beam seemed to ignore distance, instantly engulfing the body of the weeping Banshee. Several dilapidated skyscrapers behind her were swept up in the blast as well. Time, in that moment, seemed to be paused. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. 1 second later. Boom! Accompanied by the Banshee's final, bitter wail, a blinding flash of fire shot skyward, illuminating the dim skies of the bone domain as bright as day. The skyscrapers, pierced by the sword beam, as if having lost their support, slowly collapsed amid a series of crashing sounds, eventually disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Chapter 32, A Pricey Reward. When that blindingly bright light had bathed the entire sky of the bone domain in daylight, the battle was already over. The sorrow field hovering over Central Park, which seemed capable of freezing one's very soul, vanished without a trace. The despair and agony that had weighed on everyone's hearts, leaving them gasping for breath, also dissipated into thin air. Is it over? Lei Jun fought through the excruciating pain in his legs, barely managing to stay on his feet. He stared blankly at the sky-obscuring cloud of dust billowing from the collapsed skyscrapers in the distance, muttering to himself. Even now, his heart was still pounding wildly. That sword strike just now. That red and blue sword beam, woven from countless physical formulas and energy gears, had completely shattered his worldview as a tech geek. That was a power that existing technology simply couldn't explain. As the sorrow field faded, Lei Qian and the others, who had been unconscious, slowly came to. Cough, brother? We. Lei Qian propped himself up, still struggling to distinguish between illusion and reality. We won. Lei Jun's voice carried a hoarseness born of narrowly escaping death. Won? Lei Qian looked up blankly at the battlefield, where the dust had yet to settle. That rank weeping Banshee was nowhere to be seen. All that remained was that figure clad in red and blue, standing quietly in the center of the ruins like a pillar of stability. It was him. It was Chen Luo. It was he who, once again, had saved them all. Lei Qian's expression grew incredibly complex. She recalled the scene from The Illusion where her older brother had been torn apart by the bone beast, a despair she never wanted to experience again in her life. She also recalled the rumors of the Xia family's expeditionary force led by an A-rank expert making a humiliating retreat in the face of the weeping Banshee. It wasn't until she experienced it firsthand that she truly understood the horror of that monster. It was simply not a being an A-rank professional could stand against. If it weren't for Chen Luo, they would likely have been wiped out today, doomed to sink forever into their deepest nightmares. Elder Lei Yan leaned on her warhammer and slowly stood up. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Luo Chen no longer held the indifference of before, it was now filled with nothing but pure awe for a true powerhouse. The sisters Lei Ying and Lei Guang, supporting each other, kept their eyes fixed on that figure, saying nothing. Yet the shock in their eyes was impossible to hide. Just as they were about to step forward to thank him, the red and blue knight in the center of the battlefield suddenly wavered. The red and blue armor covering him, with its mechanical beauty, flickered twice like a projection with a poor signal, then dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing into thin air, revealing Luo Chen's unremarkable Lei clan combat uniform. Thud. almost the moment the transformation was undone. Luo Chen's vision went black, his legs gave way, and he collapsed forward. Mr. Chen! Chen Luo! This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of panic through the Lei clan members. Lei Jun was the first to react, ignoring the injury on his leg. He hobbled toward Luo Chen. Lei Chen, meanwhile, transformed into a streak of purple lightning, flashing instantly to Luo Chen's side and catching him securely. When Luo Chen regained consciousness, a familiar, pungent smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils. He slowly opened his eyes to find a pristine white ceiling and a beeping vital signs monitor beside him. The infirmary in City of Dawn. Luo Chen struggled to sit up, but felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He was weak and limp. "You're awake?" A female nurse who had been recording data nearby saw this and hurried over to support him. "You fell into a shock-induced coma due to excessive energy depletion and mental exhaustion. Mr. Lei Jun instructed that once you wake up, you must get plenty of rest." Excessive energy depletion? Mental exhaustion? Luo Chen let out a wry smile. It wasn't just excessive, he'd been completely drained. He still remembered how, the moment he unleashed the ultimate holy sword slash of the Creation Knight, the Creation Knight's manual had practically sucked all the energy out of his body. That feeling was even more terrifying than pulling 7 straight days and nights of all-nighters. Looks like I can't just use this thing casually from now on. Luo Chen leaned against the headboard, silently grumbling to himself. If a single legendary Knight's book is this powerful, what if I ever get my hands on a 3-volume set? I reckon using it just once wouldn't just leave me unconscious. I'd probably be reincarnated on the spot and have to say goodbye to this beautiful world. No way, no way. Staying alive comes first. I'll stick to the Dragon of Courage from now on. It's economical and practical. Just as Luo Chen was lost in these thoughts, the door to his hospital room swung open. Lei Jun, leaning on a cane and supported by Lei Qian, limped his way in. "Mr. Chen, you're awake." Seeing that Luo Chen had already sat up, Lei Jun's face lit up with genuine joy. "How do you feel?" "Nothing serious, just feel completely drained." Luo Chen waved his hand weakly. "Humph, you hero complex guy." Standing nearby, Lei Qian couldn't help but mutter under her breath at his frail appearance, though the concern in her eyes was impossible to hide. Lei Jun turned to Luo Chen with a solemn expression and bowed deeply. "If it weren't for you, the consequences for our Lei clan this time would have been unimaginable." Luo Chen was a bit embarrassed by this sudden display of respect and quickly said, Hey, don't be like that. I was paid to do the job, it's only natural." Hearing this, Lei Jun and Lei Qian exchanged a glance, both seeing a wry smile in each other's eyes. This guy really can't go 3 sentences without mentioning money. However, it was precisely because of this that they actually felt more at ease. A powerful figure who loves money is always much easier to deal with than one who seems to have no desires or needs. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. When it comes to compensation, we of the Lei clan will certainly not shortchange you. Lei Jun sat up straight and began reporting on the results of the mission. During this operation, we not only successfully cleared out Central Park, but we also obtained the beast core of that rank weeping banshee. Most importantly, we collected a full 20 top-quality origin flowers. This has far exceeded our initial expectations. And you deserve the lion's share of the credit. Hearing this, Luo Chen merely nodded listlessly, looking as disinterested as a dead fish, as if to say, whatever floats your boat. Origin flower? A rank beast core? Oh, that's nice. All he wanted to do now was sleep. Lei Jun watched his lackluster expression, cleared his throat, and dropped the final bombshell. So, after discussing it with the clan elders, we've decided that in addition to the rank beast core, which will be yours as spoils of war. He paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in an incredibly sincere tone. We, the Lei clan, will pay you an additional 50 million credits as compensation for this mission. 10 million? Luo Chen's eyes, which had been half closed due to exhaustion, snapped open. He even wondered if he was hearing things due to mental exhaustion. What did you just say? His voice trembled slightly. Lei Jun watched his reaction, his mind set on the fact that this money was well spent, and repeated himself. 15 million credits. It will be transferred to your designated account within the day. Boom! 50 million. That figure instantly revitalized Luo Chen. 1 second he was on the verge of death, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. The next, he sprang up from the hospital bed. His eyes shone brightly. Where was any trace of weakness now? He grabbed Lei Jun's hand, his face brimming with the ecstasy of regaining what was lost and the relief of thinking, "Bro, you're a true friend." "Whoa! Young Master Lei. Look at you talking like that as being too formal, isn't it? What else with all this talk of payment? We're friends. Isn't it only natural for friends to help each other out? But since you put it that way, if I refuse now, I'd be letting you down. I'll take the money." As he spoke, he slapped Lei Jun's shoulder hard, so hard that Lei Jun's limping body swayed with the impact. "Good brother. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. As long as the price is right, I'll even pluck every last bone off an SSS rank bone beast for you." Standing nearby, Lei Qian watched the scene, which could be described as a Sichuan opera face-changing act, and was completely stunned. The faint trace of admiration and vague affection she'd just begun to feel for this hero was shattered into pieces by the figure of 50 million. This man. What on earth is in this man's head besides money? Meanwhile, Luo Chen was completely immersed in the joy of sudden wealth. 50 million. Add to that the 5 million reward from killing the bone beast horde earlier. I, Luo Chen, am finally a millionaire with over 50 million in assets. A penthouse in Tianqiu Ring. Here I come. He felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through his entire body, sweeping away all fatigue and soreness. Chapter 33, Can Professions Level Up Too? After spending another 3 days convalescing with a clear conscience in the VIP ward at Dawn City, a place comparable to a 5-star hotel, Luo Chen was finally politely invited by the Lei clan onto a private vehicle bound for Tianqiu City. It wasn't that he wanted to linger, it was mainly because the Lei clan's cuisine was simply too exquisite. Every meal featured the most succulent cuts from B-rank bone beasts, paired with energy-rich fruits and vegetables cultivated by A-rank growers. The taste made Luo Chen feel that the synthetic nutritional paste he used to eat in the Neon Ring was practically inedible by comparison. As the armored vehicle slowly drove out of the massive gate and re-entered the jurisdiction of Tianqiu Base City, Luo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The skies of the Bone Domain were perpetually gloomy, and the air carried the stench of sulfur and decay. Even someone as thick-skinned as him would find it oppressive after a long stay. He felt much more at ease on this land, protected by the wall of sighs and brimming with the warmth of everyday life. The vehicle sped along until it finally came to a stop at the entrance to the realm of clouds in the Neon Ring. Luo Chen declined the driver's offer to drop you off at your home gate and got out of the car alone. He needed some time alone to properly tally the astonishing gains from this business trip. First, there were the credits. The 50 million credits in mission pay from the Lei clan, plus the 6.1 million extra that Lei Jun had personally shelled out based on the previously agreed upon kill count. In total, 56.1 million. Every time he thought of that number, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel elated. He was now a bona fide multi-millionaire. That penthouse in Tianqiu Ring was still a ways off, but at least it was no longer an unattainable dream. Second, and most crucial of all, that item he'd wrapped in several layers of radiation shielding lead boxes and carefully stowed in the deepest recesses of his spatial compression backpack. An A-rank beast core. The beast core of the Weeping Banshee. This thing was worth far more than credits. Luo Chen had done a bit of research on the market value of beast cores. Even B-rank beast cores were rare treasures on the black market, priceless items that, when they did appear, started at a minimum of 1 million credits. And an A-rank beast core? He hadn't even heard of anyone selling one in black market rumors. Conservatively speaking, selling it for 10 million credits shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Chen stroked his chin, his eyes brimming with calculation. Whoa, 10 million. Add that to my current savings, and my total assets will break 66 million? He has struck it rich. This time, he is really going to make a fortune. At that thought, Luo Chen could no longer contain his excitement. He practically jogged through the neon ring, heading straight for that lawless land he knew so well, a place brimming with both vice and opportunity, the Ashen Ring. He wanted to turn that beast core into cold, hard credits as soon as possible. However, just as he eagerly turned into that familiar alley in rusty iron town, a petite figure with twin ponytails collided head-on with him. Ouch! The other person stumbled from the impact, nearly falling over. Luo Chen looked closely and froze. Su Xiaowan? Luo Chen? Su Xiaowan was taken aback at first, but then her eyes lit up with intense delight. She took a quick step forward and, without a word, grabbed Luo Chen's arm and began examining it from top to bottom. Are you okay? Let me see. Your arm isn't broken. Your leg isn't broken either. Her movements were quick and frantic, displaying a no-nonsense professionalism honed from years of working in shady clinics. Luo Chen was completely baffled by her sudden enthusiasm and hadn't even had a chance to speak. Su Xiaowan's hands were already reaching restlessly toward his waist, and she was even trying to lift the hem of his combat uniform right there in the street. Holy shit! You're a female pervert. What the hell do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Luo Chen was terrified out of his wits. He grabbed his clothes, backed away rapidly, and put some safe distance between them. Seeing his terrified expression, that of a chaste, virtuous man, Su Xiaowan finally realized her actions had been a bit extreme. But the worry on her face didn't fade in the slightest. Instead, she stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with righteous conviction. What am I doing? Checking if your kidneys are still there. Let me tell you, big families like the Lei clan love doing this kind of dirty work, ripping out kidneys. Do you know that ever since the Lei clan bought up the whole town of Rusty Iron last time, I thought they snatched you to settle a debt and that your life was in danger? I've been worried sick about you every single day. I almost thought you weren't coming back. Luo Chen listened, his face a picture of exasperation. Oh, man. No wonder my eyelid has been twitching nonstop these past few days. Turns out it was you little minx, cursing me from behind my back. Stop, stop, stop. Luo Chen made a pause gesture and said irritably, I'm alive and well, the Lei clan didn't rip my kidneys out, and they even gave me a huge sum of money. Is that good enough? As he spoke, he eyed Su Xiaowan and the timid little boy beside her, who was tugging at her sleeve. As for you, why are you here instead of saving lives at the clinic? Here to restock again? What do you mean restock? That sounds so gross. Su Xiaowan shot him a withering glance, but then her face lit up with uncontrollable joy. She pulled a delicate little box from her bosom as if presenting a treasure. I brought my brother here to buy an awakening potion. Thanks to you, the 500,000 you gave me last time not only paid off old KS debt, but the remaining money was enough for me to buy a top-tier B rank optimization potion. As long as my brother can awaken a C rank or higher class, the two of us will never have to live this hard life again. Seeing the genuine anticipation and joy for the future on Su Xiaowan's face, Luo Chen's mood inexplicably lifted. Although the interest she charged wasn't low, seeing that the money had actually been put to good use made it all worthwhile. Then what are you here for? Su Xiaowan asked curiously. You're a wealthy tycoon with a fortune at your disposal. Surely you didn't come here just to experience life? Of course I'm here to make money. Luo Chen replied matter-of-factly, then lowered his voice and leaned in mysteriously to whisper in her ear. I've got my hands on an A-rank beast core and plan to sell it on the black market. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the look of shock, envy, and admiration he expected from Su Xiaowan failed to materialize. Instead, there was a brief silence. The smile on Su Xiaowan's face slowly froze. She looked at Luo Chen with an expression as if she were staring at a caveman who just time-traveled from the Middle Ages and asked her, "What's Wi-Fi?" A full 10 seconds passed. Su Xiaowan spun around abruptly and grabbed a large, grease-stained wrench from a pile of scrap at a nearby repair shop. You idiot! Furious, she raised the wrench and swung it at Luo Chen. I'm going to knock some sense into you today and see what the hell you're thinking. Holy shit! Luo Chen jumped 3 feet in the air from the scare, but thanks to his now superhuman physical abilities, he barely managed to dodge the blow. What the hell are you freaking out about now? It's just selling a beast core, isn't it? Is it really worth getting physical over? Sell? You still want to sell it? Su Xiaowan stomped her foot in frustration, feeling her blood pressure skyrocket. She yanked Luo Chun into a corner of the alley and growled into his ear in a tone of exasperation, as if scolding a wayward child. Do you even know what a beast core is used for? Of course I do, it's used as an energy source. Luo Chen looked completely innocent. Isn't Tianxian City's energy shield maintained by burning this stuff? And isn't the government the one buying up all the D rank and F rank junk on the black market? That's junk. Su Xiaowan felt like she was about to explode with rage. I'm asking you, what about those C rank and higher beast cores? Do you really think those hunters from the Hunter Guild risk their lives hunting bone beasts in the bone domain just to provide energy for the city? Isn't that exactly what they do? Luo Chen retorted. Of course not. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then spoke slowly and deliberately, as if teaching a kindergarten class. Listen up, class monitor Luo Chen. Beast cores, aside from serving as energy sources, have one crucial function: they're used to help professionals level up. Level up? That all too familiar term left Luo Chen momentarily speechless. Take me, for example, Su Xiaowan pointed at herself. I'm currently an E rank, battlefield medic. If I can continuously absorb the energy from D rank beast cores, my class rank will steadily rise to D rank. By then, my healing abilities will undergo a qualitative leap. It's the same principle for combat classes. Strength, speed, and skill potency will all skyrocket as your rank increases. Beast cores are the only and most genuine experience potions in this world. Do you get it now? Luo Chen was stunned. He felt as if a massive gate to a new world was slowly opening before him. So, that's how it is? So people in this world level up by popping pills? He recalled that after awakening as a librarian, he never even considered how to level up because the class was so useless. Later, he obtained the Holy Sword Driver, and his combat power rose rapidly. He could even hold his own against a B-rank bone beast, so he hadn't given leveling up much serious thought since. In his mind, getting stronger was simply a matter of swapping out for a more powerful Wonder Ride book, wasn't it? So, Luo Chen swallowed hard, looked at Su Xiaowan, and asked a question that even he thought was stupid. That a rank beast core, if I were to sell it? Su Xiaowan closed her eyes, her expression one of utter despair. That would be like selling an opportunity capable of changing your destiny as if it were just ordinary merchandise at a bargain price. What you have in your hands isn't just 10 million credits. It's a path that could allow you to rapidly climb from F rank and even challenge higher tiers. Chapter 34, That Bastard S Upgrade System? In the alley, Luo Chen watched as Su Xiaowan, holding her younger brother's hand, skipped and hopped out of sight around the corner. His mind couldn't settle for a long time. An A-rank beast core. A shortcut to the heavens, a direct path to B rank or even a rank. A guaranteed admission letter to Tsinghua or Peking University. He looked down at the treasure in his hand, wrapped layer upon layer in a lead box, and thought back to how he'd just been scheming to trade it for 10 million credits. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. He had almost sold his future for a pittance. Damn it, knowledge's power, the ancients truly didn't lie. Luo Chen patted his chest, still shaken, and banished all his unrealistic fantasies. Selling it was out of the question. He would never sell it, not in this lifetime. All he wanted now was to get back to his luxurious rental apartment immediately and pop that experience pill right then and there. With that thought, Luo Chen could no longer contain himself and bolted out of the Ashes Ring. He even splurged on a 200 credit fare for the fastest maglev taxi, racing back to the clouds above in the neon ring. Back in his luxury bachelor pad, which cost a whopping 1,500 credits a month, Luo Chen locked the gate with 3 locks. He drew all the curtains, sealing the room airtight. Only then, like a secret agent on a mission, did he carefully retrieve the lead box from his spatial compression backpack. Unwrapping layer after layer, the A-rank weeping banshee beast core lay quietly on the velvet lining. It was a deeply faint blue, as if it could suck one's gaze right in, with a faint chill swirling around its surface. Even from a distance, Luo Chen could sense the immense, pure energy contained within. He. Luo Chen rubbed his hands together, staring at the beast core as the smile on his face grew increasingly uncontrollable. He couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened the class panel he hadn't looked at since his awakening. It had been too embarrassing to face. Name, Luo Chen. Race, human. Class, librarian. Skill, book summoning. Rank, F. An unremarkable panel, one that could even be described as shockingly rudimentary. In the past, upon seeing this panel, Luo Chen would likely have started sighing and pondering the necessity of restarting his life. But things were different now. He looked at the panel, his face radiating the confident smile of a multi-millionaire. So what if it's F rank? Did F rank steal your rice? I, Luo Chen, am now a top-tier tycoon sitting on a massive fortune of 56 million, plus a priceless A-rank beast core. Levels? Isn't that just a trivial matter that can be bought up in a matter of minutes? Come on, baby. Luo Chen took a deep breath and clasped the cold A-rank beast core in the palm of his hand. Following the method Su Xiaowan had taught him, he focused his mind and attempted to connect his class energy with the beast core. The next second, a gentle yet incredibly powerful energy surged through his arm and into every fiber of his body. The entire process was unexpectedly smooth. There was none of the frenzy or stinging pain combat classes felt when absorbing a beast core. Instead, it felt like soaking in a hot spring, warm and soothing, so comfortable it made him want to fall asleep. No wonder it's a life class. Even leveling up is this relaxing. Luo Chen thought to himself with a smug grin. Just then, his simple class panel suddenly emitted a ding sound, and a new information bar popped up. Experience, 0-100. A clear and straightforward experience bar. It worked! Luo Chen's heart leapt with joy. He could clearly feel that, as the energy from the beast core kept surging in, his body was undergoing some kind of wondrous and profound transformation. His muscles, bones, and even every single cell were rejoicing, greedily devouring this pure energy. The numbers on the experience bar began to climb slowly but visibly. 1%. 2%. 5%. Watching the steadily rising progress bar, Luo Chen's mind was already running wild with fantasies of the wonderful life he'd have once he'd made the leap to the next tier. An A-rank beast core. That SA treasure even A-rank powerhouses covet. Su Xiaowan had said this thing could let him directly challenge B rank or even A rank. Even if he was an F rank life class with a weak foundation, cutting it in half and reaching C rank, that should be no problem, right? By then, he'd be a C rank librarian. Although it still doesn't sound like much in terms of combat power, at least it's way more impressive than being F rank. However, just as Luo Chen was halfway through his daydream, a faint crack suddenly came from the beast core in his hand. The torrent of energy that had been flowing endlessly into his body came to an abrupt halt. He looked down to see that the A-rank beast core, which had once shone as brilliantly as a sapphire, had now lost its luster. Its surface was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and finally, with a soft puff, it turned into grayish-white powder and slipped through his fingers. Absorption, finished? Luo Chen froze for a moment, then eagerly turned his gaze to his class panel. He wanted to see if he was now C rank or D rank. Then, the smile on his face froze. The experience bar that had filled him with boundless hope had come to a steady halt at a number that was utterly unfamiliar to him. 10%. Experience, 10-100. 1/10? Luo Chen rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be hallucinating from the energy shock. He looked again. No mistake. It was indeed 10%. A complete, genuine A-rank beast core, one that would have A-rank powerhouses fighting tooth and nail for it, had been absorbed by him, an F-rank librarian, and yet it had only provided 10 points of experience? Thud. Luochen felt as if someone had stabbed him right in the heart. An excruciating pain radiated from his chest throughout his entire body. That was an A-rank beast core. That was a treasure he'd almost sold for 10 million credits. And now, it had only earned him 10% experience? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luochen leapt to his feet, like a gambler who'd lost his entire fortune. There must be a mistake somewhere. This doesn't make sense. My class's life class, the experience required to level up is definitely much less than for combat classes. There is no reason it should be this little. He refused to accept it. He felt that there must be something wrong with this A-rank beast core. Right. That must be it. Maybe this weeping banshee was all show and no substance, so the quality of its beast core was subpar. At this thought, Luochen felt as if he'd grasped his last lifeline. Without a word, he grabbed his coat and rushed out of the gate, heading straight for Deepwater Harbor, the black market in the Ashen Ring. He intended to prove his hypothesis using the most scientific and rigorous method of controlling variables. 1 hour later, Luochen returned to his rented apartment, dejected and disheartened. On his personal terminal, the massive sum of over 56 million credits had shrunk by more than half. In its place were 3 B-rank beast cores, 10 C-rank beast cores, and a huge pile of D-rank and E-rank junk. He plopped down on the floor, staring at this pile of hope he'd bought for nearly 30 million credits. Gritting his teeth, he began his journey of pay to level up once again. He picked up a B-rank beast core first. As energy surged in, the experience bar began to rise slowly once more. 10%. 11%. 13%. Finally, the moment the B-rank beast core turned to ash, the experience bar settled firmly at 15%. A B-rank beast core worth over 1 million credits had provided only 5% experience. Luochen's heart was stabbed once more. But he didn't stop. Mechanically, he picked up a C-rank beast core. 1.2%. He picked up another D-rank beast core. 0.3%. As for those E-rank and F-rank pieces of junk, they vanished without a sound. The decimal point behind the experience bar didn't even flicker. A cruel, unbearable truth was laid bare before him. As an F-rank librarian, the amount of experience required for him to level up seemed to be an astronomical figure. He sat dumbfounded amidst the pile of beast core powder that had turned to ash, feeling as though his worldview, outlook on life, and values had all been shattered in that moment. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like an eternity. Luochen slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. A maniacal, what the hell grin spread across his face. Bring it on! Let us hurt each other. He let out a furious roar and dumped every last beast core remaining in his backpack onto the ground in one go. Then, like a madman who hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, he reached out with both hands, grabbed 2 B-rank beast cores, and began absorbing them frantically. One after another. Core after core. He watched helplessly as the long string of numbers in his bank account balance plummeted like a diver. 40 million, 30 million, 20 million. 10 million. 5 million. By the time he had squeezed every last bit of energy from the final C-rank beast core, less than 1 million credits remained in his account. And the experience bar that had cost him his entire fortune finally, shakily, reached the end. Experience, 100. Detecting imminent class level up. Congratulations! Your class, librarian, has successfully advanced to E rank. Accompanied by the system's cold and ruthless notification sound. A warm current once again coursed through his entire body. Luochen could feel that his physical prowess seemed to have increased by just a tiny bit. His ability to sense books had also become more acute. That was all. He looked at the golden E-rank emblem on his interface, then glanced at his bank account, which had shrunk to a mere 6-digit figure. Silence. Complete silence. For a long time. A scream bordering on breakdown echoed across the skies of Cloud Realm. Which bastard designed this upgrade system? Chapter 35, Life Class, Money Shredder. That shriek filled with the endless regret of a bankrupt man lingered for a long time above the luxurious apartment. After the roar, Luo Chen lay stiff as a puppet whose soul had been sucked out, sprawled on the cold floor. All around him lay a scattering of grayish-white powder. It had once been a mountain of beast cores of various grades, worth over 50 million credits. It had been the sole proof of his leap from penniless to multi-millionaire. Now, they had all turned to dust. And he, having gone from a quasi-millionaire with over 56 million credits to a nouveau riche with just over 6 million in savings. No. Strictly speaking, he was someone who had once been rich. The feeling of falling from the clouds was a million times more agonizing than staying at the bottom all along. My money, my penthouse in Tianshu Ring. Luo Chen stared blankly at the ceiling as two silent tears trickled down the corners of his eyes. His heart ached. It hurt so much he couldn't breathe. He felt he had made a foolish mistake. He shouldn't have listened to that woman, Su Xiaowan's nonsense. What path to the heavens? What acceptance letter? This was clearly a one-way ticket to the rooftop of bankruptcy. He didn't know how much time had passed before Luo Chen slowly raised his hand, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. He opened the culprit that had cost him his entire fortune, the profession panel. Name, Luo Chen. Race, human. Class, librarian. Skills, book summoning, lock. Level, E. XP, 0-100. On the panel, aside from the level changing from F to a gleaming E, and a new entry named Lock appearing in the skills section, there were no other changes. 50 million. A full 50 million credits. And this is all I got in return? What a ripoff. Luo Chen was now filled with regret. If he hadn't leveled up, he'd still be a millionaire with over 50 million credits. Waking up every day in a 500 square meter bed, wondering which Michelin 3-star restaurant to splurge at today. And now he was just a penniless bum with barely over 6 million left in his bank account. He felt as though his life had instantly lost all purpose. Just as Luo Chen was getting more and more furious, preparing to shut down this ridiculous interface out of sight, out of mind, his finger accidentally brushed against the newly added lock skill. The next second, a line of small text popped up below the skill, like a pop-up ad. Lock, once activated, you can designate a specific type of book. The next time you use book summon, the appearance rate of that book type will be significantly increased. Luo Chen's eyes, which had already grown dim, paused slightly upon seeing this description. Designate a specific type? Significantly increase the appearance rate? His heart gave an uncontrollable thud. A wild, almost unbelievable thought began to take root in his mind. He tremblingly reached out his hand and tried to silently recite the command in his mind. Lock. Wonder Ride book, type. Ding. Book type successfully locked, Wonder Ride book. The probability of this type of book appearing in the next book summon has increased. The system's cold, emotionless notification sound, at that moment, sounded like music to his ears. Luo Chen's entire body, as if struck by lightning, sprang up from the floor in an instant. He stared intently at the message on the panel, his expression frozen. In just a few seconds, he went through a dramatic shift from stupor to disbelief to ecstasy. Before this, what had he relied on to summon the Wonder Ride book? Luck. Mysticism. That bit of mysticism where he prayed every day before stepping through the gate that he wouldn't be too unlucky. It felt like searching for a needle in a haystack in a library containing billions of books. Finding the Dragon of Courage or the Three Little Pigs was pure luck, as if his ancestors' graves were smoking and he'd been blessed by the god of luck. But now, with this lock-on skill, the game had completely changed. It's like he's got a targeted treasure hunt cheat. He doesn't know exactly how much of a significant boost this is, but even if it's just a 1% or even a 0.1% increase, it's enough to free him from that helpless, leave it to fate predicament. Holy shit! Once it sank in, Luo Chen could no longer contain his inner ecstasy and let out a deafening cheer. I'm set for life. This time, I'm really set for life. He stared at the gleaming golden E rank emblem, feeling that it was no longer a badge of shame, but a medal of honor. 50 million? 50 million to buy a cheat that can specifically summon divine gear, is that a bad deal? Not at all. It's a total steal. I've hit the jackpot. He. Luochen stood with his hands on his hips, letting out that classic villainous, maniacal chuckle once again. He felt invincible again. That spacious penthouse in Tianshu Ring seemed to be beckoning him once more. However, after the brief rush of excitement, a new doubt crept into his mind. Why? Why did it take such a massive amount of resources just to go from F rank to E rank? 1 A rank beast core, 3 B rank beast cores, plus a whole bunch of C rank and D rank materials. Forget about upgrading in F rank to E rank. Even if he were to force a D rank combat class up to B rank, there'd probably be more than enough left over. Just what kind of money-guzzling monster is this librarian of his? With this question in mind, Luochen decided to leverage his professional advantage as a librarian researching the data. He quickly changed his clothes and headed straight to the Tianqiang City National Central Library where he worked. Using his staff privileges, he soon gained access to the advanced professional database, which was not open to the public. Amidst the vast sea of data, he quickly located an ancient report. It was a study on the correlation between professional ranks and beast core absorption efficiency, published a century ago by the Institute of Truth. When he opened the report and read its contents clearly, his expression once again became incredibly vivid. The report explicitly stated that professions were divided into 3 major categories: combat, support, and life skills, not merely because of differences in combat ability. The deeper reason lay in the differing efficiency of beast core energy absorption. Combat class, highest absorption efficiency. At the same level, a single high-quality beast core of the same rank was sufficient to provide them with 50% or even more experience points. Basically, as long as they could obtain 1 or 2 beast cores of the same rank, they could level up smoothly. But high returns came with high risks. When a combat class absorbs a beast core, it is almost equivalent to detonating an energy bomb inside their body. The violent will lingering within the beast core inflicts a massive shock on their psyche. Absorbing them consecutively in a short period can result in anything from losing one's mind to instantly transforming into a beast. Therefore, the safest approach is to perform absorption only once every few months, when both the body and mind are in peak condition. Support classes, absorption efficiency is second best. A single beast core of the same rank provides approximately 20-30% of the experience, and the risks are relatively low. Life class, absorption efficiency, is shockingly low. The report describes the life class's leveling dilemma with a tone bordering on despair. First, absorbing a beast core poses absolutely no risk to life class players. Their bodies are like bottomless black holes. No matter how violent the energy, it becomes incredibly docile once inside. An F rank life class player can even directly absorb an A rank beast core without any risk to their life. However, this is their only advantage. Because the amount of experience they gain from a beast core is simply too small. A beast core of the same rank provides 50% experience to a combat class, but to a life class user, it might not even amount to 0.5%. Even more disheartening is that the total experience bar for a life class is more than 10 times that of a combat class of the same rank. At the end of the report, the author presented the final conclusion in a single line of bold, blood-red text. According to calculations, the beast core resources required to promote a single F rank life class member to E rank would be sufficient to promote an entire standard squad of 10 D rank combat class members to C rank. And the resources required to advance from E rank to D rank increase exponentially. Therefore, we do not recommend allocating resources to any life class. Such a move has no strategic value and is a complete waste. Luochen stared blankly at those cold words, feeling as though his heart had been stabbed once again. Wow. I'm just like, wow. So my 50 million didn't just buy me a cheat, it also funded the military equipment for a small army? Turns out my profession isn't librarian, it's a money shredder. In that moment, he finally understood why life classes held such a low status in this world. Because they're simply unaffordable. Chapter 36, Off to Pick Up Money. The library, children's reading area. Luo Chen was back in his familiar little chair, resuming his usual half-asleep, slumped posture. With one hand propping up his chin and his eyes staring blankly out the window, he looked as if he were pondering the meaning of life. In reality, his mind was entirely occupied with the question, what can I eat for my next meal to save the most money? He had been forcibly dragged back to work by the deputy director's barrage of calls threatening, if you don't come to work, you're fired, after the blow of his bankruptcy. If it weren't for the fact that the director had always treated him fairly, he would have already staged a dramatic resignation, declaring, the world is so big, I want to go see it. Sigh. Luo Chen let out a long, silent sigh. Leveling up? He couldn't even think about it anymore. He finally understood why those reports always ended with the words, "This action has no strategic value and is a complete waste," written in blood-red font. His 50 million was just for a single level up. If he wanted to go from E rank to D rank, the resources required would increase exponentially. How much would that cost? 100 million? A billion? He didn't dare to think about it. If he kept thinking about it, he feared he might truly lose control and do something that went against the spirit of Cayman Rider Saber, like robbing a bank or something. Forget it. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Luo Chen shook his head, trying to shake off those unrealistic fantasies. He'd better focus on solving the problem at hand first. He now had just over 6 million credits left in his bank account. For an ordinary librarian, that figure was a fortune they could never hope to amass in a lifetime. But for Luo Chen, it wasn't quite enough. After all, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. After experiencing the Lei Clan's top-tier cuisine, feasting on B-rank bone beast meat at every meal, going back to eating synthetic protein noodles would be worse than death. I have to find a way to make money. Luo Chen's gaze gradually grew sharp. I can't very well go back to young Master Lei, can I? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he quashed it himself. No way. The Lei clan had just acquired a large batch of origin flowers. They were most likely in seclusion right now, working to enhance the strength of the clan's younger generation. They wouldn't have time to deal with him. Besides, Luo Chen had his principles. He could be greedy, he could be shameless, but he absolutely refused to be the kind of parasite who lived off others' labor. Just as Luo Chen was racking his brain, trying to figure out the next gold rush, two familiar yet annoying voices rang out at the worst possible moment. Hey, isn't this our busy bee, Administrator Luo Chen? Haven't seen you in a while. I thought some rich lady had taken a shine to you and you'd moved into a mansion. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to even lift an eyelid. Li Wei and Zhang Hao. Those two show-offs again. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to deal with these two clowns. But then he thought, he was just sitting around anyway, so he might as well listen to their stand-up comedy routine. What's up? Off to some newbie village again today to bully the little kids? Luo Chen replied listlessly. Li Wei and Zhang Hao were completely taken aback by his remark. The smiles on their faces froze instantly. Man, even after a few days, his tongue is still as sharp as ever. But they hadn't come here today to argue. Humph, we're not as idle as you. Li Wei cleared his throat, his face once again adorned with that smug, almost provoking grin. We're here to look up some information. After all, the graduation exams are coming up soon. We've got to do some prep, right? Zhang Hao chimed in from the side. He patted the D-rank hunter badge on his chest and said smugly, unlike certain people who dropped out ages ago and don't even qualify to take the exam. Graduation exams? Luo Chen froze for a moment before remembering that, come to think of it, there was indeed such a thing. A few months ago, he decided the profession of librarian had absolutely no future, so he simply dropped out. As a result, he long since stopped caring about anything happening at the academy. However, as he looked at Li Wei and Zhang Hao's constipated expressions that seemed to scream, ask me about it. Envy me, a twinge of mischief suddenly stirred within him. Oh? Graduation exam? Tell me more. He feigned great interest. Li Wei and Zhang Hao, sensing an opportunity, immediately perked up. You didn't know, did you? Li Wei deliberately lowered his voice and put on a mysterious expression that said, I'm only telling you this. I heard that this year's graduation exam is going to be completely different from previous years. Not only is it being held in the actual bone domain, but the rewards are also outrageously generous. The prize for first place is a whopping 1.2 million credits. 1,200,000? Whoosh! Luo Chen's eyes, which had been somewhat unfocused from his days, suddenly lit up the moment he heard that number. 1,200,000. That was a fortune he couldn't save up even if he worked tirelessly at the library, skipping meals and sleep for 30 years. Though it was only a fraction of the 50 million he mentioned earlier. But even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Seeing Luo Chen's expression as if he wanted to carve the words I want this right onto his face, Zhang Hao's mocking grin stretched almost all the way to his ears. He just wanted to watch Luo Chen squirm in that frustrating state, clearly dying to have it, yet powerless to do so because of his own limitations. He spoke slowly, delivering the final blow. But this exam isn't open to just anyone. Although it's open to the public this time, aside from the two strict requirements meeting the age limit and being a professional, there's one more crucial prerequisite. Zhang Hao deliberately dragged out his words, enunciating each syllable. And that is, you absolutely cannot be a life class. Those words struck a nerve with Luo Chen. Why? Luo Chen asked instinctively. Why? Zhang Hao laughed even harder. Do I really need to ask? With your life class's pitiful combat prowess, if you were thrown into the bone domain, you'd be a waste of space even as cannon fodder. The Alliance doesn't have that much spare cash to set aside a death benefit for a worthless piece of trash who's bound to die. The words were harsh, but they were the cold, hard truth. Li Wei and Zhang Hao stood there with their arms crossed, smirking triumphantly at Luo Chen, waiting to see him fly into a rage or hang his head in shame. However, they were disappointed. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Chen's expression didn't sour. Instead, a strange smile crept across his face. As he looked at these two penny pinchers still gloating over their 1.2 million credits, a sense of balance suddenly washed over him. Yes. The librarian class was indeed looked down upon. As an F rank, Luo Chen was indeed ineligible to take the graduation exam. But I still have my C rank combat class alt, Molten Heart. Not only could he participate, but with his current ability to solo an A rank bone beast, taking a graduation exam with a maximum difficulty of B rank. What's the difference between that and a college student entering an elementary school math competition? This isn't an exam at all. It's practically just picking up free money. The only problem might be. Luo Chen's gaze swept back and forth across the smug faces of Li Wei and Zhang Hao. He had to figure out a way to claim the prize money without letting those two jerks discover that Chen Luo was actually him. Otherwise, with those two big mouths, his secret identity would likely be all over Tianqiang City by the next day. At that point, having his identity exposed would be the least of his worries. If the league confiscated the prize money on the grounds of identity fraud, that would be a massive loss. Chapter 37, I'm Not a Pervert. Li Wei and Zhang Hao's cackles as triumphant as those of villains who just pulled off a scheme faded into the distance down the library hallway. Luo Chen merely shrugged indifferently, picked up the children's reading primer from the table, and brushed imaginary dust off the cover. Mockery? Not a chance. For a former tycoon who once had a whopping 56 million in his bank account. These two little brats, still gloating over 1.2 million credits, were practically harmless. All he could think about now was how to safely pocket that measly 1.2 million. Slacking off? Going to work? Not a chance. Making money is the number one priority in life. After once again successfully evading the deputy director's watchful eye during his rounds, Luo Chen took advantage of his lunch break to tell his classmates he had a stomachache and needed to go to the hospital. Then he slipped out of the library in a flash. Half an hour later, a maglev taxi pulled up at the campus gate, a place that felt both familiar and somewhat foreign to him. Tianqiang City Awakened Academy, School of Foreign Languages. Gazing at the massive stone engraved with the school motto and the students bustling back and forth, radiating youthful energy, Luochen felt a mix of emotions. He felt both the warmth of returning to his starting village and the nervousness of someone about to commit a crime. After all, what he was about to do couldn't be known to anyone. Luochen, that F-rank life class loser, was actually attempting to sign up for the combat class graduation exam. If word got out, he'd likely become the joke of the year on the academy forum. To ensure nothing went wrong, Luochen had carefully planned his disguise before coming here. From the very back of his closet, he dug out a black baseball cap pulled down low over his eyes. He put on an oversized black mask that covered half his face. Finally, he pulled a pair of black framed glasses which he didn't even remember buying out of a drawer and perched them on the bridge of his nose. Cap, mask, black framed glasses. Disguise, complete. Luochen checked his reflection in the window of a roadside shop, satisfied. Perfect. This look was low-key, mysterious, and carried a hint of aloofness that kept strangers at bay. Walking down the street, absolutely no one would recognize him. However, reality soon dealt him a harsh blow. His textbook-perfect suspicious person disguise had barely taken him 2 steps onto campus before it successfully caught the attention of several passing female students. They first whispered among themselves, then pointed at him in horror with the kind of look reserved for a pervert. Finally, one of the bolder ones pulled out her terminal and dialed the campus security team. "Hello? Is this the security office? This is Building 3. We've spotted a suspicious-looking man." "Yes. He is wearing a hat, a mask, and glasses, and he has been sneaking glances at us the whole time." "Holy shit." Hearing this, Luochen nearly jumped out of his skin. He never would have dreamed that his perfect disguise would actually bring him such undeserved trouble. Before he could decide whether to take off his mask and explain or just take off running. Not far away, 2 burly security guards in black uniforms were already blowing their whistles and charging toward him. Run! That was the only thought in Luochen's mind. He spun around abruptly, pushing his physical abilities slightly enhanced since his promotion to E rank to the absolute limit. He took off, sprinting through the campus. However, he had been far too naive. How could anyone working as a security guard at Awakened Academy possibly be an ordinary person? Both guards wore C-rank professional badges on their chests. Their speed was in a completely different league compared to Luochen's. "You there! Stop right there! Keep running and we won't hold back!" The angry shouts behind him grew closer and closer. Luochen felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. He now regretted why he had gone to the trouble of putting on such a flashy disguise. If he'd known it would come to this, he might as well have just walked in with his face uncovered. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. Just as the security guards were about to catch up, Luochen suddenly realized they were new faces. And he knew the campus's back alleys and hidden passages like the back of his hand. Slamming on the brakes, Luochen veered sharply into a narrow gap between the academic buildings, a shortcut only a seasoned veteran like him would know. Instantly, he scrambled up the wall like an agile monkey, using the protruding water pipes as footholds. In just a few swift moves, he scaled the roof of a 2-story building and plunged headfirst into the dense greenery beside it, holding his breath. The 2 security guards reached the end of the alley, staring at the dead-end path and the empty surroundings, momentarily stunned. Where did he go? He was right here a moment ago. Weird. He sure ran fast. Forget it. Probably just some punk from another school trying to sneak a peek. Let us step up patrols. Listening to the security guard's footsteps gradually fade into the distance, Luochen, hiding in the bushes, finally dared to breathe deeply. He took off those ridiculous glasses and his hat, leaving only a mask to cover his face. He silently vowed to himself that he would never resort to such a self-important disguise again. Only after confirming it was safe did he emerge from the bushes, smoothed out his rumpled clothes, and headed toward the registration desk. By the time he arrived, a long line had already formed. As far as the eye could see, the line was filled with young professionals all vying for those 1.2 million credits. However, the line was moving at an agonizingly slow pace. This was because a high-precision biometric scanner stood right in front of the registration window. Name: Wang Dali. Place your finger here and provide a drop of blood. Beep age verification 29 years old. Does not meet eligibility requirements. Next. But sir, I look young. My mental age is only 18. Next. Watching the burly man with a full beard being ruthlessly turned away, Luo Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Dude, with a face like that, people would believe you if you said you were 39. Who on earth gave you the courage to sign up? Soon, it was Luo Chen's turn. Following the example of those before him, he placed his finger on the scanner. Beep age scan. 19 years old, meets requirements. First stage, passed with ease. The teacher in charge of registration asked without looking up, class card. Here it comes. The most crucial step. Luo Chen pulled from his pocket the faintly glowing C-rank class card that represented his identity as Chen Luo Molten Heart. The teacher took the class card and swiped it through the reader beside him. Class, Molten Heart. Rank, C, status, activated. Seeing the information displayed on the card reader, the teacher's usually impassive face finally showed a hint of change. He looked up and, for the first time, gave the young man wearing a mask before him a proper once-over. A C-rank combat class was already considered quite a decent level among the candidates who had signed up this time. All right. The teacher nodded, returned the class card to him, and handed over a printed notice. Registration successful. 1 week from now, at 8 a.m., assemble at the school's central sports field. No exceptions. Taking the thin notice, Luo Chen finally felt his heart settle back into his chest. He fought the urge to burst out laughing right then and there, nodded at the teacher, then turned and blended into the crowd, disappearing from sight. 1,200,000 here I come. Chapter 38, Graduation Exam? Battle Royale? In the week following his successful registration, Luo Chen resumed his enviable, laid-back lifestyle. Every day, he clocked in at the library on time, taking his seat on the little chair reserved just for him in the children's reading area. At times, he would vividly recount fairy tales from his past life to the little kids with pigtails. Other times, he'd rest his chin in his hand, pondering his absurdly long experience bar. 50 million for just one level up? Forget it. I'll just focus on getting my hands on 1.2 million first. Though compared to the 50 million he'd lost, it wasn't even a fraction of the total. But for a former tycoon on the verge of bankruptcy, this sum was undoubtedly a timely lifeline. A week slipped by quietly as Luo Chen waited. On the day of the exam, he got up early. He was dressed in his usual low-key style, though this time he'd learned his lesson and wore only the most ordinary black mask. Then he casually ran his fingers through his hair, which had grown a bit too long due to his laziness to cover half his forehead. Shortly after, he arrived punctually at the vast central field of Awakened Academy. By then, the field was already teeming with people, a sea of black, a surging crowd. The air was thick with a peculiar scent, a mixture of sweat, hormones, and cheap energy potions. Every young face was etched with excitement, nervousness, and a fierce longing for that massive cash prize. At the entrance, Luo Chen was asked by the security teacher to briefly remove his mask. He complied, and after the teacher verified his identity and bone age with a scanner, he was allowed inside. Just as he had expected, the areas for external candidates and internal academy candidates were strictly separated. Mingling among a group of external candidates, each with a distinct appearance and a strong, imposing presence, he blended in completely. No one would have noticed this young man who looked somewhat frail and had a listless gaze. Yet this was the very same life class Luo Chen they knew. As a melodious bell tolled, a well-dressed middle-aged man with slicked back hair stepped onto the podium. The dean of the external division of Tianqiong City Awakened Academy. What followed was a half-hour-long pre-exam pep talk centered on themes like the Academy's glory, the future of humanity, and you are the hope of tomorrow. Luo Chen was nodding off, yawning constantly. He tuned out the meaningless platitudes, pricking up his ears only to listen closely to the section on exam rules. I'm sure you're all eager to get started. So, I hereby announce that the rules for this joint graduation exam will now be officially explained. The principal cleared his throat, and a massive map of urban ruins immediately appeared on the giant holographic screen behind him. The location for this exam is the ancient ruins 50 kilometers outside Sky Dome Base City, codenamed City of the Wastes. By now, all of your personal terminals should have received a detailed map of this city. We have divided the entire city into 100 square zones. Within every corner of these zones, we have placed a total of 10,000 point cards. Your objective is to collect as many points as possible over the next 5 days. Luo Chen glanced down at the personal terminal on his wrist. The map had already finished downloading. He swiped his finger lightly, zooming in and out, committing the entire city's layout firmly to memory. There are 2 ways to earn points. The principal's voice echoed across the playground through the loudspeakers. First, find the point cards we've placed. Each point card represents 1 point. Second. The principal's tone suddenly turned serious. Steal points from other contestants. Defeat a contestant, and you'll receive half of the points they're carrying. Of course, the school strictly prohibits intentional killing. Anyone found guilty will be immediately disqualified and held legally accountable. Oof. Hearing this, a cold smile flickered beneath Luo Chen's mask. Prohibiting murder? But in real combat, blades have no eyes. Casualties are inevitable. He knew immediately that this rhetoric was nothing more than an official disclaimer prepared by the school to absolve itself of responsibility. Put simply, this was nothing but a battle royale game that encouraged mutual slaughter. The exam will last 5 days. Starting on the 2nd day, the system will randomly designate 15 areas as restricted zones every 24 hours. The locations of the restricted zones will be announced on your terminals 1 hour in advance. Once a restricted zone takes effect, the scores of all candidates inside it will begin to decrease continuously. When your score reaches 0, if you are still inside the restricted zone, you will be immediately eliminated. Of course, candidates may also choose to surrender voluntarily. Simply press the surrender button on your terminal, and your points will be instantly reset to 0. You will then be deemed eliminated, and a dedicated gate recovery team will escort you off the battlefield. Finally, regarding survival. The wild city is infested with bone beasts. Although we have cleared the area in advance to ensure the highest rank does not exceed C rank, danger still exists. Additionally, to ensure the fairness of the exam, we will conduct supply airdrops at 12 p.m. every day to 3 random areas on the map. These airdrops will contain food, drinking water, and basic medical supplies. That concludes all the rules for this exam. Now, please board the transport aircraft in front of you in an orderly manner. Wishing you all the best of luck. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground at the edge of the field slowly began to crack. A dozen massive transport planes, each with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, rose slowly from the underground hangar amid the roar of their engines. The crowd erupted instantly. Everyone, eager and full of ambition, surged toward the steel behemoths. Luo Chen, however, strolled leisurely at the back of the crowd. His mind was racing, analyzing all the rules he had just heard. Battle Royale, a point system, safe zones and restricted zones, plus daily airdrops. He stroked his chin and came to a conclusion. This is just the Battle Royale game I played so much in my past life. This is interesting. He chuckled softly and, following the flow of people, boarded the cabin of one of the transport planes. Inside the cabin, the candidates were divided into several groups, each equipped with a parachute pack. Luo Chen looked around and noticed that most of the people in his group were, like him, non-traditional candidates. They all had fierce expressions and looked like trouble. They kept a wary distance from one another, their eyes filled with distrust. Clearly, in their eyes, everyone around them was a potential enemy. Luo Chen, however, found the most inconspicuous corner to sit in, keeping his presence as low-key as possible. He certainly didn't want to get targeted before the game even started. His objective was clear. Avoid combat early on, develop quietly, find a secluded spot, and first scour the map as resource points where scorecards spawned at fixed intervals. Once the others had worn each other down fighting over airdrops and territory, he would leisurely emerge to play the role of the happy fisherman. As for those C-rank bone beasts, they weren't a threat, they were walking ATMs. Just as Luo Chen was mentally mapping out his survival strategy, the transport plane jolted violently and began to climb. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, and soon, Skydome Base City had shrunk to a tiny speck of light. About half an hour later, the cabin intercom crackled to life. Approaching target airspace. All candidates, prepare for the airdrop. Good luck. With a click, the rear hatch of the cabin slowly opened. A cold wind rushed in instantly. Below, the city of the wilderness eroded by time, its walls crumbling and ruins scattered waited silently for the candidates to descend. Chapter 39, The Birth of the Outcast Knight. Amid the shrill wail of alarms and flashing red lights, the rear hatch of the cabin swung fully open. The biting cold wind poured into the cabin, stinging their cheeks. Good luck, everyone. The pilot's emotionless blessing came over the intercom. Immediately afterward, the first group of candidates standing by the hatch leaped without hesitation, vanishing beneath the clouds. Holy shit! Are they that brave? Luo Chen watched the candidates jumping one after another and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was no stranger to rough times, but jumping from 10,000 meters up was a first for him. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway, so why not just get it over with? Watching the cabin empty before his eyes, Luo Chen steeled himself, closed his eyes, and jumped out with the crowd. Weightlessness. An intense sensation of weightlessness instantly engulfed his entire body. The howling wind whipped past his ears, blowing so hard he couldn't even keep his eyes open. His body tumbled uncontrollably through the air, the world spinning around him. In that moment, Luo Chen's mind went completely blank. It wasn't until a few seconds later that a problem one he deliberately ignored but which was now fatal exploded in his mind. He didn't know how to skydive. In his previous life, he'd been a seasoned battle royale survivor, a master of playing it safe. But that was on a computer, using a mouse and keyboard. As for skydiving in real life, he hadn't even watched a tutorial. Help me. A scream filled with regret and terror pierced the sky. Luo Chen flailed his arms and legs in the air, desperately trying to grab onto something, but he could only grasp at thin air. He could feel himself falling faster and faster, and he could even see the outline of the city below rapidly growing larger in his field of vision. At this rate, he wouldn't even have time to claim the 1.2 million prize before crashing to his death in the central square of Wild City. Deploy the parachute. Deploy the parachute. Where's the ripcord? In a state of extreme panic, Luo Chen frantically groped around the parachute harness strapped to his body. Finally, his fingers touched a cold pull tab. As if clutching at a lifeline, he yanked it with all his might. Boom! A deafening roar. A tremendous force surged from behind him, yanking him upward with brutal force. Immediately afterward, a massive canopy unfurled completely above his head with a whoosh. His descent slowed abruptly, and that suffocating sensation of weightlessness vanished along with it. Luo Chen hung in midair, still in a daze from having narrowly escaped death. He looked down at the ground closing in on him, then up at the parachute holding him steady, his heart pounding wildly. That was close. Just a hair's breadth away, and his Cayman Rider Saber legend would have come to an end in the most ridiculous way possible as the first contestant in history to die from a fall. However, after the initial shock subsided, a rush of thrill and excitement quickly coursed through his body. It actually seems kind of fun. Luo Chen licked his slightly parched lips, and a ridiculous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Maybe I should find a tall building later and try it again? The moment this dangerous idea popped into his head, he forcefully quashed it. No way. Business comes first. Time to make some money. He looked around and noticed that quite a few other candidates had chosen to land in this same airspace. They all kept a wary eye on one another, maneuvering their parachutes as they drifted off in different directions. Clearly, none of them wanted to get into a conflict with others right at the start of the game. Luo Chen had no interest in getting tangled up with them either. He picked what looked like the most remote, secluded neighborhood. Steering his parachute, he descended slowly. The moment his feet touched solid ground, he immediately and as quickly as possible unhooked the cumbersome parachute pack from his body. Then he darted into an abandoned apartment building nearby, completely hiding himself. As a seasoned survival master, he knew full well that the first thing to do after landing wasn't to scavenge for gear. Instead, he had to find a place to hide, observe his surroundings, and confirm it was safe. Only after confirming there were no other players nearby did he cautiously peek out and begin scavenging. The game had just begun, and the contestants were still relatively scattered. Most of them, like him, had chosen to collect the scorecards scattered across the map first, rather than actively seeking out trouble with bone beasts or other contestants. After all, no one's points come for free. However, Luo Chen's luck didn't seem to be holding up. He searched this block for over an hour and ultimately found only 10 scorecards. He scanned each card one by one on his personal terminal. Ding! +1 point. Ding! +2 points. Ding! +1 point. Current total points, 19. Looking at the 19 on the terminal, Luo Chen instantly felt a pang of disappointment. 19? Why not 20? Just a hair's breadth away. Just a tiny bit short. This feeling was even worse than getting a 0. Just as Luo Chen was tearing his hair out and agonizing over that last single point, several kilometers away, in another set of ruins marked as the Gothic District, a silent tragedy was unfolding. It was cold and damp. A young examinee in tattered combat gear was limping along beside an abandoned Gothic cathedral. On his left arm was a claw mark deep enough to expose bone. The blood had already congealed into a dark red. His face was etched with despair and exhaustion. Just half an hour ago, he and his so-called teammate had been ambushed here by a small group of C-rank bone beasts. In the heat of the moment, his teammate, the big brother who had sworn to protect him, had pushed him without hesitation into the bone beast's claws, buying himself time to escape. He had fought with every ounce of strength, using up every energy potion he had, just to narrowly escape the bone beast's encirclement. But now, exhausted and starving, his body covered in wounds, the score displayed on his personal terminal remained a glaring 0. He was desperate. He felt like a piece of trash cast aside by the world, about to die silently in this cold, ruined city. Why? Why did this have to happen to me? Leaning against the crumbling wall of the church, he wept silently. Betrayal, pain, resentment, bitterness. All these negative emotions gnawed relentlessly at his already shattered heart. Just then, a faint, almost inaudible call like the whisper of a demon echoed deep within his mind. Do you want power? Do you want revenge? He jerked his head up and looked in the direction the voice had come from. There, on a pile of rubble not far away, lay a small red book, no bigger than the palm of his hand, with an unusually exquisite binding. The book glowed faintly in the dim light. As if possessed, the examinee stood up and walked step by step toward the book. As he drew near, he could make out the book's cover. On it was depicted a mysterious warrior blending elements of a bat and a vampire, set against a Halloween-style backdrop of pumpkin heads. Though he didn't know what it was, he could sense that this book contained power sufficient to alter his destiny. Trembling, he reached out and clasped the cold book in his hands. Bzzzzz. The moment his fingers touched the book, a crimson energy surged forth, instantly enveloping his entire body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the ruins of the church. Under the corrosive force of this energy, his body began to undergo inhuman distortions. His skin turned deathly pale, and a pair of deformed, rotten flesh-like bat wings tore open from his back. His face stretched and warped, eventually transforming into the featureless visage of a monster, with only a single crimson eye flickering at its center. Seconds later, the energy dissipated. Standing where he had been was no longer the desperate examinee. Instead, it was a bat-like monster 10 times uglier and more ferocious than the warrior on the book's cover. The outcast knight was born. Chapter 40, Nighttime Assault. The first day of the exam passed without a hitch. For most candidates, the wilderness city was practically a vast treasure trove. The school had scattered a massive number of point cards. As long as they didn't actively provoke the bone beasts lurking in the ruins, everyone could develop their characters in peace. Luo Chen took his play it safe strategy to the extreme. He specifically sought out the most desolate corners, places so remote not even a bird would shit there, let alone a dog give them a second glance. Once, while passing through a square, he even witnessed two social candidates fighting until they were bloodied and battered over a single 5-point card. Meanwhile, he simply emerged like a ghost from the nearby sewer. He silently slipped a dozen or so 1-point cards scattered in the grass into his pocket. Then he retreated back through the sewer the way he came. He kept his achievements and fame to himself. After nightfall, the temperature in the wild city plummeted. On the rooftop of the 20th floor of an abandoned commercial building, Luo Chen found a blind spot shielded by a half-collapsed billboard. The view was unobstructed. He looked down from above. Most importantly, aside from winged bone beasts, there was no way anything could climb 20 stories to cause him trouble. His sense of security was at its peak. Leaning against the cold concrete wall, he fished an energy bar standard issue from the school out of his backpack. He tore open the wrapper. A black, slimy object that looked exactly like some unidentifiable excrement was revealed. Luo Chen stared at the thing for a full 30 seconds. The growling from his stomach finally made him give in. He closed his eyes and, with a death-defying resolve, took a bite. Dry. Astringent. The taste of motor oil mixed with the stench of moldy, rotten vegetable leaves shot straight up to the top of his head. Luo Chen nearly threw up on the spot. He was convinced the school's logistics department must have ground up the soles of their dress shoes and mixed them in. That smell would make even a dog buy a standing room only ticket and flee in the dead of night. After struggling to swallow that mouthful of poison, Luo Chen quickly chugged 2 huge gulps of water. He swore to himself. Once he got his hands on that 1.2 million prize, he would go to the most expensive restaurant in the Tianshu Ring and order 10 servings of the finest A-rank bone beast tenderloin steaks. For what? To rinse his mouth. After getting over the nausea, Luo Chen raised his wrist and opened his personal terminal. The screen displayed his results for the day. Current total points, 256. Real-time ranking, 680, not on the leaderboard. Luo Chen remembered clearly that the total number of participants in this graduation exam was 700. Not only was he not at the bottom, he was actually ranked ahead of 20 others. The advantage is mine. Luo Chen looked at that meager ranking and nodded with great satisfaction. It was only the first day. No need to rush. Survive until the end. Only those who make it out alive are eligible to split the prize money. He even considered in his mind whether to log into his Flame Swordsman account and go on a mowing down spree in this ruined city. With his current ability to solo A-rank bone beasts, this group of candidates whose highest rank was D combined with those C-rank bone beasts, wouldn't even be enough for him to handle with one hand. But the thought lasted only a second before he dismissed it. No way. The power of Kamen Rider Saber wasn't meant for him to bully these workers struggling to make a living. If the Kamen Riders of past generations knew he was creating a secondary account to farm low-level enemies for a measly 1.2 million credits, they'd probably jump out of their graves to clean up the gate users. Not to mention, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If he acted too outrageously and got caught on the Alliance's surveillance system, the major factions would surely dig up every last detail about him afterward. If he got himself into that kind of trouble, how could he ever quietly go back to slacking off as a librarian? Making money under the radar. That's the way to go. Just as Luo Chen was about to close his eyes and lean against the wall to get through the night, a strange commotion suddenly erupted from below. Rustling. It sounded like some kind of sharp object scraping against the wall, accompanied by chaotic, heavy footsteps rapidly climbing up the stairwell. Luo Chen's nerves instantly tensed. The 20th floor rooftop. Something was actually climbing up. He immediately curled up in the shadow of a billboard, his right hand instinctively reaching for the holy sword driver at his waist, his breathing slowed to a near standstill. A loud bang. The rusty iron gate on the rooftop was violently smashed open by brute force. 3 blood-soaked, battered candidates scrambled and stumbled onto the rooftop. 2 men and 1 woman. The burly man in the lead wore a D-rank professional S badge on his chest. The other 2 were a man and a woman, both E-rank rookies. They were gasping for air, their faces etched with sheer terror and despair. Their expressions were as if they were being chased by a horde of zombies that hadn't eaten in 10 days. Lock the gate. Quick, block the gate. The burly D-rank man at the front screamed hysterically. The young E-rank man frantically grabbed a pile of scrap steel pipes nearby and jammed them against the battered iron gate. "See, Captain, what on earth is that monster?" The young man's voice was trembling, and his legs were so weak he could barely stand. "I don't know." The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. "I've never seen a bone beast like that before. Our attacks don't even leave a white mark on it." Luo Chen hid in the shadows. Listening to their conversation, he furrowed his brow slightly. Even attacks from D-rank professionals couldn't break through its defenses? This meant that whatever was chasing them had defensive capabilities at least on par with a C-rank creature. But the school had clearly stated that the highest level creatures within the exam grounds were ordinary C-rank bone beasts. Could it be bad luck had they stumbled upon a mutated elite monster? Before Luo Chen could figure it out, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The iron gate, propped up by steel pipes, along with the entire wall, was instantly torn to shreds by an unstoppable, terrifying force, as if made of paper. Shards of brick and steel pipes rained down onto the rooftop. Amid the dust and smoke, several eerie figures slowly emerged. By the cold moonlight, Luo Chen finally saw the true faces of these uninvited guests. They were definitely not bone beasts. They possessed human-like, upright torsos, yet their forms blended the features of some kind of animal. What was most spine-chilling, however, was the skin covering their bodies. It was neither flesh nor scales. Rather, it was layer upon layer of eerie patterns, pieced together like stained glass in a church. Under the moonlight, they refracted a light that sent shivers down the spine. Luo Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Stained glass patterns. Animal-like forms. This isn't a bone beast, for fuck's sake. This is a Fongire. A Fongire. The signature villain from Kamen Rider Saber Kiva. Holy shit. Luo Chen roared inwardly. How could there be a Fongire in this world? He clearly remembered that this world only had abnormal riders born from the contamination of the Wonder Ride book. He'd never heard of original monsters from other tokusatsu series appearing here. What the hell was going on? Did someone grab the wrong script, or did we end up on the wrong set? In the few seconds it took Luo Chen to process this shock, the situation on the rooftop had already spiraled completely out of control. The 3 Bloodfang demons let out bone-chilling screeches, blurring into 3 afterimages as they lunged directly at the 3 operatives. "Let us go all out against them!" The D-rank bruiser roared. He clasped his hands together. An energy shield radiating an earthy yellow glow coalesced before him. The signature skill of a shield guardian. However, the spider-like Fongblood demon leading the charge merely gave a casual swipe with its claw. That energy shield, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an ordinary D-rank bone beast, shattered like a fragile cookie. With a crack, it shattered into a shower of light. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the guardrail, his fate unknown. The remaining 2 E-rank rookies were completely shattered. The young woman screamed and turned to run. But a bat-like Fongblood was faster. It leaped forward and landed directly in front of her. It clamped its jaws around her neck, hoisting her into the air. The young woman's legs kicked desperately in the air, and her hands frantically tried to pry the monstrous fingers apart, but to no avail. The next second, a scene that sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, including Luo Chen, in the shadows unfolded. The colorful glass patterns on the Bloodfang's chest began to flash violently. Immediately afterward, a pair of massive, ethereal energy fangs materialized out of thin air above the young woman's shoulders. Without the slightest hesitation, those fangs, radiating a cruel intent to kill, sank in with a vicious bite. Splatter. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Luo Chen could clearly hear the dull sound of the fangs piercing skin and flesh. The young woman's screams came to an abrupt halt. Her eyes rolled back. Visible streams of vast, pale blue life energy surged madly into the blood-fawn demoness body through those ethereal fangs. In less than 3 seconds, the young woman's once vibrant body had completely lost its color. Her skin, muscles, and hair had all turned into a translucent, stained glass-like substance. The blood-fawn demon released its grip. Clatter. The young woman's corpse, now a glass sculpture, fell to the ground, shattering into countless colorful shards that glowed with an eerie light. Not a single scrap remained. Her body was completely obliterated. The surviving E-rank young man stared at the shards scattered across the floor, his eyes wide with terror, a large wet patch spreading across his crotch. He didn't even have the strength to run, he could only slump to the ground, letting out meaningless, agonized screams. What kind of monster is this? The severely injured D-rank burly man leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with endless fear and despair. Why won't our attacks break through its defenses? Didn't they say the highest rank was C rank? With that speed and defense, this thing has definitely reached C rank or even B rank level. He was desperate. This was a one-sided slaughter. Hiding behind a billboard, Luo Chen clenched his fists tightly. He had already figured it out. The strength of these 3 blood-fawn demons had indeed completely exceeded the upper limit of this exam's rules. Examiner. This question is way beyond the syllabus. He hadn't intended to meddle, he just wanted to quietly play it safe and scrape by. He could turn a blind eye to the candidates fighting each other over scorecards, because that was competition allowed by the exam rules. But the scene before him now. This wasn't an exam. This was pure, unbridled, malicious slaughter. The fawn blood demon that had drained the life energy licked its lips. Then, it turned its head, fixing its greedy gaze on the young man slumped on the ground. At that moment, Luo Chen snapped out of his daze. Staring at the shards, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he hadn't frozen. No! Now was not the time for such thoughts. His priority was to prevent more people from being attacked by the fawn blood demons. He drew the red book, radiating intense heat, with his left hand. His right hand gripped the crimson hilt of the holy sword driver. Hey! A cold, clear voice rang out abruptly on the rooftop, where the night wind howled. The 3 Fangblood demons, along with the 2 desperate examinees on the ground, simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the voice. All they saw was a young man wearing a black mask. And the book burning with flames in his hand. Had your fill? Luo Chen paid no heed to the monster's stunned gazes. With a light flick of his thumb, he flipped open the cover of the Wonder Ride book. Brave Dragon! An ancient and majestic dragoness roar thundered through the silent night sky. Luo Chen thrust the book forcefully into the holy sword driver at his waist. His right hand gripped the hilt. He pulled it out with a sudden jerk. Transform! Rekka unsheath! Brave Dragon! Blazing volume! When the brave dragon and the flame sword Rekka unite, the crimson sword shall pierce through evil. Blinding flames shot skyward, instantly illuminating the dim rooftop as if it were broad daylight. Frenzied flames swept outward in a ring, radiating from Luo Chen at the center. The heat wave forced the 3 blood-fawn demons at the forefront to retreat dozens of meters. Fine cracks even appeared on their stained glass-like skin. The flames dissipated. A knight clad in crimson armor, with a dragoness head coiled around his right shoulder and wielding a massive flaming sword, stood before everyone as if he had suddenly descended from the heavens. The E-rank young man, who had been resigned to his death, stared blankly at this towering figure bathed in firelight. In his eyes, a light called hope began to flicker once more. Chapter 41, The Anomaly After Victory. On the rooftop, the night wind howled. The Crimson Knight stood there silently. The scorching aura emanating from him caused the surrounding air to warp. The 2 surviving candidates, a critically wounded D-rank shield guard and an E-rank rookie who had wet himself in terror. Both stared blankly at this figure who had suddenly appeared. Their minds went completely blank. Was that the legendary Flame Swordsman? Wasn't he just an urban legend that only existed in the Hunter Guild and black market forums? Why was he here? On the other side, the three Fongbloods who had just finished their feast had also snapped out of their initial shock. The spider Fongblood let out a threatening hiss, its 8 crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Luo Chen. The bat bloodfiend spread its deformed bat wings, slowly rising into the air to hover mid-flight, searching for an angle to attack. The cheetah bloodfiend crouched low, limbs pressed against the ground, muscles taut, a low growl rumbling in its throat like a predator about to pounce. They sensed a repulsive aura emanating from the night before them, one entirely unlike their own. Yet they did not recognize this armor. In their twisted memories, inherited from their host, they harbored only instinctive reverence for the ruler known as Kiva, who also wielded the power of the bat. Since he was not the king, then he was simply fresh prey. SSSSHH. With a piercing screech, the 3 Fong blood demons moved. They displayed astonishing tactical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary bone beasts. The cheetah Fong blood demon transformed into a black bolt of lightning, launching a ferocious frontal assault, its sharp claws striking the concrete ground and sending sparks flying. The spider-tooth demon flanked from the side, opening its mouth to spew a massive web that shimmered with an eerie glow, attempting to trap Luo Chen's movements. The bat-tooth demon, circling in midair, emitted a wave of invisible, soul-shaking ultrasonic waves, targeting Luo Chen's brain. A 3-dimensional, all-out assault from sea, land, and air. Bring it on! Luo Chen roared beneath his helmet. Far from retreating, he charged straight toward the cheetah Fong blood demon. The flame sword Rekka in his hand traced a brilliant crimson arc through the air. Clang! The flame sword Rekka collided fiercely with the cheetah Fang blood demon's claws, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying. The immense force sent Luo Chen staggering half a step backward, but the cheetah fanged blood demon was also momentarily halted by his strike. However, during this brief standoff, the massive spider web had already descended from above. At the same time, the bat-fanged blood demon's ultrasonic waves struck with pinpoint accuracy. Bzzzzz. Luo Chen felt as though his brain had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. Stars danced before his eyes, and his body froze for an instant. In a clash between masters, even the slightest lapse can be fatal. Bang! 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 The cheetah Fong blood demon seized the opportunity, its sharp claws lashing out like a raging storm, savagely clawing at Saber's chest armor. Sparks flew everywhere. Luo Chen was forced to retreat step by step under this barrage of attacks. If it weren't for the Dragon of Courage's armor being hard enough, he would have been gutted by now. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his head, he kicked the cheetah-toothed blood demon away and swung his sword to shatter the spider web closing in on him. But before he could catch his breath, the spider-toothed blood demon had already closed in from the side. 8 spider legs, as sharp as steel spears, stabbed frantically at his body from every possible angle. Luo Chen swung the flame sword Rekka, barely managing to parry the attacks. For a moment, flashes of steel and shadows of claws intertwined, the clanging of metal ringing incessantly in his ears. Damn it! 2 fists can't fight 6 hands. Luo Chen cursed inwardly. This won't do. I have to change tactics. Luo Chen seized a brief opening and swiftly sheathed flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver at his waist, triggering a standby sound effect. Immediately afterward, he pulled out his most trusted Big Brother Pig writing book, which exuded a fairy tale aura from the bookshelf at his waist. The 3 Little Pigs. Seizing the moment, he slammed the book into the slot on the left side of the holy sword driver. Clang! The pages flipped open automatically. A brand new, pastoral-sounding effect echoed across the rooftop. The 3 Little Pigs. Luo Chen grabbed the hilt of the holy sword on the holy sword driver and yanked it out with all his might. Rekka unsheath. 2 volumes. The crimson phantom of the Dragon of Courage roared into existence. 3 cartoon piglets, representing grass, wood, and stone, also flew out, grunting and snorting as they intertwined and circled in midair. When the flame dragon meets the 3 Little Pigs, the crimson sword shall pierce through evil and forge an indestructible legend. Amidst the stirring narration, Saber's form underwent a complete transformation. The right half of his body remained the crimson armor ablaze with raging flames, representing the dragon of courage. The left half, however, was replaced by heavy, emerald green armor as solid as the bricks of a city wall. His shoulder guards were adorned with cute cartoon pig heads. The red and green colors were perfectly divided at the center of his body by a pure white line. Most striking of all was the small, exquisitely crafted circular green shield on his left wrist, woven from vines and stones. Kamen Rider Saber Dragon Pig Form. Here I am. He transformed again? The surviving E-rank candidate on the ground was completely dumbfounded. What kind of god tier class is this? Can he actually change his appearance on the spot? The three Fang blood demons were also momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but they quickly regained their composure and launched another attack. You're too naive. Luochen let out a scream that was off the charts cheesy. Facing the cheetah Fang blood demon charging head-on, he focused his mind. Let me show you the true power of architecture. The green shield in his left hand instantly burst into light, its form rapidly shifting. The originally compact round shield instantly expanded before him into a massive, incredibly heavy square shield constructed from huge stone blocks. Stone form. Boom! The cheetah-like blood demoness claws slammed squarely into the stone shield. Yet the stone shield, which looked as though it would shatter at the slightest touch, didn't budge an inch. Not even a single crack appeared. Instead, the cheetah fanged blood demon was sent reeling backward by the massive recoil, letting out a pained howl. Nice! Luochen shouted excitedly from beneath his helmet. It's not over yet. With another thought, the massive stone shield instantly disintegrated, reverting to the round shield on his wrist. Immediately afterward, facing the spider Fang bloodfiend spewing webs from the side, he activated the shield once more. Logs. This time, the round shield did not expand. Instead, dozens of massive, pointed wooden stakes shot out from it with a series of thud, thud, thud sounds. Like a barrage of artillery fire, they rained down upon the spider-tooth blood demon. Caught off guard, the spider-tooth blood demon was struck repeatedly by the logs, sent tumbling across the ground in a pitiful heap. And you? Luochen looked up at the bat-fang blood demon in midair, preparing to launch another sonic attack. Vines. The round shield in his left hand instantly came to life. Countless tough green vines, like living serpents, shot out from the shield and wrapped around the bat-fang blood demon in the air. Whoosh! 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 The bat-fang blood demon dodged nimbly in midair, but there were simply too many vines. Eventually, they precisely entangled its wings and limbs, and it was dragged down from the sky with a piercing scream. Got you! Luochen let out a loud laugh. Taste the lash of love. He controlled the remaining vines, wielding them like dozens of long whips. He lashed out relentlessly at the three Fang blood demons he had subdued in various ways. Crack! 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 The crisp sounds rang out incessantly. The three once arrogant Fang blood demons now looked like naughty children being pinned to the ground and rubbed in the dirt, completely helpless. All they could do was let out waves of angry yet feeble roars. Now! Seeing the moment was ripe, Luochen swung his right hand violently. Flames surged from his hand, crashing into the three Fang blood demons, who were bound into a tight bundle by the vines. Boom! A dazzling flower of flame exploded upon them. Roar! Aya! Under the scorching flames and the binding vines, the three Fang blood demons let out their most piercing screams yet. It's over! Luochen raised the flame sword Rekka high above his head, sheathed once more in the holy sword driver, then violently pulled the trigger on the hilt. Special move charged. He yanked the holy sword out with all his might. Rekka unsheath. Dragon. The three little pigs. 2-volume slash. Fire. The combined sound effects of the two stories resounded passionately through the night sky. Luochen gripped the hilt with both hands, pouring every ounce of his strength into it. Aiming at the three Fang blood demons bound by flames and vines, he swung a magnificent cross slash with all his might. Boom! A massive cross-shaped blade of flame, fused with dragon fire and the power of nature, shot out from the sword, roaring through the air. The sword energy struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, instantly engulfing it completely. A deafening explosion swept across the entire rooftop. When the smoke and dust cleared, all that remained was a charred, black crater, its edges melted by the intense heat. As for the 3 Fongblood demons, not even a single shard of colored glass remained. Wow, that was incredible. The surviving candidates looked at Luo Chun with awe. They never imagined that the legendary Flame Swordsman from Sky Dome Base City would actually be here. Nothing special, just the world's third ranked. Just as Luo Chen was about to show off, the cores left behind by the 3 Fang blood demons after their deaths slowly floated into the sky. The next second, all the shards from earlier gathered together. Accompanied by a gust of wind, a 10-meter tall Chimera Fongblood demon emerged, its form a fusion of the 3 Fongblood demons' features. Help! Help me! Seeing the boss enter its second phase, the terrified candidates scrambled to flee. However, the Chimera Bloodfang seemed to have lost its original sense of purpose. After letting out a roar, it flew off into the night sky. Holy shit! Don't even think about running. Seeing it about to escape, Luo Chen hurried after it, for this creature posed an even greater threat than a single Bloodfang. If left unchecked, the candidates here would be wiped out. Chapter 42, Now It's My Turn. The Chimera Bloodfiend's massive form quickly vanished into the depths of the night. On the rooftop, only a scene of chaos remained, along with a critically injured, unconscious D-rank shield guard. Luo Chen glanced at the unlucky guy, who was still bleeding, pulled a roll of spare bandages from his backpack, and tossed it beside him. Sorry I couldn't save your comrade. You guys should hide for now. He tilted his head and offered an apology. Then, he looked up toward the direction the monster had vanished, his gaze growing increasingly dark. Damn it, I'm going to tear you apart today and sell you for parts. Luo Chen locked onto the direction the Chimera Blood Demon had taken and immediately began chasing it across the rooftops. In another part of the wild city, a squad of 5 candidates, with their backs against an abandoned armored bus, was struggling to fend off the attacks of a C-rank bone beast, the poison-horned beetle. This bone beast had a shell as hard as iron, and the single horn on its head could spew highly corrosive venom. For a squad with an average rank of only E rank, this was practically an unbeatable enemy. Captain, what do we do? If this keeps up, we're all going to die here. A young team member shouted anxiously. The man known as the captain clenched his teeth, preparing to order a breakout everyone for themselves. Just then, a terrifying roar suddenly crashed down from above them. The sound was filled with chaos and madness, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Everyone looked up almost simultaneously. There, hovering above them, was a massive, deformed monster, a grotesque amalgamation of various biological features. The monster merely glanced down at the poison-horned beetles, still locked in combat with the candidates below, and obvious impatience flashed in its eyes. The next second, it snapped its jaws open. An invisible sonic shockwave crashed down. Boom! The C-rank bone beast, which had left them helpless just moments ago, didn't even have time to let out a single wail. Its hard carapace was instantly covered in cracks. Immediately afterward, its entire body exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into a pile of debris. Instant kill. Seeing this, the 5 candidates' faces went pale. It's over. What on earth is that thing? They couldn't even muster the thought of fighting back. They could only watch helplessly as the monster slowly descended, as if preparing to feast on its next prey. However, just at that moment of utter despair, a crimson figure leaped down from a distant skyscraper. The figure descended from the sky with astonishing momentum, delivering a savage kick to the Chimera Blood Demon's cheek. Boom! The massive impact sent the Chimera Blood Demon reeling, staggering backward several steps. I won't let you get away. The crimson figure landed firmly on the ground. The blazing sword in his hand pointed directly at the monster, and his furious shout exploded into the night. The Chimera Fang Blood Demon clearly recognized this guy who had been hot on its heels the whole time. It let out an irritated growl. But it didn't linger for a fight. Instead, it flapped its wings violently, soared into the sky once more, and fled into the distance without looking back. Damn it! You've got some nerve, don't fly away! The Flame Swordsman cursed, then turned and set off again, leaping from building to building as he chased after the monstrous vanishing trail. The 5 surviving candidates were left standing there, staring at one another in disbelief. Confusion was written all over their faces. What just happened? That red guy, is that the legendary Flame Swordsman? Was he just hunting down that even more terrifying monster? I can't help but feel like his "don't run" sounded more like a curse. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in every corner of Wilderness City over the next half hour. Countless candidates, who had been struggling desperately for points and survival, witnessed this absurd yet shocking scene with their own eyes. A gigantic, never-before-seen monster was fleeing frantically ahead. In its wake, everything, whether bone beasts or buildings, was being indiscriminately destroyed. And right behind it, a red swordsman engulfed in flames was in hot pursuit. Every now and then, furious curses burst from his mouth. Gradually, a new urban legend began to quietly spread among the candidates. Have you heard? There's a red menace in the exam grounds. He is chasing a monster even more terrifying than a rank bone beast all over the place. That monster seems to be especially afraid of him and runs away the moment he shows up. Luo Chen had no idea he had become a red specter in the eyes of others. Right now, only one thought occupied his mind. To drag that bastard flying as fast as a fighter jet down by force. His legs were about to give out, and his lungs burned with pain. If it weren't for the armor supporting him, he would have collapsed long ago. Finally, the Chimera Fang blood demon seemed to have grown tired of this endless chase. It came to a halt in the air above a massive circular overpass. Then, it slowly turned around. Those chaotic, frenzied compound eyes locked onto the gasping red figure below. Haha, finally stopped running? Luo Chen leaned on his knees, his chest heaving violently. In response, a black afterimage streaked past him at an extreme speed. The Chimera blood demon possessed the explosive speed of a cheetah. It dove from the sky, closing the distance to Luo Chen in the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, heading straight for his face. Luo Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and almost instinctively, he raised his left arm to block the attack with his shield. Clang! A piercing, thunderous clang erupted. For the first time, the sturdy defense granted by his dragon pig form was shaken to its core. Luo Chen felt an overwhelming force he couldn't resist surge through his arm and flood his entire body. In the next instant, his entire body was violently hurled backward. His body plowed a long furrow into the hard bridge surface. Before he could struggle to his feet, the Chimera blood demon was already closing in again. This time, the stained glass-like patterns all over its body lit up simultaneously. Immediately afterward, countless strands of energy, flickering with an eerie glow, shot out from its body. The strands spread out like a spider web, instantly binding Luo Chen tightly, wrapping him into a motionless bundle. The next second, the Bat Blood Demoness ability followed hot on its heels. Bzzzzz. Wave after wave of invisible ultrasonic shockwaves pounded into Luo Chen. It felt as if invisible giant hammers were relentlessly striking him. The impact made his armor hum. Even his internal organs felt as if they were about to shift out of place. Damn it! Luo Chen struggled desperately. The dragon head on his right shoulder snapped open, spewing searing flames in an attempt to burn through the energy threads. But the threads merely dimmed slightly, they didn't actually break. The Chimera Fang blood demon seemed to relish this game of cat and mouse. It walked toward Luo Chen at a leisurely pace. At that moment, its massive, fanged maw slowly opened. I'm done for. Luo Chen's heart sank. At this rate, he feared he would truly be swallowed whole by this creature. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, he gritted his teeth and forced out a final counterattack. Under his command, the shield in his left hand abruptly shifted into wood mode. Explode! Dozens of thick logs burst outward from Luo Chen like a blast. The immense force of the explosion forced a gap in the energy thread sent whining his body. Luo Chen seized the split-second opening and violently broke free from the restraints. He then rolled awkwardly to the side, narrowly avoiding the Chimera Blood Demon's fatal bite. But before he could steady himself, the monster's massive tail swept toward him with a howling wind. Boom! Luo Chen was violently flung through the air once more. This time, he flew off the overpass like a batted baseball, crashing headlong into an abandoned skyscraper nearby. Boom! 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 His body, like a runaway projectile, smashed through more than a dozen floors in succession. Finally, with a deafening crash, he slammed into the underground parking garage on the building's lowest level. Countless shards of concrete and stone rained down, burying him completely in an instant. The basement fell into dead silence. A moment later, a hand struggled to emerge from the pile of rubble. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chen pushed aside the rocks crushing him, clutched his nearly broken back, and managed to sit up. Cough, cough. It hurts, it hurts. He felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. If this fight continued, he would sooner or later be worn down and killed by this monster. Its abilities were too well-rounded. Speed, strength, long-range attacks, control. It had almost no weaknesses. And his own greatest weakness had now been laid bare for all to see. He couldn't fly. In front of this thing, he was nothing more than a stationary target, helpless to do anything but take the hits. The ability to fly. At that thought, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He remembered the E-rank class skill he'd spent a full 50 million to upgrade. Lock. Previously, he had only locked onto the Wonder Ride book category. What if he could add another locking condition? The moment this thought surfaced, it began to grow wildly in his mind. Let us do it. Luo Chen sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and forced himself to focus all his mental energy. Lock onto a second type. Type birds. The moment he issued the command, an unprecedented wave of mental exhaustion crashed down upon him. It felt as if someone were using an iron hook to violently rip his brain matter out. Luo Chen's head buzzed violently. The next instant, excruciating pain nearly tore him apart. He clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he could clearly sense that his book summoning was undergoing a transformation. The search trajectory, which had previously been as elusive as finding a needle in a haystack, was being forcibly corrected by an invisible force. Converging. Stabilizing. It was no longer drifting aimlessly. Instead, it was being forcibly pressed onto a path that, though still wavering, was now clearly visible. Now! Luo Chen, his head throbbing as if it were about to explode, summoned the last ounce of his strength to issue the command. Show yourself, my little treasure. A blinding white light erupted suddenly. The glow burst into the basement, instantly engulfing the darkness. This time, the white light was more brilliant and more blinding than ever before. A moment later, the white light gradually faded. Everything returned to calm. There was nothing before Luo Chen. Only a Wonder Ride book, with a cover made of bright red metal and engraved with the image of a soaring eagle, floated quietly in his hand. Storm Hunter Eagle. Luo Chen looked down at the new book in his hand, momentarily stunned. Then, the breath he had been holding in his chest for so long finally burst forth. Ha 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 ha. That laughter contained exhaustion, madness, and the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. He slowly stood up. He looked up. He gazed toward the sky at the massive monster currently searching for his trail. Now, it's my turn to take the stage. Chapter 43, The Three Brothers of the Flying Dragon and the Hunting Eagle. The underground parking garage was deathly silent. Luo Chen stood amidst a pile of rubble, the Wonder Ride book forged from bright red metal floating quietly in his hand. On the cover, a soaring eagle was carved with such lifelike detail that it seemed ready to burst from the binding at any moment and unleash a storm. Storm Hunting Eagle. Ha ha. I've got it. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the massive figure circling in the sky, searching for his whereabouts. Now, it's my turn to shine. Without a moment's hesitation, Luochen flicked his right thumb sharply, flipping open the pages of the Storm Hunter Eagle. In that instant, a piercing voice boomed out of nowhere. It is said that when this great vulture appears, it will unleash a violent tornado. The majestic narration announced the arrival of the Sky's new master. Luochen closed the book and firmly inserted this taming manual, which held all his hopes, into the central slot of the Holy Sword Driver. On the Holy Sword Driver, the three books stood side by side, an unprecedented, colossal power surging within them. Luochen gripped the hilt of Flame Sword Rekka with his right hand once more and drew it out with a mighty thrust. Rekka unsheath. 3 volumes. Dragon. Eagle. 3 little pigs. The crimson phantom of the Dragon of Courage roared toward the heavens. The green phantoms of the 3 little pigs huffed and puffed as they stood guard at his sides. And at the very center stood the phantom of a colossal hunting eagle, its wingspan vast enough to block out the sky. It let out a piercing cry that split the clouds and shattered rocks, its crimson eyes radiating majesty. The winged dragon, rampaging through the skies, burns everything to ashes with the flames of hell. The 3 phantoms intertwined and swirled, transforming into 3 torrents of energy of different colors, surging into Luochen's body. At that moment, Saber's form underwent a dramatic, earth-shattering transformation. The right half of his body remained in the form of the Dragon of Courage, engulfed in blazing flames. His left side remained in the 3 little pigs' form, equipped with a green shield. However, on his torso, the very center of his body, the originally pure white base armor had now been replaced by a brand new, magnificent suit of armor crafted from bright red metal. On the chest of the armor was a red relief of a hunting eagle's head, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Behind him, a pair of fiery wings formed from energy suddenly spread wide. Kamen Rider Saber Dragon Falcon Trio form. Descend. Ugh, Aya. The moment the transformation was complete, a terrifying pressure as if it were about to tear his body apart poured in from every crevice of the armor. The power of the 3 books surged through his body simultaneously. It was far from a simple sum of 1 + 1 + 1. This power was savage and overwhelming, nearly bursting his body apart. But at the same time, a more surging, more powerful sensation instantly filled every fiber of his being. Luochen could feel that he had never been this strong before. He bent his knees slightly, lowering his body as he built up his power to the absolute limit. The next second. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded with a thunderous roar, and his entire body transformed into a crimson afterimage. Like a cruise missile fired in reverse, he instantly smashed through more than a dozen floors, shooting straight up from the basement toward the sky. In the sky, the Chimera Blood Demon was still circling restlessly, frustrated at having lost its target. It had never imagined that the little bug it had swept underground with a single tail strike wasn't dead. Instead, it had reappeared before it in such a shocking and earth-shattering manner. I've found you. Luochen's voice, tinged with a hint of uncontrollable excitement, rang in its ears. The Chimera Blood Demon roared in fury, instinctively opening its jaws to unleash a devastating sonic blast toward Luochen. However, this time, Luochen didn't even bother to dodge. He simply flapped the fiery wings on his back violently in midair, and his speed surged once more. With ease, he traced a graceful arc, effortlessly evading the deadly attack. The ability to fly freely had completely filled the last gap in his abilities. The tables have turned. Now, it's my turn to be the hunter. A reversed game of cat and mouse had begun. A crimson meteor and a black monster engaged in a heart-pounding chase and fierce battle high above the city of Wasteland. Flames and sonic waves collided repeatedly in the sky, exploding into dazzling bursts of fireworks. With every clash of claws and holy sword, a piercing screech of metal grinding and dazzling sparks erupted. Amid the ruins within the city, countless candidates, whether hiding or fighting, instinctively looked up. They witnessed a scene they would never forget. Under the cover of night, 2 godlike figures were locked in a fierce battle. What is that? Are those 2 A-rank bone beasts fighting over territory? The red one looks like the Flame Swordsman? He can fly now? This is terrifying. Is this really the venue for our graduation exam? To the candidates on the ground, this was undoubtedly a battle between gods far beyond their comprehension. But for Luo Chen, standing at the center of the battlefield, this fight was more exhilarating than ever before. He was no longer a passive, stationary target, he was the ruler of the skies. The Chimera Blood Demon's vaunted speed became incredibly sluggish in the face of the saber empowered by the Storm Hunter Eagle. After dodging another lunge, Luo Chen spotted an opening and acted on a sudden impulse. The three little pigs, shield in his left hand, instantly shifted form. Vines. Dozens of tough green vines shot out, moving like living creatures, and precisely wrapped around the Chimera Blood Demon's massive wings and limbs. Roar! The Chimera Blood Demon let out an angry roar and struggled fiercely, but the vines only tightened their grip. Got you! Luo Chen let out a loud laugh. He yanked the vines in his hand with all his might, and the immense force yanked the colossal beast down from the sky. At the same time, using that very force as a springboard, he shot toward the falling Chimera Blood Demon like a stone flung from a sling. Go down! Luo Chen adjusted his posture mid-air as the flame sword Rekka in his hand blazed with an unprecedented inferno. He aimed the tip of the sword at the Chimera Blood Demon's back and thrust it in with all his might. Thud! The flame sword Rekka pierced the monster's tough hide without resistance, sinking deep into its body. Boom! With the colossal beast on his back, Luo Chen plummeted from the sky like a meteorite, crashing heavily into an old-era skyscraper on the ground. The immense impact caused the entire building to snap in half, sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing into the sky. Amidst the rubble, the Chimera Blood Demon lay gravely wounded on the ground, letting out agonized wails. Meanwhile, Luo Chen executed a graceful backflip, landing smoothly before it, unscathed. He slowly sheathed the flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver at his waist, then abruptly pulled the trigger on the hilt. Special move loading. The holy sword driver emitted a warning tone unlike any before, one filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Luo Chen pulled the holy sword out with one final, violent thrust. Rekka unsheath. Dragon. Eagle. Three little pigs. 3-volume slash. Fire. The final symphony, fusing three tales, resounded passionately across the night sky. Fierce flames, like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfed the entire blade of the flame sword Rekka. Just then, beside the severely wounded Chimera Fong Blood Demon, the phantom figures of three cartoon piglets appeared once more. Panting and huffing as they worked, they actually used a pile of straw to rapidly build a huge, comical thatched hut over the colossal beast, trapping it tightly inside. Goodbye. Luo Chen raised the flame sword Rekka high and swung it forward with all his might. Boom! Frenzied flames erupted from the blade, not as sword energy, but as a colossal firestorm that reached from the heavens to the earth. The firestorm instantly engulfed the thatched hut. With a whoosh, the fire fed off the wind, and the wind fueled the fire. The already ferocious blaze grew even more violent in that moment. It swept the thatched cottage along with the Chimera Fong Blood Demon inside up into the sky. However, it wasn't over yet. Luo Chen's fiery wings behind him flapped violently, and his entire body transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, charging headlong into the swirling firestorm. Inside the firestorm, time seemed to slow down. Luo Chen's figure darted rapidly through the raging flames, wielding the flame sword Rekka. He carved one deep gash after another into the Chimera Fong Blood Demon's massive body, each cut cutting down to the bone. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As the final strike landed, Luo Chen's figure roared out from the top of the tornado, executed a stylish somersault in midair, and landed steadily, his back turned to the apocalyptic scene. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The fiery tornado behind him exploded with a thunderous roar. The Chimera Fong Blood Demon, sliced into countless fragments, transformed at the center of the flames into the most massive fireworks display in history, illuminating the entire night sky. Job done. Luo Chen let out a long sigh, just as he was about to stop. However, he had forgotten one thing. Inertia. The immense momentum generated by his high-speed dash through the tornado made it impossible for him to stop. He felt like a rocket nose cone launched into the sky, never to return. Holy shit! Stop! Stop it! Amid his screams, Luo Chen turned into a shooting star, crashing headfirst into a derelict building in the distance. Boom! 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 He crashed through several buildings in succession, finally landing headfirst in a concrete wall, his body spread out in a large shape. Seconds later, he slid limply off the wall like a torn-down poster, crashing into a pile of rubble, unable to get up for a long time. Chapter 44. Hey, sis, are you a detective? The night sky was torn apart by a fiery tornado that pierced through the heavens and earth. Xia Lin tilted her head back, her amber pupils reflecting that apocalyptic scene. The howling gale swept up debris and dust from the ground, forming a visible shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. A scorching blast of air hit her face. She had to squint and raise her arm to shield her face. What kind of power was that? Even from several kilometers away, she could still feel the terrifying might of that force. Flames. A tornado. And a thunderous roar. At that moment, every examinee in the city of the wilderness became a spectator to this world-shattering spectacle. Immediately afterward, a figure shot out like a meteor from the top of the fiery tornado. He traced countless sharp slashes through the air. With every swing of his sword, the massive fiery tornado grew even more frenzied. Finally, a cross-shaped beam of light struck down, and the colossal monster within the tornado was completely torn apart, turning into a deadly display of fireworks. Xia Lin's heart skipped a beat. He had won. That mysterious Flame Swordsman had once again, with overwhelming power, resolved a crisis that could have upended the entire exam. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, that red figure suddenly lost momentum, trailing black smoke as it plummeted toward the distant cluster of buildings. Boom! A series of dull thuds echoed from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Lin turned on a dime and sprinted toward the area shrouded in dust and smoke. She moved with blinding speed. Her B-rank professional physique allowed her to navigate the ruins as if they were level ground. Her figure flickered constantly among the crumbling walls and debris. Beep beep beep. Her personal terminal sounded urgently, interrupting her sprint. Xia Lin glanced down. The caller ID read Principal Zhou Jindong. She quickly answered the call. Xia Lin, what's the situation over there? What was that massive energy fluctuation just now? The principal's voice carried a hint of gravity and urgency. Xia Lin continued running as she reported concisely. Principal, it's the Flame Swordsman. The Flame Swordsman? Zhou Jindong was clearly familiar with the name. After all, it was the most talked about urban legend in Tianqiang City lately. Why would he appear at the exam site? I'm not sure. He was just fighting a monster I've never seen before. It wasn't a bone beast, its form and abilities were completely different. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communication, as if he were processing the information. What happened? The monster was eliminated. The Flame Swordsman seems to have been seriously injured as well. He fell from the sky. I'm heading to the crash site right now. Nonsense. The principal's voice suddenly turned stern. Stop advancing immediately. The energy level of that battle far exceeded B-rank. Preliminary assessments indicate it reached a rank, or even higher. That is beyond your scope of authority. Your mission is to ensure your own safety, not to engage in dangerous exploration. Xia Lin's footsteps faltered slightly. Reason told her the principal was right. For someone who had just been promoted to B-rank, approaching a being capable of battling a rank monsters was tantamount to courting death. Yet, in her mind, the image of that red figure who had appeared time and again in moments of crisis still surfaced involuntarily. Whether it was saving her from the crimson poison beetle, or just moments ago, putting an end to this disaster that had engulfed all the examinees. This person seemed to be silently protecting something all along. Principal, I understand. I 1T approach recklessly. I'll only observe from a distance and withdraw immediately once I've assessed the situation. Xia Lin replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Stay safe, and keep in constant contact. Zhou Shindong knew he couldn't dissuade his most gifted student, so he could only offer a resigned reminder before hanging up the call. After stowing her terminal, Xia Lin accelerated once more. The night wind whistled past her ears. The surrounding buildings receded rapidly. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid smell of burning, mixed with a strange, sweet salty odor. It was the lingering trace of the monster having been completely incinerated. The closer she got to the crash site, the more devastated the surroundings became. The ground was littered with massive claw marks and pits corroded by energy. Several skyscrapers had been sliced clean through at the waist. The cut surfaces were as smooth as glass. The area looked as if it had just endured a minor natural disaster. Finally, she came to a stop in front of a skyscraper over 30 stories tall. In the middle of the building, a massive, irregular hole had been torn through the structure. From this side, she could even see the night sky on the other side. Xia Lin took a deep breath and leaped forward. Using both hands and feet, she scrambled rapidly upward along the damaged exterior wall. A few minutes later, she reached the floor that had been punched through. The scene before her made her pupils contract slightly. The entire floor looked as if a massive, invisible beast had gnawed a huge chunk out of it. Reinforcing bars were twisted. Concrete had cracked and crumbled. Thick layers of rubble and shards of glass littered the floor. And on the load-bearing wall at the farthest end of the floor, a distinct indentation shaped like the Chinese character for large D was embedded there. It looked as if someone had taken a human-shaped stamp and slammed it down with all their might. Was the impact really that powerful? Xia Lin walked up to the indentation and held out her hand to gauge its size. She could even picture the Flame Swordsman crashing into this spot in a disheveled posture, then sliding down, completely helpless. Could he have survived? Even an A-rank professional would likely be critically injured or near death after taking such a direct hit. She scanned the area but found no traces of blood, nor did she spot that distinctive red armor. Where was he? Just then, Xia Lin's ears twitched slightly. The keen hearing that came with being a B-rank professional allowed her to pick up a faint sound. SSS, squeak. It was the sound of footsteps scraping against gravel. The sound was faint. And the rhythm was uneven. It sounded unusually unsteady. It didn't sound like someone moving cautiously in stealth. Rather, it sounded like someone who was so weak they could barely walk. Xia Lin's gaze instantly sharpened. In this exam hall teeming with danger, the slightest disturbance could be a deadly signal. She immediately crouched low and crept silently toward the source of the sound. The alloy longsword in her hand was already drawn, glinting coldly in the pale moonlight. The footsteps grew closer. Just as the figure rounded a broken support column and was about to come into view, Xia Lin moved. Her movements were lightning fast. With a swift spin and a sliding step, she closed in on the dark figure in an instant. The cold blade found its mark without the slightest deviation, pressing precisely against the figure's neck. If she pushed her wrist forward just an inch, she could easily slit the man's throat. The shadow's movements came to an abrupt halt. His body stiffened like a block of stone. The next second, he raised his hands high and shouted in a pleading tone, tearful yet utterly practiced. "Spare my life, hero. Have mercy, Lady Knight." Xia Lin furrowed her brow. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? Credit cards. Credits. I'll give you anything you want. I've got an unopened energy bar right here, chocolate flavor. As long as you don't rape me, everything is negotiable. Rape? A vein instantly throbbed at the temple of Xia Lin's forehead. Who was she? The beloved daughter of the Xia family, one of the 4 great families of Tianqiong City. A once-in-a-century genius at Awakened Academy. B-rank professional, Xia Lin. The line of suitors vying for her attention stretched all the way from Tianqiong City to the imperial capital. And this scrawny guy standing before her actually thought she was going to assault him? A surge of anger flared up inside her. Clang! She swung her sword backward, slashing viciously at the wall beside her. The sturdy concrete wall was instantly cleaved open, revealing a gash over half a meter deep. The shadowy figure shuddered in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. Big sis, I'm sorry. I was just joking. You're so wise and heroic, and beautiful as a flower. How could you possibly fancy a plain-looking guy like me? By the moonlight streaming through the hole, Xiaolin finally made out the man's face. It was a face that could be considered delicate and handsome. Only now, covered in dust, it looked utterly bedraggled. And she recognized that face. A few weeks ago, while researching for her trip to the Bone Domain at the National Central Library, she had met this person. A librarian who couldn't care less about his job. But the moment he heard about a 500 credit tip, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, a total money grabber. Xiaolin's impression of him was, to say the least, unforgettable. You? A hint of disbelief crept into her voice. You're that librarian? Luo Chen's body visibly stiffened. How could it be you? How did you get in? The graduation exam rules are crystal clear. Life class members are prohibited from participating. Upon hearing this, the man froze for a moment, then shook his head frantically, as if desperate to distance himself from that identity immediately. Ma'am, you must have the wrong person. What librarian? My name is Chun Luo, a bona fide combat class. As he spoke, he shakily pulled a class card from his pocket and held it out to Xiaolin. Look. C rank, Molten Heart. The real deal. Xiaolin glanced at the class card. The information was indeed correct. But that face. But you look exactly like him. She still didn't let her guard down. Oh, come on, sis. People look alike, and things look alike too. Isn't having the same face pretty normal these days? Besides, if I really were a life class, do you think I'd still be alive? Out here in the middle of nowhere, even a random F-rank bone beast could eat me for a snack. There was some truth to that. Xiaolin's suspicions eased slightly. A life class's survival skills in the wild were practically non-existent. That was common knowledge among all practitioners. Perhaps it really was just a case of looking alike? She sheathed her sword. But she still kept a distance where she could strike at any moment. Then what are you doing here? She asked coldly. What else could I be doing? Chen Luo plopped down on the ground, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, looking utterly distraught. That Flame Swordsman was fighting a monster just now. It made such a racket. I figured I'd wait until they were done and see if I could pick up some scraps. You know how it is for C-rankers like us with no connections. If we don't fight, we've got no future. As he spoke, he pointed to his tattered clothes and a few shallow wounds. But in the end, I didn't get any loot, and I got hurt by the aftershock of that massive explosion. Just look at the sorry state I'm in. His dramatic performance caused Xiaolin's brow to furrow even deeper. Scavenging for scraps? That excuse did sound quite fitting for a low-level, lone professional. But Xiaolin's gaze swept once more across the floor, which had been completely torn apart. It passed over the human-shaped indentation in the wall. Finally, it settled on Chen Luo. Her expression shifted, bit by bit. From confusion to scrutiny. Then from scrutiny to sharpness. Is that so? She spoke calmly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Wrong. Xiaolin walked slowly toward him. Each step felt like she was treading on Chen Luo's heartbeat. This hole was made by the Flame Swordsman himself. This is where he first landed. Her voice was calm. As if she were stating the simplest of facts. Your injuries look more like scratches and abrasions from close combat with a bone beast. Not marks seared by the aftereffects of flames. And the wounds are fresh. She stopped in front of him, looking down at him from above. Most importantly, the energy and pressure released during that rank battle just now have already scared away every bone beast within several kilometers of here. Right now, this place is actually one of the safest areas in the entire wilderness city. Xiaolin leaned forward slightly. Her amber eyes shone exceptionally bright and cold in the moonlight. It was as if she could see right through his heart. It's simply impossible for a bone beast to have injured you this badly here. Chen Luo's expression froze completely. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself. But he realized that in the face of such meticulous reasoning, any words would ring hollow. Xiaolin watched him stand there speechless and posed one final, most devastating question. Her voice was hushed. Yet it struck Chen Luo's heart like a sledgehammer. Who exactly are you? Cold sweat instantly trickled down Chen Luo's temples. He swallowed instinctively. Staring at the beautiful, intelligent woman before him, he muttered under his breath, unable to control himself. Holy shit. Sis, you really should be a detective. Chapter 45, Clearing Suspicion. What did you just say? Xiaolin's voice wasn't too loud. But the sword pressed even closer. The blade scraped against his skin, sending a chill straight to his bones. Chen Luo's neck tensed, and every hair on his body stood on end. Damn! She actually heard that snide remark. Luo Chen's mind went into overdrive, racing at breakneck speed. Admit that he was the Flame Swordsman? No way. The moment those words left his mouth, his Chen Luo identity would be ruined. Once his identity was ruined, he could forget about the exam, and without the exam, the 1.2 million reward would vanish too. 1,200,000. Just thinking about that figure made Luo Chen's heart ache. No, absolutely not. He could lose face, but he couldn't let the money slip away. A black market bounty. The moment the thought popped into his head, he didn't hesitate for a second and started spinning a story based on that idea. The next second. Thud. His knees buckled, and he dropped to his knees with a crisp, decisive motion. Xiaolin was taken aback for a moment. She'd seen people put on a brave front, and she'd seen people beg for mercy, but she'd never seen anyone kneel so quickly or so naturally. Luo Chen had already begun. Lady Knight. Spare my life, spare my life. I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. He wiped his face, his voice breaking into a sob, yet the corner of his eye still stole glances at Xiaolin's expression. I really aren't a bad guy. I just wanted to make some money. Just earn an honest living. Xiaolin said nothing. She didn't sheath her sword, nor did she take her eyes off him. Luo Chen swallowed hard and continued his act. Haven't they put a bounty out on the black market recently? Information on the Flame Swordsman, 100,000 for a solid lead, and if you actually turn him in, the price goes even higher. As he spoke, he seemed to grow increasingly frustrated, raising his hand to slam it hard against the ground. I must have lost my mind. The informant told me the Flame Swordsman might show up at this graduation exam, so I signed up, hoping to get in and try my luck. Xiaolin's brow twitched slightly. She knew about this. The Flame Swordsman had been making such a splash lately that people on the black market were indeed paying top dollar for any information on him. The events involving the Lei clan, along with the rumor of a rank monster being soloed in the bone domain, were enough to drive many people mad. She stared at Luo Chen. Then? Just 2 words. Luo Chen's scalp prickled at the silence, and he hurried to continue. So I followed the energy fluctuations all the way here, planning to find a good angle to set up my equipment. But who knew there'd be a tarantula bone beast lurking in this godforsaken place? AC rank 1. I tried to go around it at first, but it locked onto me, so I had no choice but to fight. I'm not bragging, but I almost died right there. The tone of her voice suddenly dropped. Luo Chen's neck tensed instantly, and he forced the rest of the sentence back down his throat. Xiaolin glared at him coldly. Cut the crap. Get to the point. Yes. The point. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. That thing was so sneaky, hiding in the shadows and pouncing all the time. I tangled with it for ages. It took forever to finally wound it, but by then I was completely drained. I was ready to accept my fate. As he spoke, he pointed toward the charred patch not far away. Then, right at that moment, the Flame Swordsman fell from the sky. It didn't walk over, it didn't charge, it just crashed down from above. As he said this, Luo Chen instinctively flinched, as if the memory of that moment still sent shivers down his spine. With a huge crash, it landed right between me and that wolf spider. The heat, I don't even know how to describe it. A wave of heat hit me, and I was sent flying. By the time I got back up, the wolf spider was gone, not even a whole corpse remained. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed to the scorch marks and debris on the ground over there. Look, right over there. Don't those pieces look like carapaces? I'm not lying to you, I almost lost my life. Xiao Lin looked in the direction he was pointing. There was a distinct scorch mark on the ground. Scattered nearby were several twisted, blackened fragments of hard shell, not like building materials, but more like the exoskeleton left behind by some kind of bone beast. She didn't speak. Luo Chen was actually feeling a bit uneasy inside. He cobbled this story together in a hurry. Upon closer inspection, it was full of holes. But strangely enough, the evidence at the scene actually matched up. He licked his dry lips and continued to fill in the gaps. I hit my head on the wall and took a while to recover. You saw me just now, I wasn't faking it. I really couldn't get up. Xiao Lin's gaze returned to his face. Then why did you lie in the first place? The moment she asked, the tension in the room tightened again. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he answered almost without pause. Wasn't I just afraid you'd steal my business? The moment the words left his mouth, even he realized the excuse was a bit shameless. But the more unsavory the excuse, the more genuine it seemed. He decided to see it through to the end. Exclusive intel is worth a fortune, you must know that. I finally stumbled upon a lead, and when I saw you suddenly appear, my first thought was it's over. A competitor. I just thought I'd fob you off for now. I really didn't mean to be rude, I'm just scared of being broke. By the end, his voice had dropped a few notches, tinged with a resigned, desperate tone. For us mavericks with no connections, making a buck is no easy feat. This time, Xiao Lin remained silent even longer. She had originally considered many possibilities. This man was the Flame Swordsman's contact. Or perhaps, an insider hiding deep within the system. At the very least, someone connected to the commotion tonight. But she never imagined that the person she'd interrogate would turn out to be this kind of creature. He risked everything to sneak into the exam hall for a black market bounty. He run into a bone beast and nearly lost his life. Having barely scraped a life back, his first instinct was still to cling to that exclusive intel. Absurd. Yet absurdly real. Xiao Lin stared at him, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds, as if trying to see if he was hiding anything else. Luo Chen knelt on the ground, not daring to straighten his back, his eyes darting about, his expression as cowering as could be. It didn't look like he was faking it. At least, he didn't seem like the kind of person she'd originally suspected him to be. A moment later, the sword tip finally moved away. Luo Chen's neck relaxed, and he nearly collapsed right there. Get up. Xiao Lin sheathed her sword, her voice still cold. Luo Chen froze for a moment, then nodded frantically. Thank you, Lady Knight. No, thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, thank you. Shut up. Okay. He shut up immediately. Xiao Lin looked at him. Your name is Chen Luo? Yes, my name is Chen Luo. I am one of the examiners for this graduation exam. She raised her hand to activate her personal terminal. A floating light screen lit up, clearly displaying her credentials. Chief Examiner, Xiao Lin. Chen Luo's pupils contracted sharply. An examiner? Had he just been feeding the chief examiner a bunch of made-up nonsense? Wasn't that the same as exploiting a bug right in front of a GM? I can turn a blind eye to what happened just now. Xiao Lin shut off the terminal, her tone growing stern. But remember, this is an exam hall, not a black market. Just focus on finishing the exam and stop entertaining these devious thoughts. If there's a next time. She glanced at him, leaving the rest of her sentence unsaid. But that single glance was enough. A chill ran down Luo Chen's spine, and he nodded frantically. Got it. I get it. Rest assured, examiner, I'll behave myself from now on and 1T cause any trouble for the organization. Xia Lin's brow furrowed slightly. One more thing. She glanced at the human-shaped indentation on the wall, then looked up at the gaping hole above. The Flame Swordsman is not someone you should mess with. Forget about tailing him, just getting too close could cost you your life. Curiosity isn't always a good thing. Luo Chen looked contrite. Yes, I'll remember that. Xia Lin paid him no further attention. She turned and leaped, her figure bouncing a few times before vanishing into the depths of the night. Only after the oppressive aura surrounding him had completely dissipated did Luo Chen collapse onto the ground as if all the strength had been drained from him. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. He lay back, staring at the gaping hole overhead, motionless for a long while. Those few minutes had been more exhausting than a brutal fight. Not physically. It was his heart that was exhausted. So close. Just that little bit closer, and his skin would have been peeled right off. Luo Chen took a long moment to recover before a smug smile slowly crept onto his lips. Not bad. His acting hadn't lost its edge. But that smugness didn't last 2 seconds before the aftereffects began to wash over him. First, his limbs went numb. It was as if the strength had been sucked right out of his flesh and blood, leaving even the spaces between his bones feeling limp. Then his head pulsing in waves of throbbing, his vision starting to blur. He pushed himself up against the ground, but his hand nearly slipped. The 3-volume combination, it's fucking inhuman. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and slowly pulled himself up, leaning against the wall. It was insanely powerful when he used it. And after using it, he felt insanely drained. This thing was just like the legendary Nightform from now on, it had to be locked away in the cold palace. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he absolutely couldn't touch it again. Otherwise, he'd be dead before he even got the reward. Luo Chen dragged his weak legs, inching his way toward the darkness. Wind poured in through the hole, sending a chill down his spine. Only then did he realize his clothes were already soaked through. First, find a place to hide. Before he could finish, his legs gave way, and he nearly fell back to his knees. Luo Chen's face turned ashen. He made it through tonight's round. But next. He might not have the strength to survive the next one. Chapter 46, Bottom of the Leaderboard. Early the next morning, Tianqiong City's internal network was in an uproar. Someone had uploaded the video of last night's battle. The video quality was abysmal, and the camera was shaking constantly, but the scene was explosive. Towering pillars of fire, a fiery tornado sweeping across half the night sky, and that red figure darting back and forth within the vortex. Anyone who saw it would be stunned. Hundreds of posts popped up overnight, each title more outrageous than the last. A rank spotted at the graduation exam? This isn't an exam, it's a god undergoing a tribulation. Does anyone know this Flame Swordsman? Big money for his contact info. The comments section was even more chaotic. I was still fighting someone for a 10-point card last night, and he is already taking down a boss? Is this really a test taker? I don't believe it unless he comes and slashes me. Come on, with that kind of power, there probably aren't even many examiners who could match him. As the hype grew, even the black market jumped on the bandwagon. At the very top of the home page, a new bounty was posted. Target, Flame Swordsman. Details, provide valid intelligence on his identity, abilities, and patterns of movement. Reward, starting at 100,000 credits, no upper limit. As soon as the news broke, the eyes of those in Wild City who had originally just been looking to score a bargain lit up. Some were looking for someone. Some were looking to strike it rich. And some were already calculating whether they could sell that Flame Swordsman for a hefty sum on the side. And the man at the center of it all. The great Flame Swordsman himself was currently holed up in the hideout he found, sleeping like a log. He was even having a rather pleasant dream. In the dream, he easily took first place in the exam, received a prize of 1.2 million, and immediately ditched his energy bars to go eat hot pot. But the very next second, Buzz, buzz, buzz. His personal terminal vibrated urgently, yanking him out of his dream. Who is it? Luo Chen didn't even open his eyes. He fumbled around for a while before finally grabbing the terminal. He assumed it was just another mass notification. But the moment he saw the screen, he was wide awake. Candidate, Chun Luo. Current points, 76. Status, in the restricted zone, losing 1 point per minute. The number below was still ticking down. 75. 74. 73. Ha! Luo Chen stared at the screen, his mind going blank for 3 seconds. Restricted zone? What restricted zone? He sat up abruptly, his head thudding against the concrete slab above him. The pain made him wince, but he still pulled up the map immediately. The next second, his face went pale. The entire location of the abandoned building was completely shrouded in a vast, blinding red. And he was right in the middle of it. Luo Chen finally remembered everything. After shaking off Xiao Lin yesterday, the side effects of the 3-volume combo hit him too hard. He simply couldn't hold on. He sneaked into this nearby abandoned building, found the most secluded ventilation shaft, blocked it with some rocks, curled up in his sleeping bag, and blacked out. At 6 in the morning, the system refreshed the restricted zone. And he'd been sleeping like the dead. It was now 9 o'clock. A full 3 hours. 187 points. Luo Chen looked down at his remaining score of just over 70 points, his lips trembling. That was the 200 points he'd spent the entire previous day scavenging, hiding, rummaging through trash cans, stripping scrap cars, and even picking up scraps from the carcass of a bone beast. He hadn't even spared them for a decent meal. And now, after a single nap, they were gone. Holy shit! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the top floor of the abandoned building, startling a few crows outside into fluttering away. The next second, Luo Chen didn't even bother rolling up his sleeping bag. He scrambled out of the crawl space on all fours and stumbled down the stairs. My points. My money. My first place. The numbers on the terminal kept dropping. 72. 71. 70. With every step, it felt as if someone were carving a chunk of flesh from his chest. If he transformed now, he'd surely break out of the restricted zone faster. But the moment he considered the consequences of his identity being exposed, Luo Chen forced himself to hold back, relying solely on this Chen Luo body labeled C rank but effectively E rank to sprint for his life. Half the stairwell had collapsed, so he simply scaled the railing and leaped down. His foot missed the step, and he nearly tumbled into the rubble. As he rounded a corner, his shoulders slammed into the wall. The pain made his vision go dark, but he didn't dare stop. Run! He had no choice but to run. By the time he finally burst out of the building, the streets outside were in complete chaos. Many other test takers were also fleeing the restricted zone, their faces ashen. Some cursed the system as they ran, others even tossed aside their backpacks, terrified of being even a split second too slow. When Luo Chen burst out from deep within the restricted zone, the people around him froze for a moment. Their eyes looked at him as if he were a man with nothing to lose. 39. 34. 30. Luo Chen's lungs felt like they were on fire. His throat was filled with the taste of blood, and his legs grew heavier and heavier. Not far away, the red line lay just beyond the street corner. So close. Stop, stop. He stared at the terminal, practically lunging forward. 29. Before the number could change again, Luo Chen's body flew forward, tumbling awkwardly over the broken barricade and crashing onto the street outside the restricted zone. Ding! You have left the restricted zone. Points will no longer be deducted. He lay on his back on the cold asphalt, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Several seconds passed before he shakily raised his hand and tapped open his personal panel. Candidate, Chun Luo. Current points, 29. Ranking, 684, last place. Chen Luo stared at the text, his whole body going still. Last place. Just yesterday he'd been scheming about how to sneak into the top ranks, today he'd plummeted to the very bottom. Life, sometimes, really is quite unfair. I'm out of money. He spoke very softly. The next second, he collapsed onto the ground and lay completely still, as if all his energy had drained away. A few other candidates who had just escaped alongside him glanced at him, their expressions a mix of emotions. Pitiful. So pitiful. To have made it out of the center of the restricted zone alive, only to end up with just 29 points, it was hard to say whether that was good luck or bad luck. A boy with a crew cut hesitated for a long moment before walking over. Bro, don't take it too hard. He crouched down, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. You can earn more points as long as you're still here, that's what matters. As he spoke, he raised his terminal and gave it a light scan. Ding! Candidate Wang Xiaoli has transferred 1 point to you. Luo Chen froze. He stared at the number on the screen, which had jumped to 30, then looked up at the guy with the buzz cut. I don't have many points myself, Wang Xiaoli scratched his head, smiling a bit sheepishly. I just wanted to round it up for you. It looks like a lucky number. Luo Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xiaoli waved his hand and stood up to leave. Good luck. Don't give up. Exams we've all flunked before. With that, he walked away. The few people nearby watched Luo Chen's expression and none of them felt like snatching up the points. 30 points. It would be embarrassing to even try to take them. Luo Chen sat up from the ground, staring at his terminal, his emotions a bit mixed. He, a Cayman Rider saber. A man who had just blown up the place last night. Today, he had been reduced to relying on someone else's charity for a single point just to round his score to a whole number. If word of this got out, he'd probably be the laughingstock for a long time. But it's a free gift, might as well take it. Luo Chen quietly tucked away that fleeting sense of gratitude, along with the single point, and pushed himself up on his knees. He brushed the dust off his clothes, ready to resume his life as a scavenger. But after taking just a couple of steps, he sensed something was off. The atmosphere around him was heavy. Several candidates were standing by a broken wall, speaking in hushed tones, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Did you hear? Several people died in Sector B7 last night. I know. It wasn't a natural death. When the examiners got there, the bodies were shattered. Shattered? Like glass, they crumbled at the slightest touch. Damn it, my friend went to take a look and threw up for ages when he got back. Luo Chen stopped in his tracks. The others kept talking. What did the examiners say? They didn't go into much detail. Just said there were no signs of bone beast activity at the scene, and no evidence of a major fight. Those people were just like they'd been drained dry all at once. Drained dry? Vitality, flesh and blood, something like that. In the end, their whole bodies crystallized and shattered into pieces. Damn it, what's the point of the exam then? Has some rank monster snuck into this place? Some people suspect it's the same kind of creature as the one in Sector A3 last night. If there is another one of that caliber out there, aren't we just sitting ducks? The school has already issued an emergency alert. If you encounter anything suspicious, don't hesitate, just run. The look of despondency on Luo Chen's face gradually faded. Vitality drained away. Crystallization. He'd seen that kind of death just last night. It wasn't a bone beast. It was a blood-toothed demon. He lowered his head, pretending to organize his backpack, but in his mind, he'd already pieced the clues together. Those blood-toothed demons from last night hadn't appeared in isolation. Somewhere in this exam hall, there was another person holding the legendary Knight Kiva command book. And that person had already begun hunting the examinees. At this thought, Luo Chen's brow furrowed deeper. He still hadn't fully figured out why the legendary Nightbook he'd created turned into such a monster once it fell into someone else's hands. But now wasn't the time to analyze the mechanics. The problem was simple. That thing was still alive. And it was still in this exam hall. Tonight, it would most likely strike again. Luo Chen glanced down at the 30 points on his terminal and twitched his lips. Originally, he planned to keep playing it safe under the Chun Luo alias, scraping together whatever he could to try and secure the 1.2 million prize money. But now, it seemed he couldn't play it safe anymore. Money was important, of course. Very important. So important that he nearly fainted on the spot just now when he saw that 180-point score. But some things were worth more than money. Like his life. Like watching a monster devour people right in the exam hall. He couldn't just pretend not to see that. We're in big trouble. Luo Chen ran his fingers through his messy hair and sighed. Though he complained about the trouble, his expression grew serious. Since the Chen Luo account was practically useless now, he'd just have to switch accounts. He turned to look towards Sector B7, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was about time Flame Swordsman logged in. That thing dared to kill someone last night. It's bound to come out again tonight. Before it finds its next prey, he has to flush it out first. Chapter 47, The Eerie Church. Shortly afterward, Luo Chen was crouched by the side of a deserted street, his arms resting on his knees, a blade of grass he plucked from somewhere tucked between his lips. The sky was as gray as if covered by a dirty cloth. He stared at the sky, motionless for a long while. Outwardly calm, his mind was already on the verge of exploding. In his mind's eye, two figures were locked in a heated argument across a pile of disorganized ledgers and flickering flames. One was dressed in a crisp suit, his top hat perched perfectly, his suspenders and vest immaculate, a respectable gentleman who looked as if he'd just stepped out of an old movie. Knight Luo Chen. The other clutched a golden abacus, his eyes practically sparkling with credit symbols, an exaggerated grin stretched across his face. Money grubber Luo Chen. We can't go. Money grubber Luo Chen rattled his abacus furiously. Over 6 million credits, is that a lot? Ha? Put your hand on your heart and tell me, is that a lot? Have you forgotten how much it cost to go from F to E? 50 million. A full 50 million. And what about moving up to D and C later? That was just throwing money down a rabbit hole, not leveling up. He grew more and more agitated as he spoke, nearly hurling the abacus across the room. This 1.2 million bonus right now is our lifeline. It's the seed money for our comeback. Who cares about that outcast Kiva? Let whoever wants to deal with her. Do the examiners just sit around doing nothing? We're here to take the exam to score points, not to save the world. Knight Luo Chen raised a hand to adjust his top hat, his tone calm. Making money is for the sake of protection. Correcting the mistakes caused by us is also our responsibility. Don't give me that. Greedy Luo Chen exploded the moment he heard it. Can responsibility buy a beast core? Can it buy resources? Without money, what are you going to use to protect? Your mouth? Knight Luo Chen looked at him and said nothing. Greedy Luo Chen thought he had the upper hand and took 2 more steps forward, clutching the abacus. Let me tell you, power is the only thing that matters. First, hand over that 1.2 million. Thud. Knight Luo Chen lifted his foot and, with a swift, decisive kick, sent the golden abacus flying. The abacus shattered on impact. Golden beads scattered across the floor with a clatter, and after rolling just a few times, they dissolved into shards of light. Greedy Luo Chen froze. He looked down at the floor, then up at Knight Luo Chen, his lips pouting. You're going to pay for my abacus. With a wail, he broke down in tears. The spiritual realm finally fell silent. Knight Luo Chen brushed off his pant legs, his voice calm. Stories written with greed rarely end well. Ours is different. In reality. Luo Chen yanked at his hair and spat out the grass root he'd been chewing. Damn, this is so annoying. He jumped to his feet and brushed the dust off his butt. Alright, let us do this. The moment the words left his mouth, his mind cleared. First, find the outcast Kiva. Everything else can wait. He paused, then added. Of course, if I happen to pick up a few credit cards along the way, that doesn't hurt either. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Luo Chen nodded, successfully convincing himself. So his next objective was clear. No more aimless wandering. He began consciously heading toward crowded temporary rest stops to listen for news and look for clues. As it turned out, the more dangerous the place, the faster the rumors spread. Luo Chen circled a rest area outside a collapsed shopping mall a couple of times. First, he listened for a while as people complained about the rations tasting awful, then pretended to warm his hands by the fire. It wasn't until two people nearby whispered the word church that his ears perked up. That place in D9, who dare go there now? What's wrong? That Zhao family elite squad went in yesterday and never came out. The whole team. Every last one of them. You're kidding, right? Isn't the Zhao family squad made up of elite troops? Who's kidding you? Someone spotted that kind of glass shard near the church, exactly the same as the ones found next to those bodies in Zone A3. The examiners have already issued a warning, telling people to stay away. Zone D9. The church. Glass shards. Putting those keywords together, it all started to make sense. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. That's probably the spot. Without further delay, he got up and headed out. Zone D9 was in the northwest corner of the wild city, a remote location with old, dilapidated buildings. The area used to be some kind of religious and cultural district. The remaining structures still carried a strange, solemn air. By the time Luo Chen reached the edge, the sun had begun to set. The evening light cast a reddish glow over the Gothic church in the distance. Spires, crumbling walls, gargoyles, even their shadows were stretched out, giving the scene a somewhat eerie feel. A musty, rotten stench hung in the air. It was unnaturally quiet all around. Not a single human voice, not even a bone beast. Luo Chen slowed his pace. It's a bit rude to be this quiet. He muttered under his breath, already shifting his weight lower and scanning the area with his eyes. Something was off about this place. It wasn't the chaotic chaos of a typical danger zone. It felt as though something in the darkness was watching him, waiting for him to walk right into its trap. Luo Chen had just taken a few steps inward when someone suddenly shouted from his side and behind him. Stop right there. Several figures emerged from behind the collapsed bell tower. Their movements were swift, and their positioning precise. It was clear they'd taken up their positions in advance. The leader was tall and burly, with a square jaw, holding a heavy battle axe in his hand. His class card glowed on his wrist, C rank, Berserker. The four men behind him were all D rank, standing in a loose formation that subtly encircled Luo Chen. They meant business. Luo Chen glanced at them, then caught sight of the C rank, Molten Heart, emblem on his own wrist. He immediately understood the situation. They saw him as a rival for the spoils. Friend, the Berserker stared at him, his gaze heavy. What are you doing in D9? Just passing through. Luo Chen answered quickly. The Berserker's mouth twitched, as if he heard a joke. Wild City is so big you could be passing through anywhere, yet you chose to pass through here? Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. Then just assume I'm here on vacation. A lanky scout standing nearby snorted derisively. Still playing dumb. He eyed Luo Chen up and down, his gaze far from friendly. These days, only two kinds of people dare to venture into D9. Those who don't care about their lives, and those after the gold card. You look like you fit both categories. Gold card? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. What gold card? The Berserker didn't speak, as if trying to figure out if Luo Chen was playing dumb. The scout, however, couldn't hold back and scoffed. There are 2 golden point cards hidden in the basement of the main cathedral. The Zhao family's team came here for exactly that. In the end, they never found the cards, they just disappeared. Now that word has gotten out, who wouldn't want to try their luck? 2 golden point cards. A ding sounded in Luo Chen's mind, and he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. 1 card, 500 points. 2 cards, 1,000. 1,000 points. The number spun around in his head twice, its presence growing stronger with each pass. His breath caught for a moment. Then, his heart began to race. Thump. 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 Faster than when he approached the cathedral earlier. Luo Chen raised his hand to open his personal terminal and scrolled to the points leaderboard. Graduation exam leaderboard. First place, Lin Fan, 6,060 points. Second place, Zhaoyi, 4,687 points. Third place, Gu Ming, 3,570 points. He scrolled all the way down. After scrolling for a while, he finally spotted his name in a rather unflattering spot. 624th place, Chen Luo, 30 points. Luo Chen stared at that line for 2 seconds. 30. What a plain, unadorned number. Not flashy, not ostentatious. It even had a touch of shabbiness to it. He glanced down again. He wasn't too far from the elimination line. Luo Chen slowly put the terminal away. Kiva, the outcast, was still in the church. He hadn't forgotten that. The danger was very real. But on the other hand, 1,000 points. Those weren't just points. They were a ranking, a prize, resources, and the confidence to not have to cry while counting his pennies for a long time to come. His Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze began to shift. If I get those 2 cards, my ranking would jump way up. Top 10, no, top 10 might be a stretch. But climbing a few hundred spots is definitely within reach. The prize money is a real possibility too. 1,200,000. His voice grew quieter and quieter, until it sounded like he was chanting a spell to himself. The 5 opponents across from him had been on guard, but then they saw him standing there motionless, his eyes staring blankly, the corners of his mouth curling upward little by little. As if he were possessed. Ha! He. Luo Chen burst out laughing. The more he laughed, the harder it was to stop. His shoulders were shaking. The laughter echoed outside the quiet church, sending a chill down people's spines. The scout's face went pale. See, Captain, what's wrong with him? He hasn't gone crazy, has he? The berserker gripped his battle axe tightly, his brow furrowed deeply. He'd seen people who were money hungry. He'd also seen people driven to madness by desperation. But this was the first time he'd ever seen someone laugh like this just from glancing at a leaderboard. And this guy was only a C rank. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. The 5-man squad instinctively took a half step back in unison, putting distance between themselves and Luo Chen. They were terrified he might pull out some kind of suicide device at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie to the extreme. Just then. Squeak! A piercing screech slowly pierced the surrounding silence. The massive gate of that church, which had been shut for who knows how many years, actually opened on its own. Not fully. Just a crack. The darkness beyond the crack was so deep it seemed to lead to another world. Immediately afterward, a figure emerged slowly from behind the gate. The man wore a well-tailored tailcoat, his shoes polished to a shine, his hair combed to perfection. Even his bow tie was overly proper. A flawless, textbook smile graced his face as he gave a slight bow, his movements suggesting the strictest training in etiquette. Like a butler. A butler who belonged at a high society banquet. Not. In a place like this. Luo Chen's laughter died away. The 5-person squad froze in place. Everyone's gaze fell on the man, and the air seemed to tighten in an instant. The abandoned church was shrouded in the dim twilight, the entire area. And yet, the figure who emerged from the gate was a butler so dignified it bordered on the absurd. He raised his head, the smile on his lips unchanged, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces in turn. The man smiled faintly, his voice gentle to the point of warmth. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My master has prepared the dinner. Chapter 48, Kind words can't persuade a damned soul. As dusk settled, it grew unseasonably cold in front of the abandoned church. Just then, a male voice gentle to the point of thoughtfulness rang out. Distinguished guests, my master has been waiting for quite some time. The banquet is ready to begin the moment you take your seats. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced everyone's nerves like a needle. A banquet? This was the ruins of an exam hall, not some noble estate. All around them were nothing but examinees and bone beasts. In a place like this, where would a banquet come from? The berserker captain clenched his battle axe, the veins on the back of his hand bulging one by one. He didn't respond, merely staring at the man who had suddenly appeared. Tuxedo, white gloves, hair combed to perfection. His posture was ramrod straight, and his smile was flawless. But the more proper he looked, the more off it felt. Luo Chen's gaze swept past the butler and landed on the church's grand gate. The gate wasn't fully open, just a narrow slit. Inside, the darkness was thick and oppressive, as if something were hiding behind it, watching them in silence. The church spire pierced the dusky sky. The stone statues on the walls were half saints, half demons. As the setting sun cast its light from the side, the silhouettes of those sculptures seemed to come alive, their expressions eerily sinister. There was a smell in the air. Mold, rot, mixed with a faint, sweet-scented stench of blood. Luo Chen's brow furrowed deeper. Something's wrong. Everything is wrong. We've been waiting a long time, they only just arrived. Master, it was most likely the otherworldly Kiva. As for the dinner, Luo Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, and he stopped himself from thinking any further. That thing preys on humans, drains their life energy, and turns them into living crystals. This so-called banquet is likely not an invitation to dine, but an invitation to be served. In his current state, if he were to run head-on into the Kiva in a place like this, not to mention its minions, that would spell big trouble. Not to mention the 5 people with him who clearly aren't the type to take advice. Don't go in yet. Luo Chen lowered his voice and nodded toward the berserker captain. This place is a trap. The gate was left here on purpose, easy to get in, but getting out might be another story. The berserker captain turned to look at him, his expression as if he were staring at a fool. Back out? He snorted derisively. Do you have any idea how much we've sacrificed just to find this place? A scout nearby picked up the thread, a sneer tugging at his lips as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. 2 gold credit cards. 1,000 credits. Bro, you just snap your fingers and tell us to turn back? Another warrior was even more blunt. We're right at the gate, and you're telling me not to go in? If you're scared, just say so, don't play games. Luo Chen glanced at them and, keeping his cool, added. I'm not joking. That thing inside isn't just an ordinary bone beast. If it's not an ordinary bone beast, then what is it? The scout snorted. You're not telling me there's AB rank locked up in there, are you? Luo Chen fell silent for a moment. Something even more troublesome than AB rank bone beast. But just as he was about to speak, the berserker captain impatiently cut him off. Enough. The captain hoisted his battle axe onto his shoulder, his gaze bearing down on Luo Chen with heavy hostility. You've been rambling on just to scare us off, haven't you? So you can go in there and grab the gold card yourself? As soon as those words were out, the looks the others gave Luo Chen changed. Wary, suspicious, and tinged with undisguised contempt. Luo Chen pressed his tongue against his back molars. Great. He was trying to save someone. And these guys were treating him like a thief. Is there nothing in your heads but those point cards? Luo Chen's voice grew deeper. I'll say this one last time, if there's trouble inside, we're out of here immediately. There's still time. The scout chuckled. Oh, one last time, huh? The warrior laughed too. You make it sound so convincing. Why don't you give us another identity? Like. Fine. Luo Chen spoke up suddenly, cutting the man off mid-sentence. He fixed his gaze on the berserker captain, enunciating each word clearly. That Flame Swordsman everyone's been talking about lately? That's me. The air fell silent for a moment. Then, laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. The scout laughed so hard he doubled over, nearly losing his balance. You, he gasped, patting his thighs. Bro, if you're the Flame Swordsman, then I'm the chief examiner. Another warrior was laughing so hard his face turned red. Give me a break. With a frame like yours, a strong breeze could blow you away and you call yourself the Flame Swordsman? The berserker captain didn't even bother pretending anymore, he just snorted derisively. With you? He eyed Luo Chun from head to toe, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I could lift you up with one hand. A Flame Swordsman? Don't flatter yourself. Even the butler standing before the church gate let a deeper smile play at the corners of his lips. As if he were watching a show. Luo Chen looked at these men, and his mind grew strangely calm. It wasn't that he wasn't angry. He was just too angry to bother speaking. Once people are blinded by greed, they truly can't hear a word you say. You could hold a knife to their throat, and they'd still think you're trying to rob them. You can't reason with a fool. Fine. Luo Chen nodded, saying no more. I've warned you. If anything goes wrong, don't say I didn't tell you. With that, he turned and walked into the church. The berserker captain's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd seized upon some leverage. See that, he sneered under his breath. He made it sound so ominous, yet he is the first to charge in. I knew it, this kid wants to take all the credit for himself. He waved his hand. Follow him. If he dares go in alone, what are the five of us afraid of? The five men immediately stopped laughing, gripped their weapons tightly, and hurried after him. Luo Chen led the way, his right hand already resting discreetly on the holy sword driver at his waist. If things went south, he would transform at a moment's notice. The moment he stepped inside the church, the temperature seemed to drop instantly. A cold, damp chill hit his face. The air was thick with the musty scent of rotting wood and a faint, lingering whiff of blood. It was very dark inside. A few beams of evening light slanted in through the shattered stained glass windows, sliced into fragments that fell onto the dust-covered floor. Old pews stood in neat rows, like silent gravestones. The vaulted ceiling loomed terrifyingly high, with cobwebs hanging everywhere. It was too quiet. So quiet that even breathing sounded jarring. Just then. Bang! A thunderous crash made everyone's hearts skip a beat. The berserker captain spun around. The great gate, which had been half open, was now completely shut. Not a single crack remained. Damn it! His expression darkened instantly. He swung his battle axe at it. Clang! Sparks flew. The gate didn't budge an inch, not even a white mark remained. The captain was truly panicking now. His grip on the axe handle tightened. See, Captain, the scout's voice trembled slightly, there is something wrong with this gate. Duh, the captain cursed, clearly trying to steel his own nerves. What are you panicking for? Let us find another exit. Exit? Luo Chen turned around, his voice low. Do you really think they left an exit for you here? The group fell instantly silent. Just then, the butler, who had been standing in the same spot the whole time, took a slow step forward. His leather shoes struck the stone floor, producing a soft, crisp click. In the dead silence, the sound was exceptionally clear. The berserker captain, clutching at a lifeline, shouted sharply. Hey! What exactly are you? What did you mean by that dinner? The butler looked at him, his smile as impeccable as ever. Dinner, you say? He bowed slightly, as if performing a final courtesy. Naturally. That white-gloved hand rose slowly, pointing at them. To enjoy you all. The moment the last word fell, the butler's entire body twisted violently. Rip! His tailcoat burst open down the middle, sending shreds of fabric flying in all directions. His spine arched high, his bones cracking with a bone-chilling snap. Something seemed to writhe frantically beneath his skin. The next second, thick blue fur burst forth, swiftly covering his entire body. His palms elongated, and his fingernails grew into hooked, razor-sharp claws. His mouth protruded, and rows of teeth burst through his lips, sickly white and razor-sharp. That once polite face was torn into the visage of a ferocious beast in the blink of an eye. A wolf-s howl shook the stained glass windows to their foundations. The scout-s legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. A monster. Even the berserker captain couldn't help but take a step back, the blood draining from his face in an instant. But that wasn't the end of it. From the shadows on either side of the church, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Thud. 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 On the left, a giant as solid as purple rock slowly emerged, its arms as thick as stone pillars. With every step, the floor trembled slightly. Its face was covered by a stone mask, revealing only 2 points of eerie green light. On the right, a damp, cold, and fishy stench wafted over. A slender, eerie figure slid out of the shadows along a pillar, its body covered in green scales, webbed fingers, and a head resembling a strange fish crawling out of deep water. The three monsters spread out at a leisurely pace, in a triangular formation, trapping them right in the middle. Luo Chen's eyes darkened completely. Just as he suspected. This wasn't a test, nor a coincidence. It was a trap set long ago. His gaze swept over the blue-haired werewolf, then fell upon the other two figures, and his heart sank deeper and deeper. Garuru. Daga. Basha. The three servants of the outcast Kiva, all present. It seemed that for tonight's dinner party, the host truly had no intention of letting anyone leave alive. Chapter 49, Holy Shit, Actors. Three monsters surrounded the 6 people in the center. A werewolf, a purple giant, and a mermaid-like creature, dripping wet and covered in fins. They stood there, doing nothing, yet the air in the church had already grown heavy. It felt as if something were pressing down on their chests. The scout-s Adam's apple bobbed, and the hand gripping his dagger trembled. "See, Captain, what the hell are these things? Don't panic." The berserker captain roared, as if to steel his own resolve. Yet his eyes swept past the three monsters, fixating intently on the depths of the church, his breathing growing ragged. 2 golden point cards are still inside. If we get our hands on them, my whole life will have been worth it. As soon as those words were spoken, the pale faces of the men actually began to regain some color. 1,000 points. That was no small sum. If they really got them, their rankings would definitely shoot up to the top. Damn it, let us go for it. It's just 3 monsters, can't the 5 of us handle them? Hearing the group's blood boil instantly, Luo Chen's temples throbbed. Others might not know, but he knew all too well. The 3 before them were no ordinary bone beasts. They were the personal guards of the Bloodtooth Demon King. If they were to fight on equal terms, forget this top-tier C-rank squad, even 10 more squads would be wiped out clean. Don't get carried away. Luo Chen spoke up immediately. Something's off about them. They're way beyond what you can handle. Let us retreat first. Shut up. The berserker captain spun around abruptly, his eyes brimming with suspicion and irritation. Trying to scare us off so you can pocket the gold card all by yourself? You wish. He grinned, raising his massive axe. Brothers, follow me and take him down hard. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged forward. The C-rank berserker's power surged to its peak, his muscles bulged, and a crimson glow shone beneath his skin. Like a raging bull, he swung his massive axe straight at the werewolf Garuru at the front of the pack. Die! The axe's wind whistled through the air. Garuru raised its head, a flicker of contempt passed through its crimson eyes as it raised a paw to meet the blow. In its eyes, a human of this caliber was nothing more than a bug to be squashed. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. His right hand was already on the holy sword driver, while his other hand swiftly drew the Wonder Ride book. Brave dragon! The moment the sound effect rang out, he was ready to transform and save the day. But the next second... boom! A dull thud shook the entire church. Luo Chen's movements froze. It wasn't the berserker captain who was torn to shreds as he'd expected. The one sent flying was, surprisingly, Garuru. The werewolf, who had been so ferocious just moments ago, looked as if he'd been hit head-on by a truck. His entire body flew backward with a whoosh, slamming violently into a row of rotten pews behind him. The wood splintered, sending shavings flying everywhere. He didn't get back up for a long time. The church fell instantly silent. Even the berserker captain was stunned. He looked down at the axe in his hand, then up at the werewolf struggling in the distance, his face a picture of bewilderment. Am I really that strong? Luo Chen was even more baffled. It wasn't just bafflement, it was as if his entire worldview had been struck by an axe. Holy shit? What the hell? Garuru? Is that fucking Garuru? His mind was reeling. Wasn't he this thing the Fanged Blood King's bodyguard? Wasn't it supposed to be able to go toe-to-toe with a knight? How the hell did it get sent flying by a single swing from a C-rank berserker? Luo Chen's mouth twitched as a wild thought popped into his head. Damn it! That B-rank berserker big shot from last time, was he pulling my leg? The scene in the Lei clan basement instantly replayed in his mind. That B-rank big shot who got blasted away by a single punch from that aberrant build. Now that he compared the two, something just didn't add up. Wow. It's not that he's weak, it's that he never intended to fight for his life. So he puts on a show when collecting his pay, but when it comes to actual combat, he just sends a temp like me to the front lines? These melee guys, they're all so sneaky. While Luo Chen was still imagining workplace intrigue, the battlefield had already erupted. Bro, you're the man. Haha, I thought it was some monster, but it's just this? Charge. Take them down. The other four instantly perked up and charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. 2D rank warriors headed straight for Deja. The purple giant let out a low growl and swung his massive arm down. But his movement was ridiculously slow. The two warriors dodged and weaved, evading the blow with ease. The fist slammed into the ground, producing only a dull thud, not even cracking a single tile. One of them couldn't help but laugh. Is that all you've got? He threw an uppercut that landed squarely on Deja's jaw. Thud. Deja's head snapped back, and he staggered backward. The other man followed up with a kick, landing squarely on the giant's face. With a thud, the purple giant collapsed straight to the ground. Over on the other side, Basho wasn't faring much better. It opened its mouth and fired a stream of water projectiles, pelting the scout and the last team member. The barrage was dense. But the aim was abysmal. The scout dodged left and right with the ease of a stroll, and after dodging, even had time to turn back and sneer. Haven't you eaten today? Are you spraying water at a kid? The two closed in and unleashed a barrage of blows. Before Bashar could even react, he was knocked to the ground. Less than a minute. All three monsters were down. Ha ha ha, paper tigers. I thought they'd be scary, but turns out they're just ugly. And they actually dared to block the gate? The group laughed with such arrogance. But Luo Chen didn't laugh. He watched the whole thing, and his expression grew increasingly somber. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. These three monsters were indeed ridiculously weak. But the problem wasn't their weakness. The problem was their movements. Garuru's claws were so erratic, it was as if he didn't know how to use them. Dega's fists looked intimidating, but when he swung them, they missed their mark by a mile. Basha's water blasts were even more ridiculous, spraying everywhere in a chaotic, haphazard mess. It wasn't a lack of strength. It was that they simply didn't know how to fight. It felt very strange. Like a top-tier fighter who suddenly had his limbs bound, causing even his most basic moves to become distorted. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, alarm bells ringing in his head. If this is truly the extent of their ability, then how did that C-rank squad that went missing earlier meet their end? Silent. Wiped out. By these three useless fools? Impossible. There's definitely something else at play. Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Tap. 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 The sound wasn't fast, in fact, it was quite soft. But the moment it rang out, the entire church fell silent. It was as if someone had silenced every last sound. The group instinctively looked up. At the top of the stairs, the three monsters that had just been knocked down were actually struggling to their feet. Dragging their battered bodies, they made their way to the foot of the stairs. Then, they knelt on one knee. Their movements were so synchronized they bordered on the devout. The members of the Berserker squad nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. A young man walked slowly down from the second floor. His tuxedo was immaculate, his hair perfectly combed, and his features were so handsome they bordered on the otherworldly. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corner of his mouth as his gaze slowly swept over the crowd below, finally settling on the three monsters kneeling on the floor. How pathetic. His voice was pleasant, even gentle. Yet to their ears, it sounded as cold as ice. I gave you my power, and yet you still ended up like this. The young man sighed softly, as if looking at three worthless pieces of trash. Useless. Useless wherever you go. The three monsters bowed their heads even lower, their bodies trembling. Master. They spoke in unison, their voices hoarse and terrifying. The Berserker captain looked at them, then at the young man. He paused for a moment, then, as if he derealized something, suddenly laughed. I was wondering who it was. He stared at the class card faintly visible on the young man's chest, and the trace of apprehension in his eyes vanished instantly. So, any rank? Garuru and Dega snapped their heads up, their eyes blazing with fury. How dare you? You're being disrespectful to the king. The young man merely raised a hand, signaling them to be quiet. He stepped down the last stair and stopped in front of the Berserker captain, still smiling. E rank? He repeated it, as if finding it amusing. You humans really do love staring at that card. The Berserker captain didn't notice anything amiss. His mind was completely consumed by the golden points card. Stop playing games in front of me. He raised his massive axe, the blade pointing straight at the young man's nose. Hand over those two cards. Hand them over now, and I'll let you die painlessly. The young man smiled. He raised his hand. Two gleaming gold point cards appeared out of thin air in his palm. Want them? He waved the cards. Then come and take them. At that, the Berserker captain's eyes turned red. The last shred of his sanity vanished completely. You're asking for death. He roared, swinging his massive axe to strike. Don't do it. Luo Chen shouted almost simultaneously. He had finally figured it out. Those three earlier weren't the main threat at all. This young man in the tuxedo standing before him was the true monster. But it was already too late. The axe came crashing down. The young man stood rooted to the spot, not even shifting his feet, and simply raised one hand casually. Clang! The axe blade was caught bare-handed. It stopped less than a centimeter from his forehead. It wouldn't come down any further. The Berserker captain's face paled instantly. Veins bulged on his arms as he strained downward, trying to pull the axe back. It was no use. That hand was as solid as iron, terrifyingly steady. The young man looked at him, the smile in his eyes fading bit by bit. Is that all you've got? The next second, he reached out with his other hand, clamped it around the Berserker captain's neck, and lifted him off the ground. The movement was as effortless as lifting a chicken. Ugh, ugh. The Berserker captain kicked his legs wildly, his face instantly turning the color of a pig's liver. The remaining few instinctively tried to charge forward, but their steps froze midway. Because they saw two ethereal crimson fangs slowly materializing above the captain's head. Inch by inch, they closed in on his neck. In that instant, their faces went pale. They finally realized. Those three monsters earlier weren't weak. They were just toying with him. Damn it! Luo Chen cursed under his breath. He couldn't wait any longer. Clang! A crimson sword beam suddenly sliced through the air, striking straight at the young man's face. The young man's eyebrows arched slightly, as if he'd finally taken a bit of interest. He flicked his hand, trying to deflect the sword. Boom! The flame sword Rekka exploded mid-air, sending a searing wave of fire surging outward. The young man finally let go and took a half step back. The berserker captain crashed to the ground with a thud, clutching his throat and coughing frantically, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. Mid-air, flame sword Rekka traced an arc and settled steadily back into Luo Chen's hand. He gripped the sword with his non-dominant hand, flicking away a wisp of the eerie demon emperoress power clinging to the blade, and stared at the young man across from him, his voice low and menacing. You lot. Find somewhere to hide. Chapter 50, Being wronged is no excuse. Flames surged up the blade. The icy power clinging to the blade seemed to be flayed alive, emitting a series of faint sizzles before being instantly burned away. Behind the second-floor railing, the young man in the lavish tailcoat finally stopped smiling. He stared at the flame sword Rekka in Luo Chen's hand, his gaze growing increasingly somber. Interesting. The playful tone had vanished from his voice, replaced by a note of seriousness. To actually burn away my demon emperor power, you really don't seem like an ordinary C-rank. He spoke without even turning his head. The berserker squad behind him remained huddled in place, not daring to breathe a word, but he couldn't be bothered to spare them a single glance. From start to finish, the only one he truly had his sights set on was Luo Chen. Actually, I've been watching you since the moment you walked in. The young man leaned on the railing, looking down at Luo Chen. They look down on you, treating you like a burden. As he said this, the corner of his mouth twitched. That look, I recognize it. The church fell silent for a moment. Wind poured in through the shattered stained glass windows, whipping up a cloud of dust, and the chill in his voice grew more pronounced. Because I've been through it too. He didn't rush to act instead, it was as if he'd been holding it in for too long and had finally found someone who understood. I'm also a candidate for this graduation exam. When I first entered the exam hall, I thought teaming up was a good idea. 2 more people mean a slightly better chance of survival. And what happened? He let out a low chuckle. The laugh was faint, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. I went on reconnaissance. I went to lure the monsters. I even brought up the rear. They hid in the back, waiting until I'd nearly risked my life, then tossed me a few points as if it were a handout. In the berserker squad, several faces paled. Especially when they recalled how they treated Chen Luo before, no one could say a word for a moment. The young man saw this, but merely sneered. What's the matter? Feeling the pain now? Yesterday afternoon, we ran into a small group of bone beasts. They weren't high level, but there were a lot of them. When they saw they couldn't escape, they pushed me out. He spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more it sent a chill down one's spine. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't that we ran out of time. They planned it, they used me to buy time. He raised his right hand, slowly clenching his fingers until his knuckles turned white. I nearly died in the jaws of those things. I was covered in blood, barely able to crawl. In the end, they dragged me all the way into this dilapidated church. At that moment, I thought, forget it. If I'm going to die, so be it. He paused. Then, his expression suddenly changed. As if a madman had witnessed a miracle. But I never expected that it would choose me. As the words fell, a small red book appeared in his palm. The book wasn't large, but its cover was strikingly vivid. Pumpkins, bats, and a dark red background. It looked like malice crawling out of some festive fairy tale. Legendary Knight Kiva, Mastery Book. It gave me a second life. And it gave me the right to collect. The young man looked down at the 3 monsters kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with twisted satisfaction. When I found them, they begged me, crying and kneeling, saying they didn't mean to. Kill them? That would be too lenient. He laughed. This time, even his laughter seemed tinged with blood. I turned them into this. I made them kneel before me forever, so they'll always remember who's the one who should bow their head. Luo Chen looked up at the 3 Kiva minions. Garuru, Daga, and Basha. He sensed something was off before. These three monsters clearly possessed a presence and an aura, yet in battle they felt utterly hollow, as if they were merely empty shells. Now, it all made sense. They weren't monsters that had existed from the start. They were humans. Humans who had been forcibly twisted into this form by Kiva's Book of Domination. They had form but no soul, they were mere shells of power, lacking the will and experience to control it. That was why they were so weak. Luo Chen's gaze lingered on the three monsters for a second, his brow furrowing slightly. This wasn't revenge anymore. This was pushing people completely into the abyss. So what? Luo Chen finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly shattered the gloomy atmosphere in the church. What are you trying to prove by telling me all this? The young man looked at him and suddenly reached out his hand. To prove we're the same kind of people. His eyes shone brightly, betraying a clear obsession. You and I were both the kind of people who get trampled underfoot. No one respects us, no one takes us seriously. But now, things are different. He opened his palm, as if extending an invitation. Join me. Let us join forces and stomp those high and mighty bastards back down, one by one. By then. The young man's voice dropped, laced with intense seduction. Everyone who ever looked down on us will be on their knees, begging for mercy. As his words fell, the church fell into a terrifying silence. The members of the Berserker squad felt a sudden chill run down their spines. They had just thoroughly offended Chen Luo. If, at this very moment, this mysterious powerhouse before them were truly swayed, their fate would likely be even more dire. Someone's lips twitched, as if to speak, but the words were forced back down. Everyone's gaze fell upon Luo Chen, waiting for his answer. Luo Chen looked at the hand extended toward him, but did not move immediately. He did remain silent for a few seconds. Because he could tell that some of what the other person had said wasn't a lie. In this world, the weak get trampled on. Without power, even dignity feels like a loan. He'd seen this happen far too many times. Even he, after awakening as a librarian, had become the fallen dog he was now. Precisely because of that. I believe your story. Luo Chen raised his eyes. And it certainly wasn't worth it. The madness in the young man's eyes grew more pronounced. But the next second. Smack! A sharp crack echoed distinctly through the empty church. Luo Chen raised his hand and swatted the outstretched hand away. The smile on the young man's face froze instantly. But there's one thing you've got wrong. Luo Chen's voice turned cold. Just because you've been trampled on doesn't mean you have the right to drag others into the mud. Injustice isn't a weapon. And it certainly isn't a reason to turn others into monsters. The young man's expression darkened abruptly. A reason? As if stung, his voice shot up. They were the ones who wanted me dead first. I'm just returning what's owed to me. What's wrong with that? He took a step forward, his demon emperor power surging violently. A black-red aura spread from beneath his feet, causing even the shattered railing on the second floor to tremble. That's just how this world works. He glared at Luo Chen, his eyes filled with fanaticism. The weak deserve to be cast aside, only the strong are worthy of deciding everything. Luo Chen didn't back down. He simply raised the flame sword Rekka, its blade steady and pointed directly at his opponent. Flames burned silently along the edge. If that's truly how you feel. There was no anger in his tone, only coldness. Then you're no different from those who pushed you out. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Those words were too harsh. They struck right at the young man's most vulnerable spot. What he hated most was being lumped together with those people. The young man lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. It looked like he was smiling. Or perhaps he was on the verge of losing control completely. Fine. Very well. When he raised his head again, his once handsome face had taken on a savage, distorted look. At the end of the day, you're nothing but a hypocrite who speaks without feeling the pain. Since you refuse to stand by my side, His voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. Then go to hell. Before the words had even finished, he raised the Kiva driver in his hand with a sudden jerk. When the bat strikes, the king of the demon realm shall appear beneath the moonlit night. Almost simultaneously, Luochen flipped open the Dragon of Courage on the holy sword driver at his waist. Once there was a divine beast that possessed a power great enough to destroy all. The two forces exploded with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, countless crimson energy bats surged from the Kiva driver, swarming toward the church dome like a churning cloud of blood. The light inside the church dimmed instantly. Shadows closed in from all sides. Immediately after, a dragon's roar tore through the air. Blazing flames surged from the Dragon of Courage, coalescing into a crimson dragon that coiled around Luochen and soared skyward. The fiery glow swept across the scene, blocking a vast swarm of blood-red bats. Dragon and bats collided beneath the dome. Darkness and fire collided violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward in concentric circles and shattering the cathedral's shattered glass in an instant. On the ground, the two began their transformations at the exact same moment. Henshin! Luochen growled, drawing the blazing sword from the holy sword driver. Rekka unsheath! Brave dragon! The crimson dragon dove downward, passing through his body in an instant. The flames abruptly contracted, and red, white, and black armor rapidly took shape. A dragon's head rose from his left shoulder, and a black cape billowed behind him. Kamen Rider Saber, Rekka unsheath! Return! On the other side, the young man's transformation was a completely different story. It looked more like a complete loss of control. More like corruption. He didn't even have a holy sword driver. The moment the pages opened, the entire Kiva Master Book melted into a mass of crimson energy, enveloping his right hand. That substance crawled up his arm, past his wrist. His arm, shoulder, neck, chest. Covering, eroding, engulfing. Ugh! The young man threw his head back, forcing out an inhuman scream from his throat. His body began to contort. Glass-like patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, as if shards of stained glass had been embedded into his flesh. His muscles bulged, his bones shifted out of place, and a series of cracking sounds erupted. His face twitched and distorted in agony. Finally, it was completely covered by a bat mask. Armor grew out from within his flesh. Though symmetrical, its form was twisted, like a botched, pieced-together counterfeit. The outline still bore the shadow of Kamen Rider Saber Kiva, but the details were completely ruined. Sharp bone spurs jutted outward, crimson patterns resembled bulging veins, and the gate of hell on his right leg was locked tight by the black-red power of the Demon King, making it impossible to open. The outcast rider, Kiva. The moment the transformation was complete, the entire church sank with a sudden jolt. It was as if an invisible pressure had descended upon it. Saber gripped the blazing sword tightly. The flames reflected off his visor as he stood motionless. Across from him, the twisted outcast Kiva slowly raised his head. In his crimson compound eyes, not a trace of humanity remained. Only brutality. Only madness. One was the one who corrected the story. The other was a flawed story that should never have existed. The next second, Kiva's feet exploded, and his entire body plunged downward. A blood-red afterimage tore through the air, charging straight for Saber's face. Chapter 51, The Demon King Hanging Beneath the Moon. The moment his transformation was complete, the aberration Kiva moved. No probing, no hesitation. With a dull thud, the stone slab beneath his feet cracked open in a circle, and his entire body, like a blood-glowing projectile, slammed straight toward Luochen. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, that hideous mask was already right before his eyes. Luochen had no time to retreat. Flame Sword Rekka rose instinctively, blocking the attack with his chest. Clang! A deafening roar exploded through the church, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The abnormal Kiva's fist slammed into the blade. It didn't feel like flesh and blood at all, but rather like a battering ram crashing down with brute force. The flame sword Rekka hummed incessantly. Luochen felt a numbing sensation spread through his entire arm, and his feet slid backward uncontrollably. The bottom of his armor scraped the ground, trailing 2 streaks of blinding sparks. He retreated until he was 10 meters away before he could barely come to a halt. Luo Chen looked down at the flame sword Rekka in his hand. The palm of his hand was still tingling. That blow was absurdly heavy. Even more brutal than the abnormal build. The abnormal Kiva gave him no chance to catch his breath. With a low, hoarse growl from his throat, he lunged forward again. Fists, elbows, knees, legs. There was no pattern to his movements, hardly any technique to speak of, just pure speed and brute force driving him forward. Yet it was precisely this almost frenzied style that made him the most difficult opponent. Because you could never predict where his next blow would land. Clang! 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 The flame sword Rekka parried his strikes time and again, sparks flying wildly at the points of impact. The church echoed with the clanging of metal against metal, so frequent it made your scalp tingle. Luo Chen parried while retreating, his gaze growing increasingly intense. This guy isn't a bad fighter. To be precise, he is using the most brutal method to shove his advantages right in your face. Strength, speed, and resilience. If he had a clear advantage in just one of these, it would be bad enough. But he has all 3. Behind the ruins, the Berserker squad stood frozen in shock. Is that really Chen Luo? The scout clung to the broken wall, his voice cracking. He stared at the red figure swinging his sword amidst the sparks, as if seeing this man for the first time. Flame Swordsman, another squad member, murmured, "He is actually really." Before he could finish, his voice died in his throat. All the mockery and doubt from earlier now felt like a series of slaps smacking them right in the face. They thought Chen Luo was a coward, that he wanted to keep the treasure for himself, that he was putting on a show. But now, the guy they called a C-rank Molten Heart was standing alone at the front, going head to head with that monster. The Berserker captain stared intently at the battlefield, his lips pressed so tight they turned white. He recalled the words he'd spoken earlier. His throat went dry, and he couldn't even bring himself to say, "Let us go help." Help? At their level, going in would only make things worse. In the center of the battlefield, the anomaly Kiva unleashed another ferocious hook punch. Luo Chen parried it with his sword, using the momentum to step back half a pace. It was that half step that made his eyes flicker. He found it. Every time this guy threw his right fist with full force, his left side was left exposed for less than half a second. The window was brief, too brief for an ordinary person to capitalize on, but for Luo Chen, it was enough. The abomination Kiva roared as it pursued him, swinging its right arm once more. Luo Chen didn't block it head on. He shifted his weight, sidestepping as the flame sword Rekka skimmed past the oncoming fist. With a flick of the blade, he slashed diagonally into the abomination Kiva's chest. SSSSH. A piercing screech rang out, and a long trail of sparks erupted instantly. Kiva let out a muffled groan as the strike sent him stumbling back several steps. A clear gash immediately appeared on the twisted armor covering his chest. "Is that all you've got? You think you can overpower me with that?" Luo Chen exhaled, giving him no chance to recover, and pressed his sword forward in pursuit. The flame sword Rekka slashed through the air in his hands, chopping, thrusting, sweeping, and parrying each strike faster than the last. The crimson flames streaked across the battlefield, leaving a blinding trail of afterimages that forced the abnormal Kiva to retreat relentlessly. The monster, which moments ago had been as ferocious as a raging beast, was now being beaten so badly it could barely lift its head. Chest, shoulder, arm. Sparks erupted one after another. The Kiva growled and swung his fists in retaliation, only to be intercepted by the sword's edge time and again. Roar! He leaped backward suddenly, forcing a gap between them. His chest rose and fell slightly as his crimson compound eyes fixed intently on Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't pursue immediately. Something was off. This guy had been overwhelmed too quickly. The next second, the outcast Kiva suddenly turned his head toward the werewolf Garuru, who was kneeling on the ground nearby, his voice raspy as if metal were grinding against metal. "Come here." Garuru let out a low growl, and his body instantly transformed into a swarm of deep blue data streams, sweeping over in a whoosh. The blue light rapidly coalesced in Kiva's hands, eventually forming a menacing blue military dagger. The blade was slender, and the pommel was shaped like a wolf's head, its blood-red eyes glowing with a sinister light. Beast sword, Garuru dagger. The moment Kiva gripped the hilt, his aura shifted noticeably. If his previous attack was like a mad dog lunging at its prey, this was like a beast finally baring its true fangs and claws. He raised the blade and flicked it lightly. Come again. Before the words had even finished, he had vanished from where he stood. A crimson shadow streaked past. Clang! Flame sword Rekka and the military dagger collided violently mid-air, the impact causing the air to hum. Luo Chen's wrist dropped, and his brow immediately furrowed. It wasn't just that there was an extra weapon. This guy's rhythm had changed, too. His sword work was still far from refined, but it was brutal, precise, and carried a ferocity bordering on instinct. Like a wolf pouncing to bite your throat, no frills, just aiming to kill. A slash came down. Luo Chen raised his sword to block, using the momentum to flip backward. The blade swept past his faceplate, slamming into the ground with a thud and instantly cleaving a long fissure. Before he could regain his footing, the second strike was already upon him. Is this never ending? Luo Chen growled under his breath, refusing to waste any more time. He thrust the flame sword Rekka directly into the holy sword driver. Rekka unsheath. Dragon. 1 volume slash. Fire. As the sound effects exploded, he yanked the sword out with all his might. Scorching flames surged wildly along the blade, transforming into a 10-meter-long cross-shaped slash of fire that roared forth. The entire space seemed to ignite from the impact. A wave of heat washed over him, even turning the rubble at the edge of the distant ruins red hot. But the aberration Kiva didn't dodge. He stood his ground, slowly raising his left hand, his fingertips running inch by inch along the blade of the Garrulous saber, his movements carrying a strangely gentle air. Garrulous saber. A low, hoarse sound echoed from the wolf-headed hilt. In the next instant, icy blue magic emperor power surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire saber and extending outward. In the blink of an eye, a translucent blue blade over 15 meters long stretched out in his hand. The air seemed to grow cold. Roar! The outcast Kiva gripped the blade with both hands and swung it head-on toward the flaming cross slash. The massive blue blade and the crimson slash collided with a thunderous crash in the center of the cathedral. First, there was silence. An eerie silence. As if all sound had been sucked away in an instant. Immediately afterward, the red and blue forces tore at each other frantically, annihilating one another, while the center of the collision twisted violently. The energy spilling out swept in all directions like countless invisible blades. The pews shattered. The stone columns snapped. The stained glass windows and murals on the dome were wiped away as if by an invisible giant hand. The next second. Boom! The terrifying explosion finally erupted. The entire cathedral collapsed in that single blast. The shockwave swept outward, and the walls, dome, and foundation crumbled and shattered almost simultaneously. Debris, flames, and wood chips mingled together, hurled high into the air. The berserker captain had just dragged the last of his men out of the half-collapsed ruins. Before he could even steady himself, he was knocked back by the oncoming blast of wind and debris. When the smoke and dust cleared, he stood frozen in shock. The church was gone. All that remained was a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter, its edges charred black, as if some terrifying force had gnawed a chunk right out of the ground. "Be boss." The scout's voice trembled violently. "Look up." The berserker captain instinctively looked up. At that single glance, the blood in his veins ran cold. It had gone dark. Just moments ago it had been twilight, but now a deep, inky night had descended overhead. A massive blood moon hung silently in the sky, casting a sticky, dark red hue over everything. How is this possible? Someone spoke up. We've been in here less than 10 minutes. No one answered him. Because there was something even more eerie than that. The berserker captain looked down, his breath catching in his throat. The ground beneath his feet was no longer gravel and dirt. In its place lay shards of cracked colored glass, spreading out like the surface of a lake, emitting a delicate, crisp sound with every step. The collapsed walls and rubble all around had, at some unknown moment, transformed into twisted, black, withered trees, their branches reaching out as they stood silently in the surrounding area. The air was thick with the cold, metallic scent of rust. Silence. It was too quiet. So quiet it was unsettling. The berserker captain swallowed hard as a one that existed almost exclusively in legends suddenly flashed through his mind. Domain. This is a domain. Just then, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out from above. Ha ha ha. Everyone jerked their heads up. Beneath the blood moon, a figure hung upside down in midair. The aberration Kiva, like a bat, had her feet hooked onto an invisible thread, her cloak trailing behind her as she hung suspended in the heart of the night. Those crimson compound eyes gazed down at the scene below, radiating a palpable sense of oppression. Not far across from him, Luochen landed steadily, the flame sword Rekka held horizontally before him, his gaze growing increasingly somber. The outcast Kiva spread his arms wide, his laughter echoing slowly through the night. Outside, the sky hasn't turned dark yet. He tilted his head, his tone laced with undisguised amusement. But here. This is my domain. The blood moon trembled slightly, and the shadows of the black trees around them began to sway as if alive. The outcast Kiva hung upside down beneath the moon, his voice growing hushed, as if declaring that the battle had entered a new phase. Welcome to my domain. The Moonlit Demon City. Chapter 52, Does Rescuing the Weak Require a Reason? The blood moon hung high in the sky. Dead trees stood like twisted bones, jutting out of the earth. This realm, held open by Kiva the outcast's obsession and the power of the demon emperor, resembled a hunting ground that belonged solely to him. The moment the realm closed completely, Luochen felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. The air grew heavy. No, it wasn't just heavy. It felt as though his entire body had been plunged into the depths of the ocean, making even breathing feel stifling. Raising his hand, turning around, swinging his sword, every movement felt as if he were dragging a set of chains, moving with extreme sluggishness. Looking back at the aberrant Kiva, however, felt like returning home. Hanging upside down beneath the blood moon, his movements flowed freely, and the wounds he sustained earlier were slowly healing. His crimson compound eyes fixed on Luochen, brimming with mockery. This is my turf. Whether you can even stand here and breathe depends on my whim. Luochen cursed inwardly. Holy shit, are you setting up a domain here? You've actually managed to pull off a home field advantage. Gripes aside, his hands didn't slow down one bit. In a place like this, the longer you drag it out, the faster you die. He had to finish this quickly. Luochen yanked the Wonder Ride book, illustrated with 3 little pigs, from his waist. 3 little pigs. Add volume. The pages flipped open, slotting into the center of the holy sword driver. Rekka unsheath. Dragon. Add volume. 3 little pigs. Blazing 2 volumes. Sound effects exploded. The phantoms of the Dragon of Courage and the 3 little pigs appeared simultaneously, merging with Saber's armor. A circular shoulder guard quickly materialized on his left arm, its surface imprinted with the heads of 3 pigs. A surge of new power welled up, forcibly pushing back a portion of the oppressive pressure from the domain. Here, let us try this first brick shield. The shoulder guard instantly unfolded and extended, transforming into a heavy brick shield that stood across his chest. The anomaly Kiva snorted coldly and lunged forward with his Garuru saber, moving as fast as a streak of blood. Clang! The saber struck the brick shield with a fierce blow, sending sparks flying. This time, it didn't break. The impact was absorbed by the shield, though the force left Luochen's arms tingling. Alright, it really can block. Luochen's eyes lit up, and he switched instantly. Wooden shield. The brick shield disassembled and reassembled into a broad wooden shield. Luochen swung his arm in a wide arc, swatting at the Kiva like a fly. The Kiva sidestepped, then thrust his saber toward Luochen's side, a treacherous move. Ha, that shield. The wooden shield instantly scattered, transforming into supple vines that violently wrapped around the Kiva's blade-wielding arm. The Kiva's movements faltered. Now! Luo Chen didn't give him a moment to recover. The flame sword Rekka erupted in crimson flames, and with a single, fierce upward slash, he aimed for the Kiva's jaw. Just as it seemed certain to land, Kiva suddenly let go. He abandoned the Garuru military dagger outright. Using the pulling force of the vines, he flipped backward, forcibly pulling himself out of Luo Chen's range of attack. Luo Chen froze. The next moment, his expression changed. Kiva raised his hand, pointing it at the purple giant kneeling in the distance. "Come here, Daga." Daga let out a low growl, and his massive body instantly transformed into a stream of purple data, traversing space to coalesce in Kiva's hand. The purple light solidified. A massive hammer, grotesquely menacing in its design, appeared in his palm. The thing was thicker than an adult's waist, its surface covered in rock-like ridges. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. The instant Kiva gripped it, his aura shifted completely. A moment ago, he had resembled a vicious wolf. Now, he was a monster capable of ramming through city walls head-on. He took a step forward, raised the massive hammer high above his head, and brought it crashing down on Luo Chen. The wind pressure slammed down first. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen instantly switched his shield back to its hardest, stone-like form and braced his arms against it with all his might. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Luo Chen's vision went black. It felt as if an entire mountain had crashed into him, and a searing, tearing pain shot through his arms. Crack! The sound of shattering was sharp and piercing. The brick shield, capable of withstanding a direct hit from a B-rank bone beast, split right down the middle. The crack spread wildly in all directions, and in the next second, boom! The shield shattered completely. The remaining force slammed mercilessly into the saber's chest plate. Thud! Luo Chen was sent flying backward, rolling across the ground a dozen times before finally coming to a halt after slamming into a pile of colorful glass debris. Cough! Leaning on his sword, he struggled to his feet, a burning sensation radiating from his chest. Looking down, he saw that the dragon-patterned armor plate on his chest had been dented in. This was the first time since his transformation that his defenses had been breached so severely. However, the heavy hammer was brutal and heavy enough. The anomaly Kiva's speed had noticeably slowed. Luo Chen's eyes flickered. There was an opening. If he could create some distance, fighting while wearing it down, there might still be a chance. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the Kiva seemed to have read his plan, a sneer curling at the corner of its mouth. It didn't pursue him. Instead, it slammed the Dahua heavy hammer into the ground with a thud. Boom! Purple ripples spread out in concentric circles. The rock armor on the side of the hammerhead slowly slid open, revealing a gem glowing with a blood-red light inside. Luo Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Damn! He recognized this thing. If struck by that red light, his body would be instantly paralyzed. He wouldn't be able to move a single finger. Wooden shield. A massive wooden shield shot up from the ground, acting like a wall to shield him completely. The next second, a blood-red fan-shaped beam swept out, sweeping across the entire battlefield. I can't move. What the hell? The Berserker squad in the distance hadn't even had time to react. As the red light swept past, several of them froze instantly where they stood. From the neck down, they were completely paralyzed. They couldn't even fall. They could only stand there stiffly, their eyes darting wildly, the color draining from their faces. The outcast Kiva didn't even bother to look at them. He raised his heavy hammer, channeling a torrent of purple magic emperor power into the head, transforming it into an ever-expanding vortex of energy. His target was those few who were already immobilized. Luo Chen, hiding behind the wooden wall, heard every word clearly. Of course, he could have stayed put. Huddled here, waiting for that hammer to come down, waiting for those men to buy him some breathing room. That was the most rational choice, and the one with the highest chance of survival. They were stupid. They were greedy. They brought this upon themselves. But Luo Chen's mind flashed back to the expressions on those guys' faces earlier. That lingering fear, that remorse, that helplessness terrified out of their minds yet unable to utter a single word. Damn it! Stupid or not? Does he really have to be the kind of person who doesn't give a damn about others' lives at a time like this? Fuck! Luo Chen kicked the wooden wall to pieces with a single, violent blow, his body transforming into a crimson streak of light as he instantly charged in front of the berserker squad. Stone shield. He crossed his arms, pouring every last ounce of strength into the move. The massive hammer came crashing down. Boom! The stone shield held for less than half a second. Crack! The thick stone shield cracked inch by inch, shards scattering in all directions. The next instant, the massive hammer slammed squarely into Luo Chen's chest. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The 5 members of the berserker squad stood rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the red figure blocking their path was sent flying. The armor on his chest cracked and shattered piece by piece. Thud! Luo Chen flew backward like a ball struck with full force, crashing through several dead trees before finally slamming into a dilapidated building with stained glass windows. With a thunderous crash, dust and debris shot skyward. After a few seconds, the smoke slowly cleared. Luo Chen was kneeling in the center of the rubble. His transformation had been forcibly broken. He could only brace himself with the flame sword Rekka in his hand to keep from collapsing completely. The next second, he jerked his head down and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bright red blood splattered across the ground. Ha! The outcast Kiva walked over step by step, his voice dripping with scorn. How foolish! To beat yourself up like this over a few pieces of junk. He stopped in front of Luo Chen and looked down at him. You didn't have to worry about them in the first place. The berserker squad had finally regained their ability to move. But at that moment, none of them charged forward. They stood frozen in place, their hands shaking violently, their throats as if choked shut. Staring at the blood-soaked figure in the ruins, they couldn't even form a complete sentence. They were the ones who dragged him into this. If it hadn't been to save them, the Flame Swordsman standing before them wouldn't have been injured like this at all. Luo Chen slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, leaning on his flame sword Rekka, rose to his feet inch by inch. Very slowly. But he really did stand up. His back didn't bend. His gaze didn't falter. He raised his head to look at the outcast Kiva, his voice hoarse. Why? The outcast Kiva froze. Luo Chen coughed twice, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, yet he kept his gaze fixed on him. Does saving the weak require a reason? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The pupils of those figures in the distance all trembled. The smile on Kiva the outcast's face gradually turned cold. Luo Chen sheathed the flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver, gasping for breath as he spoke in broken sentences. As for you, taking your anger out on people who can't fight back. A creature like you, do you even deserve to call yourself human? The words cut like a knife, striking precisely where the outcast Kiva was most vulnerable. The crimson in his eyes flared violently. You're asking for death. The outcast Kiva flung aside the heavy hammer and raised his hand to summon the Bashamolan spear. The green muzzle pointed straight at Luo Chen's forehead. Luo Chen stood rooted to the spot, blood still seeping from his chest, his very breath trembling. Yet he did not back down. He simply reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a red and blue Wonder Ride book. Legendary Night Build. His fingertips were covered in blood, but his grip on the book remained steady. Luo Chen glanced down at it and suddenly smiled. Risking my life, anyone can do that. Forge the laws of hope, weave the equations of the future. Craft the holy sword with physical might, break through limits with the soul of bonds. Best match. Truth and creation, united as one at this moment. Transform. Rekka unsheath. Almost at the same moment, the anomaly Kiva pulled the trigger. Green water bullets erupted from his gun. Luo Chen, meanwhile, drew his holy sword. Build. Saber. Best match. Power intertwines truth and creation. Boom. Red and blue energy erupted violently, like a long-suppressed furnace finally exploding. A furious shockwave swept in all directions. Every incoming water bullet was instantly shattered and vaporized the moment it neared that force. The light gradually faded. A brand new suit of armor stood beneath the blood moon. Red and blue intertwined, mechanical and fiery elements meshing perfectly, as if reason and passion had been forcibly fused into a single entity. Kamen Rider Saber, the legendary rider build form, made his entrance. Luo Chen raised the holy sword in his hand. The blade blazed with red and blue flames, pointing directly at the outcast Kiva across from him. His voice was not loud. Yet it commanded the entire battlefield. Enough. Let the experiment begin. Chapter 53, Another Outcast Rider. The red and blue armor enveloped Luo Chen. Bathed in the light of the blood moon, half the armor's surface was cold and hard, the other half blazing with intensity, as if speed and power had been forcibly twisted together. Kamen Rider Saber, build form. The outcast Kiva stared at him, his crimson compound eyes narrowing slightly. His form had changed, but that energy fluctuation wasn't absurdly powerful. He snorted derisively. Putting on a show. Garuro's saber swung horizontally, and the icy blue demon king power crept back up the blade. The crimson figure lunged forward. This strike was even fiercer than before. The blade tore through the air, heading straight for Luo Chen's neck. Luo Chen didn't dodge. He didn't even raise his sword. He simply shifted his body to the side the moment the blade struck, meeting it with his left shoulder. Clang! Sparks flew. The blade struck the blue armor as if it had hit a mountain of steel. The recoil slammed back along the blade, sending a jolt through Kiva's wrist and nearly tearing the skin at his knuckles. Luo Chen nearly took half a step back. Kiva froze. This hard? What weighed even heavier on his mind, however, were those eyes. In those asymmetrical red and blue compound eyes, there was neither pain nor fear. Only a relentless ferocity that refused to back down even at the cost of his life. Just as a warning signal flashed through his mind, Luo Chen had already charged forward. His right leg planted firmly. Boom! The ground shattered, sending shards of glass and dust flying into the air. It was as if the word accelerate had been carved into the red armor's very bones. His entire body transformed into a red and blue blur, slamming himself right into Kiva's chest. It was too fast. So fast that Kiva could only catch a fleeting afterimage. It's not over yet. Luo Chen growled, his left fist lashing out with brutal force. No flashy trajectory, no unnecessary build-up. That punch could be summed up in one word: heavy. As heavy as a tank ramming head-on. Kiva's expression changed abruptly. He could only hastily raise his Garuro saber to his chest. Thud. The dull thud sent a buzzing tremor through the surrounding area. The saber bent instantly, its blade twisting into an exaggerated arc. That brutal, unyielding force passed through the blade, driving it deep into his chest. Guh! Kiva spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body flying backward. He crashed into a dead tree, shattering it, before slamming to the ground and rolling more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He braced himself on the blade and struggled to lift his head. Luo Chen stood where he was, sparks still flying from his left shoulder. As if he felt no pain at all. Kiva's throat tightened. This wasn't trading blows. This was staking his life as a bet. You slashed at him, and he didn't dodge the moment your blade came down. He was already charging at your face, wounds and all. A madman. A true madman. Kiva gritted his teeth as he scrambled to his feet, a fine crack already splitting his chest plate. What the hell are you playing at? He glared at Luo Chen, his voice beginning to tremble. You're throwing your life away for those useless fools? What do they have to do with you? Luo Chen took a step forward, his breathing already ragged. The burden of the build form was even greater than he had anticipated. With every burst of power, It felt as if molten iron were being poured into the crevices of his bones. His limbs grew heavy, and his lungs burned fiercely. But he didn't stop. The outcast Kiva's emotions, however, had completely unraveled. "Aren't you the same?" he screamed hoarsely. "You were abandoned too. You also." "Shut up." Luo Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it cut Kiva off mid-sentence. The next instant, a crimson shadow flashed again. Luo Chen charged head-on, gripping the flame sword Rekka with both hands. Blue energy surged along the blade, making the entire sword feel dozens of times heavier in an instant. Kiva's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly raised his blade to block. Clang! Just one strike. The Garuru military blade could no longer hold, snapping in two. The broken blade spun away, embedding itself in the ground in the distance. Flame sword Rekka, its momentum unchecked, slashed viciously into the abomination Kiva's chest. Splatter! The armor was torn open. From his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a gruesome gash burst open, spewing black blood mixed with demon emperor power. Aya! Kiva the outcast screamed as he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. When he tried to get back up, his body swayed violently the moment his hands touched the ground, nearly sending him tumbling back down. He had lost. A humiliating defeat. And a bitter one at that. He couldn't understand it, he truly couldn't. Why would the man standing before him fight to the bitter end for someone who had nothing to do with him? Luo Chen dragged his feet as he approached. One step. Then another. Each step felt heavy. Beneath his armor, his arms were already going numb, and his vision was growing dark at the edges. His chest heaved violently, and even the knuckles gripping his sword trembled slightly. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't over yet. He looked down at the fallen Kiva and slowly sheathed the flame sword Rekka back into the holy sword driver. Click. The sound was faint. But to Kiva's ears, it sounded like a death knell. Immediately, he pulled the trigger with all his might. Best match. Final wonder finish. A mechanical sound effect boomed, reverberating throughout the blood-red demon city. Luo Chen planted his foot firmly on the ground. Red and blue energy spread out instantly, like a massive diagram of equations, extending from beneath his feet and stretching straight toward Kiva. It was as if the trajectory of this strike had been calculated to ensure a direct hit. It's over. He exhaled softly, then yanked the holy sword from the holy sword driver. Rekka, unsheath. Red and blue energy simultaneously wrapped around the blade, swirling wildly. The blade shone with blinding intensity, intricate patterns and energy lines racing across its surface as if countless formulas were burning. Luo Chen gripped the sword with both hands and raised it high. Beneath the blood moon, his figure stood as straight as a stake driven between heaven and earth. You who have defiled the name of Kiva. He fixed his gaze on the aberrant Kiva, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. Have no right to wield this power. The sword came crashing down. Chuangqi. Ultimate Holy Sword Slash. A red and blue slash over 10 meters wide roared forth, crushing everything in its path along that victorious trajectory. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to tear apart, the ground shattered, and space itself emitted a piercing, shrieking rumble. The outcast Kiva froze in place. He couldn't dodge it. Nor could he block it. In those crimson compound eyes, only the most primal terror remained. But just as the slash was about to engulf him, a crimson magic circle suddenly flared beneath his feet. Without warning. Only a fleeting, eerie totem and a nauseating, ominous aura. Kiva's body sank instantly, as if pulled directly into something. Gone. Luo Chen's pupils contracted. Boom. The slash, having lost its target, crashed straight into the ground. In the next instant, the entire ground seemed to be cleaved open by a giant axe, and a bottomless chasm spread out with a thunderous roar. The withered trees, ruins, and glass buildings in its path were obliterated upon contact with that energy, leaving not even a trace behind. The entire moonlit demon city was shaking. The blood moon flickered erratically, as if it might shatter at any moment. Luo Chen remained frozen in the posture of swinging his sword. His red and blue armor began to flicker, fading as its edges gradually blurred. His energy was depleted. He stared intently at the spot where the aberration Kiva had vanished, and the taut string in his mind finally snapped. Damn! His throat was hoarse as he gasped for breath. There's still one more. Before he could finish, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body lurched backward, collapsing straight to the ground. Chapter 54, It's You. That crimson and blue slash that pierced the heavens and earth finally exhausted its last ounce of power. In the next instant, the moonlit demon city, which had been forcibly split open, could no longer hold. First, a piercing hum filled the air, as if something were about to shatter. Immediately afterward, the blood-red moon overhead twisted violently, fine cracks appearing along its edges. With a loud crack, the entire night sky shattered into countless shards of light. The darkness receded. The blood-red hue faded. That suffocating, icy chill dissipated as well. The setting sun shone down once more, casting a dim, yellow glow over the ruins, bathing the broken walls and scattered debris in its light. If it weren't for the utter devastation all around, the fierce battle that had just taken place would have seemed like nothing more than a nightmare. Cough, cough. A slab of stone was violently flung aside. Shirley, his head caked in dust, struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble. He staggered as soon as he found his footing. Without a moment's thought for himself, he immediately bellowed out to those around him. Ma Fei. Wang Hu. Anyone there? Speak up. Quick. Boss, over here. I'm still alive, stop shouting. My leg isn't broken, it's just numb. Frazzled replies came from all around. A few minutes later, the remaining 4 men crawled out of the rubble as well. They were all covered in dust and dirt, looking a sorry sight, but thankfully they were all alive. The worst injuries were just superficial cuts and scrapes. They were mostly just shaken up, their limbs weak with fear. Only then did Shirley let out a heavy sigh, plopping down onto the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. But before he could fully relax, his gaze was pinned by the chasm in the distance. The ground looked as if it had been cleaved open by an invisible giant blade, with the fissure stretching out into the distance. It was so deep that the bottom was invisible, nearly slicing the entire ruin in two. Shirley's Adam's apple bobbed, and he remained speechless for a long moment. Could a human really have made a cut like that? Boss! Over there! Ma Fei's tone suddenly changed as he pointed toward the edge of the fissure. It's Big Brother Chen Luo. Shirley's expression shifted, and he whipped his head around to look. Not far from the fissure, a figure lay on the ground. Motionless. Shit! Shirley's heart sank, and he practically scrambled over the ground to rush over, with the others following close behind. When they got close, they all froze. It was a gruesome sight. Chen Luo's clothes were in tatters, blood having fused the fabric to his flesh. There wasn't a single patch of uninjured skin exposed. His chest was visibly caved in, as if struck head-on by a heavy object. Shirley's hands were shaking as he crouched down to check for a pulse. It was faint. So faint it seemed a breeze could snuff it out. He is still breathing, Shirley croaked, he is still breathing. But even as he said it, he felt no relief. These were injuries far beyond the scope of the limited healing potions they had. Wang Hu stood nearby, his eyes suddenly reddening. He took the hit for us. No one replied. Because they all knew it. If it weren't for Luo Chen, they would have died in that church. And that blow to the chest he'd taken it head on for them. Shirley stared at that deathly pale face, his lips trembling, his throat feeling as if it were blocked. He remembered how he'd looked down on the other man at first, how he'd tried to show off in front of him, how he'd brushed off that warning. Now the man lay there, on the verge of death. And the 5 of them had survived. Shirley slowly lowered his head, his fingers clenched until they turned white. Damn it! He slammed his fist into the ground, scraping the skin off his knuckles. Are we just going to stand here and watch? Just watch and die? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint whistling sound suddenly came from above. A figure leapt from a nearby rooftop, landing steadily before the group after a few bounds. Her combat suit was form-fitting and sleek. She held a long alloy sword in her hand, her expression cold and fierce. Xiao Lin. She had originally been searching the outskirts of the exam hall, but the final commotion was so loud it could be felt across half the city that she had rushed all the way over. But when she actually stood here and saw the battlefield before her, she fell silent for 2 seconds. The ground was cracked. Buildings had collapsed. Even the residual energy was still rippling through the air. "Who did this?" she asked, her voice icy. Shirley seized upon this as if it were a lifeline and hurriedly stood up. "Examiner Xia. Quick, save him first. Please, save him first." Xia Lin's gaze shifted, and only then did she notice Luo Chen lying on the ground. At a single glance, her brows furrowed tightly. "Speak." Shirley was panting, his words coming out so fast they trembled. "There was an ambush in the church, 3 monsters, and then an even more terrifying one appeared later, one that could deploy a domain. We couldn't hold out. He saved us." "He held them off all by himself?" Xiao Lin asked. "Yes." Ma Fei chimed in, his voice trembling. "Later, that monster summoned some kind of demonic fortress. We all thought we were done for. And then things turned out like this." Shirley clenched his teeth and added the final sentence. "That chasm, he carved it out himself." Xiao Lin said nothing. She simply stared at the figure on the ground, her gaze hardening slightly. Just as she suspected. She'd long suspected that the Flame Swordsman who always appeared at critical moments was connected to this guy. She just never imagined she'd get the answer under these circumstances. She crouched down and pulled a small crystal vial directly from the storage pouch at her waist. The liquid inside was a translucent emerald green, with a faint glow swirling within. An A-rank life crystal. This was a genuine, life-saving trump card. Under normal circumstances, she would never have touched it. But now, she didn't even hesitate. "Step aside." The others hurriedly moved back. Xiao Lin reached out to support Luo Chen's shoulder, intending to help him sit up a little. The moment her fingers touched the side of his neck, they caught a thin cord. A white card slipped out from his collar and fell into the dust. Clatter. Xiao Lin froze. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat, and she reached down to pick up the card. The card was old, its edges worn white, and its design was so simple it bordered on shabby. It contained only a few lines of basic information. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, librarian. Rank, F. Xiao Lin froze in place. The wind blew through the ruins, ruffling the strands of hair across her forehead. But she seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed intently on the card, her breath catching for a moment. Luo Chen. F rank. Librarian. She slowly lowered her head and looked back at the blood-stained face on the ground. Pale-faced, with blood still smeared at the corners of his mouth, yet the features were all too familiar. Familiar beyond belief. Impossible. Her voice was soft, as if she were speaking to herself. But the answer was right before her eyes. She couldn't even bring herself to lie to herself. It really was him. That guy who spent all day lounging around the library. That guy whose attitude could change faster than anyone else's for a few hundred credits. That guy she looked down on from the bottom of her heart, thinking he had no ambition whatsoever. How could it be him? Xiao Lin's grip on the class card tightened little by little. It wasn't that she hadn't guessed the identity of the Flame Swordsman. A powerhouse, a genius, some big shot lurking in the shadows. She considered every possibility. Only Luo Chen she never once thought of him. For a moment, her mind went blank, and everything she believed up until then fell apart. How could someone who valued money so highly risk his life like this for a bunch of strangers taking an exam? How could someone she always assumed was just coasting through life be the one standing at the very front? Xiao Lin opened her mouth, but her throat tightened. She looked down at the unconscious Luo Chen. For the first time, her eyes were devoid of their usual coldness and hardness, replaced only by an indescribable bewilderment. "Who exactly are you?" No one answered her. The ruins were so quiet that all she could hear was the wind. She stared for a long time before finally snapping back to reality. She took a deep breath and forced down the surging emotions. Save him first. Everything else can wait. Xiaolin pulled the cork from the bottle, gently lifted Luo Chen's chin, and fed him the entire bottle of rank life crystals, drop by drop. A trickle of emerald green liquid ran down the corner of his lips, which she quickly wiped away. Only after finishing this did she feel as if a string stretched to its limit had finally snapped, though her palms were already covered in a thin sheen of sweat. She whispered, "You'd better not die." The words were so soft they seemed as though a breeze could blow them away. Yet she heard them clearly herself. At the same time, on the other side of the wilderness city, deep within the abandoned sewers. The air suddenly warped, and a crimson magical array unfolded in the darkness. The next second, the outcast Kiva tumbled out of it in a heap, crashing heavily onto the ground. The armor on his body rapidly disintegrated, dissolving into specks of light, revealing a young, bloodless face. Guh. He violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his breathing so ragged he couldn't even manage to sit up. Footsteps echoed slowly. Clack. 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 Unhurried. As if deliberately made for him to hear. The young man's pupils contracted. He jerked his head up toward the shadow ahead, his voice hoarse, "Who's there?" Out of the darkness, a man in a black trench coat slowly stepped forward. He wore several extravagantly designed rings on his hands, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His demeanor was elegant, yet inexplicably chilling. How pathetic. The man looked at him as if admiring a fragile artifact on the verge of shattering. "King, is this the best you can do?" The young man stared at him intently, his eyes brimming with extreme wariness. "Who are you, exactly?" The man didn't answer, he merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. "Please." A flippant yet eerie electronic voice rang out in the dim sewer. The next moment, terrifying magic erupted violently. That power was even colder and more twisted than the demon emperor's power on the outcast Kiva, filling the entire pipe almost instantly. The young man's vision blurred when he looked again. The figure standing there was no longer human, but a hideous, eerie wizard. His head resembled a cracked gem, his body wrapped in crimson patterns so sinister it made one's scalp tingle. The abnormal wizard. All color drained from the young man's face. The figure slowly shed its transformation, revealing once more that handsome yet sinister face, and smiled faintly. "Now, do you recognize me? A mage who brings despair to this world." The moment he saw that face, the young man looked as if he had seen a ghost. His pupils contracted to their absolute limit. Fear, shock, disbelief. All those emotions surged through him at once. His voice trembled, nearly breaking. "It's you?" Chapter 55, The Peculiar One Who Does It for Money. Luo Chen was woken by pain. It felt as if his chest had been sliced open with every breath. The agony seeped deep into his bones, leaving him too exhausted even to move a finger. He felt as if someone had taken him apart and haphazardly put him back together. He forced his eyes open. The flickering light danced before him. First, he saw a campfire on the verge of collapsing. Looking further out, he saw several people gathered around it. Shirley, Ma Fei, Wang Hu. All 5 members of the Berserker squad were there, not a single one missing. They were all battered and bruised, their faces covered in grime, but their spirits were still high as they spoke in hushed tones. It seemed, at the very least, they had all survived. The breath Luo Chen had been holding for what felt like an eternity finally returned to his lungs. All right, that blow wasn't for nothing. He tried to sit up, but the moment he moved, he realized something was wrong. What was cushioning the back of his head wasn't a rock, nor was it a backpack. It was soft and slightly warm. Luo Chen froze, instinctively tilting his head slightly. First, he saw a section of tightly fitted black combat fatigues, with sharp, clean lines. Above that was a flat, toned abdomen, and further up, his entire body went rigid. Xia Lin was looking down at him. Her face wasn't too far away. The firelight fell on her profile, softening the sharp, almost cold contours of her features. Her expression hadn't changed, but those eyes which usually held a scrutinizing gaze were now uncharacteristically calm. Luo Chen's mind went blank for 3 seconds. Then it finally dawned on him. He was resting his head on her lap. A lap rest. A genuine, unadulterated lap rest. Holy shit. His instinct for survival instantly overpowered the pain coursing through his body. Luo Chen frantically tried to spring up, but a sharp twinge in his chest nearly killed him on the spot. He could only scramble to roll awkwardly to the side, scrambling and crawling far away, forcing himself to create a 3-meter safety zone. Sister, what are you doing here? The moment the words left his mouth, his expression changed again, and he immediately looked down, frantically searching his body. Where is it? Where is his card? That class card representing his true identity? If it fell into Xia Lin's hands. No, wait. She is sitting right here. She has probably already seen it. A chill ran down Luo Chen's spine. Falsifying identity, disrupting exam hall order. At best, disqualification. At worst, fines and jail time. Just the thought of the word fine made his heart skip a beat. Are you looking for this? Xia Lin spoke, her voice still cold and detached. She held out her hand, a card resting in her palm. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he reached out to take it. Yes, that's the one. His hand stopped midway. That wasn't his exquisitely crafted, counterfeit metal card stamped with molten heart. It was a white plastic card. The edges were slightly worn, looking rather shabby. Luo Chen stared at the card, his Adam's apple bobbing painfully. The words on it were all too familiar to him. Name, Luo Chen. Occupation, librarian. Rank, F. It's over. This time, it's really over. Luo Chen's outstretched hand froze mid-air, his face turning pale by the second, as white as if it had just been scraped off a wall. You know everything? His voice was hoarse. Xia Lin looked at him and nodded. Just then, Shirley and the others heard the commotion and gathered around. They glanced at the card in Xia Lin's hand, then at Luo Chen's expression as if the sky had fallen, and immediately adopted a look that said, "We get it." Shirley crouched down first and patted him on the shoulder. "Boss, don't be like this. We all understand." "Right, we won't breathe a word of this to anyone." Wang Hu quickly chimed in, "So what if it's F rank? So what if it's life class? As long as it saves lives, that's all that matters." Ma Fei nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You risked exposing your identity just to save us. We owe you for that." Another guy nearby was even more direct. "If anyone ever dares to give you a hard time about this, I'll beat the crap out of them first." They all spoke at once, each tone more sincere than the last. They had clearly misunderstood. They thought Luo Chen was so distressed because he was just an F-rank life class user, afraid of being looked down upon. But what they didn't expect was. After hearing this, Luo Chen wasn't comforted at all. On the contrary, his expression grew even more desperate. He clutched his head, curling up on the ground as if every last ounce of his strength had been drained. The next second, a howl shook the entire ruin. "Damn it, my bonus is gone, yeah." The sound was utterly wretched. Anyone unaware might have thought he'd just lost the love of his life. Shirley. Ma Fei. Wang Hu. The air was still for 2 seconds. The expressions on their faces began to crack, bit by bit. They had just been about to put on a show of heroes regardless of their origins. And yet, all this guy could think about was his bonus? Come on, man. You almost died. Luo Chen couldn't care less about their stares. He had only one thing on his mind right now: 1.2 million gone. A full 1.2 million credits. That wasn't just money, it was the seed capital for a whole series of risky moves. He even figured out exactly how to roll that money over. First, collect the bonus, then sell off the materials from this run to round out the total and find a way to make a killing on the stock market. But now, not only was the bonus gone, but he might even end up having to pay a fine on top of that. At the thought of paying out of pocket, Luo Chen's vision went dark, and he nearly passed out again. My money, he pounded the ground, his face twisted with grief and anger. My level, my soy milk. Shirley and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. What kind of nonsense was this? Xiaolin stood nearby, watching him roll around on the floor. Finally, she raised a hand to press against her temples and let out a long sigh. She used to think this guy was shameless, outrageous, and out of touch. Now she realized she underestimated him. This wasn't just being out of touch. This guy was a total weirdo who'd stake his life on the line for money. Enough, she said, cutting him off. Stop wailing. Luo Chen looked up, sniffling, with tear streaks still on his face. Xiaolin looked at him, her tone calm. I didn't report your case. Luo Chen froze. What? He thought he must have heard wrong. Xiaolin had no choice but to repeat herself. I didn't report your real identity. Luo Chen sat on the ground, his eyes widening little by little. Wait. He wiped his face. You mean my fake identity hasn't blown up yet? In official records, you're still Chen Luo. Xiaolin paused, then added, at least for now. Shirley and the others standing nearby instinctively nodded in agreement. Xiaolin had indeed warned them earlier that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Luo Chen stared at her blankly, as if he couldn't process such a massive amount of information all at once. You really didn't report it? No. My eligibility hasn't been revoked either? No. The bonus. Xiaolin glanced at him. If you're still eligible to receive it later, it's still yours. Those words sounded like a divine decree. Luo Chen's expression shifted from bewilderment to realization, then disbelief, before his face lit up with joy. Really? He shot to his feet in a flash. The man who had been half dead just moments ago seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline right on the spot. He moved so fast that Shirley didn't even have time to react. Holy shit, boss, slow down. Before Shirley could finish, Luo Chen had already sprinted to Xiaolin's side. His legs were still a bit wobbly, but he forced himself to stand firm through sheer willpower. He grabbed Xiaolin's hand, his eyes shining with an almost frightening intensity. Big sis, no, sis. My own sister. Starting today, you're my full-blooded half-sister. Xiaolin's fingers froze. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away but couldn't move it. Luo Chen was gripping it so tightly, speaking so rapidly, and with such heartfelt emotion that he looked like he was about to prostrate himself right there. From now on, if you say go east, I'll never go west. If you say beat the dog, I'll never chase the chicken. If you tell me to stand, I won't even sit down. Let go, Xiaolin said coldly. Sis, you're not just helping me, you're saving my life. Luo Chen couldn't stop himself. Luo Chen, will remember this favor for the rest of my life. I told you to let go. Okay, sis, no, let me just finish expressing my feelings first. Luo Chen. Xiaolin's voice dropped. Luo Chen instantly stood up straight, reflexively letting go of her hand and obediently taking half a step back. Xiaolin withdrew her hand, her knuckles curling slightly, as if to suppress that slight awkwardness. She looked at Luo Chen, her gaze turning cold once more. You broke the rules, that's a fact, she said flatly. But you saved them, that's also a fact. Shirley and the others grew solemn. I'll cover for you on this one for now, Xiaolin continued. After all, you've earned merit this time, and your value needs to be reassessed. Luo Chen looked touched when he heard the first part, but his expression turned cautious the moment he heard the second. So sis, what do you mean by that? It means you're off the hook for now, Xiaolin said, looking at him. But don't pull any more stunts like that. If I catch you again, I'll personally send you straight to the top. Got it, Luo Chen nodded vigorously. There definitely won't be a next time. After saying that, he paused and cautiously added, so about the bonus. Shirley and the others immediately put their hands to their foreheads. At a time like this, and he is still thinking about the bonus. Xia Lin was silent for 2 seconds, as if she'd already given up on arguing with him. The prerequisite is, she said coldly, that you have to survive until the exam is over. Luo Chen perked up immediately. Survive. I have to survive. For the sake of the Academy's fair and impartial reward system, I have to survive. This time, not just Xia Lin, but even the members of the Berserker squad couldn't hold back their laughter. Wang Hua's mouth twitched, and he whispered, now I finally get why the boss was willing to go all out against that monster earlier. Ma Fei replied with a stony expression, no kidding. You're blocking his money trail if he doesn't fight you, who else is he going to fight? Shirley nodded in agreement. That made sense. It made perfect sense. Xia Lin stood by the firelight, staring at the guy who had been wailing his head off just a second ago, only to be fully healed a second later. Suddenly, she felt a sense of absurdity she couldn't quite put her finger on. She had once firmly believed in many things. Rules, order, professional ranks, assessments of strength. But ever since she met Luo Chen, those beliefs felt like they'd been picked up and shaken one by one. This man was clearly just an F-rank librarian. Yet he could charge forward in the most dangerous moments and take a hit that even a full-fledged combat class might not be able to withstand. This man was clearly afraid of death, greedy, and full of hot air. Yet, at the critical moment, he was more willing than anyone to risk his life. It was so absurd it defied logic. Yet it was so real she couldn't ignore it. Xia Lin glanced at Luo Chen and, for the first time, felt that perhaps she really couldn't figure him out. Or perhaps her criteria for judging people had been wrong from the very beginning. As for Luo Chen, he had absolutely no time to appreciate her complex emotions right now. Crouched nearby, he was counting on his fingers, already recalculating just how many more zeros he could tack onto that 1.2 million. The fire crackled. The night grew deeper. Above the ruins, everything had temporarily returned to calm. Chapter 56, he looks pretty handsome when he is serious. Watching Luo Chen, who just a second ago was sighing over money, and the next second was hugging her thigh and calling her sis Xia Lin, felt a throbbing pain in her temples. In her 19 years, she'd seen all kinds of people. Geniuses, madmen, desperados, villains in human form. But someone like Luo Chen? This was a first for her. Just moments ago, he'd been standing in the flames, sword in hand, like a hero capable of splitting the heavens. The next moment, his eyes were gleaming at the prospect of a reward, looking every bit the seasoned haggler at a farmer's market. And yet, it didn't feel out of place. That was the most absurd part. Xia Lin closed her eyes, exhaled, and when she opened them again, her gaze had turned cold once more. Luo Chen. Here. Luo Chen snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight, his reaction as quick as if he'd been called on by his homeroom teacher. Xia Lin's lips twitched slightly, but she held back. I have a question for you. Ask away, anything you want. Luo Chen patted his chest. As long as you don't ask for my bank card pin, anything else is fair game. Xia Lin ignored his banter. She stared at him, her gaze deep, as if trying to dig out something genuine from beneath that carefree facade. Why? Luo Chen paused. Why what? You have that kind of ability. Xia Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it was steady and firm. To defeat an A-rank bone beast head-on across the entire city of Linhai, there are very few among the younger generation who could achieve that. If that is the case, why are you still hanging around the library? Why have you made yourself into what you are now? Playing the underdog, pretending to be poor, acting like a loser, letting everyone treat you like an F-rank life class? Why? This time, no one interrupted. Shirley and the others fell silent as well. They actually wanted to know, too. If it were them, with that kind of strength, they'd have been itching to have their names carved into the Hunter Guild's main gate long ago. Who would still be holed up in the library, collecting that measly monthly salary. The campfire crackled. Luo Chen didn't answer right away. The smile on his face faded bit by bit as his gaze fell on the flame sword rekka in his hand. The firelight ran along the sword's spine, making the crimson hue seem to breathe. He stared at it for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. Is that so pathetic? It sounded like he was asking Xia Lin, but it also sounded like he was asking himself. He looked up at Xia Lin, his usual playful expression uncharacteristically absent. If you're talking about Luo Chen. He paused, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then yes, it's not exactly dignified. Greedy, afraid of trouble, slacking off whenever possible instead of working overtime, and willing to be a bit thick-skinned just to make a few extra bucks. To put it bluntly, I'm just an ordinary person. I want to live a little easier, save up some money, and not have to scrape by in the future. Nothing noble about it. Shirley and the others were taken aback by his words. That was painfully honest. Luo Chen raised his hand and tapped his chest lightly with his knuckles. There was nothing there. But Xia Lin knew he wasn't referring to the flesh beneath his clothes. He was talking about that power. But when I pick up this sword, it's different. His voice was calm, not raised in any way, yet for some reason, it carried weight. At that moment, I'm no longer just Luo Chen. I am the Flame Swordsman. Kamen Rider Saber. Kamen Rider Saber? Xia Lin furrowed her brow, her mind instantly latching onto the unfamiliar name. Luo Chen nodded. You can think of it as a title, or as a set of rules. This power isn't meant for me to get rich. Nor is it meant for me to trample on others, show off, or pave my own way. As he spoke, he looked down at the sword in his hand, his fingers slowly tightening around it. How stingy I am with gates, how timid I am, how good for nothing I seem, that's Luo Chen's own business. But as long as I use this power, I have to follow its rules. It's meant to protect people. Not to satisfy myself. Xia Lin looked at him, saying nothing. Luo Chen smiled again, though this time the smile was faint. I can be so excited about a bonus that I can't sleep, or haggle with someone for hours over a few hundred credits. It doesn't matter if I make a fool of myself. But if one day, I use this sword to line my own pockets, to bully those weaker than me, or to run amok because of it. He paused here. Then I wouldn't be worthy of that name. A breeze swept across the rooftop, causing the flames to flicker gently. Luo Chen's voice remained soft. When the word hero is worthless, anyone can throw it around. But when you actually pick it up, you've got to act the part. I'm not that noble, nor am I as pure as you think. I still love money when I should. He shrugged. But some money just can't be earned that way. And some things just can't be done that way. Those are my rules. After saying that, he fell silent. There were no grand declarations, nor any feigned profundity. It was as if he simply stated a fact he believed in the most casual way. Yet it was precisely that casualness that made it impossible not to believe him. Shirley opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long while. Ma Fei, unusually, didn't pick up on the cue. He just scratched his head, his expression a bit complicated. They never understood before why someone who was so ridiculously powerful would insist on living as if he were worthless. Now they seemed to understand a little. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was that he wouldn't. To others, power might be status, privilege, or a ticket to a higher realm. But to this man, power was first and foremost a line. On this side of the line was Luo Chen, a bit mundane, a bit poor, a bit stingy, none of that mattered. On the other side was Kamen Rider Saber. He couldn't be tainted. Xia Lin watched him, her gaze wavering slightly. The firelight fell on Luo Chen's face, casting an unusually serene glow over the features that usually looked like they were just asking to be punched. He stood there, his shoulders still dusted with the ash from the battle, his hair slightly disheveled, far from what one would call polished or glamorous. Yet for some reason, she couldn't look away. She used to think heroes were supposed to be people who stood on a pedestal. Cool, powerful, and flawless. But the man before her was different. He could be poor, greedy, and stubborn. He'd even cling to someone's leg and call her sister. Yet when he picked up a sword, he looked more like a hero than many who spoke endlessly of justice. Xiao Lin's fingers curled unconsciously. She stared at him for 2 seconds, her heart suddenly racing. "When you're serious," she blurted out without thinking. The moment the words left her mouth, even she was taken aback. Luo Chun froze too, looking up at her. Xiao Lin's ears burned, but the second half of her sentence had already slipped out. "You're actually pretty handsome." The air went dead silent. Sure lay. Ma Fei. Luo Chun? Luo Chun froze in place as if struck by lightning, his face a picture of shock that screamed, "What did you just say?" He instinctively touched his own face. This face? The kind that would get lost in a crowd. Handsome? If anyone else had said it, he would have brushed it off as a joke, but this was coming from Xiao Lin. And she said it herself. Luo Chun opened his mouth, finding himself at a rare loss for words. "Sis, are you okay?" Only then did Xiao Lin fully snap out of it. Her head buzzed, and the heat rushed to her cheeks. She turned almost immediately, her back to the group. "Keep an eye on your surroundings." Her voice was still cold. But the end of her sentence was noticeably strained. "I'm going to patrol elsewhere." With that, she didn't even look back. She took a step forward, and her whole body shot forward. Her movements were so swift it looked like she was fleeing. Luo Chen stood where he was, staring in the direction she vanished, scratching his head in bewilderment. What's up with her? The next second, a thick arm slung itself over his shoulder. Shirley leaned in, grinning knowingly. "Boss, that was impressive." Ma Fei quickly squeezed in as well, lowering his voice and looking full of gossip. "That's exam supervisor Xia. The look on her face just now, TSK, something's definitely off." "No, don't go spreading rumors." Luo Chen waved them away. She was just blown away by my spiritual realm." Shirley looked at him with utter disdain. "Have some self-respect. I'm just telling it like it is." Luo Chen cleared his throat, but the corners of his mouth still twitched uncontrollably. But soon, he remembered something far more important. 1,200,000. That's 1,200,000, after all. The faint, indescribable ripple of emotion that had just surfaced was instantly overwhelmed by that string of numbers. Luo Chen's eyes lit up again, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a rather cheap-looking grin. Shirley watched his money-grubbing expression and twitched his own lips. Well. His coolness lasted less than 3 seconds. A few hundred meters away, on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The night breeze was chilly. Xiao Lin leaned against the wall and pressed her hand to her face. Her palm felt scorching hot against her skin. She closed her eyes, but her heart was still racing. Beat after beat, pounding so hard it made her chest feel tight. "Xiao Lin, what on earth were you just saying?" She cursed herself under her breath, so frustrated she wanted to erase those few seconds from her mind entirely. But the more she tried to erase them, the clearer the images became. It was when he looked down at the sword. It was when he said, "There's some money you just shouldn't make like that." And it was when he raised his eyes and calmly said, "That's my rule." In that moment, she truly felt that it was dazzling. Xiao Lin pressed her lips together, resting her fingertips lightly against her forehead as her ears began to burn again. "Kamen Rider Saber." She murmured the name under her breath. For the first time, she felt the urge to get to know someone. And she couldn't suppress it at all.